Malleus Maleficarum, The Hammer of Witches, by Heinrich Kramer, read by Graham Dunlop, edited by Darren Grimes. Introduction. It has been observed that it is quite impossible to appreciate and understand the true and inner lives of men and women in Elizabethan and Stuart England, in the France of Louis XIII, and during the long reign of his son and successor, in Italy of the Renaissance and the Catholic reaction, to name but 3 European countries and a few definite periods, unless we have some realization of the part that witchcraft played in those ages amid the affairs of these kingdoms. All classes were affected and concerned, from pope to peasant, from queen to cottage girl. Witchcraft was inextricably mixed with politics. Matthew Paris tells us how in 1232 the Chief Justice Hubert de Burgh, Earl of Kent, Shakespeare's gentle Hubert in King John, was amongst other crimes openly accused by Peter de Roches, Bishop of Winchester, of having won the favour of Henry III through charms and incantations. In 1324, there was a terrific scandal at Coventry when it was discovered that a number of the richest and most influential burghers of the town had long been consulting with Master John, a professional necromancer, and paying him large sums to bring about by his arts the death of Edward II and several nobles of the court. Alice Perrers, the mistress of Edward III, was not only reputed to have infatuated the old king by occult spells, but her physician, believed to be a mighty sorcerer, was arrested on a charge of confecting love philters and talismans. Henry V, in the autumn of 1419, prosecuted his stepmother, Joan of Navarre, for attempting to kill him by witchcraft, in the most horrible manner that one could devise. The Conqueror of Agincourt was exceedingly worried about the whole wretched business, as also was the Archbishop of Canterbury, who ordered public prayers for the king's safety. In the reign of his son Henry VI in 1441, one of the highest and noblest ladies in the realm, Eleanor Cobham, Duchess of Gloucester, was arraigned for conspiring with a clerk, Roger Bolingbroke, a most notorious evoker of demons, and the most famous scholar in the whole world in astrology and magic, to procure the death of the young monarch by sorcery, so that the Duke of Gloucester, Henry's uncle and guardian, might succeed to the crown. In this plot were further involved Canon Thomas Southwell and a relapsed witch, that is to say, one who had previously, 11 years before, been incarcerated upon grave suspicion of black magic, Marjorie Jourdain. Bolingbroke, whose confession implicated the Duchess, was hanged. Canon Southwell died in prison. The witch in Smithfield was burned to ashes, since her offence was high treason. The Duchess was sentenced to a most degrading public penance and imprisoned for life in Peel Castle, Isle of Man. Richard III, upon seizing the throne in 1483, declared that the marriage of his brother, Edward IV, with the Lady Elizabeth Grey had been brought about by sorcery and witchcraft, and further that Edward's wife, that monstrous witch, has plotted with Jane Shore to waste and wither his body. Poor Jane Shore did most exemplary penance, walking the flinty streets of London barefoot in her kirtle. In the same year, when Richard wanted to get rid of the Duke of Buckingham, his former ally, one of the chief accusations he launched was that the Duke consulted with a Cambridge necromancer to compass and devise his death. One of the most serious and frightening events in the life of James VII of Scotland, afterwards James I of England, was the great conspiracy of 1590, organized by the Earl of Bothwell. James, with good reason, feared and hated Bothwell, who events amply proved. was Grand Master of a company of more than 100 witches, all adepts in poisoning and all eager to do away with the king. In other words, Francis Stuart, Earl of Bothwell, was the centre and head of a vast political plot. A widespread popular panic was the result of the discovery of this murderous conspiracy. In France, as early as 583, when the infant son and heir of King Chilperic died of dysentery, as the doctors diagnosed it, it came to light that Mummalus, one of the leading officials of the court, had been secretly administering to the child medicines which he obtained from certain witches of Paris. These potions were pronounced by the physicians to be strong poisons. In 1308, Guissard, Bishop of Troyes, was accused of having slain by sorcery the Queen of Philip IV of France, 1285 to 1314. Jeanne of Navarre, who died 3 years before. The trial dragged on from 1308 to 1313, and many witnesses attested on oath that the prelate had continually visited certain notorious witches, who supplied him with philters and draughts. In 1315, during the brief reign, 1314 to 1316, of Louis X, the eldest son of Philip IV was hanged. Enguerrand de Marigny, chamberlain, privy councillor, and chief favourite of Philip, whom it was alleged he had bewitched to gain the royal favour. The fact, however, which sealed his doom was his consultation with one Jacobus de Lore, a warlock, who was to furnish a nostrum warranted to put a very short term to the life of King Louis. Jacobus strangled himself in prison. In 1317, Hugues Giraud, Bishop of Cahors, was executed by Pope John XXII, who reigned 1316 to 1334, residing at Avignon. Langlois says that the bishop had attempted the pontiff's life by poison procured from witches. Perhaps the most resounding of all scandals of this kind in France was the Lavoisin case, 1679 to 1682, when it was discovered that Madame de Montespan had for years been trafficking with a gang of poisoners and sorcerers who plotted the death of the Queen and the Dauphine, so that Louis XIV might be free to wed Athénée de Montespan, whose children should inherit the throne. The Duchess de Fontaines, a beautiful young country girl, who had for a while attracted the wayward fancy of Louis, they poisoned out of hand. Money was poured out like water, and it has been said that the entire flood tide of poison, witchcraft, and diabolism was unloosed to attain the ends of that marvelous beauty, so Mademoiselle de Sévigné calls her, the haughty and reckless Marquise de Montespan. In her thwarted fury, she well nigh resolved to sacrifice Louis himself to her overweening ambition and her boundless pride. The highest names in France, the Princess de Tingry, the Duchess de Vitry, the Duchess de Lusignan, the Duchess de Bouillon, the Comtesse de Soissons, the Duc de Luxembourg, the Marquis de Césac, scores of the oldest aristocracy were involved, whilst literally hundreds of venal apothecaries, druggists, pseudo-alchemists, astrologers, quacks, warlocks, magicians, charlatans, who revolved around the ominous and terrible figure of Catherine Levoisin, professional seeress, fortune-teller, herbalist, beauty specialist, were caught in the meshes of the law. No less than 11 volumes of François Ravisson's huge work, Archive de la Bastille, are occupied with this evil crew and their doings, their sorceries, and their poisonings. During the reign of Urban VIII, Maffeo Barberini, 1623 to 1644, there was a resounding scandal at Rome when it was discovered that, after many invocations of demons, Giacinto Contini, nephew of the Cardinal d'Ascoli, had been plotting with various accomplices to put an end to the Pope's life, and thus make way for the succession of his uncle to the chair of Peter. Tommaso Orsolini of Recanati, Moreover, after consulting with certain scryers and planetarians, readers of the stars, was endeavoring to bribe the apothecary Carcurazio of Naples to furnish him with a quick poison, which might be mingled with the tonics and electuaries prescribed for the ailing pontiff. To sum up, as is well observed by Professor Kittredge, who more than once emphasized, "I have no belief in the black art or in the interference of demons in the daily life of mortals. It makes no difference whether any of the charges were true or whether the whole affairs were hideous political chicanery. Anyhow, it reveals the beliefs and the practices of the age." Throughout the centuries, witchcraft was universally held to be a dark and horrible reality. It was an ever-present, fearfully ominous menace, a thing most active, most perilous, most powerful and true. Some may consider these mysteries and cantrips and invocations, these sabbats and rendezvous, to have been merest mummery and pantomime, but there is no question that the psychological effect was incalculable and harmful in the highest degree. It was, to use a modern phrase, a war of nerves. Jean Bodin, the famous jurisconsult, 1530–90, whom Montaigne acclaims to be the highest literary genius of his time, and who, as a leading member of the Parliament de Paris, presided over important trials, gives it as his opinion that there existed not only in France a complete organization of witches, immensely wealthy, of almost infinite potentialities, most cleverly captained, with centers and cells in every district, utilizing an espionage in every land, with high-placed adherents at court, with humble servitors in the cottage. This organization, witchcraft, maintained a relentless and ruthless war against the prevailing order and settled state. No design was too treacherous, no betrayal was too cowardly, no blackmail too base and foul. The masters lured their subjects with magnificent promises. They lured and deluded and victimized. Not the least dreaded and dreadful weapon in their armament was the ancient and secret knowledge of poisons, beneficia, of herbs, healing and hurtful, a tradition and a lore which had been handed down from remotest antiquity. Little wonder, then, that later social historians such as Charles Mackay and Lecky, both absolutely impartial and unprejudiced writers, skeptical even, devote many pages, the result of long and laborious research, to witchcraft. They did not believe in witchcraft as in any sense supernatural, although perhaps abnormal, but the centuries of which they were writing believed intensely in it, and it was their business as scholars to examine and explain the reasons for such belief. It was by no means all medieval credulity and ignorance and superstition. Mackay and Lecky fully recognized this, as indeed they were in all honesty bound to do. They met with facts, hard facts, which could neither have been accidents nor motiveless, and these facts must be accounted for and elucidated. The profoundest thinkers, the acutest and most liberal minds of their day, such men as Cardan, Trithemius, the encyclopedic Delrio, Bishop Binsfield, the learned physician Caspar Pucer, Jean Bodin, Sir Edward Coke, father of the English law, Francis Bacon, Malebranche, Bale, Glanville, Sir Thomas Browne, Cotton Mather, all these, and scores besides, were convinced of the dark reality of witchcraft, of the witch organization. Such a consensus of opinion throughout the years cannot be lightly dismissed. The literature on the subject, discussing it in every detail, from every point of view, from every angle, is enormous. For example, such a bibliography as that of Yves Plessis, 1900, which deals only with leading French cases and purports to be no more than a supplement to the bibliographies of Grasse, the catalogues of the Abbé Seffer, Ouvrard, the Comte de Orquez, the 46 volumes of Dr. Hofer, Schniebel, Stanislas de Guatta, and many more, lists nearly 2,000 items, and in a note we are warned that the work is very far from complete. The Manuel Bibliographique, 3 volumes, 1912, of Albert L. Calais, gives 11,648 items. Calais has many omissions, some being treatises of the first importance. The library of witchcraft may without exaggeration be said to be incalculable. It is hardly disputed that in the whole vast literature of witchcraft, the most prominent, the most important, the most authoritative volume is the Malleus Maleficarum, the Witch Hammer of Heinrich Kramer, Henricus Institutorius, and James Speyer. The date of the first edition of the Malleus cannot be fixed with absolute certainty, but the likeliest year is 1486. There were, at any rate, 14 editions between 1487 and 1520, and at least 16 editions between 1574 and 1669. These were issued from the leading German, French, and Italian presses. The latest reprint of the original text of the Malleus is to be found in the noble 4-volume collection of treatises on witchcraft, Sumptibus Claudii Borgiat, Lyon, 1669. There's a modern German translation by J.W.R. Schmidt, Der Hexenhammer, 3 volumes, Berlin, 1906, second edition, 1922 and 23. There is also an English translation with introduction, bibliography, and notes by Montague Summers, published John Rodker, 1928. The Malleus acquired a special weight and dignity from the famous bull of Pope Innocent VIII, Summis Desiderantes Effectibus, of 9th December 1484, in which the pontiff, lamenting the power and prevalence of the witch organization, delegates Heinrich Kramer and James Speyer as inquisitors of these pravities throughout northern Germany, particularly in the provinces and dioceses of Mainz, Cologne, Chevese, Salzburg, and Bremen, granting both and either of them an exceptional authorization, and by letters apostolic requiring the Bishop of Strasbourg, Albrecht von Baren, 1478 to 1506, not only to take all steps to publish and proclaim the bull, but further to afford Kramer and Speyer every assistance, even calling in, if necessary, the help of the secular arm. This bull, which was printed as the preface to the Malleus, was thus, comments Dr. H. C. Lee, spread broadcast over Europe. In fact, it fastened on European jurisprudence for nearly 3 centuries the duty of combating the society of witches. The Malleus lay on the bench of every judge, on the desk of every magistrate. It was the ultimate, irrefutable, unarguable authority. It was implicitly accepted not only by Catholic but by Protestant legislature. In fine, it is not too much to say that the Malleus Maleficarum is among the most important, wisest, and weightiest books of the world. It has been asked whether Kramer or Speyer was principally responsible for the Malleus, but in the case of so close a collaboration, any such inquiry seems singularly superfluous and negatory. With regard to instances of joint authorship, unless there be some definite declaration on the part of one of the authors as to his particular share in a work, or unless there be some unusual and special circumstances bearing on the point, such perquisitions and analyses almost inevitably resolve themselves into a cloud of guesswork and bootless hazardry, and vague, perhaps. It becomes a game of literary blind man's bluff. Heinrich Kramer was born at Schledstadt, a town of Lower Alsace, situated some 26 miles southwest of Strasbourg. At an early age, he entered the order of St. Dominic, and so remarkable was his genius that whilst still a young man he was appointed to the position of prior of the Dominican house of his native town, Schledstadt. He was a preacher general and a master of sacred theology, P.G. and S.T.M., 2 high distinctions in the Dominican order. At some date before 1474, he was appointed an inquisitor for the Tyrol, Salzburg, Bohemia, and Moravia, His eloquence in the pulpit and tireless activity received due recognition at Rome, and for many years he was spiritual director of the great Dominican Church at Salzburg, and the right hand of the Archbishop of Salzburg, a munificent prelate who praises him highly in a letter which is still extant. In the late autumn or winter of 1485, Kramer had already drawn up a learned instruction or treatise on the subject of witchcraft. This circulated in manuscript and is almost in its entirety incorporated in the Malleus. By the bull of Innocent VIII in December 1484, he had already been associated with James Speyer to make inquisition for and try witches and sorcerers. In 1495, the Master General of the Order, Friar Joaquin de Torres, O.P., summoned Kramer to Venice in order that he might give public lectures, disputations which attracted crowded audiences, and which were honored by the presence and patronage of the Patriarch of Venice. He also strenuously defended the papal supremacy, confuting the demonarchia of the Paduan jurisconsult, Antonio degli Rosselli. At Venice he resided as the Priory of Santi Giovanni e Paolo S. Zanzipolo. During the summer of 1497, he had returned to Germany and was living at the convent of Rohr, near Regensburg. On 31st January 1500, Alexander VI appointed him as nuncio and inquisitor of Bohemia and Moravia, in which provinces he was deputed and empowered to proceed against the Waldenses and Picards, as well as against the adherents of the Witch Society. He wrote and preached with great fervor until the end. He died in Bohemia in 1505. His chief works, in addition to the Malleus, are several discourses and various sermons upon the most holy sacrament of the Eucharist, Nuremberg, 1496, a tract confuting the errors of Master Antonio degli Rosselli, Venice, 1499, and the shield of defense of the Holy Roman Church against the Picards and Waldenses, an incunabulum without date, but almost certainly 1499 to 1500. Many learned authors quote and refer to these treatises in terms of highest praise. James Speyer was born in Basel, 1436. He was admitted a novice in the Dominican house of his town in 1452. His extraordinary genius attracted immediate attention, and his rise to a responsible position was very rapid. According to Pierre Heliot, the Franciscan, 1680 to 1716, Histoire des Ordres Religieux, 3, 1715, Chapter 26, in 1389, Conrad of Prussia abolished certain relaxations and abuses which had crept into the Teutonic province of the Order of St. Dominic, and restored the primitive and strict obedience. He was closely followed by Speyer, whose zealous reform was so warmly approved that in 1468 the General Chapter ordered him to lecture on the sentences of Peter Lombard at the University of Cologne, to which he was thus officially attached. A few years later he proceeded Master of Theology and was elected Prior and Regent of Studies of the Cologne Convent, one of the most famous and frequented houses of the order. On 30th June 1480, he was elected Dean of the Faculty of Theology at the university. His lecture room was thronged, and in the following year, at the chapter held in Rome, the Master General of the Order, Fra Salvo Cassetta, appointed him Inquisitor Extraordinary for the provinces of Mainz, Treves, and Cologne. His activities were enormous, and demanded constant journeyings through the very extensive district to which he had been assigned. In 1488 he was elected provincial of the whole German province, an office of the first importance. It is said that his piety and his learning impressed all who came in contact with him. In 1495 he was residing at Cologne, and here he received a letter from Alexander VI praising his enthusiasm and his energy. He died rather suddenly, in the odor of sanctity. Some chronicles call him Beatus, on 6 December 1495 at Strasbourg, where he is buried. Among Sprenger's other writings, excepting the Malleus, are the paradoxes of John of Westphalia refuted, Mainz, 1479, a closely argued treatise, and the institution and approbation of the Confraternity of the Most Holy Rosary, which was first erected at Cologne on 8th September in the year 1475. Cologne, 1475. Speyer may well be called the apostle of the Rosary. None more fervent than he in spreading this Dominican elevation. His zeal enrolled thousands, including the Emperor Frederick III, in the Confraternity of the Most Holy Rosary, which was enriched with many indulgences by a bull of Sixtus IV. It has been observed that the writings of Father James Speyer on the Rosary are well approved by many learned men, pontiffs, saints, and theologians alike. There can be no doubt that Speyer was a mystic of the highest order, a man of most saintly life. The Dominican chroniclers, such as Quitef and Eckerd, number Kramer and Speyer among the glories and heroes of their order. Certain it is that the Malleus Maleficarum is the most solid, the most important work in the whole vast library of witchcraft. One turns to it again and again with edification and interest. From the point of psychology, from the point of jurisprudence, from the point of history, it is supreme. It is hardly too much to say that later writers, great as they are, have done little more than draw from the seemingly inexhaustible wells of wisdom which the two Dominicans, Heinrich Kramer and James Speyer, have given us in the Malleus Maleficarum. What is most surprising is the modernity of the book. There is hardly a problem, a complex, a difficulty which they have not foreseen and discussed and resolved. Here are cases which occur in the law courts today, set out with the greatest clarity, argued with unflinching logic, and judged with scrupulous impartiality. It is a work which must irresistibly capture the attention of all men who think, all who see, or are endeavoring to see, the ultimate reality beyond the accidents of matter, time, and space. The Malleus Maleficarum is one of the world's few books written sub specie aeternitatis. Montague Summers, 7th October, 1946, in Festo, SS Rosari. Nota. To Dr. H. J. Norman, I wish to express my grateful thanks for his kindness in having read through the proofs of the Malleus Maleficarum. Those who realize the labor and sacrifice of time such a task demands will best appreciate the value of such generous assistance. M.S. The Bull of Innocent VIII. Innocent, bishop, servant of the servants of God, for an eternal remembrance. Desiring with the most heartfelt anxiety, even as our apostleship requires, that the Catholic faith should especially in this our day increase and flourish everywhere, and that all heretical depravity should be driven far from the frontiers and bournes of the faithful, we very gladly proclaim and even restate those particular means and methods whereby our pious desire may obtain its wished effect. Since when all errors are uprooted by our diligent avocation as by the hoe of a provident husbandman, a zeal for, and the regular observance of, our holy faith will be all the more strongly impressed upon the hearts of the faithful. It has indeed lately come to our ears, not without afflicting us with bitter sorrow, that in some parts of northern Germany, as well as in the provinces, townships, territories, districts, and dioceses of Mainz, Cologne, Treves, Salzburg, and Bremen, many persons of both sexes, unmindful of their own salvation and straying from the Catholic faith, have abandoned themselves to devils, incubi, and succubi, and by their incantations, spells, conjurations, and other accursed charms and crafts, enormities and horrid offences, have slain infants yet in the mother's womb, as also the offspring of cattle, have blasted the produce of the earth, the grapes of the vine, the fruits of trees, nay, men and women, beasts of burden, herd beasts, as well as animals of other kinds, with terrible and piteous pains and sore diseases, both internal and external. They hinder men from performing the sexual act and women from conceiving, whence husbands cannot know their wives nor wives receive their husbands. Over and above this, they blasphemously renounce that faith which is theirs by the sacrament of baptism, and at the instigation of the enemy of mankind, they do not shrink from committing and perpetrating the foulest abominations and filthiest excesses to the deadly peril of their own souls, whereby they outrage the divine majesty and are a cause of scandal and danger to very many. And although our dear sons, Heinrich Kramer and James Speyer, professors of theology of the Order of Friars Preachers, have been by letters apostolic delegated as inquisitors of these heretical pravities, and are still inquisitors, the first in the aforesaid parts of northern Germany, wherein are included those aforesaid townships, districts, dioceses, and other specified localities, and the second in certain territories which lie along the borders of the Rhine. Nevertheless, not a few clerics and layfolk of those countries, seeking too curiously to know more than concerns them, since in the aforesaid delegatory letters there is no express and specific mention by name of these provinces, townships, dioceses, and districts, and further, since the two delegates themselves and the abominations they are to encounter are not designated in detailed and particular fashion, these persons are not ashamed to contend with the most unblushing effrontery that these enormities are not practiced in those provinces, and consequently the aforesaid inquisitors have no legal right to exercise their powers of inquisition in the provinces, townships, dioceses, districts, and territories which have been rehearsed, and that the inquisitors may not proceed to punish, imprison, and penalize criminals convicted of the heinous offences and many wickednesses which have been set forth. Accordingly, in the aforesaid provinces, townships, dioceses, and districts, the abominations and enormities in question remain unpunished, not without open danger to the souls of many and peril of eternal damnation. Wherefore we, as is our duty, being wholly desirous of removing all hindrances and obstacles by which the good work of the inquisitors may be let and tarded, as also of applying potent remedies to prevent the disease of heresy and other turpitudes diffusing their poison to the destruction of many innocent souls, since our zeal for the faith especially incites us, lest let the provinces, townships, dioceses, districts, and territories of Germany, which we have specified, be deprived of the benefits of the holy office thereto assigned. By the tenor of these presents in virtue of our apostolic authority, we decree and enjoin that the aforesaid inquisitors be empowered to proceed to the just correction, imprisonment, and punishment of any persons, without let or hindrance in every way, as if the provinces, townships, dioceses, districts, territories, yea, even the persons and their crimes in this kind were named and particularly designated in our letters. Moreover, for greater surety, we extend these letters, deputing this authority to cover all the aforesaid provinces, townships, dioceses, districts, and territories, persons, and crimes newly rehearsed, and we grant permission to the aforesaid inquisitors, to one separately or to both, as also to our dear son John Gremper, priest of the Diocese of Constance, Master of Arts, their notary, or to any other public notary, who shall be by them, or by one of them, temporarily delegated to those provinces, townships, dioceses, districts, and aforesaid territories, to proceed, according to the regulations of the Inquisition, against any persons of whatsoever rank and high estate, correcting, mulcting, imprisoning, punishing, as their crimes merit, those whom they have found guilty, the penalty being adapted to the offense. Moreover, they shall enjoy a full and perfect faculty of expounding and preaching the word of God to the faithful, so often as opportunity may offer, and it may seem good to them, in each and every parish church of the said provinces, and they shall freely and lawfully perform any rites or execute any business which may appear advisable in the aforesaid cases. By our supreme authority, we grant them anew full and complete faculties. At the same time, by letters apostolic, we require our venerable brother, the Bishop of Strasbourg, Albrecht von Bayern, that he himself shall announce, or by some other or others cause to be announced, the burthen of our bull, which he shall solemnly publish when and so often as he deems it necessary, or when he shall be requested so to do by the inquisitors, or by one of them. Nor shall he suffer them in disobedience to the tenor of these presents to be molested or hindered by any authority whatsoever, but he shall threaten all who endeavor to hinder or harass the inquisitors, all who oppose them, all rebels, or whatsoever rank, estate, position, preeminence, dignity, or any condition they may be, or whatsoever privilege of exemption they may claim, with excommunication, suspension, interdict, and yet more terrible penalties, censures, and punishment, as may seem good to him, and that without any right of appeal, and if he will, he may by our authority aggravate and renew these penalties as often as he list, calling in, if so please him, the help of the secular arm. Non obstantibus, let no man therefore, but if any dare to do so, which God forbid, let him know that upon him will fall the wrath of Almighty God, and of the blessed apostles Peter and Paul. Given at Rome at St. Peter's on the 9th December of the year of the Incarnation of our Lord, 1484, in the first year of our pontificate. The translation of this bull is reprinted by permission from the Geography of Witchcraft by Montague Summers. The first part, treating of the three necessary concomitants of witchcraft, which are the devil, a witch, and the permission of Almighty God. Part 1. Question 1. Here beginneth auspiciously the first part of this work. Question the first. Whether the belief that there are such beings as witches is so essential to a part of the Catholic faith that obstinately to maintain the opposite opinion manifestly savours of heresy. And it is argued that a firm belief in witches is not a Catholic doctrine. See Chapter 26, Question 5 of the work of Episcopus. Whoever believes that any creature can be changed for the better or the worse, or transformed into another kind of likeness, except by the Creator of all things, is worse than a pagan and a heretic. And so when they report such things are done by witches, it is not Catholic, but plainly heretical, to maintain this opinion. Moreover, no operation of witchcraft has a permanent effect among us, and this is the proof thereof. For if it were so, it would be effected by the operation of demons. But to maintain that the devil has power to change human bodies or to do them permanent harm does not seem in accordance with the teaching of the Church. For in this way they could destroy the whole world and bring it to utter confusion. Moreover, every alteration that takes place in a human body, for example, a state of health or a state of sickness, can be brought down to a question of natural causes, as Aristotle has shown in his 7th book of Physics. And the greatest of these is the influence of the stars. But the devils cannot interfere with the movement of the stars. This is the opinion of Dionysius in his epistle to St. Polycarp. For this alone God can do. Therefore it is evident the demons cannot actually effect any permanent transformation in human bodies. That is to say, no real metamorphosis. And so we must refer the appearance of any such change to some dark and occult cause. And the power of God is stronger than the power of the devil, so divine works are more true than demoniac operations. Whence, inasmuch as evil is powerful in the world, then it must be the work of the devil always conflicting with the work of God. Therefore, as it is unlawful to hold that the devil's evil craft can apparently exceed the work of God, so it is unlawful to believe that the noblest works of creation, that is to say, man and beast, can be harmed and spoiled by the power of the devil. Moreover, that which is under the influence of a material object cannot have power over corporeal objects. But devils are subservient to certain influences of the stars, because magicians observe the course of certain stars in order to evoke the devils. Therefore they have not the power of effecting any change in a corporeal object, and it follows that witches have even less power than the demons possess. For devils have no power at all save by a certain subtle art, but an art cannot permanently produce a true form. And a certain author says, writers on alchemy know that there is no hope of any real transmutation. Therefore the devils, for their part, making use of the utmost of their craft, cannot bring about any permanent cure or permanent disease. But if these states exist, it is in truth owing to some other cause, which may be unknown and has nothing to do with the operations of either devils or witches. But according to the Decretals 33, the contrary is the case. If by witchcraft or any magic art permitted by the secret but most just will of God, and aided by the power of the devil, etc. The reference here is to any act of witchcraft which may hinder the end of marriage, and for this impediment to take effect 3 things can concur, that is to say witchcraft, the devil, and the permission of God. Moreover, the stronger can influence that which is less strong, but the power of the devil is stronger than any human power. Job 40. There is no power upon earth which can be compared to him, who was created so that he fears none. Answer. Here are 3 heretical errors which must be met, and when they have been disproved, the truth will be plain. For certain writers, pretending to base their opinion upon the words of St. Thomas 4:24, when he treats of impediments brought about by magic charms, have tried to maintain that there is not such a thing as magic, that it only exists in the imagination of those men who ascribe natural effects, the causes whereof are not known, to witchcraft and spells. There are others who acknowledge indeed that witches exist, but they declare that the influence of magic and the effects of charms are purely imaginary and phantasmical. A third class of writers maintain that the effects said to be wrought by magic spells are altogether illusory and fanciful, although it may be that the devil does really lend his aid to some witch. The errors held by each of these persons may thus be set forth and thus confuted. For in the very first place they are shown to be plainly heretical by many orthodox writers, and especially by St. Thomas, who lays down that such an opinion is altogether contrary to the authority of the saints and is founded upon absolute infidelity. Because the authority of the Holy Scriptures says that devils have power over the bodies and over the minds of men, when God allows them to exercise this power, as is plain from very many passages in the Holy Scriptures. Therefore those err who say that there is no such thing as witchcraft, but that it is purely imaginary, even although they do not believe that devils exist except in the imagination of the ignorant and vulgar, and the natural accidents which happen to a man he wrongly attributes to some supposed devil. For the imagination of some men is so vivid that they think they see actual figures and appearances, which are but the reflection of their thoughts. And then these are believed to be the apparitions of evil spirits or even the spectres of witches. But this is contrary to the true faith, which teaches us that certain angels fell from heaven and are now devils, and we are bound to acknowledge that by their very nature they can do many wonderful things which we cannot do. And those who try to induce others to perform such evil wonders are called witches. And because infidelity in a person who has been baptized is technically called heresy, therefore such persons are plainly heretics. As regards those who hold the other 2 errors, those, that is to say, who do not deny that there are demons and that demons possess a natural power, but who differ among themselves concerning the possible effects of magic and the possible operations of witches, the one school holding that a witch can truly bring about certain effects, yet these effects are not real but fantastical. The other school allowing that some real harm does befall a person or persons injured, but that when a witch imagines this damage is the effect of her arts, she is grossly deceived. This error seems to be based upon 2 passages from the canons where certain women are condemned who falsely imagine that during the night they ride abroad with Diana or Herodias. Note, Diana or Herodias. This decree, which was often attributed to a general council of Ancira, but which is now held to be of a later date, was in any case authoritative, since it passed into the De Ecclesiasticis Disciplinas, ascribed to Regino of Prum, 906, and thence to the canonists St. Ivo of Chartres and Johannes Gratian. Section 364 of the Benedictine abbot's work relates that certain abandoned women turning aside to follow Satan, being seduced by the illusions and phantasms of demons, believe and openly profess that in the dead of night they ride upon certain beasts with the pagan goddess Diana, and a countless horde of women, and that in these silent hours they fly over vast tracts of country and obey her as their mistress, while on other nights they are sullen to pay her homage. John of Salisbury, who died in 1180, in his Polycraticus 117, speaks of the popular belief in a witch queen named Herodias, who called together the sorcerers to meeting at night. In an MS de Sortilegius, the following passage occurs. We next inquire concerning certain wicked crones who believe and profess that in the night time they ride abroad with Diana, the heathen goddess, or else with Herodias, and in innumerable hosts of women upon certain beasts, and that in a silent covey at the dead of night they pass over immense distances, obeying her commands as their mistress, and that they are summoned by her on appointed nights, and they declare that they have the power to change human beings, for better or for worse, aye, even to turn them into some other semblance or shape. Concerning such women I answer according to the decrees of the Council of Alexandria, that the minds of the faithful are disordered by such fantasies, owing to the inspiration of no good spirit, but of the devil. This may be read in the canon, yet because such things often happen by illusion and merely in the imagination, those who suppose that all the effects of witchcraft are mere illusion and imagination are very greatly deceived. Secondly, with regard to a man who believes or maintains that a creature can be made or changed for better or for worse, or transformed into some other kind or likeness by anyone save by God, the Creator of all things alone is an infidel and worse than a heathen. Wherefore, on account of these words, changed for the worse, they say that such an effect as wrought by witchcraft cannot be real, but must be purely fantastical. But inasmuch as these errors savour of heresy and contradict the obvious meaning of the canon, we will first prove our points by the divine law, as also by ecclesiastical and civil law, and first in general. To commence, the expressions of the canon must be treated of in detail, although the sense of the canon will be even more clearly elucidated in the following question. For the divine law in many places commands that witches are not only to be avoided, but also they are to be put to death, and it would not impose the extreme penalty of this kind if witches did not really and truly make a compact with devils in order to bring about real and true hurts and harms. For the penalty of death is not inflicted except by some grave and notorious crime, but it is otherwise with death of the soul, which can be brought about by the power of a fantastical illusion or even by the stress of temptation. This is the opinion of St. Thomas when he discusses whether it be evil to make use of the help of devils. 2:7. For in the 18th chapter of Deuteronomy it is commanded that all wizards and charmers are to be destroyed. Also the 19th chapter of Leviticus says, The soul which goeth to wizards and soothsayers to commit fornication with them, I will set my face against that soul, and destroy it out of the midst of my people. And again, 20. A man or woman in whom there is a pythonical or divining spirit dying, let them die. They shall stone them. These persons are said to be pythons, in whom the devil works extraordinary things. Moreover, this must be borne in mind that on account of this sin, Ocasius fell sick and died. 4 Kings 1. Also Saul, 1 Paralipomenon, 10. We have, moreover, the weighty opinions of the fathers who have written upon the Scriptures, and who have treated at length of the power of demons and of magic arts. The writings of many doctors upon Book 2 of the Sentences may be consulted, and it will be found that they all agree that there are wizards and sorcerers who by the power of the devil can produce real and extraordinary effects. And these effects are not imaginary, and God permits this to be. I will not mention those very many other places where St. Thomas in great detail discusses operations of this kind, as for example in his Summa contra Gentiles, Book 3, C1 and 2, in Part 1, Question 114, Argument 4, and in the second of the second, Questions 92 and 94. We may further consult the commentators and the exegetes who have written upon the wise men and the magicians of Pharaoh, Exodus 7. We may also consult what St. Augustine says in The City of God, Book 18, C17. Note, The City of God, St. Augustine's great work, De Civitate Dei, was written 413 to 26. See further his second book on Christian doctrine. Note, on Christian doctrine, the De Doctrina Christiana was originally written in 397, but St. Augustine revised his work with addition in 427, leaving a monument of hermeneutics. Very many other doctors advanced the same opinion, and it would be the height of folly for any man to contradict all these, and he could not be held to be clear of the guilt of heresy. For any man who gravely errs in an exposition of Holy Scripture is rightly considered to be a heretic. And whosoever thinks otherwise concerning these matters which touch the faith that the Holy Roman Church holds is a heretic. There is the faith. That to deny the existence of witches is contrary to the obvious sense of the canon is shown by ecclesiastical law. For we have the opinions of the commentators on the canon, which commences, if anyone by magic arts or witchcraft, and again, there are those writers who speak of men impotent and bewitched, and therefore by this impediment brought about by witchcraft they are unable to copulate, and so the contract of marriage is rendered void and matrimony in their cases has become impossible. For they say, and St. Thomas agrees with them, that if witchcraft takes effect in the event of a marriage before there has been carnal copulation, then if it is lasting in the annals and destroys the contract of marriage, and it is quite plain that such a condition cannot in any way be said to be illusory and the effect of imagination. Upon this point, see what Blessed Henry of Segusio has so fully written in his Summa, also Godfrey of Fontaines, and St. Raymond of Pennafort. Note, Blessed Henry of Segusio, usually called Hosteinsis, the famous Italian canonist of the 13th century, was born at Susa and died at Lyon, 25th October 1271. After a most distinguished career, on 4th December 1261, he became Cardinal Bishop of Ostia and Valtry, whence his name Hosteinsis. His Summa super titulus Decretalium, Strasbourg 1512, Cologne 1612, Venice 1605, which was also known as Summa Aurea, since it was written whilst he was Archbishop of Embrun, won for its author the title of Monarcha Iuris. One portion of this work was very popular and is continually referred to as a high authority. The book was written between 1250 and 1261. Godfrey of Fontaine, Dr. Unarandus, scholastic philosopher and theologian, was born near Liege within the first half of the 13th century. He became a canon of his native diocese and also of Paris and Cologne. In 1300 he was elected to the see of Tournai, which he declined. During the last quarter of the century he taught theology with great distinction at the University of Paris. His vast work, 14 Quodlibeta, which in manuscript was extensively studied in the medieval schools, has recently been published for the first time with an ample commentary. St. Raymond, one of the most distinguished names of the Dominican order. Born in 1175, he professed canon law at Barcelona and Bologna. At the request of his superiors, he published Summa Casum, of which several editions appeared in the 16th and 17th centuries. His reputation as a jurist was so great that in 1230 he was called to Rome by Gregory IX, who directed him to rearrange and codify the ecclesiastical canons. Having completed the work, he refused all honors and returned to Spain. He died at Barcelona 6 January 1275. His feast is celebrated on the 23rd of January. who have discussed this question in detail very clearly, not asking whether such a physical condition could be thought imaginary and unreal, but taking it to be an actual and proven fact. And then they lay down whether it is to be treated as a lasting or temporary infirmity, if it continued for more than the space of 3 years. And they do not doubt that it may be brought about by the power of witchcraft, although it is true that this condition may be intermittent. But what is a fact beyond dispute is that such impotency can be brought about through the power of the devil, by means of a contract made with him, or even by the devil himself without the assistance of any witch, although this most rarely happens in the Church, since marriage is a most excellent sacrament. But amongst pagans this actually does happen, and this is because evil spirits act as if they had a certain legitimate dominion over them, as Peter of Palude in his 4th book relates, when he tells of the young man who had pledged himself in wedlock to a certain idol, and who nevertheless contracted marriage with a young maiden, but he was yet unable to have any connection with her because the devil always intervened, actually appearing in bodily form. Note, Peter of Palude, who died in 1342 of the order of Saint Dominic, was one of the most distinguished Thomistic theologians during the first half of the 14th century. But nevertheless, in the Church the devil prefers to operate through the medium of witches and to bring about such effects for his own gain, that is to say, for the loss of souls. And in what manner he is able to do this, and by what means, will be discussed a little later, where we shall treat of the 7 ways of doing harm to men by similar operations. And of the other questions which theologians and canonists have raised with reference to these points, one is very important, since they discuss how such impotence can be cured, and whether it is permissible to cure it by some counter-charm, and what is to be done if the witch who cast the spell is dead, a circumstance of which Godfrey of Fontaines treats in his Summa. And these questions will be amply elucidated in the 3rd part of this work. This, then, is the reason why the canonists have so carefully drawn up a table of the various differing penalties, making a distinction between the private and open practice of witchcraft, or rather of divination, since this foul superstition has various species and degrees, so that anyone who is notoriously given to it must be refused communion. If it be secretly practiced, the culprit must do penance for 40 days. And if he be a cleric, he is to be suspended and confined in a monastery. If he be a layman, he shall be excommunicated, wherefore all such infamous persons must be punished, together with all those who resort to them, and no excuse at all is to be allowed. The same penalty, too, is prescribed by the civil law, for Azo, in his Summa upon Book 9 of the Codex, the rubric concerning sorcerers, 2, after the Lex Cornelia, concerning assassins and murderers, lays down, note, Azo, early in the 13th century, Portius Azo stood at the head of the Bolognese school of law, which was accomplishing the resuscitation of the classical Roman law. He was the pupil of the celebrated Johannes Bassianus, and his fame so eclipsed all his contemporaries that in 1205, Thomas of Marlborough, afterwards abbot of Evesham, spent 6 months at Bologna, hearing his lectures every day. Azo was saluted as master of all the masters of the laws, and the highest praise that could be given another canonist was to declare him to be second only to Azo. Savigre says that Azo was alive as late as 1230. His chief work is a Summa of the 9 first books of the Code, to which he added a Summa of the Institutes. No less than 31 editions appeared between 1482 and 1610, of which 5 are earlier than 1500. Throughout the Middle Ages, these treatises were in highest repute. Lex Cornelia passed circa 81 BC. This law dealt with incendiarism as well as open assassination and poisoning, and laid down penalties for accessories to the fact. Let it be known that all those who are commonly called sorcerers, and those too who are skilled in the art of divination, incur the penalty of death. The same penalty is enforced yet again, for this is the exact sentence of these laws, It is unlawful for any man to practice divination. And if he does so, his reward shall be death by the sword of the executioner. There are others, too, who by their magic charms endeavor to take the lives of innocent people, who turn the passions of women to lusts of every kind, and these criminals are to be thrown to the wild beasts. And the laws allow that any witness whatsoever is to be admitted as evidence against them. This the canon treating of the defense of the faith explicitly enjoins, and the same procedure is allowable in a charge of heresy. When such an accusation is brought, any witness may come forward to give evidence, just as he may in a case of lèse majesty. For witchcraft is high treason against God's majesty, and so they are to be put to the torture in order to make them confess. Any person, whatever his rank or position upon such an accusation, may be put to the torture, and he who is found guilty, even if he confesses his crime, let him be racked. Let him suffer all other tortures prescribed by law in order that he may be punished in proportion to his offenses. Note, in the days of old, such criminals suffered a double penalty and were often thrown to wild beasts to be devoured by them. Nowadays they are burnt at the stake, and probably this is because the majority of them are women. The civil law also forbids any conniving or joining in such practices, for it did not allow a diviner even to enter another person's house, and often it ordered that all their possessions should be burnt, nor was anyone allowed to patronize or to consult them. Very often they were deported at some distant and deserted island, and all their goods sold by public auction. Moreover, those who were consulted or resorted to witches were punished with exile and the confiscation of all their property. These penalties were set in operation by the common consent of all nations and rulers, and they have greatly conduced to the suppression of the practice of such forbidden arts. It should be observed that the laws highly commend those who seek to nullify the charms of witches, and those who take great pains that the work of man shall not be harmed by the force of tempests or by hailstorms are worthy of a great reward rather than of any punishment. How such damage may be lawfully prevented will be discussed in full below. Accordingly, how can it be that the denial or frivolous contradiction of any of those propositions can be free from the mark of some notable heresy? Let every man judge for himself, unless indeed his ignorance excuse him. But what sort of ignorance may excuse him we shall very shortly proceed to explain. From what has been already said, we draw the following conclusion. It is a most certain and most Catholic opinion that there are sorcerers and witches who, by the help of the devil, on account of a compact which they have entered into with him, are able, since God allows this, to produce real and actual evils and harm, which does not render it unlikely that they can also bring about visionary and fantastical illusions by some extraordinary and peculiar means. The scope of the present inquiry, however, is witchcraft, and this very widely differs from these other arts, and therefore a consideration of them would be nothing to the purpose, since those who practice them may with greater accuracy be termed fortune-tellers and soothsayers rather than sorcerers. It may particularly be noticed that these two last errors are founded upon a complete misunderstanding of the words of the canon. I will not speak of the first error, which stands obviously self-condemned, since it is clean contrary to the teaching of Holy Scripture. And so let us proceed to a right understanding of the canon. At first we will speak against the first error, which says that the mean is mere illusion, although the two extremes are realities. Here it must be noticed that there are 14 distinct species which come under the genus superstition. But these, for the sake of brevity, it is hardly necessary to detail, since they have been most clearly set out by St. Isidore in his Etymology Book 8 and by St. Thomas in his Second of the Second, question 92. Note, St. Isidore, the Etymology, or Origins, as it is sometimes called, must be regarded as the most important and best known of the works of St. Isidore of Seville, born circa 560, died 4th April 636. It has been described as a vast storehouse in which is gathered, systematized, and condensed all the learning possessed by that time. Throughout the greater part of the Middle Ages, it was the textbook most in use in educational institutions. Arevalo, who is regarded as the most authoritative editor of St. Isidore, 7 volumes, Rome, 1797 to 1803, tells us that it was printed no less than 10 times between 1470 and 1529. Moreover, there will be explicit mention of these rather lower when we discuss the gravity of the heresy, and this will be in the last question of our first part. The category in which women of this sort are to be ranked is called the category of pythons, persons in or by whom the devil either speaks or performs some astonishing operation. And this is often the first category in order, but the category under which sorcerers come is called the category of sorcerers. And inasmuch as these persons differ greatly one from another, it would not be correct that they should not be comprised in that species under which so many others are confined. Wherefore, since the canon makes explicit mention of certain women, but does not in so many words speak of witches, therefore they are entirely wrong who understand the canon only to speak of imaginary voyages and goings to and fro in the body, and who wish to reduce every kind of superstition to this illusion. For as those women who are transported in their imagination, so are witches actually and bodily transported. And he who wishes to argue from this canon that the effects of witchcraft, the infliction of disease, or any sickness are purely imaginary, utterly mistakes the tenor of the canon, and errs most grossly. Further, it is to be observed that those who, whilst they allow the two extremes, that is to say, some operation of the devil, and the effect, a sensible disease, to be actual and real, at the same time deny that any instrument is the means thereof, that is to say, they deny that any witch could have participated in such a cause and effect, these, I say, err most gravely, for in philosophy the mean must always partake of the nature of the two extremes. Moreover, it is useless to argue that any result of witchcraft may be a fantasy and unreal, because such a fantasy cannot be procured without resort to the power of the devil, and it is necessary that there should be made a contract with the devil, by which contract the witch truly and actually binds herself to be the servant of the devil, and devotes herself to the devil. And this is not done in any dream or under any illusion, but she herself bodily and truly cooperates with and conjoins herself to the devil. For this indeed is the end of all witchcraft, whether it be the casting of spells by a look, or by a formula of words, or by some other charm. It is all of the devil, as will be made clear in the following question. In truth, if anyone cares to read the words of the canon, there are 4 points which must particularly strike him, and the first point is this. It is absolutely incumbent upon all creatures and priests, and upon all who have the cure of souls, to teach their flocks that there is one only true God, and that to none other in heaven or earth may worship be given. The second point is this, that although these women imagine they are riding, as they think and say, with Diana or with Herodias, in truth they are riding with the devil, who calls himself by some such heathen name and throws a glamour before their eyes. And the third point is this, that the act of riding abroad may be merely illusory, since the devil has extraordinary power over the minds of those who have given themselves up to him, so that what they do in pure imagination they believe they have actually and really done in the body. And the fourth point is this. Witches have made a compact to obey the devil in all things. Wherefore that the words of the canon should be extended to include and comprise every act of witchcraft is absurd, since witches do much more than these women, and witches actually are of a very different kind. Whether witches by their magic arts are actually and bodily transported from place to place, or whether this merely happens in imagination, as is the case with regard to those women who are called pythons, will be dealt with later in this work, and we shall also discuss how they are conveyed. So now we have explained 2 errors at least, and we have arrived at a clear understanding of the sense of the canon. Moreover, a third error, which mistaking the words of the canon says that all magic arts are illusions, may be corrected from the very words of the canon itself. For inasmuch as it says that he who believes any creature can be made or transformed for the better or the worse, or metamorphosed into some other species or likeness, save it be by the Creator of all things himself, etc., he is worse than an infidel. These three propositions, if they are thus understood as they might appear on the bare face of them, are clean contrary to the sense of Holy Scripture and the commentaries of the doctors of the Church. For the following canon clearly says that creatures can be made by witches, although they necessarily must be very imperfect creatures and probably in some way deformed. And it is plain that the sense of the canon agrees with what St. Augustine tells us concerning the magicians at the court of Pharaoh, who turned their rods into serpents, as the Holy Doctor writes upon the 7th chapter of Exodus, verse 2. And Pharaoh called the wise men and the magicians. We may also refer to the commentaries of Strabo, who says the devils hurry up and down over the whole earth, when by their incantations witches are employing them at various operations, and these devils are able to collect various germs or seeds, and from these germs or seeds they are able to cause various species to grow. We may also refer to Blessed Albertus Magnus, De Animalibus, and also St. Thomas, Part 1, Question 114, Article 4. Note, Blessed Albertus, Albert the Great, the Dominican doctor, scientist, philosopher, and theologian, born circa 1206, died at Cologne, 15th November 1280. He is called the Great and Doctor Universalis on account of his extraordinary genius and encyclopedic knowledge, for he surpassed all his contemporaries in every branch of learning cultivated in his day. He is certainly one of the glories of the order of preachers. Perhaps at the present day his extraordinary genius is not sufficiently recognized, for he was certainly one of the most learned men of all time. The latest edition of his complete works, Paris, Louis Vives, 1890-99, in 38 quarto volumes, was published under the direction of the Abbé Auguste Bornier of the Diocese of Rheims. The Animalibus will be found in volumes 11 to 12. The feast of Albertus Magnus is celebrated on 15th November. He was beatified by Gregory XV in 1622. So in this translation, I call him blessed by anticipation. For the sake of conciseness, we will not quote them at length here, but this remains proven that it is possible for certain creatures to be created in this way. With reference to the second point, that a creature may be changed for better or for worse, it is always to be understood that this can only be done by the permission and indeed by the power of God, and that this is only done in order to correct or to punish, but that God very often allows devils to act as his ministers and his servants. But throughout all, it is God alone who can afflict, and it is he alone who can heal. For I kill and I make alive, Deuteronomy 32:39. And so evil angels may and do perform the will of God. To this also St. Augustine bears witness when he says, "There are in truth magic spells and evil charms, which not only often afflict men with diseases but even kill them outright. We must also endeavor clearly to understand what actually happens when nowadays, by the power of the devil, wizards and witches are changed into wolves and other savage beasts." The canon, however, speaks of some bodily and lasting change, and does not discuss those extraordinary things which may be done by glamour, of which St. Augustine speaks in the 18th book and the 17th chapter of the City of God, when he reports many strange tales of that famous witch Circe, and of the companions of Diomedes, and of the father of Prestantius. This will be discussed in detail in the second part. Whether it be a heresy to maintain that witches exist. The second part of our inquiry is this: whether obstinately to maintain that witches exist is heretical. The question arises whether people who hold that witches do not exist are to be regarded as notorious heretics, or whether they are to be regarded as gravely suspect of holding heretical opinions. It seems that the first opinion is the correct one, for this is undoubtedly in accordance with the opinion of the learned Bernard. And yet those persons who openly and obstinately persevere in heresy must be proved to be heretics by unshaken evidence, and such demonstration is generally one of three kinds. Either a man has openly preached and proclaimed heretical doctrines, or he is proved to be a heretic by the evidence of trustworthy witnesses, or he is proved to be a heretic by his own free confession. And yet there are some who, rashly opposing themselves to all authority, publicly proclaim that witches do not exist, or at any rate that they can in no way afflict and hurt mankind. Wherefore, strictly speaking, those who are convicted of such evil doctrine may, according to the commentary of Bernard, be excommunicated, since they are openly and unmistakably to be convicted of false doctrine. The reader may consult the works of Bernard, where he will find that this sentence is just, right, and true. Yet perhaps this may seem to be altogether too severe a judgment, mainly because of the penalties which follow upon excommunication. For the canon prescribes that a cleric is to be degraded and that a layman is to be handed over to the power of the secular courts, who are admonished to punish him as his offense deserves. Moreover, we must take into consideration the very great numbers of persons who, owing to their ignorance, will surely be found guilty of this error. And since the error is very common, the rigor of strict justice may be tempered with mercy. And it is indeed our intention to try to make excuses for those who are guilty of this heresy, rather than to accuse them of being infected with the malice of heresy. It is preferable, then, that if a man should be even gravely suspected of holding this false opinion, he should not be immediately condemned for the grave crime of heresy. See the gloss of Bernard upon the word condemned. Note, Bernard, Junior or Modernus, a canonist who lived in the middle of the 13th century, called Compostellanus, from the fact that he possessed an ecclesiastical benefice of Compostela. He was also known as Brignatius, from his birthplace in Galatia, Spain. Bernard was chaplain to Innocent IV, who reigned 1243 to 54, and was himself a noted canonist. Bernard's commentaries on canon law are very copious and very celebrated. He is termed Modernus to distinguish him from Bernard Anticus, a canonist of the early 13th century, a native of Compostela, who became professor of canon law in the University of Bologna. One may in truth proceed against such a man as against a person who is gravely suspect, but he is not to be condemned in his absence and without a hearing. And yet the suspicion may be very grave, and we cannot refrain from suspecting these people, for their frivolous assertions do certainly seem to affect the purity of the faith. For there are three kinds of suspicion: a light suspicion, a serious suspicion, and a grave suspicion. These are treated of in the chapter on accusations and in the chapter on contumacy, Book 6 on heretics. And these things come under the cognizance of the archidiaconal court. Reference may also be made to the commentaries of Giovanni d'Andrea, and in particular to his glosses upon the phrases accused, gravely suspect, and his note upon presumption of heresy. Note, Giovanni d'Andrea. This distinguished canonist was born at Mugello, near Florence, about 1275, died 1348. He was educated at the University of Bologna, where he afterwards became professor of canon law. He had previously taught at Padua and Pisa, and his career as a lecturer extended for nearly half a century. He has various works from Venice and Lyon, 1472, 1581. It is certain, too, that some who lay down the law on this subject do not realize that they are holding false doctrines and errors, for there are many who have no knowledge of the canon law, and there are some who, owing to the fact that they are badly informed and insufficiently read, waver in their opinions and cannot make up their minds. And since an idea merely kept to oneself is not heresy, unless it be afterwards put forward, obstinately and openly maintained, it should certainly be said that persons such as we have just mentioned are not to be openly condemned for the crime of heresy. But let no man think he may escape by pleading ignorance, for those who have gone astray through ignorance of this kind may be found to have sinned very gravely. For although there are many degrees of ignorance, nevertheless those who have the cure of souls cannot plead invincible ignorance, nor that particular ignorance, as the philosophers call it, which by the writers on canon law and by the theologians is called ignorance of the fact. But what is to be blamed in these persons is universal ignorance, that is to say, an ignorance of the divine law, which, as Pope Nicholas has laid down, they must and should know. Note, Pope Nicholas V, 1397 to 1455, the great patron of learning. For he says, "The dispensation of these divine teachings is entrusted to our charge. And woe be unto us if we do not sow the good seed. Woe be unto us if we do not teach our flocks. And so those who have the charge of souls are bound to have a sound knowledge of the sacred scriptures. It is true that according to Raymond of Sabunde and St. Thomas, those who have the cure of souls are certainly not bound to be men of any extraordinary learning, but they certainly should have a competent knowledge, that is to say, knowledge sufficient to carry out the duties of their state." Note, Raymond of Sabunde, born at Barcelona, Spain, towards the end of the 14th century, died 1432. From 1430 to his death, he taught theology, philosophy, and medicine at the University of Toulouse. Of his many works, only one remains, Theologia Naturalis. It was first written in Spanish and translated into Latin at various times, 1487, 1581, etc. Montaigne, who translated the book into French, Paris 1569, bears witness to the extraordinary popularity it enjoyed in his own day. And yet, and this may be some small consolation to them, the theoretical severity of the law is often balanced by the actual practice. And they may know that this ignorance of the canon law, although sometimes it may be culpable and worthy of blame, is considered from two points of view. For sometimes persons do not know, they do not wish to know, and they have no intention of knowing. For such persons there is no excuse, but they are altogether to be condemned. And of these the psalmist speaks, he who would not understand in order that he might do good. But secondly, there are those who are ignorant, yet not from any desire not to know. And this diminishes the gravity of the sin, because there is no actual consent of the will. And such a case is this, when anyone ought to know something, but cannot realize that he ought to know it, as St. Paul says in his first epistle to Timothy 1:13, "But I obtained the mercy of God, because I did it ignorantly in unbelief." And this is technically said to be an ignorance, which indirectly at least is the fault of the person, insomuch as on the account of many other occupations he neglects to inform himself of matters which he ought to know, and he does not use any endeavor to make himself acquainted with them, and this ignorance does not entirely excuse him, but it excuses him to a certain degree. So St. Ambrose, writing upon that passage in the Romans 2:4, "Knowest thou not that the benignity of God leadeth thee to penance?" says, "If thou dost not know through thine own fault, then thy sin is very great and grievous. More especially than in these days when souls are beset with so many dangers. We must take measures to dispel all ignorance, and we must always have before our eyes that severe judgment which will be passed upon us, if we do not use, everyone according to his proper ability, the one talent which has been given. In this way our ignorance will be neither thick nor stupid, for metaphorically we speak of men as thick and stupid, who do not see what lies directly in their very way." And in the Flores Regularum Moralium, the Roman chancellor, commenting upon the second rule, says, "A culpable ignorance of the divine law does not of necessity affect the ignorant person. The reason is this: the Holy Spirit is able directly to instruct a man in all that knowledge essential to salvation. If these things are too difficult for him to grasp unaided by his own natural intellect." The answer to the first objection, then, is a clear and correct understanding of the canon. To the second objection, Peter of Tarentaise, Blessed Innocent V, replies. Note, Innocent V, Petrus Tarentasia, born in Tarentaise, towards 1225, elected at Arezzo, 21st January 1276, died at Rome, 22nd June 1276. At the age of 16, he joined the Dominican order, and he won great distinction as a professor at the University of Paris, whence he is known as Doctor Famosissimus. He is the author of several works dealing with philosophy, theology, and canon law, some of which are still unpublished. The principal of these is the Commentary on the Sentences of Peter Lombard. I have used the edition Toulouse, 1652. No doubt the devil, owing to his malice which he harbors against the human race, would destroy mankind if he were allowed by God to do so. The fact that God allows him sometimes to do harm and that sometimes God hinders and prevents him manifestly brings the devil into more open contempt and loathing, since in all things, to the manifestation of his glory, God is using the devil, unwilling though he be, as a servant and slave. With regard to the third objection, that the infliction of sickness or some other harm is always the result of human effort, whereby the witch submits her will to evil, and so actually as any other evildoer, by the volition of her will, can afflict some person or bring about some damage or perform some villainous act. If it be asked whether the movement of material objects from place to place by the devil may be paralleled by the movement of the spheres, the answer is no, because material objects are not thus moved by any natural inherent power of their own, but they are only moved by a certain obedience to the power of the devil, who by the virtue of his own nature has a certain dominion over bodies and material things. He has this certain power, I affirm, yet he is not able to add to created material objects any form or shape, be it substantial or accidental, without some admixture of or compounding with another created natural object. But since by the will of God he is able to actually move material objects from place to place, then by the conjunction of various objects he can produce disease or some circumstance such as he will. Wherefore the spells and effects of witchcraft are not governed by the movement of the spheres, nor is the devil himself thus governed, inasmuch as he may often make use of these conditions to do him service. The answer to the fourth objection, the work of God can be destroyed by the work of the devil in accordance with what we are now saying with reference to the power and effects of witchcraft. But since this can only be by the permission of God, it does not at all follow that the devil is stronger than God. Again, he cannot use so much violence as he wishes to harm the works of God, because if he were unrestricted, he would utterly destroy all the works of God. The answer to the fifth objection may be clearly stated thus. The planets and stars have no power to coerce and compel devils to perform any actions against their will, although seemingly demons are readier to appear when summoned by magicians, under the influence of certain stars. It appears that they do this for two reasons. First, because they know that the power of the planet will aid the effect which the magicians desire. Secondly, they do this in order to deceive men, thus making them suppose that the stars have some divine power or actual divinity. And we know that in the days of old this veneration of the stars led to the vilest idolatry. With reference to the last objection, which is founded upon the argument that gold is made by alchemists, we may put forward the opinion of St. Thomas when he discusses the power of the devil and how he works. Although certain forms having a substance may be brought about by art and the power of a natural agent, as for example, the form of fire is brought about by art employed on wood, nevertheless, this cannot be done universally, because art cannot always either find or yet mix together the proper agents in the proper proportions, and yet it can produce something similar. And thus alchemists make something similar to gold, that is to say, insofar as the external accidents are concerned, but nevertheless they do not make true gold, because the substance of gold is not formed by the heat of fire, which alchemists employ, but by the heat of the sun acting and reacting upon a certain spot, where mineral power is concentrated and amassed, and therefore such gold is of the same likeness as, but is not of the same species as, natural gold. And the same argument applies to all their other operations. This, then, is our proposition. Devils by their art do bring about evil effects through witchcraft. Yet it is true that without the assistance of some agent they cannot make any form, either substantial or accidental, and we do not maintain that they can inflict damage without the assistance of some agent. But with such an agent, diseases and any other human passions or ailments can be brought about, and these are real and true. How these agents or how the employment of such means can be rendered effective in cooperation with devils will be made clear in the following chapters. Question 2. If it be in accordance with the Catholic faith to maintain that in order to bring about some effect of magic, the devil must intimately cooperate with the witch, or whether one without the other, that is to say, the devil without the witch, or conversely, could produce such an effect. And the first argument is this, that the devil can bring about an effect of magic without the cooperation of any witch. So St. Augustine holds. All things which visibly happen so that they can be seen may, it is believed, be the work of the inferior powers of the air. But bodily ills and ailments are certainly not invisible. Nay, rather, they are evident to the senses, therefore they can be brought about by devils. Moreover, we learn from the Holy Scriptures of the disasters which fell upon Job, how fire fell from heaven and striking the sheep and the servants consumed them, and how a violent wind threw down the four corners of a house, so that it fell upon his children and slew them all. The devil, by himself without the cooperation of any witches, but merely by God's permission alone, was able to bring about all these disasters. Therefore, he can certainly do many things which are often ascribed to the work of witches. And this is obvious from the account of the 7 husbands of the maiden Sarah, whom a devil killed. Moreover, whatever a superior power is able to do, it is able to do without reference to a power superior to it, and a superior power can all the more work without reference to an inferior power. But an inferior power can cause hailstorms and bring about diseases without the help of a greater power than itself. For blessed Albertus Magnus, in his work De Passionibus Eris, says that rotten sage, if used as he explains and thrown into running water, will arouse most fearful tempests and storms. Note, De Passionibus. This treatise on physical science may be found in Volume 9 of Abbe Bornet's edition of the Opera Omnia. Moreover, it may be said that the devil makes use of a witch, not because he has need of any such agent, but because he is seeking the perdition of the witch. We may refer to what Aristotle says in the 3rd book of his Ethics. Evil is a voluntary act which is proved by the fact that nobody performs an unjust action merely for the sake of doing an unjust action, and a man who commits a rape does this for the sake of pleasure, not merely doing evil for evil's sake. Yet the law punishes those who have done evil, as if they had acted merely for the sake of doing evil. Therefore, if the devil works by means of a witch, he is merely employing an instrument. And since an instrument depends upon the will of the person who employs it and does not act of its own free will, therefore the guilt of the action ought not to be laid to the charge of the witch, and in consequence she should not be punished. But an opposite opinion holds that the devil cannot so easily and readily do harm by himself to mankind, as he can harm them through the instrumentality of witches, although they are his servants. In the first place, we may consider the act of generation. But for every act which has an effect upon another, some kind of contact must be established. And because the devil, who is a spirit, can have no such actual contact with a human body, since there is nothing common of this kind between them, therefore he uses some human instruments, and upon these he bestows the power of hurting by bodily touch. And many hold this to be proven by the text and the gloss upon the text, in the 3rd chapter of St. Paul's epistle to the Galatians. Note, Galatians 3:1, in classical times the charm was dissolved by spitting thrice. O senseless Galatians, who hath bewitched you that you should not obey the truth? And the gloss upon this passage refers to those who have singularly fiery and baleful eyes, who by a mere look can harm others, especially young children. And Avicenna also bears this out. Naturalium, Book 3. Note, Avicenna, Ibn Ali al-Hussein ibn Adala ibn Sina, Arabian physician and philosopher, born at Carmarthen in the province of Bokhara, 980, died at Hamadan in northern Persia 1037. It should be noted that the schoolmen were aware of the pantheistic tendencies of Avicenna's philosophical works, and accordingly were reluctant to trust his exposition of Aristotle. Book 3, see the last, when he says, "Very often the soul may have as much influence upon the body of another to the same extent as it has upon its own body, for such is the influence of the eyes of anyone who by his glance attracts and fascinates another." And the same opinion is maintained by Al-Ghazali in the 5th book and 10th C of his Physics. Note, Al-Ghazali, Abu Hamid Muhammad ibn Muhammad, the celebrated Arabian philosopher born at Tus in Khorasan in 1038, died at Nisapur in 1111. He passed through complete skepticism to the mysticism of the Sufis. Avicenna also suggests, although he does not put this opinion forward as irrefutable, that the power of the imagination can actually change or seem to change extraneous bodies, in cases where the power of the imagination is too unrestrained. And hence we gather that the power of the imagination is not to be considered as distinct from a man's other sensible powers, since it is common to them all, but to some extent it includes all those other powers. And this is true because such a power of the imagination can change adjacent bodies, as, for example, when a man is able to walk along some narrow beam which is stretched down the middle of a street. But yet if this beam were suspended over deep water, he would not dare to walk along it, because his imagination would most strongly impress upon his mind the idea of falling, and therefore his body and the power of his limbs would obey his imagination, and they would not obey the contrary thereto. That is to say, walking directly and without hesitation. This change may be compared to the influence exercised by the eyes of a person who has such influence, and so a mental change is brought about although there is not any actual and bodily change. Moreover, if it be argued that such a change is caused by a living body owing to the influence of the mind upon some other living body, this answer may be given. In the presence of a murderer, blood flows from the wounds in the corpse of the person he has slain. Therefore, without any mental powers, bodies can produce wonderful effects. And so a living man, if he pass by near a corpse of a murdered man, although he may not be aware of the dead body, is often seized with fear. Again, there are some things in nature which have certain hidden powers, the reason for which man does not know. Such, for example, is the lodestone, which attracts steel, and many other such things, which St. Augustine mentions in the 20th book of the City of God. And so women, in order to bring about changes in the bodies of others, sometimes make use of certain things which exceed our knowledge. But this is without any aid from the devil. And because these remedies are mysterious, we must not therefore ascribe them to the power of the devil, as we should ascribe evil spells wrought by witches. Moreover, witches use certain images and other strange pariahs, which they wont to place under the lintels of the doors of houses, or in those meadows where flocks are herding, or even where men congregate, and thus they cast spells over their victims, who have oftentimes been known to die. But because such extraordinary effects can produce from these images, it would appear that the influence of these images is in proportion to the influence of the stars over human bodies. For as natural bodies are influenced by heavenly bodies, so many artificial bodies likewise be thus influenced. Therefore, artificial bodies may receive such influence. Hence it is plain that those who perform works of healing may well perform them by means of such good influences, and this has no connection at all with any evil power. Moreover, it would seem that most extraordinary and miraculous events come to pass by the working of powers of nature. For wonderful and terrible and amazing things happen owing to natural forces. And this St. Gregory points out in his second dialogue. Note, second dialogue, the Dialogarum, Libra 4, is one of the most famous of St. Gregory's works, and very many separate editions have appeared. The saints perform miracles, sometimes by a prayer, sometimes by their power alone. There are examples of each. St. Peter, by praying, raised to life Tabitha, who was dead. Note, St. Peter, Acts of the Apostles 9:36-42 and 5:1-2. By rebuking Ananias and Sapphira, who were telling a lie, he slew them without any prayer. Therefore, a man by his mental influence can change a material body into another, or he can change such a body from health to sickness, and conversely. Moreover, the human body is nobler than any other body, but because of the passions of the mind, the human body changes and becomes hot or cold, as is the case with angry men or men who are afraid. And so an even greater change takes place with regard to the effects of sickness and death, which by their power can greatly change a material body. But certain objections must be allowed. The influence of the mind cannot make an impression upon any form except by the intervention of some agent, as we have said above. And these are the words of St. Augustine in the book which we have already quoted. It is incredible that the angels who fell from heaven should be obedient to any material things, for they obey God only. And much less can a man of his natural power bring about extraordinary and evil effects. The answer must be made, there are even today many who err greatly on this point, making excuses for witches, and laying the whole blame upon the craft of the devil, or ascribing the changes that they work to some natural alteration. These errors may be easily made clear. First, by the description of witches which St. Isidore gives in his Etymology, c. 9. Witches are so called on account of the blackness of their guilt. That is to say, their deeds are more evil than those of any other malefactors. He continues, they stir up and confound the elements by the aid of the devil, and arouse terrible hailstorms and tempests. Moreover, he says they distract the minds of men, driving them to madness, insane hatred, and inordinate lusts. Again, he continues, by the terrible influence of their spells alone, as it were by a draught of poison, they can destroy life. And the words of St. Augustine in his book on the City of God are very much to the point, for he tells us who magicians and witches really are. Magicians, who are commonly called witches, are thus termed on account of the magnitude of their evil deeds. These are they who, by the permission of God, disturb the elements, who drive to distraction the minds of men, such as have lost their trust in God, and by the terrible power of their evil spells, without any actual draught or poison, kill human beings. As Lucan says, a mind which has not been corrupted by any noxious drink perishes, forspoken by some evil charm. For having summoned devils to their aid, they actually dare to heap harms upon mankind, and even to destroy their enemies by their evil spells. And it is certain that in operations of this kind the witch works in close conjunction with the devil. Secondly, punishments are of 4 kinds: beneficial, hurtful, wrought by witchcraft, and natural. Beneficial punishments are meted out by the ministry of good angels, just as hurtful punishments proceed from evil spirits. Moses smote Egypt with 10 plagues by the ministry of good angels, and the magicians were only able to perform 3 of these miracles by the aid of the devil. And the pestilence which fell upon the people for 3 days because of the sin of David, who numbered the people, and the 72,000 men who were slain in one night in the army of the Sennacherib, were miracles wrought by the angels of God, that is, by good angels who feared God and knew that they were carrying out his commands. Destructive harm, however, is wrought by the medium of bad angels, at whose hands the children of Israel in the desert were often afflicted. And those harms which are simply evil and nothing more are brought about by the devil, who works through the medium of sorcerers and witches. There are also natural harms which in some manner depend upon the conjunction of heavenly bodies, such as dearth, drought, tempests, and similar effects of nature. It is obvious that there is a vast difference between all these causes, circumstances, and happenings. For Job was afflicted by the devil with a harmful disease, but this is nothing to the purpose. And if anybody who is too clever and over-curious asks how it was that Job was afflicted with this disease by the devil without the aid of some sorcerer or witch, let him know that he is merely beating the air and not informing himself as to the real truth. For in the time of Job there were no sorcerers and witches, and such abominations were not yet practiced. But the providence of God wished that by the example of Job the power of the devil even over good men might be manifested, so that we might learn to be on our guard against Satan. And moreover, by the example of this holy patriarch, the glory of God shines abroad, since nothing happens save what is permitted by God. With regard to the time at which this evil superstition, witchcraft, appeared, we must first distinguish the worshippers of the devil from those who were merely idolaters. And Vincent of Beauvais, in his Speculum Historiale, quoting many learned authorities, says that he who first practiced the arts of magic and of astrology was Zoroaster, who is said to have been Kam, the son of No. Note, Vincent, little is known of the personal history of the celebrated encyclopedist. The years of his birth and death are uncertain, but the dates most frequently assigned are 1190 and 1264 respectively. It is thought that he had joined the Dominicans in Paris shortly after 1218, and that he passed practically his whole life in his monastery at Beauvais, where he occupied himself incessantly upon his enormous work, the general title of which is Speculum Malleus, containing 80 books divided into 9,885 chapters. The third part, Speculum Historiale, in 31 books and 3,793 chapters, brings the history of the world down to A.D. 1250. Zoroaster, Pliny, Historia Naturalis, 32, speaks of magic, and Apuleius, De Magia, 26, mentions Zoroaster and Oromazus as the inventors of sorcery. Cham, A.V. Ham Langet du Franoy, in his History of the Hermetic Philosophy, repeats an old tradition. Most alchemists pretended that Cham, or Chem, the son of No, was an adept in the art, and thought it highly probable that the words chemistry and alchemy are both derived from his name. And according to St. Augustine, in his book Of the City of God, Cam laughed aloud when he was born, and thus showed that he was a servant of the devil, and he, although he was a great and mighty king, was conquered by Ninus, the son of Belus, who built Nineveh, whose reign was the beginning of the kingdom of Assyria in the time of Abraham. This Ninus, owing to his insane love for his father, when his father was dead, ordered a statue of his father to be made, and whatever criminal took refuge there was free from any punishment which he might have incurred. From this time men began to worship images as though they were gods. But this was after the earliest years of history, for in the very first ages there was no idolatry, since in the earliest times men still preserved some remembrance of the creation of the world, as St. Thomas says, Book 2, Question 95, Article 4. Or it may have originated with Nembroth, who compelled men to worship fire, and thus in the second age of the world, where began idolatry, which is the first of all superstitions, as divination is the second, and the observing of times and seasons the third. The practices of witches are included in the second kind of superstition, which is to say, divination, since they expressly invoke the devil. And there are three kinds of this superstition: necromancy, astrology, or rather astromancy, the superstitious observation of the stars, and oniomancy. I have explained all this at length that the reader may understand that these evil arts did not suddenly burst upon the world, but rather were developed in the process of time, and therefore it was not impertinent to point out that there were no witches in the days of Job. For as the years went by, as St. Gregory says in his Moralia, the knowledge of the saints grew, and therefore the evil craft of the devil likewise increased. The prophet Isaiah says, "The earth is filled with knowledge of the Lord." 6:6. And so in this twilight and evening of the world, when sin is flourishing on every side and in every place, when charity is growing cold, the evil of witches and their iniquities superabound. And since Zoroaster was wholly given up to the magic arts, it was the devil alone who inspired him to study and observe the stars. Very early did sorcerers and witches make compacts with the devil and connive with him to bring harm upon human beings. This is proved in the 7th chapter of Exodus, where the magicians of Pharaoh by the power of the devil wrought extraordinary wonders, imitating those plagues which Moses had brought upon Egypt by the power of good angels. Hence follows the Catholic teaching that in order to bring about evil, a witch can and does cooperate with the devil. And any objections to this may briefly be answered thus. 1. In the first place, nobody denies that certain harms and damages which actually and visibly afflict men, animals, the fruits of the earth, and which often come about by the influence of the stars, may yet often be brought about by demons, when God permits them so to act. For as St. Augustine says in the 4th book of the City of God, demons may make use of both fire and air if God allow them to do so. And a commentator remarks, God punishes by the power of evil angels. 2. From this obviously follows the answer to any objection concerning Job, and to any objections which may be raised to our account of the beginnings of magic in the world. 3. With regard to the fact that rotten sage, which is thrown into running water, is said to produce some evil effect without the help of the devil, although it may not be wholly disconnected with the influence of certain stars, we would point out that we do not intend to discuss the good or evil influence of the stars, but only witchcraft, and therefore this is beside the point. 4. With regard to the 4th argument, it is certainly true that the devil only employs witches to bring about their bale and destruction. But when it is deduced that they are not to be punished, because they only act as instruments which are moved not by their own volition, but at the will and pleasure of the principal and agent, there is a ready answer. For they are human instruments and free agents, and although they have made a compact and a contract with the devil, nevertheless they do enjoy absolute liberty. For as has been learned from their own revelations, and I speak of women who have been convicted and burned at the stake, and who were compelled to wreak vengeance and evil and damage if they wished to escape punishments and blows inflicted by the devil, yet these women do cooperate with the devil, although they are bound to him by that profession, by which at first they freely and willingly gave themselves over into his power. With regard to these other arguments, in which it is proved that certain old women have an occult knowledge which enables them to bring about extraordinary and indeed evil effects without the aid of the devil, it must be understood that from one particular to conclude a universal argument is contrary to all sound reason. And when, as it seems, throughout the whole of the Scriptures no such instance can be found, save where it speaks of the charms and spells old women practice, therefore we must not hence conclude that this is always the case. Moreover, the authorities on these passages leave the matter open to question, that is to say, whether such charms have any efficacy without the cooperation of the devil. These charms or fascinations seem capable of division into 3 kinds. First, the senses are deluded, and this may truly be done by magic, that is to say, by the power of the devil, if God permit it. And the senses may be enlightened by the power of good angels. Secondly, fascination may bring about a certain glamour and a leading astray, as when the apostle says, "Who hath bewitched you?" Galatians 3:1. In the third place, there may be a certain fascination cast by the eyes over another person, and this may be harmful and bad. Note, cast by the eyes. In Ireland it was supposed that certain witches could cast a spell at a glance, and they were commonly called eye-biting witches. And it is of this fascination that Avicenna and Al-Ghazali have spoken. St. Thomas too thus mentions this fascination, part 1, question 117. For he says the mind of a man may be changed by the influence of another mind, and that influence which is exerted over another often proceeds from the eyes, for in the eyes a certain subtle influence may be concentrated. For the eyes direct their glance upon a certain object without taking notice of other things, and although the vision be perfectly clear, yet at the sight of some impurity, such as, for example, a woman during her monthly periods, the eyes will as it were contract a certain impurity. This is what Aristotle says in his work on sleep and waking. And thus, if anybody's spirit be inflamed with malice or rage, as is often the case with old women, then their disturbed spirit looks through their eyes, for their countenances are most evil and harmful, and often terrify young children of tender years, who are extremely impressionable. Note, on sleep, this is one of the smaller treatises connected with Aristotle's great work on the soul. And it may be that this is often natural, permitted by God. On the other hand, it may be that these evil looks are often inspired by the malice of the devil, with whom old witches have made some secret contract. The next question arises with regard to the influence of the heavenly bodies, and here we find three very common errors, but they will be answered as we proceed to explain other matters. With regard to operations of witchcraft, we find that some of these may be due to mental influence over others, and in some cases such mental influence might be a good one, but it is the motive which makes it evil. And there are four principal arguments which are to be objected against those who deny that there are witches, or magical operations, which may be performed at the conjunction of certain planets and stars, and that by the malice of human beings harm may be wrought through fashioning images, through the use of spells, and by the writing of mysterious characters. All theologians and philosophers agree that the heavenly bodies are guided and directed by certain spiritual mediums. But those spirits are superior to our minds and souls, just as the heavenly bodies are superior to other bodies, and therefore they can influence both the mind and the body of man, so that he is persuaded and directed to perform some human act. But in order yet more fully to attempt a solution of these matters, we may consider certain difficulties, from a discussion of which we shall yet more clearly arrive at the truth. First, spiritual substances cannot change bodies to some other natural form unless it be through the mediumship of some agent. Therefore, however strong a mental influence may be, it cannot effect any change in a man's mind or disposition. Moreover, several universities, especially that of Paris, have condemned the following article: that an enchanter is able to cast a camel into a deep ditch merely by directing his gaze upon it. And so this article is condemned, that a corporeal body should obey some spiritual substance if this be understood simply, that is to say, if the obedience entails some actual change or transformation. For in regard to this, it is God alone who is absolutely obeyed. Bearing these points in mind, we may soon see how that fascination or influence of the eyes, of which we have spoken, is possible, and in what respects it is not possible. For it is not possible that a man through the natural powers of his mind should direct such power from his eyes that, without the agency of his own body or of some other medium, he should be able to do harm to the body of another man. Nor is it possible that a man through the natural powers of his mind should at his will bring about some change, and by directing this power through the mediumship of his eyes, entirely transform the body of a man, upon whom he fixes his gaze, just as his will and pleasure may be. And therefore in neither of these ways can one man influence and fascinate another, for no man by the natural powers of his mind alone possesses such an extraordinary influence. Therefore, to wish to prove that evil effects can be produced by some natural power is to say that this natural power is the power of the devil, which is very far indeed from the truth. Nevertheless, we may more clearly set forth how it is possible for a careful gaze to do harm. It may so happen that if a man or a woman gaze steadfastly at some child, the child, owing to its power of sight and power of imagination, may receive some very sensible and direct impression. And an impression of this kind is often accompanied by a bodily change. And since the eyes are one of the tenderest organs of the body, therefore they are very liable to such impressions. Therefore it may well happen that the eyes receive some bad impression and change for the worse, since very often the thoughts of the mind or the motions of the body are particularly impressed upon and shown by the eyes. And so it may happen that some angry and evil gaze, if it has been steadfastly fixed and directed upon a child, may so impress itself upon that child's memory and imagination that it may reflect itself in the gaze of the child, and actual results will follow. As, for example, he may lose his appetite and be unable to take food. He may sicken and fall ill. And sometimes we see that the sight of a man who is suffering from his eyes may cause the eyes of those who gaze upon him to dazzle and feel weak, although to a large extent this is nothing else but the effect of pure imagination. Several other examples of the same sort might be discussed here, but for the sake of conciseness, we will not discuss them in any further detail. All this is borne out by the commentators upon the psalm, qui timent tiundibunt me. There is a great power in the eyes, and this appears even in natural things. For if a wolf see a man first, the man is struck dumb. Moreover, if a basilisk see a man first, its look is fatal. But if he sees it first, he may be able to kill it. And the reason why the basilisk is able to kill a man by its gaze is because when it sees him, owing to its anger, a certain terrible poison is set in motion throughout its body, and this it can dart from its eyes, thus infecting the atmosphere with deadly venom. And thus the man breathes in the air which it has infected and is stupefied and dies. But when the beast is first seen by the man, in a case when the man wishes to kill the basilisk, he furnishes himself with mirrors, and the beast sees itself in the mirrors, darts out poison towards its reflection, but the poison recoils and the animal dies. It does not seem plain, however, why the man who thus kills the basilisk should not die too, and we can only conclude that this is on account of some reason not clearly understood. So far we have set down our opinions absolutely without prejudice, and refraining from any hasty or rash judgment, not deviating from the teachings and writings of the saints. We conclude, therefore, that the Catholic truth is this, that to bring about these evils which form the subject of discussion, witches and the devil always work together, and that insofar as these matters are concerned, one can do nothing without the aid and assistance of the other. We have already treated of this fascination, and now with reference to the second point, namely that blood will flow from a corpse in the presence of a murderer. According to the Speculum Naturale of Vincent de Beauvais, c. 13, the wound is, as it were, influenced by the mind of the murderer, and that wound receives a certain atmosphere which has been impressed by and is permeated with his violence and hatred. And when the murderer draws near, the blood wells up and gushes forth from the corpse. For it would seem that this atmosphere, which was caused and as it were entered the wound owing to the murderer, at his presence is disturbed and greatly moved, and it is owing to this movement that the blood streams out of the dead body. There are some who declare that it is due to some other causes, and that they say this gushing forth of the blood is the voice of blood crying from the earth against the murderer who is present, and that this is on account of the curse pronounced against the first murderer, Cain. And with regard to that horror which a person feels when he is passing near the corpse of a man who has been murdered, although he may not be in any way cognizant of the vicinity of a dead body, this horror is psychic. It infects the atmosphere and conveys a thrill of fear to the mind. But all these explanations, be it noted, do not in any way affect the truth of the evil wrought by witches, since they are all perfectly natural and arise from natural causes. In the third place, as we have already said above, the operations and rites of witches are placed in that second category of superstition, which is called divination. And of this divination there are three kinds. But the argument does not hold good with reference to the third kind, which belongs to a different species, for witchcraft is not merely any divination, but it is that divination the operations of which are performed by express and explicit invocations of the devil. And this may be done in very many ways, as by necromancy, geomancy, hydromancy, etc. Wherefore this divination, which is used when they are working their spells, must be judged to be the height of the criminal wickedness, although some have attempted to regard it from another point of view. And they argue thus that, as we do not know the hidden powers of nature, it may be that the witches are merely employing or seeking to employ these hidden powers. Assuredly, if they are employing the natural powers of natural things to bring about a natural effect, this must perfectly be lawful, as indeed is obvious enough. Or even let us conceive that if they superstitiously employ natural things, as for example by writing down certain characters or unknown names of some kind, and that when they use these runes for restoring a person to health, or for inducing friendship, or with some useful end and not at all for doing any damage or harm, in such cases it may be granted, I say, that there is no express invocation of demons. Nevertheless, it cannot be that these spells are employed without a tacit invocation, wherefore all such charms must be judged to be wholly unlawful. And because these and many other charms like to them may be placed in a third category of superstition, that is to say, idle and vain observing of times and seasons, This is by no means a relevant argument as to the heresy of witches. But of this category, the observing of times and seasons, there are 4 distinct species. A man may use such observations to acquire certain knowledge, or he may in this way seek to inform himself concerning lucky or unlucky days and things. Or he may use sacred words and prayers as a charm with no reference to their meaning. Or he may intend and desire to bring about some beneficial change in some body. All this St. Thomas has amply treated in that question where he asks whether such observing be lawful, especially if it be to bring about a beneficial change in a body, that is to say, the restoration of persons to health. But when witches observe times and seasons, their practice must be held to belong to the second kind of superstition. And therefore, insofar as they are concerned, questions concerning this third class are wholly impertinent. We now proceed to a 4th proposition, inasmuch as from observations of the kind we have discussed, certain charts and images are wont to be made, but these are of 2 separate sorts, which differ entirely one from the other. And these are astronomical and necromantic. Now in necromancy there is always an express and particular invocation of demons, for this craft implies that there has been an express compact and contract with them. Let us therefore only consider astrology. In astrology there is no compact, and therefore there is no invocation, unless by chance there be some kind of tacit invocation, since the figures of demons and their names sometimes appear in astrological charts. And again, necromantic signs are written under the influence of certain stars in order to counteract the influence and oppositions of other heavenly bodies. And these are inscribed, for signs and characters of this kind are often engraved upon rings, gems, or some other precious metal, but magic signs are engraved without any reference to the influence of the stars, and often upon any substance, nay, even upon vile and sordid substances, which when buried in certain places bring about damage and harm and disease. But we are discussing charts which are made with reference to the stars, and these necromantic charts and images have no reference to any heavenly body. Therefore, a consideration of them does not enter into the present discussion. Moreover, many of these images which have been made with superstitious rites have no efficacy at all. That is to say, insofar as the fashioning of them is concerned, although it may be that the material of which they are made does possess a certain power, although this is not due to the fact that they were made under the influence of certain stars. Yet many hold that it is in any case unlawful to make use even of images like these. But the images made by witches have no natural power at all, nor has the material of which they are formed any power, but they fashion such images by the command of the devil, and by so doing they may, as it were, mock the work of the Creator, and that they may provoke him to anger, so that in punishment of their misdeeds he may suffer plagues to fall upon the earth. And in order to increase their guilt, they delight especially to fashion many such images at the more solemn seasons of the year. With regard to the 5th point, St. Gregory is there speaking of the power of grace, and not of the power of nature. And since, as St. John says, we are born of God, what wonder then that the sons of God enjoy extraordinary powers? With regard to the last point, we will say this, that a mere likeness is irrelevant, because the influence of one's own mind on one's own body is different from its influence upon another body. For since the mind is united to the body, as though the body were the material form of the mind, and the emotions are an act of the body but separate, therefore the emotion can be changed by the influence of the mind, whensoever there is some bodily change, heat or cold, or any alteration, even to death itself. But to change the actual body, no act of the mind is sufficient by itself, unless there can be some physical result which alters the body. Whence witches, by the exercise of no natural power but only by the help of the devil, are able to bring about harmful effects. And the devils themselves can only do this by the use of material objects as their instruments, such as bones, hair, wood, iron, and all sorts of objects of this kind, concerning which operation we shall treat more fully a little later. Now, with regard to the tenor of the bull of our most holy Father the Pope, we will discuss the origin of witches, and how it is that of recent years their works have so multiplied among us. And it must be borne in mind that for this to take place 3 things concur: the devil, the witch, and the permission of God who suffers such things to be. For St. Augustine says, that the abomination of witchcraft arose from this foul connection of mankind with the devil. Therefore, it is plain that the origin and the increase of this heresy arises from this foul connection, a fact which many authors approve. We must especially observe that this heresy, witchcraft, not only differs from all other heresy in this, that not merely by a tacit compact, but by a compact which is exactly defined and expressed, it blasphemes the Creator, and endeavors to the utmost to profane him and to harm his creatures. For all other simple heresies have made no open compact with the devil. No compact, that is, either tacit or exactly expressed, although their errors and misbelief are directly to be attributed to the father of error and lies. Moreover, witchcraft differs from all other harmful and mysterious arts in this point. That of all superstition it is essentially the vilest, the most evil, and the worst, wherefore it derives its name from doing evil, and from blaspheming the true faith. Let us especially note, too, that in the practice of this abominable evil, 4 points in particular are required. First, most profanely to renounce the Catholic faith, or at any rate to deny certain dogmas of the faith. Secondly, to devote themselves body and soul to all evil. Thirdly, to offer up unbaptized children to Satan. Fourthly, to indulge in every kind of carnal lust, with incubi and succubi, and all manner of filthy delights. Would to God that we might suppose all this to be untrue and merely imaginary, if only our Holy Mother, the Church, were free from the leprosy of such abomination. Alas, the judgment of the Apostolic See, who is alone the mistress and the teacher of all truth, that judgment, I say, which has been expressed in the bull of our Holy Father, the Pope, assures us and makes us aware that these crimes and evils flourish amongst us, and we dare not refrain from inquiring into them lest we imperil our own salvation. And therefore we must discuss at length the origin and the increase of these abominations. It has been a work of much labor indeed, but we trust that every detail will most exactly and most carefully be weighed by those who read this book. For herein will be found nothing contrary to sound reason, nothing which differs from the words of Scripture and the tradition of the Fathers. Now there are 2 circumstances which are certainly very common at the present day. That is to say, the connection of witches with familiars, incubi and succubi, and the horrible sacrifices of small children. Therefore we shall particularly deal with these matters, so that in the first place we shall discuss these demons themselves. Secondly, the witches and their works, and thirdly, we will inquire wherefore such things are suffered to be. Now these demons work owing to their influence upon man's mind and upon his free will, and they choose to copulate under the influence of certain stars rather than under the influence of others, for it would seem that at certain times their semen can more easily generate and beget children. Accordingly, we must inquire why the demons should act at the conjunction of certain stars, and what times these are. There are 3 chief points to discuss. First, whether these abominable heresies can be multiplied throughout the world by those who give themselves to incubi and succubi. Secondly, whether their actions have not a certain extraordinary power when performed under the influence of certain stars. Thirdly, whether this abominable heresy is not widely spread by those who profanely sacrifice children to Satan. Moreover, when we have discussed the second point, before we proceed to the third, we must consider the influence of the stars and what power they have in acts of witchcraft. With regard to the first question, there are 3 difficulties which need elucidation. The first is a general consideration of these demons, which are called incubi. The second question is more particular, for we must inquire, how can these incubi perform the human act of copulation? The third question is also a special one. How do witches bind themselves to and copulate with these devils? Question 3. Whether children can be generated by incubi and succubi. At first, it may seem truly that it is not in accordance with the Catholic faith to maintain that children can be begotten by devils, that is to say, by incubi and succubi. Note, incubi, for a very full discussion of the whole subject, see Sinistraries Demoniality, with my commentary and glosses, Fortune Press, 1927. For God himself, before sin came into the world, instituted human procreation, since he created woman from the rib of man to be a helpmeet unto man. And to them he said, Increase and multiply. Genesis 1:28. And again Adam, being inspired by God, said, They shall be two in one flesh. Genesis 2:24. Likewise, after sin had come into the world, it was said to Noah, Increase and multiply. Genesis 9:1. In the time of the new law also, Christ confirmed this union. Have ye not read that he who made man from the beginning made them male and female? St. Matthew 19:4. Therefore men cannot be begotten in any other way than this. But it may be argued that devils take their part in this generation not as the essential cause, but as a secondary and artificial cause, since they busy themselves by interfering with the process of normal copulation and conception, by obtaining human semen and themselves transferring it. Objection. The devil can perform this act in every state of life, that is to say, in the matrimonial state or not in the matrimonial state, or he can perform it in only one state. Now he cannot perform it in the first state, because then the act of the devil would be more powerful than the act of God, who instituted and confirmed this holy estate, since it is a state of continence and wedlock. Nor can he effect this in any other state, since we never read in Scripture that children can be begotten in one state and not in another. Moreover, to beget a child is the act of a living body, but devils cannot bestow life upon the bodies which they assume, because life formally only proceeds from the soul, and the act of generation is the act of the physical organs which have bodily life. Therefore, bodies which are assumed in this way cannot either beget or bear. Yet it may be said that these devils assume a body not in order that they may bestow life upon it, but that they may by the means of this body preserve human semen, and pass the semen on to another body. Objection. As in the action of angels, whether they be good or bad, there is nothing superfluous and useless, nor is there anything superfluous and useless in nature. But the devil, by his natural power, which is far greater than any human bodily power, can perform any spiritual action, and perform it again and again, although man may not be able to discern it. Therefore he is able to perform this action, although man may not be able to discern when the devil is concerned therewith. For all bodily and material things are on a lower scale than pure and spiritual intelligences. But the angels, whether they be good or whether they be evil, are pure and spiritual intelligences. Therefore they can control what is below them. Therefore the devil can collect and make use as he will of human semen which belongs to the body. However, to collect human semen from one person and to transfer it to another implies certain local actions. But devils cannot locally move bodies from place to place. And this is the argument they put forward. The soul is purely a spiritual essence. So is the devil. But the soul cannot move a body from place to place except it be that body in which it lives, and to which it gives life. Whence, if any member of the body perishes, it becomes dead and immovable. Therefore, devils cannot move a body from place to place, except it be a body to which they give life. It has been shown, however, and is acknowledged that devils do not bestow life on anybody. Therefore, they cannot move human semen locally, that is, from place to place, from body to body. Moreover, every action is performed by contact, and especially the act of generation. But it does not seem possible that there can be any contact between the demon and human bodies, since he has no actual point of contact with them. Therefore, he cannot inject semen into a human body, and therefore, since this needs a certain bodily action, it would seem that the devil cannot accomplish it. Besides, devils have no power to move those bodies which in a natural order are more closely related to them, for example, the heavenly bodies. Therefore, they have no power to move those bodies which are more distant and distinct from them. The major is proved, since the power that moves and the movement are one and the same thing according to Aristotle in his Physics. It follows, therefore, that devils who move heavenly bodies must be in heaven, which is wholly untrue, both in our opinion and in the opinion of the Platonists. Moreover, St. Augustine, on the Trinity 3, says that devils do indeed collect human semen, by means of which they are able to produce bodily effects. But this cannot be done without some local movement. Therefore, demons can transfer the semen which they have collected and inject it into the bodies of others. But as Walafrid Strabo says in his commentary upon Exodus 7:2, "And Pharaoh called the wise men and the magicians. Devils go about the earth collecting every sort of seed, and can be working upon them broadcast various species. See also the gloss on those words. Pharaoh called." And again in Genesis 6, the gloss makes two comments on the words. "And the sons of God saw the daughters of men." First, that by the sons of God are meant the sons of Seth, and by the daughters of men the daughters of Cain. Second, that giants were created not by some incredible act of men, but by certain devils, which are shameless towards women. For the Bible says giants were upon the earth. Moreover, even after the flood, the bodies not only of men, but also of women, were preeminently and incredibly beautiful. Answer. For the sake of brevity, much concerning the power of the devil and his works in the matter of the effects of witchcraft is left out. For the pious reader either accepts it as proved, or he may, if he wish to inquire, find every point clearly elucidated in the second book of Sentences 5. For he will see that the devils perform all their works consciously and voluntarily, for the nature that it was given them has not been changed. See Dionysius in his 4th chapter on this subject. Their nature remained intact and very splendid, although they cannot use it for any good purpose. Note, Dionysius. A series of famous writings was attributed to Saint Dionysius the Areopagite, Acts 17:34, who was also popularly identified with the martyr of Gaul, the first bishop of Paris. The writings themselves form a collection of 4 treatises and 10 letters. These will all be found in Migni, Patris Graeci 3. The treatises are generally referred to under their Latin names. The main source from which the Middle Ages obtained a knowledge of Dionysius and his doctrine was undoubtedly the Latin translation by Scotus Erugina, made about 858. There are ample commentaries by many great writers such as Hugh of St. Victor, Blessed Albertus Magnus, St. Thomas, and Denis the Carthusian. The works of Dionysius the Areopagite and the identification of this writer with St. Denis were accepted by saints and schoolmen, and perhaps we should do well to follow them without curious questions and impertinent discussion. And as to their intelligence, he will find that they excel in 3 points of understanding. That is, in the subtlety of their nature, in their age-long experience, and in the revelation of the higher spirits. He will find also how, through the influence of the stars, they learn the dominating characteristics of men, and so discover that some are more disposed to work witchcraft than others, and that they molest these chiefly for the purpose of such works. And as to their will, the leader will find that it cleaves unchangeably to evil, and that they continuously sin in pride, envy, and gross covetousness, and that God, for his own glory, permits them to work against his will. He will also understand how with these 2 qualities of intellect and will devils do marvels, so that there is no power in earth which can be compared to them. Job 41. There is no power on the earth which can be compared with him, who was created that he should fear no one. But here the gloss says, although he fears no one, he is yet subject to the merits of the saints. He will find also how the devil knows the thoughts of our hearts, how he can substantially and disastrously metamorphose bodies with the help of an agent, how he can move bodies locally and alter the outward and inner feelings to every conceivable extent, and how he can change the intellect and will of a man, however indirectly. For although all this is pertinent to our present inquiry, we wish only to draw some conclusion therefrom as to the nature of devils, and so proceed to the discussion of our question. Now the theologians have ascribed to them certain qualities, as that they are unclean spirits, yet not by very nature unclean. For according to Dionysius, there is in them a natural madness, a rabid concupiscence, a wanton fancy, as is seen from their spiritual sins of pride, envy, and wrath. For this reason they are the enemies of the human race, rational in mind, but reasoning without words, subtle in wickedness, eager to do hurt, ever fertile in fresh deceptions, they change the perceptions and befoul the emotions of men. They confound the watchful, and in dreams disturb the sleeping. They bring diseases, stir up tempests, disguise themselves as angels of light, bear hell always about them, from witches they usurp to themselves the worship of God. And by this means magic spells are made. They seek to get a mastery over the good, and molest them to the most of their power. To the elect they are given as a temptation, and always they lie in wait for the destruction of men. And although they have 1,000 ways of doing harm, and have tried ever since their downfall to bring about schisms in the church, to disable charity, to infect with the gall of envy the sweetness of the acts of the saints, and in every way to subvert and perturb the human race, yet their power remains confined to the privy parts and the navel. See Job 41. For through the wantonness of the flesh they have much power over men, and in men the source of wantonness lies in the privy parts, since it is from them that the semen falls, just as in women it falls from the navel. These things, then, being granted for a proper understanding of the question of incubi and succubi, it must be said that it is just as Catholic a view to hold that men may at times be begotten by means of incubi and succubi, as it is contrary to the words of the saints and even to the tradition of Holy Scripture to maintain the opposite opinion. And this is proved as follows. St. Augustine in one place raises this question, not indeed as regards witches, but with reference to the very works of devils, and to the fables of the poets, and leaves the matter in some doubt, though later on he is definite in the matter of Holy Scripture. For in his De Civitate Dei, Book 3, Chapter 2, he says, "We leave open the question whether it was possible for Venus to give birth to Aeneas through coition with Anchises. For a similar question arises in the Scriptures, where it is asked whether evil angels lay with the daughters of men, and thereby the earth was then filled with giants, that is to say, preternaturally big and strong men. But he settles the question in Book 5, Chapter 23, in these words, "It is a very general belief, the truth of which is vouched for by many from their own experience, or at least from hearsay as having been experienced by men of undoubted trustworthiness, that satyrs and fauns, which are commonly called incubi, have appeared to wanton women and have sought and obtained coition with them, and that certain devils, which the Gauls call duci, assiduously attempt and achieve this filthiness is vouched for by so many credible witnesses that it would seem impudent to deny it." Later in the same book he settles the second contention, namely that the passage in Genesis about the sons of God, that is Seth, and the daughters of men, that is Cain, does not speak only of incubi, since the existence of such is not credible. In this connection there is the gloss which we have touched upon before. He says that it is not outside belief that the giants of whom the Scripture speaks were begotten not by men, but by angels or certain devils who lust after women. To the same effects is the gloss on Isaiah 8, where the prophet foretells the desolation of Babylon and the monsters that should inhabit it. Note, Isaiah, see my gloss upon this passage, Demoniality, Introduction. He says, "Owls shall dwell there, and satyrs shall dance there." By satyrs here devils are meant. As the gloss says, satyrs are wild, shaggy creatures of the woods, which are a certain kind of devils called incubi. And again in Isaiah 34, where he prophesies the desolation of the land of the Idumeans, because they persecuted the Jews, he says, "And it shall be an habitation of dragons, and a court for owls. The wild beasts also of the desert shall meet." The interlinear gloss interprets this as monsters and devils, and in the same place Blessed Gregory explains these to be woodland gods under another name, not those which the Greeks called pans and the Latins incubi. Similarly, Blessed Isidore, in the last chapter of his 8th book, says, "Satyrs are they who are called pans in Greek and incubi in Latin, and they are called incubi from their practice of overlaying, that is, debauching." Note, overlaying, neither formicarius 9, for they often lust lecherously after women and copulate with them, and the Gauls name them Duci, because they are diligent in this business. Note, Duci, de Civitate Dei, 1523, where St. Augustine writes, "But the devil, which the common people call an incubus, the Romans called a fig fawn." Note, a fig fawn, Jeremias 139, the desolation of Babylon. Translated by Douay as, "Therefore shall dragons dwell there with fig fawns, and ostriches shall dwell therein, and it shall be no more inherited forever, neither shall it be built up from generation to generation." The English gloss says, "fig fawns, monsters of the desert, or demons in monstrous shapes, such as the ancients called fauns and satyrs, and as they imagined them to live upon wild figs, they called them fauni ficari, or fig fawns." Mirabeau, Erotica Biblion. To which Horace said, "O Faunus, lover of fleeing nymphs, go gently over my lands and smiling fields." As to that of St. Paul in 1 Corinthians 11, a woman ought to have a covering on her head because of the angels. Many Catholics believe that because of the angels refers to incubi. Of the same opinion is the Venerable Bede in his History of the English. Note, Bede, born 672 or 673, died 735. This great work, Historia Ecclesiastica Gentis Anglorum, giving an account of Christianity in England from the beginning until his own day, has been recognized as a masterpiece by the scholars of all ages and countries. An authoritative edition was published by Plummer, 2 volumes, Oxford, 1896. Also, William of Paris in his book De Universo, the last part of the 6th treatise. Note, William of Paris, William of Auvergne, the celebrated philosopher and theologian, was born at Aurillac in Auvergne towards the end of the 12th century, and died at Paris, of which city he had in 1228 been consecrated bishop in 1249. Although not a Summa Theologica, his De Universo is a practical endeavor to found a science of reality on principles opposed to those of the Arabian commentators upon and perverters of Aristotle. His theological works are particularly interesting as devoting much attention to a refutation of the Manichees, whose heresies had been recently revived. There is a good study by Valois, Guillaume d'Auvergne, Paris, 1880. Moreover, St. Thomas speaks of this, 125 and 2:8, and elsewhere, also in Isaiah 12 and 14. Therefore he says that it is rash to deny such things. For that which appears true to many cannot be altogether false, according to Aristotle. At the end of the De Somno e Vigila, and in the second Ethics, I say nothing of the many authentic histories, both Catholic and heathen, which openly affirm the existence of incubi. But the reason that devils turn themselves into incubi or succubi is not for the cause of pleasure, since a spirit has not flesh and blood, but chiefly it is with this intention, that through the vice of luxury they may work a twofold harm against men, that is, in body and in soul, that so men may be more given to all vices. And there is no doubt that they know under which stars the semen is most vigorous, and that men so conceived will always be perverted by witchcraft. When Almighty God has enumerated many vices of luxury rife among the unbelievers and heretics, from which he wished his people to be clean, he says in Leviticus 18, "Defile not ye yourselves in any of these things, for in all these the nations are defiled, which I cast out before you. And the land is defiled, therefore I do visit the iniquity thereof upon it." The gloss explains the word nations as meaning devils who, on account of their multitude, are called the nations of the world, and rejoice in all sin, especially in fornication and idolatry, because by these are defiled the body and the soul, and the whole man, which is called the land. For every sin that a man commits is outside his body, but the man who commits fornication sins in his body. If anyone wishes to study further the histories concerning incubi and succubi, let him read, as has been said, Bede in his History of the English, and William and finally Thomas of Brabant in his book about bees. To return to the matter at hand, and first for the natural act of propagation instituted by God, that is, between male and female, and as though by the permission of God the sacrament of matrimony can be made void by the work of the devil through witchcraft, as has been shown above. And the same is much more strongly true of any other venereal act between man and woman. But if it is asked why the devil is allowed to cast spells upon the venereal act rather than upon any other human act, it is answered that many reasons are assigned by the doctors, which will be discussed later in the part concerning the divine permission. For the present, the reason that has been mentioned before must suffice, namely, that the power of the devil lies in the privy parts of men. For all the struggles, those are the hardest where the fight is continuous and victory rare. And it is unsound to argue that in that case the work of the devil is stronger than the work of God, since the matrimonial act instituted by God can be made void. For the devil does not make it void by violence, since he has no power at all in the matter except as he is permitted by God. Therefore it would be better to argue from this that he is powerless. Secondly, it is true that to procreate a man is the act of a living body. But when it is said that devils cannot give life, because that flows formally from the soul, it is true. But materially life springs from the semen, and an incubus devil can, with God's permission, accomplish this by coition. And the semen does not so much spring from him, as it is another man's semen received by him for this purpose. See St. Thomas, 151, Art 3. For the devil is succubus to a man and becomes incubus to a woman. In just the same way they absorb the seeds of other things for the generating of various things, as St. Augustine says, De Trinitate 3. Now it may be asked, of whom is a child so born the son? It is clear that he is not the son of the devil, but of the man whose semen was received. But when it is argued that just as in the works of nature, so there is no superfluity in the works of angels, that is granted. But when it is inferred that the devil can receive and inject semen invisibly, this also is true. But he prefers to perform this visibly as a succubus and an incubus, that by such filthiness he may infect body and soul of all humanity, that is, of both woman and man, there being, as it were, actual bodily contact. Moreover, devils can do invisibly more things which they are not permitted to do visibly, even if they so wished, but they are allowed to do them invisibly, either as a trial for the good or as a punishment for the wicked. Finally, it may happen that another devil may take the place of the succubus, receive the semen from him, and become an incubus in the place of the other devil, and this for a threefold reason. Perhaps because one devil allotted to a woman should receive semen from another devil allotted to a man, that in this way each of them should be commissioned by the prince of devils to work some witchcraft, since to each one is allotted his own angel, even from among the evil ones, or because of the filthiness of the deed which one devil would abhor to commit. For in many inquiries it is clearly shown that certain devils, out of some nobility in their natures, would shrink from a filthy action. Or it may be in order that the incubus may, instead of a man's semen, by interposing himself onto a woman, invisibly inject his own semen, that is, that which he has invisibly received, and it is not foreign to his nature or power to effect such an interposition, since even in bodily form he can interpose himself invisibly and without physical contact, as was shown in the case of the young man who was betrothed to an idol. Thirdly, it is said that the power of an angel belongs in an infinite degree to the higher things. That is to say, that his power cannot be comprehended by the lower orders, but is always superior to them, so that it is not limited to one effect only. For the highest powers have most unbounded influence over creation. But because he is said to be infinitely superior, that is not to say that he is indifferently powerful for any work that is propounded for him, for then he might just as well be said to be infinitely inferior as superior. But there must be some proportion between the agent and the patient, and there can be no proportion between a purely spiritual substance and a corporeal one. Therefore, not even the devils have any power to cause an effect, except through some other active medium. And this is why they use the seeds of things to produce their effects. See Augustine de Trinitate 3. Wherefore, this argument goes back to the preceding one, and is not strengthened by it unless anyone wishes for St. Augustine's explanation, why the intelligences are said to have infinite powers of the higher and not of the lower degree, given to them in the order of things corporeal and of the celestial bodies, which can influence many and infinite effects. But this is not because of the weakness of the inferior powers. And the conclusion is that devils, even without assuming bodies, can work transmutations in semen, although this is no argument against the present proposition concerning incubi and succubi, whose actions they cannot perform except by assuming bodily shape, as has been considered above. For the fourth argument, that devils cannot move bodies or semen locally, which is substantiated by the analogy of the soul, it must be said that it is one thing to speak of the spiritual substance of the actual angel or devil, and another thing to speak of the actual soul. For the reason why the soul cannot locally move a body unless it has given life to it, or else by contact of a living body with one that is not living, is this: that the soul occupies by far the lowest grade in the order of spiritual beings, and therefore it follows that there must be some proportionate relation between it and the body which it is able to move by contact. But it is not so with devils, whose power altogether exceeds corporeal power. And fifthly, it must be said that the contact of a devil with a body, either in the way of semen or in any other way, is not a corporeal but a virtual contact, and takes place in accordance with the suitable proportion of both the mover and the moved, provided that the body which is moved does not exceed the proportion of the devil's power. And such bodies are the celestial bodies, and even the whole earth or the elements of the world, the power of which we may call superior on the authority of St. Thomas in his questions concerning sin. Quest 10 de demonibus, for this is either because of the essence of nature or because of condemnation for sin. For there is a due order in things, in accordance both with their very nature and with their motion. And just as the higher heavenly bodies are moved by the higher spiritual substances, as are the good angels, so are the lower bodies moved by the lower spiritual substances, as are the devils. And if this limitation of the devil's power is due to the essence of nature, it is held by some that the devils are not of the order of those higher angels, but are part of this terrestrial order created by God. And this was the opinion of the philosophers. And if it is due to condemnation for sin, as is held by the theologians, then they were thrust from the regions of heaven into this lower atmosphere for a punishment, and therefore are not able to move either it or the earth. This has been said on account of two easily dispelled arguments. One, regarding the heavenly bodies, that the devils could also move these, if they were able to move bodies locally, since the stars are nearer to them in nature, as also the last argument alleges. The answer is that this is not valid, for if the former opinion holds good, those bodies exceed the proportion of the devil's power, and if the second is true, then again they cannot move them, because of their punishment for sin. Also, there is the argument that objects that the motion of the whole and of the part is the same thing, just as Aristotle in his Fourth Physics instances the case of the whole earth and a clod of soil, and that therefore, if the devils could move a part of the earth, they could also move the whole earth. But this is not valid, as is clear to anyone who examines the distinction. But to collect the semen of things and apply it to certain effects does not exceed their natural power, with the permission of God, as is self-evident. In conclusion, in spite of the contention of some that devils in bodily shape can in no way generate children, and that by the sons of God is meant the sons of Seth and not incubi devils, just as by the daughters of men is meant by the descendants of Cain, nevertheless the contrary is clearly affirmed by many. And that which seems true to many cannot be altogether false, according to Aristotle in his Sixth Ethics, and at the end of the De Somno et Eugilia. And now also in modern times we have the well-attested deeds and words of witches who truly and actually perform such things. Therefore we make 3 propositions. First, that the foulest venereal acts are performed by such devils, not for the sake of delectation, but for the pollution of the souls and bodies of those to whom they act as succubi or incubi. Second, that through such action complete conception and generation by women can take place, inasmuch as they can deposit human semen in the suitable place of a woman's womb, where there is already a corresponding substance. In the same way, they can also collect the seeds of other things for the working of other effects. Third, that in the beginning of such children only the local motion is to be attributed to devils, and not the actual begetting, which arises not from the power of the devil or of the body which he assumes, but from the virtue of him whose semen it was. Wherefore the child is the son not of the devil, but of some man. And here there is a clear answer to those who would contend that there are 2 reasons why devils cannot generate children. First, that generation is effected by the formative virtue which exists in semen released from a living body, and that because the body assumed by devils is not of such a sort, therefore, etc. The answer is clear, that the devil deposits naturally formative semen in its proper place, etc. Secondly, it may be argued that semen has no power of generation except as long as the heat of life is retained in it, and that this must be lost when it is carried great distances. The answer is that devils are able to store the semen safely, so that its vital heat is not lost, or even that it cannot evaporate so easily on account of the great speed at which they move, by reason of the superiority of the mover over the thing moved. Question 4. By which devils are the operations of incubus and succubus practiced? Is it Catholic to affirm that the functions of incubi and succubi belong indifferently and equally to all unclean spirits? And it seems that it is so, for to affirm the opposite would be to maintain that there is some good order among them. It is argued that just as in the computation of the good there are degrees and orders, see St. Augustine in his book on the nature of the good, so also the computation of the evil is based upon confusion. But as among the good angels nothing can be without order, so among the bad all is disorder, and therefore they all indifferently follow these practices. See Job 10, a land of darkness as darkness itself, and of the shadow of death, without any order, and where the light is as darkness. Again, if they do not all indifferently follow these practices, this quality in them becomes either from their nature, or from sin, or from punishment. But it does not come from their nature, since they are all without distinction given to sin, as was set out in the preceding question. For they are by nature impure spirits, yet not so unclean as to pejorate than good parts, subtle in wickedness, eager to do harm, swollen with pride, etc. Therefore these practices in them are due either to sin or to punishment. Then again, where the sin is greater, there is the punishment greater. And the higher angels sinned more greatly, therefore for their punishment they have the more to follow these filthy practices. If this is not so, another reason will be given why they do not indifferently practice these things. And again, it is argued that where there is no discipline or obedience, there all work without distinction. And it is submitted that there is no discipline or obedience among devils, and no agreement. Proverbs 13. Among the proud there is always contention. Again, just as because of sin they will all equally be cast into hell after the day of judgment, so before that time they are detained in the lower mists on account of the duties assigned to them. We do not read that there is equality on account of emancipation. Therefore, neither is there equality in the matter of duty and temptation. But against this there is the first gloss on 1 Corinthians 15. As long as the world endures, angels are set over angels, men over men, and devils over devils. Also in Job 40 it speaks of the scales of Leviathan, which signify the members of the devil, how one cleaves to another. Therefore there is among them diversity both of order and of action. Another question arises, whether or not the devils can be restrained by the good angels from pursuing these foul practices. It must be said that the angels to whose command the adverse influences are subject are called powers. as St. Gregory says, and St. Augustine, De Trinitate 3, a rebellious and sinful spirit of life is subject to an obedient, pious, and just spirit of life, and those creatures which are more perfect and nearer to God have authority over the others. For the whole order of preference is originally and in the first place in God, and is shared by his creatures according as they approach more nearly to him. Therefore, the good angels who are nearest to God on account of their fruition in him, which the devils lack, have preference over the devils and rule over them. And when it is urged that devils work much harm without any medium, or that they are not hindered because they are not subject to good angels who might prevent them, or that if they are so subject, then the evil that is done by the subject is due to negligence on the part of the master, and there seems to be some negligence among the good angels. The answer is that the angels are ministers of the divine wisdom. It follows, then, that as the divine wisdom permits certain evil to be done by bad angels or men, for the sake of the good that he draws therefrom, so also the good angels do not altogether prevent wicked men or devils from doing evil. Answer: it is Catholic to maintain that there is a certain order of interior and exterior actions, and a degree of preference among devils, whence it follows that certain abominations are committed by the lowest orders, from which the higher orders are precluded on account of the nobility of their natures. And this is generally said to arise from a threefold congruity, in that such things harmonize with their nature, with the divine wisdom, and with their own wickedness. But more particularly as touching their nature, it is agreed that from the beginning of creation some were always by nature superior, since they differ among themselves as to form, and no two angels are alike in form. This follows the more general opinion, which also agrees with the words of the philosophers. Dionysius also lays it down in his 10th chapter on the celestial hierarchy, that in the same order there are 3 separate degrees, and we must agree with this, since they are both immaterial and incorporeal. See also St. Thomas 2:2. For sin does not take away their nature, and the devils after the fall did not lose their natural gifts, as has been said before, and the operations of things follow their natural conditions. Therefore, both in nature and in operation, they are various and multiple. This harmonizes also with the divine wisdom, for that which is ordained by God, Romans 13. And since devils were deputed by God for the temptation of men and the punishment of the damned, therefore they work upon men from without by many and various means. It harmonizes also with their own wickedness. For since they are at war with the human race, they fight in an orderly manner. For so they think to do greater harm to men, and so they do. Whence it follows that they do not share in an equal manner in their most unspeakable abominations. And this is more specifically proved as follows. For since, as has been said, the operation follows the nature of the thing, it follows also that those whose natures are subordinate must in turn be subordinate to themselves in operation, just as is the case in corporeal matters. For since the lower bodies are by natural ordination below the celestial bodies, and their actions and motions are subject to the actions and motions of the celestial bodies, and since the devils, as has been said, differ among themselves in natural order, therefore they also differ among themselves in their natural actions, both extrinsic and intrinsic, and especially in the performance of the abominations in question. From which it is concluded that since the practice of these abominations is for the most part foreign to the nobility of the angelic nature, so also in human actions the foulest and beastliest acts are to be considered by themselves and not in relation to the duty of human nature and procreation. Finally, since some are believed to have fallen from every order, it is not unsuitable to maintain that those devils who fell from the lowest choir, and even in that held the lowest rank, are deputed to and perform these and other abominations. Also, it must be carefully noted that, though the Scripture speaks of incubi and succubi, lusting after women, yet nowhere do we read that incubi and succubi fell into vices against nature. We do not speak only of sodomy, but of any other sin whereby the act is wrongfully performed outside the rightful channel. And the very great enormity of such as sin in this way is shown by the fact that all devils equally, of whatever order, abominate and think shame to commit such actions. And it seems that the gloss on Ezekiel 19 means this, where it says, I will give thee into the hands of the dwellers in Palestine, that is, devils, who shall blush at your iniquities, meaning vices against nature. And the student will see what should be authoritatively understood concerning devils. For no sin has God so often punished by the shameful death of multitudes. Indeed, many say, and it is truly believed, that no one can unimperiled persevere in the practice of such vices beyond the period of the mortal life of Christ, which lasted for 33 years, unless he should be saved by some special grace of the Redeemer. And this is proved by the fact that there have often been ensnared by this vice octogenarians and centenarians, who had up to that time ruled their lives according to the discipline of Christ. And having once forsaken him, they have found the very greatest difficulty in obtaining deliverance, and in abandoning themselves to such vices. Moreover, the names of the devils indicate what order there is among them, and what office is assigned to each. For though one and the same name, that of devil, is generally used in Scripture because of their various qualities, yet the Scriptures teach that one is set over these filthy actions, just as certain other vices are subject to another. For it is the practice of Scripture and of speech to name every unclean spirit, diabolos, from dia, that is two, and bolus, that is morsel, for he kills two things, the body and the soul. And this is in accordance with etymology, although in Greek diabolos means shut in prison, which also is apt, since he is not permitted to do as much harm as he wishes. Or diabolos may mean down-flowing, since he flowed down, that is, fell down, both specifically and locally. He is also named demon, that is, cunning over blood, since he thirsts for and procures sin with a threefold knowledge, being powerful in the subtlety of his nature, in his age-long experience, and in the revelation of the good spirits. He is called also Belial, which means without yoke or master, for he can fight against him to whom he should be subject. He is called also Beelzebub, which means Lord of Flies, that is, of the souls of sinners who have left the true faith of Christ. Also Satan, that is, the adversary, see 1 Peter 2, for your adversary the devil goeth about, etc. Also Behemoth, that is, beast, because he makes men bestial. But the very devil of fornication and the chief of that abomination is called Asmodeus, which means the creature of judgment. For because of this kind of sin a terrible judgment was executed upon Sodom and the other 4 cities. Similarly, the devil of pride is called Leviathan, which means their addition, because when Lucifer tempted our first parents, he promised them, out of his pride, the addition of divinity. Concerning him, the Lord said through Isaiah, I shall visit it upon Leviathan, that old and tortuous serpent. And the devil of avarice and riches is called Mammon, whom also Christ mentions in the Gospel, St. Matthew 6, Ye cannot serve God, etc. To the arguments, first, that good can be found without evil, but evil cannot be found without good, for it is poured upon a creature that is good in itself. And therefore the devils, in so far as they have a good nature, were ordained in the course of nature, and for their actions, see Job 10. Secondly, it can be said that the devils deputed to work are not in hell, but in the lower mists, and they have here an order among themselves, which they will not have in hell, from which it may be said that all orders ceased among them as touching the attainment of blessedness, at that time when they fell irrecoverably from such rank. And it may be said that even in hell there will be among them a gradation of power, and of the affliction of punishments, inasmuch as some, and not others, will be deputed to torment the souls. But this gradation will come rather from God than from themselves, as will also their torments. Thirdly, when it is said that the higher devils, because they sinned the more, are the more punished, and must therefore be the more bound to the commission of these filthy acts, it is answered that sin bears relation to punishment, and not to the act or operation of nature, and therefore it is by reason of their nobility of nature that these are not given to such filthiness, and it has nothing to do with their sin or punishment. And though they are all impure spirits and eager to do harm, yet one is more so than another, in proportion as their natures are the further thrust into darkness. Fourthly, it is said that there is agreement among devils, but of wickedness rather than friendship, and that they hate mankind and strive their utmost against justice. For such agreement is found among the wicked, that they band themselves together and depute those whose talents seem suitable to the pursuit of particular iniquities. Fifthly, although imprisonment is equally decreed for all, now in the lower atmosphere and afterwards in hell, yet not therefore are equal penalties and duties equally ordained for them. For the nobler they are in nature, and the more potent in office, the heavier is the torment to which they are subjected. See Wisdom 6. The powerful shall powerfully suffer torments. Question 5. What is the source of the increase of works of witchcraft? Whence comes it that the practice of witchcraft hath so notably increased? Is it in any way a Catholic opinion to hold that the origin and growth of works of witchcraft proceed from the influence of the celestial bodies, or from the abundant wickedness of men, and not from the abominations of incubi and succubi? And it seems that it springs from man's own wickedness. For St. Augustine says in Book 83 that the cause of a man's depravity lies in his own will, whether he sins at his own or at another's suggestion. But a witch is depraved through sin, therefore the cause of it is not the devil but human will. In the same place he speaks of free will, that every one is the cause of his own wickedness, and he reasons thus, that the sin of man proceeds from free will. But the devil cannot destroy free will, for this would mitigate against liberty. Therefore the devil cannot be the cause of that or any other sin. Again, in the book of Ecclesiastic Dogma it is said, not all our evil thoughts are stirred up by the devil, but sometimes they arise from the operation of our own judgment. But it is submitted that the true source of witchcraft is the influence of the celestial bodies, not devils. Just as every multitude is reduced to unity, so all that is multiform is reduced to some uniform beginning. But the acts of men, both in vice and in virtue, are various and multiform. Therefore it seems that they may be reduced to some beginnings uniformly moved and moving. But such can only be assigned to the motions of the stars. Therefore those bodies are the causes of such actions. Again, if the stars were not the cause of human actions, both good and bad, astrologers would not so frequently foretell the truth about the result of wars and other human acts. Therefore they are in some way a cause. Again, the stars can influence the devils themselves in the causing of certain spells, and therefore they can all the more influence men. 3 proofs are adduced for this assumption. For certain men who are called lunatics are molested by devils more at one time than at another, and the devils would not so behave, but would rather molest them at all times, unless they themselves were deeply affected by certain phases of the moon. It is proved again from the fact that necromancers observe certain constellations for the invoking of devils, which they would not do unless they knew that those devils were subject to the stars. And this also is adduced as a proof, that according to St. Augustine, the devils employ certain lower bodies, such as herbs, stones, animals, and certain sounds and voices and figures. But since the heavenly bodies are of more potency than the lower bodies, therefore the stars are a far greater influence than these things. And witches are the more in subjection in that their deeds proceed from the influence of those bodies, and not from the help of evil spirits. And the argument is supported from 1 Kings 16, where Saul was vexed by a devil, but was calmed when David struck his harp before him, and the evil spirit departed. But against this, it is impossible to produce an effect without its cause, and the deeds of witches are such that they cannot be done without the help of devils, as is shown by the description of witches in St. Isidore's Ethics 8. Witches are so called from the enormity of their magic spells, for they disturb the elements and confound the minds of men, and without any venomous draught, but merely by virtue of incantations, destroy souls, etc. But this sort of effects cannot be caused by the influence of the stars through the agency of a man. Besides, Aristotle says in his Ethics that it is difficult to know what is the beginning of the operation of thought, and shows that it must be something extrinsic. For everything that begins from the beginning has some cause. Now a man begins to do that which he wills, and he begins to will because of some presuggestion. And if this is some precedent suggestion, it must either proceed from the infinite, or there is some extrinsic beginning which first brings a suggestion to a man. Unless indeed it be argued that this is a matter of chance, from which it would follow that all human actions are fortuitous, which is absurd. Therefore the beginning of good in the good is said to be God, who is not the cause of sin. But for the wicked, when a man begins to be influenced towards and wills to commit sin, there must also be some extrinsic cause of this. And this can be no other than the devil, especially in the case of witches, as is shown above, for the stars cannot influence such acts. Therefore the truth is plain. Moreover, that which has power over the motive has also power over the result, which is caused by the motive. Now the motive of the will is something perceived through the senses or the intellect, both of which are subject to the power of the devil. For St. Augustine says in Book 83, "This evil, which is of the devil, creeps in by all the sensual approaches. He places himself in figures. He adapts himself to colors. He attaches himself to sounds. He lurks in angry and wrongful conversation. He abides in smells. He impregnates with flavors and fills with certain exhalations. All the channels of the understanding. Therefore it is seen that it is in the devil's power to influence the will, which is directly the cause of sin. Besides, everything which has a choice of two ways needs some determining factor before it proceeds to action. And the free will of man has the choice between good and ill. Therefore, when he embarks upon sin, it needs that he is determined by something towards ill. And this seems chiefly to be done by the devil, especially in the actions of witches, whose will is made up for evil. Therefore it seems that the evil will of the devil is the cause of evil will in man, especially in witches. And the argument may be substantiated thus, that just as a good angel cleaves to good, so does a bad angel to evil. But the former leads a man into goodness, therefore the latter leads him into evil. For it is, says Dionysius, the unalterable and fixed law of divinity, that the lowest has its cause in the highest. Answer. Such as contend that witchcraft has its origin in the influence of the stars stands convicted of three errors. In the first place, it is not possible that it originated from astromancers and casters of horoscopes and fortune-tellers. For if it is asked whether the vice of witchcraft of men is caused by the influence of the stars, then, in consideration of the variety of men's characters and for the upholding of the true faith, a distinction must be maintained. Namely, that there are two ways in which it can be understood that men's characters can be caused by the stars, either completely and of necessity, or by disposition and contingency. And as for the first, it is not only false, but so heretical and contrary to the Christian religion that the true faith cannot be maintained in such an error. For this reason, he who argues that everything of necessity proceeds from the stars takes away all the merit, and in consequence all blame. Also he takes away grace, and therefore glory. For uprightness of character suffers prejudice by this error, since the blame of the sinner rebounds upon the stars. License to sin without culpability is conceded, and man is committed to the worship and adoration of the stars. But as for the contention that men's characters are conditionally varied by the disposition of the stars, it is so far true that it is not contrary to reason for faith. For it is obvious that the disposition of a body variously causes many variations in the humours and character of the soul. For generally the soul imitates the complexions of the body, as it is said in the 6 Principles. Wherefore the choleric are wrathful, the sanguine are kindly, the melancholy are envious, and the phlegmatic are slothful. But this is not absolute, for the soul is master of its body, especially when it is helped by grace. And we see many choleric who are gentle, and melancholy who are kindly. Therefore, when the virtue of the stars influences the formation and quality of a man's humours, it is agreed that they have some influence over the character, but very distantly. For the virtue of the lower nature has more effect on the quality of the humours than has the virtue of the stars. Wherefore St. Augustine, where he resolves a certain question of two brothers who fell ill and were cured simultaneously, approves the reasoning of Hippocrates rather than that of an astronomer. For Hippocrates answered that it was owing to the similarity of their humors, and the astronomer answered that it was owing to the identity of their horoscopes. For the physician's answer was better, since he adduced the more powerful and immediate cause. Thus, therefore, it must be said that the influence of the stars is to some degree conducive to the wickedness of witches. If it be granted that there is any such influence over their bodies that predisposes them to this manner of abomination, rather than to any other sort of works, either vicious or virtuous. But this disposition must not be said to be necessary, immediate and sufficient, but remote and contingent. Neither is that objection valid which is based on the book of the philosophers on the properties of the elements, where it says that kingdoms are emptied and lands depopulated at the conjunction of Jupiter and Saturn. And it is argued from this that such things are to be understood as being outside the free will of men, and that therefore the influence of the stars has power over free will. For it is answered that in this saying the philosopher does not mean to imply that men cannot resist the influence of that constellation towards dissensions, but that they will not. For Ptolemy, in Almagest, says, note, Almagest. Claudius Ptolemaeus was a celebrated mathematician, astronomer, and geographer. Of the details of his life, nothing appears to be known beyond the facts that he was certainly at Alexandria in AD 139. And since he survived Antoninus Pius, he was alive later than March 161. His geography is very famous, but perhaps even more celebrated was the usually known by its Arabic name of Almagest. This work is divided into 13 books, of which 7 and 8 are the most interesting to the modern astronomer, as they give a catalogue of the stars. The best edition of the Almagest is considered to be that of Halma, Paris, 1813 to 1816, 2 volumes. A wise man will be the master of the stars. Note, Sapiens homo dominibitur, Astries. This famous tag is continually quoted. C.F. Tomkis, Albomazar, acted at Cambridge, March 1615, where Albomazar says, indeed, the Egyptian Ptolemy, the wise, pronounced it as an oracle of truth. Sapiens dominibitur Astries. It's quoted in Book 3, Epigram 186 of John Owen's first published volume, and Sir Sampson Legend in Congreve's Love for Love, produced at Lincoln's Inn Fields, 30th April 1695, 2. Bantering old Foresight, who loudly acclaims the influence of the stars, throws at him, I tell you I am wise, and sapiens dominibitur Astris. There's Latin for you to prove it. According to W. Aldous Wright's note on Bacon's Advancement of Learning, 2:13-12, Mr. Ellis says this sentence is ascribed to Ptolemy by Cognatus. The reference is to Cognati's collection of adages, which together with the adagia of Erasmus and other famous repertoires of saws and proverbs may be found in the volume Adagia, compiled by Johannius, and the most famous canonist of his day and Professor Utriska Iris at the University of Padua, who wrote ample glosses on the Corpus Iris Coelus. Burton, Anatomy of Melancholy, quotes Sapiens, etc., and A.R. Chiletto in his notes says that it is also cited by Jeremy Taylor, and that C.G. Eden, his best editor, could not trace the origin of the phrase. For although, since Saturn has a melancholy and bad influence, and Jupiter has a very good influence, the conjunction of Jupiter and Saturn can dispose men to quarrels and discords. Yet through free will men can resist that inclination, and very easily with the help of God's grace. And again, it is no valid objection to quote St. John Damascene, where he says, Book 2, Chapter 6, that comets are often the sign of the death of kings. For it will be answered that even if we follow the opinion of St. John Damascene, which was, as is evident in the book referred to, contrary to the opinion of the philosophic way, yet this is no proof of the inevitability of human actions. Note, St. John Damascene, doctor of the church, was born at Damascus about 676, and died sometime between 754 and 787. The quotation is from the third part of the most important of all his works, Fountain of Wisdom. This third part, the Orthodox Faith, to which reference is made here, must be considered the most notable of all the writings of St. John Damascene. And it is in this treatise that he discloses so comprehensive a knowledge of the astronomy of his day. It may be pointed out that Speyer regards the authority of St. John far too lightly, for the doctor's words carry great weight. The only complete edition of the works of St. John is that of Michael Lequesne, O.P., published at Paris 1717 and Venice 1748. Migny has reprinted this Patre Graeci with the addition of certain works by some attributed to the same author. For St. John considers that a comet is not a natural creation, nor is it one of the stars set in the firmament. Wherefore neither its signification nor influence is natural, for he says that comets are not of the stars which were created in the beginning, but that they are made for a particular occasion and then dissolved by divine command. This then is the opinion of St. John Damascene. But God by such a sign foretells the death of kings rather than of other men, both because a king is a public person and because from this may arise the confusion of a kingdom. And the angels are more careful to watch over kings for the general good, and kings are born and die under the ministry of the angels. And there is no difficulty in the opinion of the philosophers, who say that a comet is a hot and dry conglomeration, generated in the higher part of space near the fire, and that a conjoined globe of that hot and dry vapor assumes the likeness of a star. But unincorporated parts of that vapor stretch in long extremities joined to that globe, and are of a sort of adjunct to it. And according to this view, not of itself but by accident, it predicts death which proceeds from hot and dry infirmities. And since for the most part the rich are fed on things of a hot and dry nature, therefore at such times many of the rich die, among which the death of kings and princes is the most notable. And this view is not far from the view of St. John Damascene, when carefully considered except as regards the operation and cooperation of the angels, which not even the philosophers can ignore. For indeed, when the vapors in their dryness and heat have nothing to do with the generation of a comet, even then, for reasons already set out, a comet may be formed by the operation of an angel. In this way, the star which portended the death of the learned St. Thomas was not one of the stars set in the firmament, but was formed by an angel from some convenient material, and having performed its office, was again dissolved. From this we see that, whichever of those opinions we follow, the stars have no inherent influence over the free will, or consequently over the malice and character of men. It is to be noted also that astronomers often foretell the truth, and that their judgments are forever the most part effective on one province or one nation. And the reason is that they take their judgments from the stars, which according to the more probable view have a greater, though not an inevitable influence over the actions of mankind in general, that is, over one nation or province, than over one individual person. And this because the greater part of one nation more closely obeys the natural disposition of the body than does one single man. But this is mentioned incidentally. And the second of the three ways by which we vindicate the Catholic standpoint is by refuting the errors of those who cast horoscopes and mathematicians, who worship the goddess of fortune. Note, mathematicians, although in Cicero and in Seneca, mathematicus means a mathematician, in later Latin it always signifies an astrologer, a diviner, a wizard. The mathematici were condemned by the Roman law as exponents of black magic. Their art is indeed forbidden in severest terms by Diocletian, A.D. 284 to 305. The word mathematician was used in English sometimes to denote an astrologer, a fortune-teller. So in Shirley's comedy The Sisters, 3, licensed April 1642, when the bandits disguised as diviners visit the castle, Giovanni enters crying out, "Master Steward, yonder are the rarest fellows, in such fantastical habits too. They call themselves mathematicians." "What do they come for?" the steward asks. "To offer their service to milady and tell fortunes," is the reply. When Antonio sees them, he grumbles. "Her house is open for these mountebanks, cheaters, and tumblers that can foist and flatter milady. Giga!" "What are you, sir?" Strazo, one of the mathematicians, noble Signor. Antonio, mathematicians. Mongrel, how durst thou take that learned name upon thee? You are one of those knaves that stroll the country, and live by picking worms out of fools' fingers. Of these, St. Isidore, Ethics 8:9, says that those who cast horoscopes are so called from their examination of the stars at nativity, and are commonly called mathematicians. And in the same book, chapter 2, he says that fortune has her name from fortuitousness, and is a sort of goddess who mocks human affairs in a haphazard and fortuitous manner. Wherefore she is called blind, since she runs here and there with no consideration for desert, and comes indifferently to good and bad. So much for Isidore. But to believe that there is such a goddess, or that the harm done to bodies and creatures which is ascribed to witchcraft does not actually proceed from witchcraft, but from that same goddess of fortune, is sheer idolatry. And also to assert that witches themselves were born for that very purpose, that they might perform such deeds in the world, is similarly alien to the faith, and indeed to the general teaching of the philosophers. Anyone who pleases may refer to St. Thomas in the 3rd book of his Summa of the Faith against the Gentiles, question 87, etc., and he will find much to this effect. Nevertheless, one point must not be omitted, for the sake of those who perhaps have no great quantity of books. It is there noted that 3 things are to be considered in man, which are directed by 3 celestial causes, namely the act of the will, the act of the intellect, and the act of the body. The first of these is governed directly and solely by God, the second by an angel, and the third by a celestial body. For choice and will are directly governed by God for good works, as the Scripture says in Proverbs 21, "The heart of the king is in the hand of the Lord, he turneth it whithersoever he will." And it says the heart of the king, to signify that, as the great cannot oppose his will, so are others even less able to do so. Also St. Paul says, "God who causeth us to wish and perform that which is good." The human understanding is governed by God through the mediation of an angel, and those bodily actions, either exterior or interior, which are natural to man, are regulated by God through the mediation of the angels and the celestial bodies. For blessed Dionysius says that the celestial bodies are the causes of that which happens in this world, though he makes no implication of fatality. And since man is governed as to his body by the celestial bodies, as to his intellect by the angels, and as to his will by God, it may happen that if he rejects God's inspiration towards goodness and the guidance of his good angel, he may be led by his bodily affections to those things toward which the influence of the stars inclines him, so that his will and understanding become entangled in malice and error. However, it is not possible for anyone to be influenced by the stars to enter upon that sort of error in which the witches are ensnared, such as bloodshed, theft, or robbery, or even the perpetration of the worst incontinences. And this is true of other natural phenomena. Also, as William of Paris says in his De Universo, it is proved by experience that if a harlot tries to plant an olive, it does not become fruitful, whereas if it is planted by a chaste woman, it is fruitful. And a doctor in healing, a farmer in planting, or a soldier in fighting can do more with the help of the influence of the stars than another who possesses the same skill can do. Our third way is taken from the refutation of the belief in fate. And here it is to be noted that a belief in fate is in one way quite Catholic, but in another way entirely heretical. For fate may be understood after the manner of certain Gentiles and mathematicians, who thought that the different characters of men were inevitably caused by the force of the position of the stars, so that a wizard was predestined to be such, even if he were of a good character, because the disposition of the stars under which he was conceived or born caused him to be such as he was, and that force they called by the name of fate. But that opinion is not only false, but heretical and altogether detestable on account of the deprivation which it must entail, as was shown above in the refutation of the first error. For by it would be removed all reason for merit or blame, for grace and glory, and God would be made the author of our evil, and more such incongruities. Therefore such conception of fate must be altogether rejected, since there is no such thing. And touching this belief, St. Gregory says in his homily on the Epiphany, "Far be it from the hearts of the faithful to say that there is any fate." And although on account of the same incongruity which is detected in both, This opinion may seem to be the same as that concerning the astrologers. They are yet different inasmuch as they disagree concerning the force of the stars and the influx of the 7 planets. But fate may be considered to be in a sort of a second disposition, or an ordination of second causes for the production of foreseen divine effects. And in this way, fate is truly something, for the providence of God accomplishes his effects through mediating causes, in such matters as are subject to second causes, though this is not so in the case of some other matters, such as the creation of souls, glorification, and the acquisition of grace. Also, the angels may cooperate in the infusion of grace by enlightening and guiding the understanding and the capability of the will. And so a certain arrangement of results may be said to be one and the same as providence or even fate. For it is considered in this way that there is in God a quality which may be called providence, or it may be said that he has ordained intermediary causes for the realization of some of his purposes, and to this extent fate is a rational fact. And in this way Boethius speaks of fate, de consolation, for fate is an inherent disposition in things mobile, by which providence binds things to that which it is ordained. Nevertheless, the learned saints refused to use this name, on account of those who twisted its meaning to the force of the position of the stars. Wherefore St. Augustine says, if anyone attributed human affairs to fate, meaning by fate the will and power of God, let him keep his opinion, but amend his tongue. It is clear, then, that what has been said provides a sufficient answer to the question whether all things, including works of witchcraft, are subject to fate. For if fate is said to be the ordainment of second causes of foreseen divine results, that is, when God wills to effect his purposes through the second causes, to that extent they are subject to fate, that is, to second causes so ordained by God, and the influence of the stars is one of these second causes. But those things which come directly from God, such as the creation of things, the glorification of things substantial and spiritual, and other things of this sort, are not subject to such fate. And Boethius, in his book we have quoted, supports this view when he says that those things which are near to the primal deity are beyond the influence of the decrees of fate. Therefore, the works of witches, being outside the common course and order of nature, are not subject to these second causes. That is to say, that as regards their origin, they are not subject willy-nilly to fate, but to other causes. Witchcraft is not caused by the powers that move the stars. It follows that just as witchcraft cannot be caused in the manner that has been suggested, so also it is not caused by the separate essences, which are the powers that move the stars. Although this was believed to be the case by Avicenna and his school, for the following reasons. For they argued that those are separate essences of a higher power than our souls, and the soul itself can sometimes, by the force of imagination, or merely through fear, effect a change in its own body, and even sometimes in another body. For example, a man walking on a plank placed at a great height easily falls, but in his fear he imagines that he will fall. But if the plank were placed on the ground, he would not fall, for he would have no reason to fear falling. So by the mere apprehension of the soul, the body grows hot in the case of the concupiscent, and wrathful, and cold in the case of the fearful. It can also, by strongly imagining and fearing such things, be affected with illnesses, such as fever and leprosy. And as with its own body, so it can influence another body, either for health or sickness. And to this is ascribed the cause of bewitchment, of which we have spoken above. And since according to that view the deeds of witches have to be attributed to the powers that move the stars, if not precisely to the stars themselves, therefore we must add to what we have already said on this subject, that this also is impossible. For the powers that move the stars are good and intelligent essences, not only by nature but also by will, as appears from their working for the good of the whole universe. But that creature by whose aid witchcraft is done, although it may be good by nature, cannot be good by will. Therefore it is impossible to hold the same judgment of both these essences. And that such an essence cannot be good in respect of will is proved as follows. For it is no part of a well-disposed intelligence to extend patronage to those who act against virtue, and of such sort are the actions of witches. For it will be shown in the second part that they commit murders, fornications, and sacrifices of children and animals, and for their evil deeds are called witches. Therefore, the intelligence by whose aid such witchcraft is performed cannot be well disposed towards virtue, although it may be good in its original nature, since all things are so is evident to anyone who thinks about it. Also, it is no part of a good intelligence to be the familiar spirit of criminals, and to extend patronage to them and not to the virtuous. For they are criminals who use witchcraft, and they are known by their works. Now, the natural function of the essences that move the stars is to influence any creature for good, although it often happens that it becomes corrupted by some accident. Therefore, these essences cannot be the original cause of witches. Besides, it is the part of a good spirit to lead men to that which is good in human nature and of good repute. Therefore, to entice man away from such and to betray them into evil things belongs to an evilly disposed spirit, and by the wiles of such a spirit men make no headway in those things which are worthy, such as the sciences and virtues, but rather in that which is evil, such as the knowledge of theft and 1,000 other crimes. Therefore the origin is not in these separate essences, but in some power evilly disposed toward virtue. Besides, that cannot be understood to be a well-disposed spirit which is invoked as a helper in the commission of crimes. But this is what happens in the deeds of witches. For as will be shown by their performances, they abjure the faith and slay innocent children. For the separate essences which move the stars do not, on account of their goodness, provide help in these works of witchcraft. In conclusion, then, this kind of works can no more arise from the movers of the stars than from the stars themselves. And since they must originate from some power allied to some creature, and that power cannot be good in its will, although it may be naturally good, and that the devils themselves answer to this description, it follows that it is by their power that such things are done. Unless, indeed, anyone should bring forward the trifling objection that witchcraft originates in human malice, and that it is affected by curses and the places of images in a certain place, the stars being favorable. For example, a certain witch placed her image and said to a woman, "I will make you blind and lame." And it happened so. But it happened because the woman from her nativity was destined by the stars for such an affliction, and if such words and practices had been used against anyone else, they would not have been effective. And to this I shall answer in detail. First, that such witchcrafts cannot be caused by human malice. Secondly, that they cannot be caused by magic words or images, whatever stars may be in concurrence. Witchcraft does not operate from human malice alone. And first, to prove that witches' works cannot arise from human malice, however great. For a man's malice may be either habitual, inasmuch as by frequent practice he acquires a habit that inclines him to commit sin, nor from ignorance, but from weakness, in which case he is held to sin from wickedness. Or it may be actual malice, by which is meant the deliberate choice of evil, which is called the sin against the Holy Ghost. But in neither case can he, without the help of some higher power, work such spells as the mutation of the elements, or the harming of the bodies both of men and beasts. And this is proved first as to the cause, and secondly as to the effect of witchcraft. For a man cannot effect such works without malice, that is, a weakening of his nature, and still less when his nature has already been weakened, as is clear since his active virtue is already diminished. But man, through all sorts of sin and wickedness, becomes weakened in his natural goodness. Both reason and authority prove this. For Dionysius says, "Sin is the effect of natural habit," and he speaks of the sin of guilt. Wherefore no one who is conscious of sin commits it, unless he does so out of deliberate revolt. I answer thus. The sin of guilt stands in the same relation to the good of nature as does the good of grace to the sin of nature. But by grace is diminished natural sin, which is as a tinder prone to guilt. Therefore much more is natural good diminished by guilt. And it is not valid to put forward the objection that a bewitchment is sometimes caused by an old woman evilly looking at a child, by which the child is changed and bewitched. For as has already been shown, this can only happen to children because of their tender complexion. But here we speak of the bodies of all sorts of men and beasts, and even the elements and hailstorms. If anyone wishes to inquire further, he may refer to St. Thomas in his questions concerning evil, whether sin can corrupt the whole natural good, etc. And now, as regards the effects of witchcraft. From the effects we arrive at a knowledge of the cause. Now these effects, as they concern us, are outside the order of created nature as known to us, and are done through the power of some creature unknown to us, although they are not miracles, which are things done outside the order of the whole of created nature. As for miracles, they are wrought by his power, who is above the whole order of the entire natural creation, which is the blessed God, as it is said, "Thou art he who alone workest great marvels." So also the works of witches are said to be miraculous, only inasmuch as they are done by some cause unknown to us, and outside the order of created nature as known to us. From which it follows that the corporeal virtue of a man cannot extend itself to the causation of such works, for it has always this quality, that the cause with the natural effect is, in the case of man, recognized naturally and without wonder, and that the works of witches can in some way be called miraculous, in so far as they exceed human knowledge, is clear from the very nature, for they are not done naturally. It is shown also by the doctors, especially St. Augustine in Book 83, where he says that by magic arts many miracles are wrought similar to those miracles which are done by the servants of God. And again, in the same book he says that magicians do miracles by private contract, good Christians by public justice, and bad Christians by the signs of public justice. And all this is explained as follows. For there is a divine justice in the whole universe, just as there is a public law in the state. But the virtue of any creature has to do with the universe, as that of the private individual has to do with the state. Therefore, inasmuch as good Christians work miracles by divine justice, they are said to work them by public justice. But the magician, since he works through a pact entered into with the devil, is said to work by private contract, for he works by means of the devil, who by his natural power can do things outside the order of created nature as known to us, through the virtue of a creature unknown to us. And it will be for us a miracle, although not actually so, since he cannot work outside the order of the whole created nature, and through all the virtues of creatures unknown to us. For in this way only God is said to work miracles. As it is said, "Thou art God who alone workest great marvels." But bad Christians work through the signs of public justice, as by invoking the name of Christ, or by exhibiting certain sacraments. If anyone pleases, he can refer to St. Thomas in the first part of the Questions, 3, Art 4. He can also study the conclusions in the second part of this work, Chapter 6. That witchcraft is not exercised and wrought by voices and words under a favoring influence of the stars. Neither does witchcraft proceed from words uttered over images by men under favorable constellations. For the intellect of a man is of such a nature that its knowledge springs from things, and phantasms must be rationally examined. It is not in his nature, simply by thought or by the intrinsic operation of his intellect, to cause things to happen just by expressing them in words. For if there were men who had such power, they would not be of the same nature as we, and could only equivocally be called men. But it is said that they effect these things by words when the stars of the nativity are favorable, from which it would follow that they would be able to act by the power of words only under certain conditions, and that they would be powerless without the help of the stars of their victim's nativity. But this is clearly false from what has been said before concerning astromancers, casters of horoscopes, and fortune-tellers. Besides, words express the conception of the mind, and the stars cannot influence the understanding. Neither can the powers that move them, unless they wish on their own account, and apart from the motion of the stars, to enlighten the understanding. And this would only happen in regard to good works, for not enlightenment but darkness is given to the understanding for the performance of evil works. And such is the function not of good, but of evil spirits. Therefore it is clear that if their words are in any way effective, it is not by virtue of any star, but by virtue of some intelligence, which may be naturally good, but cannot be good in respect of will, since it always works for evil. and such is the devil, as has been shown above. And they cannot effect such things by images influenced, as it were, by the stars, for such images marked with whatever characters and figures are the result of a man working by art. But the stars cause natural effects, a term which cannot be applied to the effects caused by evil witches, to the harm of creatures, proceeding apart from the accustomed order of nature, wherefore this argument is not relevant. Again, it has been shown above that there are two kinds of images. Those of the astrologers and mages are ordained not for corruption, but for the obtaining of some private good. But the images of witches are quite different, since always they are secretly placed somewhere by the command of the devil for the hurt of a creature. And they who walk or sleep over them are harmed, as the witches themselves confess. Wherefore whatever they effect is done by means of devils, and is not due to the influence of the stars. To the arguments. For the first, we must understand the words of St. Augustine, that the cause of man's depravity lies in man's will, meaning the cause which produces the effect, which is properly said to be the cause. It is not so, however, with the cause which permits the effect, or arranges or advises or suggests it, in which sense the devil is said to be the cause of sin and depravity. God only permitting is that good may come of evil. As St. Augustine says, the devil provides the inner suggestion and persuades both inwardly and outwardly by more active stimulation. But he instructs those who are entirely in his power, as are witches, whom there is no need to tempt from within, but only from without, etc. And through this we can come to the second argument, that everyone is by direct understanding the cause of his own wickedness. And concerning this it is said to be that, though it would be contrary to the doctrine of free will to believe that a man may be influenced by direct command, it is not so to say that he is influenced by suggestion. Thirdly, impulses to good or evil can be caused to be suggested by the influence of the stars, and the impulse is received as a natural inclination to human virtue or vice. But the works of witches are outside the common order of nature, and therefore they cannot be subject to those influences. The fourth argument is equally clear, for though the stars are a cause of human acts, witchcraft is not properly a human act. For the fifth argument, that the powers that move the stars can influence souls, if that is understood directly, they do so influence them by enlightening them towards goodness, but not to witchcraft, as has been shown above. But if it is understood mediately, then through the medium of the stars they exert an indirect and suggestive influence. Sixthly, there are two reasons why devils molest men at certain phases of the moon. First, that they may bring disrepute on a creature of God, namely the moon, as St. Jerome and St. John Chrysostom say. Secondly, because they cannot, as has been said above, operate except through the medium of the natural powers. Therefore they study the aptitudes of bodies for receiving an impression. And because, as Aristotle says, the brain is the most humid of all parts of the body, therefore it chiefly is subject to the operation of the moon, which itself has power to incite humours. Moreover, the animal forces are perfected in the brain, and therefore the devils disturb a man's fancy according to certain phases of the moon, when the brain is ripe for such influences. And there are two reasons why the devils are present as counselors in certain constellations. First, that they may lead men into the error of thinking that there is some divinity in the stars. Secondly, because they think that under the influence of some constellations, corporeal matter is more apt for the deeds that they counsel. And as to what St. Augustine says, devils are attracted by various kinds of stones, herbs, trees, animals, songs, and instruments of music, not as animals are attracted by food, but as spirits by signs, as if these things were exhibited to them as a sign of divine honor, for which they are themselves eager. But it is often objected that devils can be hindered by herbs and music from molesting men, as it is alleged in the argument from Saul and the music of the harp. And hence an attempt is made to argue that some men can work witchcraft through certain herbs and occult causes, without the help of devils, but only of the influence of the stars, which have more direct power over matters corporeal, for corporeal effects, than over the devils for effects of witchcraft. Now, though this must be answered more widely, It is to be noted that herbs and music cannot by their own natural virtue entirely shut out the molestation which the devil can inflict upon men, with the permission of God and the good angels. Yet they can mitigate that molestation, and this can even be of so slight a nature that they can entirely remove it. But they would do this not by acting against the devil himself, since he is a separate spirit against whom nothing corporeal can naturally act, but by acting against the actual molestation of the devil. For every cause that has limited power can produce a more intense effect on a suitable than upon an unsuitable material. See Aristotle, De Anima. They who act do so upon a predisposed patient. Now the devil is an agent of limited power. Therefore, he can inflict a fiercer affliction on a man disposed to that affliction, or to that which the devil means to inflict, than upon a man of a contrary disposition. For example, the devil can induce a fiercer passion of melancholy in a man disposed to that humor than in a man of the contrary disposition. Moreover, it is certain that herbs and music can change the disposition of the body, and consequently of the emotions. This is evident in the case of herbs, since some incline a man to joy, some to sadness, and so with others. It is evident also in the case of music, as Aristotle shows, Politics 8, where he says that different harmonies can produce different passions in man. Boethius also mentions this in his music, and the author of The Birth of Knowledge, where he speaks of the usefulness of music, and says that it is of value in the cure or alleviation of various infirmities. And thus, other things being equal, it may help to weaken the affliction. But I do not see how herbs or music can cause a man to be of such a disposition that he can in no way be molested by the devil. Even if such a thing were permissible, the devil, moving only in local vapor of the spirit, can grievously afflict men supernaturally. But herbs and harmonies cannot of their own natural virtue cause in man a disposition by which the devil is prevented from creating the aforesaid commotion. Nevertheless, it sometimes happens that the devil is permitted to inflict only so small a vexation on a man that, through some strong contrary disposition, it may be totally removed. And then some herbs or harmonies can so dispose a man's body to the contrary that the vexation is totally removed. For example, the devil may at times vex a man with the affliction of sadness, but so weakly that herbs or harmonies which are capable of causing a swelling and uplifting of the spirits, which are contrary emotions to sadness, can totally remove that sadness. Moreover, St. Augustine in his second book on the Christian doctrine condemns amulets and certain other things of which he there writes much, attributing their virtue to magic art, since they can have no natural virtue of their own. And this is clear from what he says. To this sort belong all amulets and charms which are condemned by the school of physicians, which condemns very clearly their use, in that they have no efficacy of their own natural virtue. And as for that concerning 1 Kings 16, that Saul, who was vexed by a devil, was alleviated when David played his harp before him, and that the devil departed, etc. It must be known that it is quite true that by the playing of the harp and the natural virtue of that harmony, the affliction of Saul was to some extent relieved, inasmuch as that music did somewhat calm his senses through hearing, through which calming he was made less prone to that vexation. But the reason why the evil spirit departed when David played the harp was because of the might of the cross, which is clearly enough shown by the gloss, where it says, David was learned in music, skillful in the different notes and harmonic modulations. He shows the essential unity by playing each day in various modes. David repressed the evil spirit by the harp, not because there was so much virtue in the harp, but it was made in the sign of a cross, being a cross of wood with the strings stretched across. And even at that time the devils fled from this. Question 6. Concerning witches who copulate with devils. Why it is that women are chiefly addicted to evil superstitions. There is also, concerning witches who copulate with devils, much difficulty in considering the methods by which such abominations are consummated. On the part of the devil, first, of what element the body is made that he assumes. Secondly, whether the act is always accompanied by the injection of semen received from another. Thirdly, as to time and place, whether he commits this act more frequently at one time than at another. Fourthly, whether the act is invisible to any who may be standing by. And on the part of the women, it has to be inquired whether only they who were themselves conceived in this filthy manner are often visited by devils. Or secondly, whether it is those who were offered to devils by midwives at the time of their birth. And thirdly, whether the actual veneral delectation of such is of a weaker sort. But we cannot here reply to all these questions, both because we are only engaged in a general study, and because in the second part of this work they are all singly explained by their operations, as will appear in the 4th chapter, where mention is made of each separate method. Therefore let us now chiefly consider women, and first, why this kind of perfidy is found more in so fragile a sex than in men. And our inquiry will first be general, as to the general conditions of women, secondly, particular, as to which sort of women are found to be given to superstition and witchcraft, and thirdly, specifically with regard to midwives, who surpass all others in wickedness. Why superstition is chiefly found in women. As for the first question, why a greater number of witches is found in the fragile feminine sex than among men, it is indeed a fact that it were idle to contradict, since it is accredited by actual experience, apart from the verbal testimony of credible witnesses, and without in any way detracting from a sex in which God has always taken great glory that his might should be spread abroad. Let us say that various men have assigned various reasons for this fact, which nevertheless agree in principle. Wherefore it is good for the admonition of women to speak of this matter, and it has often been proved by experience that they are eager to hear of it, so long as it is set forth with discretion. For some learned men propound this reason, that there are 3 things in nature, the tongue, an ecclesiastic, and a woman, which know no moderation in goodness or vice, and when they exceed the bounds of their condition they reach the greatest heights and the lowest depths of goodness and vice. When they are governed by a good spirit, they are most excellent in virtue, but when they are governed by an evil spirit, they indulge the worst possible vices. This is clear in the case of the tongue, since by its ministry most of the kingdoms have been brought into the faith of Christ, and the Holy Ghost appeared over the apostles of Christ in tongues of fire. Other learned preachers also have had, as it were, the tongues of dogs licking the wounds and sores of the dying Lazarus, as it is said, "With the tongues of dogs ye save your souls from the enemy." For this reason, St. Dominic, the leader and father of the order of preachers, is represented in the figure of a barking dog with a lighted torch in his mouth, that even to this day he may by his barking keep off the heretic wolves from the flock of Christ's sheep. Note, St. Dominic. Before the birth of St. Dominic, his mother, Blessed Joanna d'Azza, dreamed that she had brought forth a black and white dog carrying in his mouth a lighted torch. The dog with the torch is accordingly the pictorial attribute of the saint. Nor must the play upon the name of his sons be forgotten. Domini Cani, Domini Canes, hounds of the Lord. It is also a matter of common experience that the tongue of one prudent man can subdue the wrangling of a multitude. Wherefore not unjustly Solomon sings much in their praise, in Proverbs 10. In the lips of him that hath understanding wisdom is found. And again, the tongue of the just is as a choice silver. The heart of the wicked is little worth. And again, the lips of the righteous feed many, but fools die for want of wisdom. For this cause he adds in chapter 16, the preparations of the heart belong to man, but the answer of the tongue is from the Lord. But concerning an evil tongue, you will find in Ecclesiasticus 28, a backbiting tongue hath disquieted many, and driven them from nation to nation. Strong cities hath it pulled down, and overthrown the houses of great men. And by a backbiting tongue it means a third party who rashly or spitefully interferes between 2 contending parties. Secondly, concerning ecclesiastics, that is to say clerics and religious of either sex, St. John Chrysostom speaks on the text, "He cast out them that bought and sold from the temple." From the priesthood arises everything good and everything evil. St. Jerome, in his epistle to Nepotian, says, "Avoid as you would the plague a trading priest, who has risen from poverty to riches, from a low to a high estate." And Blessed Bernard, in his 23rd homily on the Psalms, says of clerics, "If one should arise as an open heretic, let him be cast out and be put to silence. If he is a violent enemy, let all good men flee from him." But how are we to know which ones to cast out or to flee from? For they are all confusedly friendly and hostile, peaceable and quarrelsome, neighborly and utterly selfish. And in another place, our bishops are become spearmen, and our pastors shearers. And by bishops here is meant these proud abbots who impose heavy labors on their inferiors, which they would not themselves touch with their little finger. And St. Gregory says concerning pastors, "No one does more harm in the church than he who, having the name or order of sanctity, lives in sin, for no one dares to accuse him of sin, and therefore the sin is widely spread, since the sinner is honored for the sanctity of his order." Note, St. John Chrysostom, born at Antioch 347, died at Comana in Pontus 14th September 407. His 59 homilies on the Psalms are very famous. Blessed Augustine also speaks of monks to Vincent the Donatist. "I freely confess to your charity before the Lord our God, which is the witness of my soul from the time I began to serve God, what great difficulty I have experienced in the fact that it is impossible to find either worse or better men than those who grace or disgrace the monasteries." Now the wickedness of women is spoken of in Ecclesiasticus 25. "There is no head above the head of a serpent, and there is no wrath above the wrath of a woman. I had rather dwell with a lion and a dragon than to keep house with a wicked woman." And among much which in that place precedes and follows about a wicked woman, he concludes, "All wickedness is but little to the wickedness of a woman." Wherefore St. John Chrysostom says on the text, "It is not good to marry." St. Matthew 19. Note, St. Matthew, the 90 homilies on St. Matthew were written about the year 390. What else is woman but a foe to friendship, an unescapable punishment, a necessary evil, a natural temptation, a desirable calamity, a domestic danger, a delectable detriment, an evil of nature painted with fair colors? Therefore, if it be a sin to divorce her when she ought to be kept, it is indeed a necessary torture. For either we commit adultery by divorcing her, or we must endure daily strife. Cicero, in his second book on the Rhetorics, says, "The many lusts of men lead them into one sin, but the one lust of women leads them into all sins, for the root of all women's vices is avarice." And Seneca says in his Tragedies, "A woman either loves or hates, there is no third grade, and the tears of a woman are a deception, for they may spring from true grief, or they may be a snare. When a woman thinks alone, she thinks evil." But for good women there is so much praise, that we read that they have brought beatitude to men, and have saved nations, lands, and cities, as is clear in the case of Judith, Deborah, and Esther. See also 1 Corinthians 7, "If a woman hath a husband that believeth not, and he be pleased to dwell with her, let her not leave him. For the unbelieving husband is sanctified by the believing wife." And Ecclesiasticus 26, "Blessed is the man who has a virtuous wife, for the number of his days shall be doubled." And throughout that chapter much high praise is spoken of the excellence of good women, as also in the last chapter of Proverbs concerning a virtuous woman. And all this is made clear also in the New Testament concerning women and virgins and other holy women who have by faith led nations and kingdoms away from the worship of idols of the Christian religion. Anyone who looks at Vincent of Beauvais will find marvelous things of the conversion of Hungary by the most Christian Gilia, and of the Franks by Clotilda, the wife of Clovis. Note, Gilia, rather Gisela, the devout sister of Duke Henry of Bavaria, the future Emperor St. Henry II, in 995 married St. Stephen of Hungary, who succeeded to the throne in 997. She was untiring in her efforts to spread the faith throughout the kingdom. The coronation mantle of Hungary, a purple damask cope, embroidered in silk and gold by Queen Gisela, dated 1031, is preserved at Budapest. Clotilda, born probably at Lyon about 474, died at Tours, 3rd June 545. The feast of Saint Clotilda is celebrated June 3rd. From the 6th century onwards, the marriage of Clovis I, king of the Salic Franks, and Clotilda, which took place in 492 or 493, was made the theme of epic narratives and many legends. Clotilda soon acquired a great ascendancy over her husband, and she availed herself of this influence to win him to the Catholic faith. For a time her efforts seemed unavailing, but Clovis, who in a great battle against the Alemanni saw his men on the point of defeat, invoked the god of his wife, promising to become a Christian if only victory should be granted to the Franks. The tide instantly turned, and true to his word, he was baptized at Rheims by Saint Remigius at Christmas 496. His sister and 3,000 of his noblest warriors at the same time embraced the faith. Thus, Saint Clotilda was the instrument in the conversion of a mighty people. Wherefore, in many vituperations that we read against women, the word woman is used to mean the lust of the flesh. As it is said, I have found a woman more bitter than death, and a good woman subject to carnal lust. Others again have propounded other reasons why there are more superstitious women found than men. And the first is that they are more credulous, and since the chief aim of the devil is to corrupt faith, therefore he rather attacks them. See Ecclesiasticus 19, he that is quick to believe is light-minded, and shall be diminished. The second reason is that women are naturally more impressionable, and more ready to receive the influence of a disembodied spirit, and that when they use this quality well, they are very good, but when they use it ill, they are very evil. The third reason is that they have slippery tongues, and are unable to conceal from their fellow women these things which by evil arts they know. And since they are weak, they find an easy and secret manner of vindicating themselves by witchcraft. See Ecclesiasticus as quoted above. I had rather dwell with a lion and a dragon than to keep house with a wicked woman. All wickedness is but little to the wickedness of a woman. And to this may be added that, as they are very impressionable, they act accordingly. There are others also who bring forward yet other reasons, of which preachers should be very careful how they make use. For it is true that in the Old Testament the Scriptures have much that is evil to say about women, and this because of the first temptress, Eve, and her imitators. Yet afterwards, in the New Testament, we find a change of name, as from Evato Ave, as St. Jerome says, and the whole sin of Eve taken away by the benediction of Mary. Therefore, preachers should always say as much praise of them as possible. But because in these times this perfidy is more often found in women than in men, as we learn by actual experience, if anyone is curious as to the reason, we may add to what has already been said the following: that since they are feebler both in mind and body, it is not surprising that they should come more under the spell of witchcraft. For as regards intellect or the understanding of spiritual things, they seem to be of a different nature from men, a fact which is vouched for by the logic of the authorities, backed by various examples from the Scriptures. Terence says, women are intellectually like children, and Lactantius, Institutions 3, no women understood philosophy except Temist, and Proverbs 11, as it were describing a woman, says, as a jewel of gold in a swine's snout, so is a fair woman which is without discretion. But the natural reason is that she is more carnal than a man, as is clear from her many carnal abominations. And it should be noted that there was a defect in the formation of the first woman, since she was formed from a bent rib, that is, a rib of the breast, which is bent as it were in a contrary direction to a man. And since through this defect she is an imperfect animal, she always deceives. For Cato says, when a woman weeps, she weaves snares, and again, when a woman weeps, she labors to deceive a man. And this is shown by Samson's wife, who coaxed him to tell her the riddle he had propounded to the Philistines. and told them the answer, and so deceived him. And it is clear in the case of the first woman that she had little faith. For when the serpent asked why they did not eat of every tree in paradise, she answered, "Of every tree, etc., lest perchance we die." Thereby she showed that she doubted, and had little faith in the word of God. And all this is indicated by the etymology of the word, for femina comes from fee, and minus, since she is ever weaker to hold and preserve the faith. And this as regards faith is of her very nature. Although both by grace and nature faith never failed in the Blessed Virgin, even at the time of Christ's passion, when it failed in all men. Therefore a wicked woman is by her nature quicker to waver in her faith, and consequently quicker to abjure the faith, which is the root of witchcraft. And as to her other mental quality, that is her natural will, when she hates someone whom she formerly loved, then she seethes with anger and impatience in her whole soul, just as the tides of the sea are always heaving and boiling. Many authorities allude to this cause, Ecclesiasticus 25. There is no wrath above the wrath of a woman. And Seneca, Tragedies 8. No might of the flames or of the swollen winds, no deadly weapon, is so much to be feared as the lust and hatred of a woman who has been divorced from the marriage bed. Note, Seneca, Media, 579 to 582. This is shown too in the woman who falsely accused Joseph and caused him to be imprisoned because he would not consent to the crime of adultery with her. Genesis 30. And truly the most powerful cause which contributes to the increase of witches is the woeful rivalry between married folk and unmarried women and men. This is so even among holy women. So what must it be among the others? For you see in Genesis 21 how impatient and envious Sarah was of Hagar when she conceived, how jealous Rachel was of Leah because she had no children. Genesis 30. And Hannah, who was barren, of the fruitful Peninnah. 1 Kings 1, and how Miriam, Numbers 12, murdered and spoke ill of Moses, and was therefore stricken with leprosy, and how Martha was jealous of Mary Magdalene, because she was busy and Mary was sitting down. St. Luke 10. To this point is Ecclesiasticus 37, neither consult with a woman touching her of whom she is jealous, meaning that it is useless to consult with her, since there is always jealousy, that is envy, in a wicked woman. And if women behave thus to each other, how much more will they do so to men? Valerius Maximus tells how, when Phoronius, the king of the Greeks, was dying, he said to his brother Leontius that there would have been nothing lacking to him of complete happiness if a wife had always been lacking to him. And when Leontius asked how a wife could stand in the way of happiness, he answered that all married men well knew. And when the philosopher Socrates was asked if one should marry a wife, he answered, "If you do not, you are lonely, your family dies out, and a stranger inherits. If you do, you suffer perpetual anxiety, querulous complaints, reproaches concerning the marriage portion, the heavy displeasure of your relations, the garrulousness of a mother-in-law, cuckoldom, and no certain arrival of an heir." This he said as one who knew, for St. Jerome in his Contra Ionium says, "This Socrates had 2 wives whom he endured with much patience, but could not be rid of their contumelies and clamorous vituperations." Note, this treatise was written 392-393. So one day, when they were complaining against him, he went out of the house to escape their plaguing, and sat down before the house, and the woman then threw filthy water over him. But the philosopher was not disturbed by this, saying, "I knew that the rain would come after the thunder." There is also a story of a man whose wife was drowned in a river, who, when he was searching for the body to take it out of the water, walked up the stream. And when he was asked why, since heavy bodies do not rise but fall, he was searching against the current of the river, he answered, "When that woman was alive, she always, both in word and deed, went contrary to my commands. Therefore, I am searching in the contrary direction, in case even now she is dead, she may preserve her contrary disposition." And indeed, just as through the first defect in their intelligence they are more prone to abjure the faith, So through their second defect of inordinate affections and passions they search for, brood over, and inflict various vengeances, either by witchcraft or by some other means. Wherefore it is no wonder that so great a number of witches exist in this sex. Women also have weak memories, and it is a natural vice in them not to be disciplined, but to follow their own impulses without any sense of what is due. This is her whole study, and all that she keeps in her memory. So Theophrastus says, if you hand over the whole management of the house to her, but reserve some minute detail to your own judgment, she will think that you are displaying a great want of faith in her, and will stir up strife. And unless you quickly take counsel, she will prepare poison for you, and consult seers and soothsayers, and will become a witch. But as to domination by women, hear what Cicero says in the Paradoxes. Can he be called a free man whose wife governs him, imposes laws on him, orders him, and forbids him to do what he wishes, so that he cannot and dare not deny her anything that she asks? I should call him not only a slave, but the vilest of slaves, even if he comes of the noblest family. And Seneca, in the character of the raging Medea, says, why do you cease to follow your happy impulse? How great is that part of vengeance in which you rejoice? Where he adduces many proofs that a woman will not be governed, but will follow her own impulse even to her own destruction. In the same way, we read of many women who have killed themselves either for love or sorrow because they were unable to work their vengeance. St. Jerome, writing of Daniel, tells a story of Laodice, wife of Antiochus, king of Syria, how being jealous lest he should love his other wife, Berenice, more than her, she first caused Berenice and her daughter by Antiochus to be slain, and then poisoned herself. And why? Because she would not be governed, but would follow her own impulse. Therefore, St. John Chrysostom says not without reason, O evil worse than all evil, a wicked woman, whether she be poor or rich. For if she be the wife of a rich man, she does not cease night and day to excite her husband with hot words, to use evil blandishments and violent importunations. And if she have a poor husband, she does not cease to stir him also to anger and strife. And if she be a widow, she takes it upon herself everywhere to look down on everybody, and is inflamed to all boldness by the spirit of pride. If we inquire, we find that nearly all the kingdoms of the world have been overthrown by women. Troy, which was a prosperous kingdom, was for the rape of one woman, Helen, destroyed, and many thousands of Greeks slain. The kingdom of the Jews suffered much misfortune and destruction through the cursed Jezebel, and her daughter Athaliah, queen of Judah, who caused her sons to be killed, that on their death she might reign herself. Yet each of them was slain. The kingdom of the Romans endured much evil through Cleopatra, queen of Egypt, that worst of women, and so with others. Therefore it is no wonder if the world now suffers through the malice of women. And now let us examine the carnal desires of the body itself, whence has arisen unconscionable harm to human life. Justly may we say with Cato of Utica, if the world could be rid of women, we should not be without God in our intercourse. For truly, without the wickedness of women, to say nothing of witchcraft, the world would still remain proof against innumerable dangers. Hear what Valerius said to Rufinus, you do not know that a woman is the chimera, but it is good that you should know it. For that monster was of three forms. Its face was that of a radiant and noble lion. It had the filthy belly of a goat, and was armed with the virulent tail of a viper. And he means that a woman is beautiful to look upon, contaminating to the touch, and deadly to keep. Let us consider another property of hers, the voice. For as she is a liar by nature, so in her voice she stings while she delights us. Wherefore her voice is like the song of the sirens, who with their sweet melody entice the passers-by and kill them. For they kill them by emptying their purses, consuming their strength, and causing them to forsake God. Again, Valerius says to Rufinus, when she speaks, it is a delight which flavors the sin. The flower of love is a rose, because under its blossom there are hidden many thorns. See Proverbs v. 3:4. Her mouth is smoother than oil, that is, her speech is afterwards as bitter as absinthium. Her throat is smoother than oil, but her end is as bitter as wormwood. Let us consider also her gait, posture, and habit, in which is vanity of vanities. There is no man in the world who studies so hard to please the good God as even an ordinary woman studies by her vanities to please men. An example of this is to be found in the life of Pelagia, a worldly woman who was wont to go about Antioch tired and adorned most extravagantly. Note, Pelagia Mertrix, or Pelagia Mima, a beautiful actress who led the life of a prostitute at Antioch. She was converted by the holy bishop Nonus, and disguised as a man went on pilgrimage to Jerusalem, where for many years she led the life of extremest mortification and penance in a grotto on the Mount of Olives. This attained to such heights of sanctity that she was canonized, and in the East, where her cult was long very popular, her festival is kept on October 8th, which is also the day of her commemoration in the Roman martyrology. A holy father named Nonus saw her and began to weep, saying to his companions that never in all his life had he used such diligence to please God, and much more he added to this effect, which is preserved in his orations. It is this which is lamented in Ecclesiastes 7, and which the Church even now laments on account of the great multitude of witches. And I have found a woman more bitter than death, who is the hunter's snare, and her heart is a net, and her hands are bands. He that pleaseth God shall escape from her, but he that is a sinner shall be caught by her. More bitter than death, that is, than the devil. Apocalypse 6:8. His name was Death. For though the devil tempted Eve to sin, yet Eve seduced Adam. And as the sin of Eve would not have brought death to our soul and body unless the sin had afterwards passed on to Adam, to which he was tempted by Eve, not by the devil, therefore she is more bitter than death. More bitter than death, again, because that is natural and destroys only the body. But the sin which arose from woman destroys the soul by depriving it of grace, and delivers the body up to the punishment for sin. More bitter than death, again, because bodily death is an open and terrible enemy, but woman is a wheedling and secret enemy. And that she is more perilous than a snare does not speak of the snare of hunters, but of devils. For men are caught not only through their carnal desires, when they see and hear women, for St. Bernard says, their face is a burning wind, and their voice the hissing of serpents, but they also cast wicked spells on countless men and animals. And when it is said that her heart is a net, it speaks of the inscrutable malice which reigns in their hearts. And her hands are as bands for binding, for when they place their hands on a creature to bewitch it, then with the help of the devil they perform their design. To conclude, all witchcraft comes from carnal lust, which is in women, insatiable. See Proverbs 30. There are 3 things that are never satisfied, yea, a 4th thing which says not, it is enough, that is, the mouth of the womb. Wherefore, the sake of fulfilling their lusts, they consort even with devils. More such reasons could be brought forward, but to the understanding it is sufficiently clear that it is no matter for wonder that there are more women than men found infected with the heresy of witchcraft. And in consequence of this, it is better called the heresy of witches than of wizards, since the name is taken from the more powerful party. And blessed be the highest who has so far preserved the male sex from so great a crime, for since he was willing to be born and to suffer for us, therefore he has granted to men this privilege. What sort of women are found to be above all other superstitious and witches? As to our second inquiry, what sort of women, more than others, are found to be superstitious and infected with witchcraft, it must be said, as was shown in the preceding inquiry, that 3 general vices appear to have special dominion over wicked women, namely infidelity, ambition, and lust. Therefore, they are more than others inclined towards witchcraft, who more than others are given to these vices. Again, since of these 3 vices the last chiefly predominates, women being insatiable, etc., it follows that those among the ambitious women are more deeply infected, who are more hot to satisfy their filthy lusts, and such are adulteresses, fornicatresses, and the concubines of the great. Now there are, as it is said in the papal bull, 7 methods by which they infect with witchcraft the venereal act and the conception of the womb. First, by inclining the minds of men to inordinate passion. Second, by obstructing their generative force. Third, by removing the members accommodated to that fact. Fourth, by changing men into beasts by their magic art. Fifth, by destroying the generative force in women. Sixth, by procuring abortion. Seventh, by offering children to devils, besides other animals and fruits of the earth, with which they work much harm. And all these will be considered later, but for the present let us give our minds to the injuries towards men. Then first, concerning those who are bewitched into an inordinate love or hatred. This is a matter of a sort that is difficult to discuss before the general intelligence. Yet it must be granted that it is a fact, for St. Thomas, 4:34, treating of obstructions caused by witches, shows that God allows the devil greater power against men's venereal acts than against their other actions, and gives this reason that this is likely to be so, since those women are chiefly apt to be witches who are most disposed to such acts. For he says that, since the first corruption of sin by which man became the slave of the devil came to us through the act of generation, therefore greater power is allowed by God to the devil in this act than in all others. Also, the power of witches is more apparent in serpents, as it is said, than in other animals, because through the means of a serpent the devil tempted woman. For this reason also, as is shown afterwards, although matrimony is a work of God, as being instituted by him, yet it is sometimes wrecked by the work of the devil. Not indeed through main force, since then he might be thought stronger than God, but with the permission of God, by causing some temporary or permanent impediment in the conjugal act. And touching this, we may say what is known by experience, that these women satisfy their filthy lusts not only in themselves, but even in the mighty ones of the age, of whatever state and condition, causing by all sorts of witchcraft the death of their souls through the excessive infatuation of carnal love, in such a way that for no shame or persuasion can they desist from such acts. And through such men, since the witches will not perform any harm to come to them either from themselves or from others, once they have them in their power, there arises the great danger of the time, namely, the extermination of the faith, and in this way do witches every day increase. And would that this were not true according to experience. But indeed such hatred is aroused by witchcraft between those joined in the sacrament of matrimony, and such freezing up of the generative forces, that men are unable to perform the necessary action for begetting offspring. But since love and hate exist in the soul, which even the devil cannot enter, lest these things should seem incredible to anyone, they must be inquired into, and by meeting argument with argument, the matter will be made clear. Question 7. Whether witches can sway the minds of men to love or hatred. It is asked whether devils, through the medium of witches, can change or incite the minds of men to inordinate love or hatred. And it is argued that, following the previous conclusions, they cannot do so. For there are 3 things in man: will, understanding, and body. The first is ruled by God himself, for the heart of the king is in the hand of the Lord. The second is enlightened by an angel, and the body is governed by the motions of the stars. And as the devils cannot effect changes in the body, even less have they power to incite love or hatred in the soul. The consequence is clear, that though they have more power over things corporeal than over things spiritual, they cannot change even the body, as has been often proved. For they cannot induce any substantial or accidental form except by the help of some other agent, which is, as it were, their artificer. In this connection is quoted what has been said before, that whoever believes that any creature can be changed for the better or for the worse, or transformed into another kind or likeness, except by the Creator of all things, is worse than a pagan and a heretic. Besides, everything that acts with design knows its own effect. If therefore the devil could change the minds of men to hatred or love, he would also be able to see the inner thoughts of the heart. But this is contrary to what is said in the book of Ecclesiastic Dogma. The devil cannot see our inner thoughts. And again, in the same place, Not all our evil thoughts are from the devil, but sometimes they arise from our own choice. Besides, love and hatred are a matter of the will, which is rooted in the soul. Therefore they cannot by any cunning be caused by the devil. The conclusion holds that he alone, as St. Augustine says, is able to enter into the soul who created it. Besides, it is not valid to argue that because he can influence the inner emotions, therefore he can govern the will. For the emotions are stronger than physical strength, and the devil can affect nothing in a physical way, such as the formation of flesh and blood. Therefore, he can affect nothing through the emotions. But against this, the devil is said to tempt men only not visibly, but also invisibly. But this would not be true unless he were able to exert some influence over the inner mind. Besides, St. John Damascene says, all evil and all filthiness is devised by the devil. And Dionysius, de divin nom for, the multitude of devils is the cause of all evil, etc. Answer. First, one sort of cause is to be distinguished from another. Secondly, we shall show how the devil can affect the inner powers of the mind, that is, the emotions, and thirdly, we shall draw the fit conclusion. And as to the first, it is to be considered that the cause of anything can be understood in two ways, either as direct or as indirect. For when something causes a disposition to some effect, it is said to be an occasional and indirect cause of that effect. In this way it may be said that he who chops wood is the cause of the actual fire. And similarly, we may say that the devil is the cause of all our sins, for he incited the first man to sin, from whose sin it has been handed down to the whole human race, to have an inclination towards all sin. And in this way are to be understood the words of St. John Damascene and Dionysius. But a direct cause is one that directly causes an effect, and in this sense, the devil is not the cause of all sin. For all sins are not committed at the instigation of the devil, but some are of our own choosing. For Origen says, even if the devil were not, men would still lust after food and venery and such things. And from these inordinate lusts much may result, unless such appetites be reasonably restrained. But to restrain such ungoverned desire is the part of man's free will, over which even the devil has no power. And because this distinction is not sufficient to explain how the devil at times produces a frantic infatuation of love, it is further to be noted that, though he cannot cause that inordinate love by directly compelling a man's will, yet he can do so by means of persuasion. And this again in two ways, either visibly or invisibly. Visibly, when he appears to witches in the visible form of a man, and speaks to them materially, persuading them to sin. So he tempted our first parents in paradise in the form of a serpent, and so he tempted Christ in the wilderness, appearing to him in visible form. But it is not to be thought that this is the only way he influences a man. For in that case no sin would proceed from the devil's instruction, except such as were suggested by him in visible form. Therefore it must be said that even invisibly he instigates man to sin, and this he does in two ways, either by persuasion or by disposition. By persuasion he presents something to understanding as being a good thing, and this he can do in three ways, for he presents it either to the intellect, or to the inner perceptions, or to the outer. And as for the intellect, the human intellect can be helped by a good angel to understand a thing by means of enlightenment, as Dionysius says, and to understand a thing, according to Aristotle, is to suffer something. Therefore the devil can impress some form upon the intellect, by which the act of understanding is called forth. And it may be argued that the devil can do this by his natural power, which is not, as has been shown, diminished. It is to be said, however, that he cannot do this by means of enlightenment, but by persuasion. For the intellect of man is of that condition that the more it is enlightened, the more it knows the truth, and the more it can defend itself from deception. And because the devil intends his deception to be permanent, therefore no persuasion that he uses can be called enlightenment, although it may be called revelation, and that when he invisibly uses persuasion, by means of some impression, he plants something on the inner or outer senses. And by this the reasoning intellect is persuaded to perform some action. But as to how he is enabled to create an impression on the inner senses, it is to be noted that the bodily nature is naturally born to be moved locally by the spiritual, which is clear from the case of our own bodies, which are moved by our souls. And the same is the case with the stars. But it is not by nature adapted to be directly subject to influences, by which we mean outside influences, not those with which it is informed. Wherefore, the concurrence of some bodily agent is necessary, as is proved in the 7th book of the Metaphysics. Corporeal matter naturally obeys a good or bad angel as to local motion, and it is due to this that devils can through local motion collect semen, and employ it for the production of wonderful results. This was how it happened that Pharaoh's magicians produced serpents and actual animals, when corresponding active and passive agents were brought together. Therefore, there is nothing to prevent the devils from affecting anything that appertains to the local motion of corporeal matter, unless God prevent it. And now let us examine how the devil can through local motion excite the fancy and inner sensory perceptions of a man by apparitions and impulsive actions. It is to be noted that Aristotle assigns the cause of apparitions in dreams through local motion to the fact that when an animal sleeps, the blood flows to the inmost seat of the senses, from which descend motions or impressions which remain from past impressions preserved in the mind or inner perception. And these are fancy or imagination, which are the same thing according to St. Thomas, as will be shown. For fancy or imagination is, as it were, the treasury of ideas received through the senses. And through this it happens that devils so stir up the inner perceptions, that is the power of conserving images, that they appear to be a new impression at the moment received from exterior things. It is true that all do not agree to this, but if anyone wishes to occupy himself with this question, he must consider the number and the office of the inner perceptions. According to Avicenna, in his book On the Mind, there are 5, namely, common sense, fancy, imagination, thought, and memory. But St. Thomas, in the first part of question 79, says that they are only 4, since fancy and imagination are the same thing. For fear of prolixity, I omit much more that has variously been said on this subject. Only this must be said, that fancy is the treasury of ideas, but memory appears to be something different. For fancy is the treasury or repository of ideas received through the senses, but memory is the treasury of instincts, which are not received through the senses. For when a man sees a wolf, he runs away, not because of its ugly color or appearance, which are ideas received through the outer senses and conserved in his fancy, but he runs away because the wolf is his natural enemy. And this he knows through some instinct or fear, which is apart from thought, which recognizes the wolf as hostile, but a dog as friendly. But the repository of these instincts is memory, and reception and retention are 2 different things in animal nature. For those who are of a human disposition receive readily, but retain badly, and the contrary is the case with those of a dry humor. To return to the question, the apparitions that come in dreams to sleepers proceed from the ideas retained in the repository of their mind, through a natural local motion caused by the flow of blood to the first and inmost seat of their faculties of perception. And we speak of an intrinsic local motion in the head and in the cells of the brain. And this can also happen through a similar local motion created by devils. Also, such things happen not only to the sleeping, but even to those who are awake. For in these also the devils can stir up and excite the inner perceptions and humors, so that ideas retained in the repositories of their minds are drawn out and made apparent to the faculties of fancy and imagination, so that such men imagine these things to be true. And this is called interior temptation. And it is no wonder that the devil can do this by his own natural power, since any man by himself, being awake and having the use of his reason, can voluntarily draw from his repositories the images he has retained in them, in such a way that he can summon to himself the images of whatsoever things he pleases. And this being granted, it is easy to understand the matter of excessive infatuation in love. Now there are 2 ways in which devils can, as has been said, raise up this kind of images. Sometimes they work without enchaining the human reason, as has been said in the matter of temptation. and the example of voluntary imagination. But sometimes the use of reason is entirely chained up, and this may be exemplified by certain naturally defective persons, and by madmen and drunkards. Therefore it is to no wonder that devils can, with God's permission, chain up the reason, and such men are called delirious, because their senses have been snatched away by the devil. And this they do in two ways, either with or without the help of witches. For Aristotle, in the work we have quoted, says that anyone who lives in passion is moved by only a little thing, as a lover by the remotest likeness of his love, and similarly with one who feels hatred. Therefore devils, who have learned from men's acts to which passions they are chiefly subject, incite them to this sort of inordinate love or hatred, impressing their purpose on men's imagination the more strongly and effectively, as they can do so the more easily. And this is the more easily for them, just as it is more easy for a lover to summon up the image of his love from his memory, and retain it pleasurably in his thoughts. But they work by witchcraft, when they do these things, through and at the instance of witches, by reason of a pact entered into with them. But it is not possible to treat of such matters in detail, on account of the great number of instances both among the clergy and among the laity. For how many adulterers have put away the most beautiful wives to lust after the vilest of women? We know of an old woman who, according to the common account of the brothers in that monastery, even up to this day, in this manner not only bewitched 3 successive abbots, but even killed them, and in the same way drove the 4th out of his mind. For she herself publicly confessed it, and does not fear to say, "I did so and I do so," and they are not able to keep from loving me because they have eaten so much of my dung, measuring off a certain length on her arm. I confess, moreover, that since we had no case to prosecute her or bring her to trial, she survives to this day. It will be remembered that it was said that the devil invisibly lures a man to sin, not only by means of persuasion, as has been said, but also by the means of disposition. Although this is not very pertinent, yet be it said that by a similar admonition of the disposition and humours of men, he renders some more disposed to anger, or concupiscence, or other passions. For it is manifest that a man who has a body so disposed is more prone to concupiscence and anger and such passions, and when they are aroused he is more apt to surrender to them. But because it is difficult to quote precedents, therefore an easier method must be found of declaring them for the admonition of the people. And in the second part of this book we treat of the remedies by which men so bewitched can be set free. The method of preaching to the people about infatuate love. Concerning what has been said above, a preacher asks this question: is it a Catholic view to maintain that witches can infect the minds of men with an inordinate love of strange women, and so inflame their hearts that by no shame or punishment, by no words or actions can they be forced to desist from such love? And that similarly they can stir up such hatred between married couples that they are unable in any way to perform the procreant functions of marriage, so that indeed in the untimely silence of night they cover great distances in search of mistresses and irregular lovers. As to this matter, he may, if he wishes, find some arguments in the preceding question. Otherwise, it need only be said that there are difficulties in those questions on account of love and hate. For these passions invade the will, which is in its own act always free and not to be coerced by any creature except God who can govern it. From which it is clear that neither the devil nor a witch working by his power can force a man's will to love or to hate. Again, since the will, like the understanding, exists subjectively in the soul, and he alone can enter into the soul, who created it, therefore this question presents many difficulties in the matter of unraveling the truth of it. But notwithstanding this, we must speak first of infatuation and hatred, and secondly about the bewitching of the generative power. And as to the first, although the devil cannot directly operate upon the understanding and will of man, yet according to all the learned theologians in the second book of Sentences, on the subject of the power of the devil, he can act upon the body, or upon the faculties belonging to or allied to the body, whether they be the inner or outer perceptions. This is authoritatively and reasonably proved in the preceding question, if one cares to look. But if not, there is the authority of Job 2. The Lord said unto Satan, Behold, he is in thine hand. That is, Job is in his power. But this was only in regard to the body, for he would not give his soul into his power. Wherefore he said, Only save thou his life, that is, keep it unharmed. And that power that he gave him over his body, he gave also over all the faculties allied to the body, which are the 4 or 5 outer and inner perceptions, namely common sense, fancy or imagination, thought, and memory. If no other instance can be given, let us take an example from pigs and sheep. For pigs know by instinct their way home, and by natural instinct sheep distinguish a wolf from a dog, knowing one to be the enemy and the other a friend of their nature. Consequently, since all our reasoned knowledge comes from the senses, for Aristotle in the second book on the mind says that an intelligent man must take notice of phantasms, therefore the devil can affect the inner fancy and darken the understanding. And this is not to act immediately upon the mind, but through the medium of phantasms, because also nothing is loved until it is known. As many examples as are needed could be taken from gold, which the miser loves because he knows its power, etc. Therefore, when the understanding is darkened, the will also is darkened in its affections. Moreover, the devil can effect this either with or without the help of a witch. And such things can even happen through mere want of foresight. But we shall give examples of each kind, for as it is said in St. James 1, Every man is tempted when he is drawn away from his own lust and enticed. Then when lust hath conceived, it bringeth forth sin, and sin, when it is finished, bringeth forth death. Again, when Shechem saw Dinah going out to see the daughters of the land, he loved her, and seized her, and lay with her, and his soul clave unto her. Genesis 34. And according to the gloss, when the infirm mind forsakes its own business and takes heed, like Dinah, of that of other people, it is led astray by habit and becomes one with the sinners. Secondly, that this lust can arise apart from witchcraft and simply through the temptation of the devil is shown as follows. For we read in 2 Samuel 13 that Ammon desperately loved his own sister Tamar and yearned greatly for her, so that he grew ill for love of her. But no one would fall into so great and foul a crime unless he were totally corrupt and grievously tempted by the devil. Wherefore the gloss says, This is a warning to us, and was permitted by God that we should always be on our guard, lest vice should get the mastery over us, and the prince of sin, who promises a false peace to those who are in danger, finding us ready, should slay us unaware. Mention is made of this sort of passion in the Book of Holy Fathers, where it says that, however far they withdrew themselves from all carnal lusts, yet they were sometimes tempted by the love of women more than could possibly be believed. Wherefore in 2 Corinthians 12 the apostle says, There was given to me a thorn in the flesh, the messenger of Satan, to buffet me. On which the gloss says, It was given to me to be tempted by lust. But he who is tempted and does not yield is no sinner, but is a matter for the exercise of virtue. And by temptation is understood that of the devil, not that of the flesh, which is always venial, in a little sin. The preacher could find many examples if he pleased. The third point, that infatuate love proceeds from the evil works of the devil, has been discussed above, and we speak of this temptation. It may be asked how it is possible to tell whether such inordinate love proceeds not from the devil but only from a witch. And the answer is that there are many ways. First, if the man tempted has a beautiful and honest wife, or the converse is the case of a woman, etc. Secondly, if the judgment of the reason is so chained up that by no blows or words or deeds or even by shame can he be made to detest from that lust. And thirdly, in especial, when he cannot contain himself, but that he is at times unexpectedly and in spite of the roughness of the journey forced to be carried through great distances, as anyone can learn from the confessions of such men, both by day and by night. For as St. John Chrysostom says on Matthew 20 concerning the ass upon which Christ rode, when the devil possesses the will of a man with sin, he carries him at his will where he pleases, giving the example of a ship in the sea without a rudder, which the winds carry about at their pleasure, and of a man firmly sitting a horse, and a king having dominion over a tyrant. And fourthly, it is shown by the fact that they are sometimes suddenly and unexpectedly carried away, and at times transformed, so that nothing can prevent it. It is shown also by the hideousness of their very appearance. And before we proceed to the further question of witches, touching the powers of generation which follows, we must first resolve the arguments. Here follow the resolutions of the arguments. But for the answer to the arguments. For the first, that the will of man is ruled by God, just as his understanding is by a good angel, the solution is clear. For the intellect is enlightened by a good angel only to the knowledge of the truth, from which proceeds the love of that which is good. For the true and the actual are the same thing. So also the intellect can be darkened by a bad angel in the knowledge of what appears to be true, and this through a confusion of the ideas and images received and stored by the perceptions, from which comes an inordinate love of the apparently good, such as bodily delectation, which such men seek after. As to the second argument, that the devil cannot effect physical changes in the body, this is in part true, and in part not, and this is with reference to three sorts of mutation. For the devil cannot change the body in such a way that its whole shape and appearance is altered, which is rather to be called a new production than a change, without the help of some agent or with the permission of God. But if we speak of a change in quality, as in the matter of sickness and health, as has been shown before, he can inflict upon the body various diseases, even to taking away the reason, and so can cause inordinate hatred and love. And a third kind of mutation can be added, which is when a good or bad angel enters into the body, in the same way that we say that God alone is able to enter into the soul, that is, the essence of life. But when we speak of an angel, especially a bad angel, entering the body, as in the case of an obsession, he does not enter beyond the limits of the essence of the body, for in this way only God the Creator can enter, who gave it to be as it were the intrinsic operation of life. But the devil is said to enter the body when he affects something about the body. For where he works, there he is, as St. John Damascene says. And then he works within the bounds of corporeal matter, but not within the very essence of the body. From this it appears that the body has two properties, matter and spirit. And this is like the distinction between the apparent and the real. Therefore, when devils enter the body, they enter the powers belonging to the bodily organs, and can so create impressions on those powers. And so it happens that through such operations and impressions, a phantasm is projected before the understanding, such as the seeing of colors, as it is said in the third book of De Anima. And so this impression penetrates also to the will. For the will takes its conception of what is good from the intellect accordingly, as the intellect accepts something as good either in truth or in appearance. As for the third argument, a knowledge of the thoughts of the heart may come about in two ways, either from seeing their effects or by reading them actually in the intellect. In the first way they can be known not only by an angel, but even by man, although it will be shown that an angel has more skill in this matter. For sometimes the thoughts are made evident, not only by some external action, but even by a change in the countenance. And doctors also can discern some affections of the mind through the pulse. Wherefore St. Augustine says, Diduin dem, that sometimes it is very easy to tell a man's disposition, not only from his words, but from his very thoughts, which are signs of the soul expressed in the body. Although in his book of Retractations, he says that no definite rule can be laid down how this can be done, and I think that he is reluctant to admit that the devil can know the inner thoughts of the heart. From another point of view, the thoughts of the intellect and the affections of the will can be known only by God. For the will of a rational creature is subject only to God, and he alone can work in it, who is the first cause and ultimate end. Therefore that which is in the will, or depends only on the will, is known only to God. Moreover, it is manifest what depends only on the will, if one considers things by the resultant actions. For when a man has the quality of knowledge and the understanding that comes from it, he uses it when he wills. It is proved, then, from what has been said, that a spirit cannot enter the soul, therefore he cannot naturally see what is in the mind, especially what is in the inner depths of the soul. Wherefore, when it is argued that the devil cannot see the thoughts of the heart, and therefore cannot move the hearts of men to love or hatred, it is answered that he does learn men's thoughts through their visible effects, and is more skillful in this matter than man. And so by subtle ways he can move men to love and hatred, by creating phantasms and darkening the intellect. And this must be said by way of comfort to relieve the apprehensions of the virtuous, that when the sensible exterior and bodily change which accompanied men's thoughts is so vague and indeterminate, that the devil cannot by it arrive at any certain knowledge of the thoughts, especially when the virtuous at times take a little leisure from study and good works, he molests them then chiefly in dreams, as is known by experience. But when the physical effect of thought is strong and determinate, the devil can know by a man's appearance whether his thoughts are turned toward envy or luxury. But we find that it must be left an open question whether he can by this means have certain knowledge in respect of all circumstances and such, although it is true that he can know such circumstances from their subsequent results. And fourthly, although to enter the soul belongs only to God, yet it is possible for a good or bad angel to enter the body and the faculties allied to the body, in the manner which has been shown above. And in this way hatred and love can be aroused in such a man. For the other argument, that the powers of the spirit are greater than the physical powers, which themselves cannot be changed by the devil, it is answered that the physical powers can be altered by the devil, insofar as they can be hastened or retarded in the flesh and bone. But he does this not for the sake of impeding or stimulating the inner or outer perceptions, but for his own gain, since he derives his chief benefit by the deception of the senses and the delusion of the intellect. Question 8. Whether witches can habitate the powers of generation or obstruct the veneral act. Now the fact that adulterous drabs and whores are chiefly given to witchcraft is substantiated by the spells which are cast by witches upon the act of generation. And to make the truth more clear, we will consider the arguments of those who are in disagreement with us on this matter. And first it is argued that such a bewitching is not possible, because if it were, it would equally apply to those who are married. And if this were conceded, then, since matrimony is God's work and witchcraft is the devil's work would be stronger than God's. But if it is allowed that it can only affect fornicators and the unmarried, this involves a return to the opinion that witchcraft does not really exist, but only in men's imagination. And this was refuted in the first question, or else some reason will be found why it should affect the unmarried and not the married. And the only possible reason is that matrimony is God's work. And since according to the theologians, this reason is not valid, there still remains the argument that it would make the devil's work stronger than God's. And since it would be unseemly to make such an assertion, it is also unseemly to maintain that the veneral act can be obstructed by witchcraft. Again, the devil cannot obstruct the other natural actions, such as eating, walking, and standing, as is apparent from the fact that if he could destroy the whole world. Besides, since the veneral act is common to all women, if it were obstructed, it would be so with reference to all women. But this is not so, and therefore the first argument is good. For the facts prove that it is not so. For when a man says that he had been bewitched, he is still quite capable as regards other women, though not with her with whom he is unable to copulate. And the reason for this is that he does not wish to, and therefore cannot effect anything in the matter. On the contrary and true side is the chapter of the decretals, if by sortilege, etc., as is also the opinion of all the theologians and canonists, where they treat of the obstruction to marriage caused by witchcraft. There is also another reason, that since the devil is more powerful than man, and a man can obstruct the generative powers by means of frigid herbs or anything else that can be thought of, therefore much more can the devil do this, since he has greater knowledge and cunning. Answer. The truth is sufficiently evident from two matters which have already been argued, although the method of obstruction has not been specifically declared. For it has been shown that witchcraft does not exist only in men's imaginations, and not in fact, but that truly and actually innumerable bewitchments can happen, with the permission of God. It has been shown, too, that God permits it more in the case of the generative powers, because of their greater corruption, than in the case of other human actions. But concerning the method by which such obstruction is procured, it is to be noted that it does not affect only the generative powers, but also the powers of the imagination or fancy. And as to this, Peter of Palude 3:34 notes 5 methods, for he says that the devil, being a spirit, has power over a corporeal creature to cause or prevent a local motion. Therefore he can prevent bodies from approaching each other, either directly or indirectly, by interposing himself in some bodily shape. In this way it happened to the young man who was betrothed to an idol and nevertheless married a young maiden, and was consequently unable to copulate with her. Secondly, he can excite a man to that fact or freeze his desire for it, by the virtue of secret things of which he best knows the power. Thirdly, he can so disturb a man's perception and imagination as to make the woman appear loathsome to him, since he can, as has been said, influence the imagination. Fourthly, he can directly prevent the erection of that member which is adapted to fructification, just as he can prevent a local motion. Fifthly, he can prevent the flow of the vital essence to the members in which lies the motive power, by closing, as it were, the seminary ducts, so that it does not descend to the generative channels, or falls back from them, or does not project from them, or in any of many ways fails in its function. And he continues in agreement with what has been treated of above by other doctors, for God allows the devil more latitude in respect of this act, through which sin was first spread abroad than of other human acts. Similarly, serpents are more subject to magic spells than are other animals. And a little later he says, "It is the same in the case of a woman, for the devil can so darken her understanding that she considers her husband so loathsome that not for all the world would she allow him to lie with her." Later he wishes to find the reason why more men than women are bewitched in respect of that action. And he says that such obstruction generally occurs in the seminal duct, or in an inability in the matter of erection, which can more easily happen to men, and therefore more men than women are bewitched. It might also be said that the greater part of witches being women, they lust more for men than for women. Also they act in the despite of married women, finding every opportunity for adultery, when the husband is able to copulate with other women, but not with his own wife. And similarly, the wife also has to seek other lovers. He adds also that God allows the devil to afflict sinners more bitterly than the just. Wherefore the angel said to Tobias, "He gives the devil power over those who are given up to lust, but he has power also against the just sometimes, as in the case of Job, but not in respect of the genital functions. Wherefore they ought to devote themselves to confession and other good works, lest the iron remain in the wound, and it be in vain to apply remedies." So much for Peter, but the method of removing such effects will be shown in the second part of this work. Some incidental doubts on the subject of copulation prevented by evil spells are made clear. But incidentally, if it is asked why this function is sometimes obstructed in respect of one woman but not of another, the answer, according to St. Bonaventura, is this. Either the enchantress or witch afflicts in this way those persons upon whom the devil has determined, or it is because God will not permit it to be inflicted on certain persons. For the hidden purpose of God in this is obscure, as is shown in the case of the wife of Tobias. And he adds, "If it is asked how the devil does this, it is to be said that he obstructs the genital power, not intrinsically by harming the organ, but extrinsically by rendering it useless. Therefore, since it is an artificial and not a natural obstruction, he can make a man impotent towards one woman, but not towards others, by taking away the inflammation of his lust for her, but not for other women, either through his own power, or through some herb or stone, or some occult natural means. and this agrees with the words of Peter of Palut. Besides, since impotency in this act is sometimes due to coldness of nature or some natural defect, it is asked how it is possible to distinguish whether it is due to witchcraft or not. Hostiensis gives the answer in his Summa, but this must not be publicly preached. When the member is in no way stirred and can never perform the act of coition, this is a sign of frigidity of nature. But when it is stirred and becomes erect, but yet cannot perform, it is a sign of witchcraft. It is to be noted also that impotence of the member to perform the act is not the only bewitchment, but sometimes the woman is caused to be unable to conceive, or else she miscarries. Note, moreover, that according to what is laid down by the canons, whoever through desire of vengeance or for hatred does anything to a man or a woman to prevent them from begetting or conceiving must be considered a homicide. And note further that the canon speaks of loose lovers who, to save their mistresses from shame, use contraceptives such as potions or herbs that contravene nature without any help from devils, and such penitents are to be punished as homicides. But witches who do such things by witchcraft are by law punishable by the extreme penalty, as has been touched on above in the first question. And for a solution of the arguments, when it is objected that these things cannot happen to those joined together in matrimony, it is further to be noted that, even if the truth in this matter has not already been made sufficiently plain, yet these things can truly and actually happen just as much to those who are married as to those who are not. And the prudent reader, who has plenty of books, will refer to the theologians and the canonists, especially where they speak of the impotent and bewitched. He will find them in agreement in condemning two errors, especially with regard to married people who seem to think that such bewitchment cannot happen to those who are joined in matrimony, advancing the reason that the devil cannot destroy the works of God. And the first error which they condemn is that of those who say that there is no witchcraft in the world, but only in the imagination of men who, through their ignorance of hidden causes which no man yet understands, ascribe certain natural effects to witchcraft, as though they were affected not by hidden causes, but by devils working either by themselves or in conjunction with witches. And although all the other doctors condemn this error as a pure falsehood, yet St. Thomas impugns it more vigorously and stigmatizes it as actual heresy, saying that this error proceeds from the root of infidelity. And since infidelity in a Christian is accounted heresy, therefore such deserve to be suspected as heretics. And this matter was touched on in the first question, though it was not there declared so plainly. For if anyone considers the other sayings of St. Thomas in other places, he will find the reasons why he affirms that such an error proceeds from the root of infidelity. For in his questions concerning sin, where he treats of devils, and in his first question, whether devils have bodies that naturally belong to them, among many other matters he makes mention of, those who refer to every physical effect to the virtue of the stars, to which they said that the hidden causes of terrestrial effects were subject, and he says, "It must be considered that the Peripatetics, the followers of Aristotle, held that devils did not really exist, but that those things which are attributed to devils proceeded from the power of the stars and other natural phenomena. Where St. Augustine says that it was the opinion of Porphyry that from herbs and animals and certain sounds and voices, and from figures and figments observed in the motion of the stars, powers corresponding to the stars were fabricated on earth by men in order to explain various natural effects. And the error of these is plain, since they referred everything to hidden causes in the stars, holding that devils were only fabricated by the imagination of men. But this opinion is clearly proved to be false by St. Thomas in the same work. For some works of devils are found which can in no way proceed from any natural cause. For example, when one who is possessed by a devil speaks in an unknown language, and many other devils' works are found, both in the rhapsodic and the necromantic arts, which can in no way proceed except from some intelligence, which may be naturally good but is evil in its intention. And therefore, because of these incongruities, other philosophers were compelled to admit that there were devils. Yet they afterwards fell into various errors, some thinking that the souls of men, when they left their bodies, became devils. For this reason many soothsayers have killed children, that they might have their souls as their cooperators, and many other errors are recounted. From this it is clear that not without reason does the holy doctor say that such an opinion proceeds from the root of infidelity. And anyone who wishes may read St. Augustine on the various errors of infidels concerning the nature of devils. And indeed the common opinion of all doctors, quoted in the above-mentioned work, against those who err in this way by denying that there are any witches, is very weighty in its meaning, even if it is expressed in few words. For they say that they who maintain that there is no witchcraft in the world go contrary to the opinion of all the doctors, and of the Holy Scripture, and declare that there are devils, and that devils have power over the bodies and imaginations of men, with the permission of God. Wherefore, those who are the instruments of the devils, at whose instance the devils at times do mischief to a creature they call witches. Now, in the doctor's condemnation of the first error, nothing is said concerning those joined together in matrimony, but this is made clear in their condemnation of the second error. For they say that others fall into the error of believing that, though witchcraft exists and abounds in the world, even against carnal copulation, yet, since no such bewitchment can be considered to be permanent, it never annuls a marriage that has already been contracted. Here is where they speak of those joined in matrimony. Now, in refuting this error, for we do so, even though it is little to the point for the sake of those who have not many books, it is to be noted that they refute it by maintaining that it is against all precedent and contrary to all laws both ancient and modern. Wherefore the Catholic doctors make the following distinction, that impotence caused by witchcraft is either temporary or permanent. And if it is temporary, then it does not annul the marriage. Moreover, it is presumed to be a temporary if they are able to be healed of the impediment within 3 years from their cohabitation, having taken all possible pains, either through the sacraments of the Church or through other remedies, to be cured. But if they are not then cured by any remedy, from that time it is presumed to be permanent, and in that case it either precedes both the contract and the consummation of marriage, and then it prevents the contracting of a marriage, and annuls one that is not yet contracted, or else it follows the contract of marriage but precedes its consummation, and then also, according to some, it annuls the previous contract. For it is said in Book 33, Question 1, Cap 1, that the confirmation of a marriage consists in its carnal office, or else it is subsequent to the consummation of the marriage, and then the matrimonial bond is not annulled. Much is noted there concerning impotence by Hostensis and Godfrey and the doctors and theologians. To the arguments. As to the first, it is made sufficiently clear from what has been said. For as to the argument that God's works can be destroyed by the devil's works, if witchcraft has power against those who are married, it has no force. Rather does the opposite appear, since the devil can do nothing without God's permission. For he does not destroy by main force like a tyrant, but through some extrinsic art, as is proved above. And the second argument is also made quite clear, why God allows this obstruction more in the case of the veneral act than of other acts. But the devil has power also over other acts, when God permits. Wherefore it is not sound to argue that he could destroy the whole world. And the third objection is similarly answered by what has been said. Question 9. Whether witches may work some prestidigitatory illusion so that the male organ appears to be entirely removed and separate from the body. Here it is declared the truth about diabolical operations with regard to the male organ, and to make plain the facts in this matter, it is asked whether witches can, with the help of the devils, really and actually remove the member, or whether they only do so apparently by some glamour or illusion. And that they can actually do so is argued a fortiori, for since devils can do greater things than this, as killing them or carrying them from place to place, as was shown above in the cases of Job and Tobias, therefore they can also truly and actually remove man's members. Again, an argument is taken from the gloss on the visitations of bad angels in the Psalms. God punishes by means of bad angels, as he often punished the people of Israel with various diseases. Truly and actually visit upon their bodies, Therefore, the member is equally subject to such visitations. It may be said that this is done with the divine permission, and in that case, as it has already been said that God allows more power of witchcraft over the genital functions, on account of the first corruption of sin which came to us from the act of generation, so also he allows greater power over the actual genital organ, even to its total removal. And again, it was a greater thing to turn Lot's wife into a pillar of salt than it is to take away the male organ. And that Genesis 19 was a real and actual, not an apparent metamorphosis. For it is said that the pillar is still to be seen. And this was done by a bad angel, just as the good angel struck the men of Sodom with blindness, so that they could not find the door of the house. And so it was with the other punishments of the men of Gomorrah. The gloss indeed affirms that Lot's wife was herself tainted with that vice, and therefore she was punished. And again, whoever can create a natural shape can also take it away. But devils have created many natural shapes, as is clear from Pharaoh's magicians, who with the help of devils made frogs and serpents. Also, St. Augustine in Book 83 says that those things which are visibly done by the lower powers of the air cannot be considered to be mere illusions. But even men are able, by some skillful incision, to remove the male organ. Therefore, devils can do invisibly what others do visibly. But on the contrary side, St. Augustine says, it is not to be believed that through the art or power of devils man's body can be changed into the likeness of a beast. Therefore, it is equally impossible that that should be removed, which is essential to the truth of the human body. Also, he says, it must not be thought that this substance of visible matter is subject to the will of those fallen angels, for it is subject only to God. Answer. There is no doubt that certain witches can do marvelous things with regard to male organs, for this agrees with what has been seen and heard by many, and with the general account of what has been known concerning that member through the sense of sight and touch. And as to how this thing is possible, it is to be said that it can be done in two ways, either actually and in fact, as the first arguments have said, or through some prestige or glamour. But when it is performed by witches, it is only a matter of glamour, although it is no illusion in the opinion of the sufferer, for his imagination can really and actually believe that something is not present, since by none of his exterior senses, such as sight or touch, can he perceive that it is present. From this it may be said that there is a true abstraction of the member in imagination, although not in fact, and several things are to be noted as to how this happens. And first, as to two methods by which it can be done. It is no wonder that the devil can deceive the outer human senses, since, as has been treated of above, he can elude the inner senses by bringing to actual perception ideas that are stored in the imagination. Moreover, he deceives men in their natural functions, causing that which is visible to be invisible to them, and that which is tangible to be intangible, and the audible inaudible, and so with the other senses. But such things are not true in actual fact, since they are caused through some defect introduced in the senses, such as the eyes or the ears or the touch, by reason of which defect a man's judgment is deceived. And we can illustrate this from certain natural phenomena. For sweet wine appears bitter on the tongue of the fevered, his taste being deceived not by the actual fact, but through his disease. So also in the case under consideration, the deception is not due to fact, since the member is still actually in its place, but it is an illusion of the senses with regard to it. Again, as has been said above concerning the generative powers, the devil can obstruct that action by imposing some other body of the same color and appearance, in such a way that some smoothly fashioned body in the color of flesh is interposed between the sight and touch, and between the true body of the sufferer, so that it seems to him that he can see and feel nothing but a smooth body with its surface interrupted by no genital organ. See the sayings of St. Thomas concerning glamours and illusions, and also in the second of the second, 91, and in his questions concerning sin, where he frequently quotes that of St. Augustine in Book 83, "This evil of the devil creeps in through all the sensual approaches. He gives himself to figures, he adapts himself to colors, he abides in sounds, he lurks in smells, he infuses himself into flavors." Besides, it is to be considered that such an illusion of the sight and touch can be caused not only by the interposition of some smooth, unmembered body, but also by the summoning to the fancy or imagination of certain forms and ideas latent in the mind, in such a way that a thing is imagined as being perceived then for the first time. For as was shown in the preceding question, devils can by their own power change bodies locally. And just as the disposition or humor can be affected in this way, so can the natural functions. I speak of things which appear natural to the imagination or senses. For Aristotle in the De Sommo e Viglia says, assigning the cause of apparitions in dreams, that when an animal sleeps much blood flows to the inner consciousness, and thence come ideas, or impressions derived from actual previous experiences stored in the mind. It has already been defined how thus certain appearances convey the impression of new experiences. And since this can happen naturally, much more can the devil call to the imagination in the appearance of a smooth body unprovided with the virile member, in such a way that the senses believe it to be an actual fact. Secondly, some other methods are to be noted which are easier to understand and to explain. For according to St. Isidore, Etim 8:9, a glamour is nothing but a certain delusion of the senses, and especially of the eyes. And for this reason it is also called a prestige, from prestringo, since the sight of the eyes is so fettered that things seem to be other than they are. And Alexander of Hales, Part 2, says that a prestige, properly understood, is an illusion of the devil, which is not caused by any change in matter, but only exists in the mind of him who is deluded, either as to his inner or his outer perceptions. Note, Alexander of Hales, the Franciscan theologian and philosopher, Dr. Irrefragabilis, was one of the greatest of the scholastics. He was born at Hales, or Hales, in Gloucester towards the end of the 12th century, and died at Paris at the convent of his order in 1245. His principal work is the Summa Universae Theologiae, begun about the year 1231 and left unfinished. It has several times been published. Venice 1475, 1576, Nuremberg 1481, 1502, Pavia 1481, Cologne 1622. A critical edition, which is much needed, has been promised by the Coraci editors of the works of St. Bonaventura. Wherefore, in a manner of speaking, we may say even of human prestidigatory art, that it can be effected in three ways. For the first, it can be done without devils, since it is artificially done by the agility of men, who show things and conceal them, as in the case of the tricks and conjurers of ventriloquists. The second method is also without the help of devils, as when men can use some natural virtue in natural bodies or minerals, so as to import to such objects some other appearance quite different from their true appearance. Wherefore, according to St. Thomas and several others, men, by the smoke of certain smouldering or lighted herbs, can make rods appear to be serpents. The third method of delusion is effected with the help of devils, the permission of God being granted. For it is clear that devils have of their nature some power over certain earthly matters, which they exercise upon them when God permits, so that things appear to be other than they are. And as to the third method, it is to be noted that the devil has 5 ways in which he can delude anyone so that he thinks a thing to be other than it is. First, by an artificial trick, as has been said, for that which a man can do by art, the devil can do even better. Second, by a natural method, by the application, as has been said, and interposition of some substance, so as to hide the true body, or by confusing it in man's fancy. The third way is when, in an assumed body, he presents himself as being something which he is not, as witness the story which St. Gregory tells in his first dialogue of a nun who ate a lettuce, which, however, as the devil himself confessed, was not a lettuce, but the devil in the form of a lettuce, or in the lettuce itself. Or as when he appeared to St. Anthony in a lump of gold which he found in the desert. Or as when he touches a real man and makes him appear like a brute animal, as will shortly be explained. The fourth method is when he confuses the organ of sight, so that a clear thing seems hazy, or the converse, or when an old woman appears to be a young girl. for even after weeping the light appears different from what it was before. His fifth method is by working in the imaginative power, and by disturbance of the humours, effecting a transmutation in the forms perceived by the senses, as has been treated of before, so that the senses then perceive as it were flesh and new images. And accordingly, by the last three of these methods, and even by the second, the devil can cast a glamour over the senses of a man. Wherefore there is no difficulty in his concealing the virile member by some prestige or glamour. And a manifest proof, for example, of this, which was revealed to us in our inquisitorial capacity, will be set forth later, where more is recounted of these and other matters in the second part of this treatise. How a bewitchment can be distinguished from a natural defect. An incidental question with certain other difficulties follows. Peter's member has been taken off, and he does not know whether it is by witchcraft or in some other way by the devil's power, with the permission of God. Are there any ways of determining or distinguishing between these? It can be answered as follows. First, that those to whom such things most commonly happen are adulterers or fornicators. For when they fail to respond to the demand of their mistress, or if they wish to desert them and attach themselves to other women, then their mistress out of vengeance causes such a thing to happen, or through some other power causes their members to be taken off. Secondly, it can be distinguished by the fact that it is not permanent. For if it is not due to witchcraft, then the loss is not permanent, but it will be restored some time. But here there arises another doubt, whether it is due to the nature of the witchcraft that is not permanent. It is answered that it can be permanent and last until death, just as the canonists and theologians judge concerning the impediment of witchcraft in matrimony, that the temporary can become permanent. For Godfrey says in his Summa, "A bewitchment cannot always be removed by him who caused it, either because he is dead, or because he does not know how to remove it, or because the charm has been lost. Wherefore we may say in the same way that the charm which has been worked on Peter will be permanent, if the witch who did it cannot heal him. For there are 3 degrees of witches. For some both heal and harm, some harm but cannot heal, and some seem only able to heal, that is, to take away injuries, as will be shown later. For thus it happened to us. 2 witches were quarreling, and while they were taunting each other, one said, 'I am not so wicked as you, for I know how to heal those whom I injure.' The charm will also be permanent if, before it has been healed, the witch departs, either by changing her dwelling or by dying. For St. Thomas also says, 'Any charm may be permanent when it is such as can have no human remedy, or if it has a remedy, it is not known to men, or unlawful, although God can find a remedy through a holy angel, who can coerce the devil, if not the witch.' However, the chief remedy against witchcraft is the sacrament of penitence, for bodily infirmity often proceeds from sin, and how the charms of witches can be removed will be shown in the second part of this treatise, and in the second question, chapter 6, where other different matters are treated of and explained. Solutions of the arguments. For the first, it is clear that there is no doubt but that, just as, with God's permission, they can kill men, so also can devils take off that member, as well as others, truly and actually. But then the devils do not work through the medium of witches, concerning which mention has already been made. And from this the answer to the second argument is also made clear. But this is to be said, that God allows more power of witchcraft over the genital forces because, etc., and therefore even allows that members should be truly and actually taken off. But it is not valid to say that this always happens, for it would not be after the manner of witchcraft for it to happen so. And even the witches, when they do such works, do not pretend that they have not the power to restore the member when they wish to and know how to do so, from which it is clear that it is not actually taken off, but only by a glamour. As for the third, concerning the metamorphosis of Lot's wife, we say that this was actual and not a glamour. And as to the fourth, that devils can create certain substantial shapes, and therefore can also remove them, it is to be said with regard to Pharaoh's magicians, that they made true serpents, and that devils can, with the help of another agent, produce certain effects on imperfect creatures which they cannot on men. who are God's chief care. For it is said, "Does God care for oxen? They can, nevertheless, with the permission of God, do to men true and actual harm, as also they can create a glamour of harm." And by this the answer to the last argument is made clear. Question 10. Whether witches can by some glamour change men into beasts. Here we declare the truth as to whether and how witches transform men into beasts. And it is argued that this is not possible from the following passage of Episcopus 26:5. Whoever believes that it is possible for any creature to be changed for the better or for the worse, or to be transformed into any other shape or likeness except by the Creator himself who made all things, and by whom all things are created, is without doubt an infidel, and worse than a pagan. And we will quote the arguments of St. Thomas in the second book of Sentences. 8. Whether devils can affect the bodily senses by the delusion of a glamour. There he argues first that they cannot. For though that shape of a beast which is seen must be somewhere, it cannot exist only in the senses. For the senses perceive no shape that is not received from actual matter. And there is no actual beast there, and he adduces the authority of the canon. And again, that which seems to be cannot really be, as in the case of a woman who seems to be a beast. For two substantial shapes cannot exist at one time and the same time in the same matter. Therefore, since that shape of a beast which appears cannot exist anywhere, no glamour or illusion can exist in the eye of the beholder. For the sight must have some object in which it terminates. And if it is argued that the shape exists in the surrounding atmosphere, this is not possible, both because the atmosphere is not capable of taking any shape or form, and also because the air around that person is not always constant, and cannot be so on account of its fluid nature, especially when it is moved. And again, because in that case such a transformation would be visible to everyone. But this is not so, because the devils seem to be unable to deceive the sight of holy men in the least. Besides, the sense of sight, or the faculty of vision, is a passive faculty, and every passive faculty is set in motion by the active agent that corresponds to it. Now, the active agent corresponding to sight is twofold. One is the origin of the act, or the object, the other is the carrier, or medium. But that apparent shape cannot be the object of the sense, neither can it be the medium through which it is carried. First, it cannot be the object, since it cannot be taken hold of by anything, as was shown in the foregoing argument, since it does not exist in the senses received from an object, neither is it in the actual object, nor even in the air, as in a carrying medium, as was treated of above in the third argument. Besides, if the devil moves the inner consciousness, he does so either by projecting himself into the cognitive faculty or by changing it. But he does not do so by projecting himself, for he would either have to assume a body and even so could not penetrate into the inner organ of imagination, for two bodies cannot be at the same time in the same place, or he would assume a phantasmal body, and this again would be impossible since no phantasm is quite without substance. Similarly, also he cannot do it by changing the cognition, for he would either change it by alteration, which he does not seem able to do, since the alteration is caused by active qualities, in which the devils are lacking, or he would change it by transformation or local motion. And this does not seem feasible for two reasons. First, because a transformation of an organ cannot be effected without a sense of pain. Secondly, because in this case the devil would only make things of a known shape appear. But St. Augustine says that he creates shapes of this sort, both known and unknown. Therefore it seems that the devils can in no way deceive the imagination or senses of a man. But against this, St. Augustine says that the transmutations of men into brute animals, said to be done by the art of devils, are not actual but only apparent. But this would not be possible if devils were not able to transmute the human senses. The authority of St. Augustine is again to the point in Book 83, which has already been quoted. This evil of the devil creeps in through all the sensual approaches, etc. Answer. If the reader wishes to refer to the method of transmutation, he will find in the second part of this work, Chapter 6, various methods, But proceeding for the present in a scholastic manner, let us say in agreement with the opinions of the three doctors that the devil can deceive the human fancy so that a man really seems to be an animal. The last of those opinions, which is that of St. Thomas, is more subtle than the rest. But the first is that of St. Antoninus, in the first part of his Summa 5.5, where he declares that the devil at times works to deceive a man's fancy, especially by an illusion of the senses, and he proves this by natural reasoning, by the authority of the canon, and by a great number of examples. And at first as follows: our bodies naturally are subject to and obey the angelic nature as regards local motion. But the bad angels, although they have lost grace, have not lost their natural power, as has often been said before. And since the faculty of fancy or imagination is corporeal, that is, allied to a physical organ, it is also naturally subject to devils, so that they can transmute it, causing various fantasies, by the flow of the thoughts and perceptions to the original image received by them. So says St. Antoninus, and adds that it is proved by the following canon, Episcopus 26.5. It must not be omitted that certain wicked women, perverted by Satan and seduced by the illusions and phantasms of devils, believe and profess that they ride in the night hours on certain beasts with Diana, the heathen goddess, or with Herodias, and with a countless number of women, and that in the untimely silence of night they travel over great distances of land. And later, wherefore priests ought to preach to the people of God that they should know this to be altogether false, and that when such phantasms afflict the minds of the faithful, it is not of God, but of an evil spirit. Note, St. Antoninus, the famous Dominican Archbishop of Florence, born at Florence 1 March 1389, died 2nd of May 1459. His feast day is May 10th. His chief literary work is the Summa Theologica Moralis, Partibus 4, Distincta, written shortly before his death and marking a very considerable development in moral theology. Crohn's, in his Die Summa Theologica in 1903, has set out to show that the very pronounced misogyny which is apparent in the Malleus Maleficarum can be traced to the Summa of St. Antoninus. But Paulus, in 1904, has severely criticized this thesis, which he declares to be untenable. Within 50 years after the first appearance of the Summa of St. Antoninus, 15 editions were printed at various important centers of learning. Many other editions followed, and in 1740 it was issued at Verona in 4 volumes, folio, edited by P. Ballerini. In 1741, at Florence, by 2 Dominicans, Mamachi and Remdelli. For Satan himself transforms himself into the likeness and shape of different persons, and in dreams, deluding the mind which he holds captive, leads it through devious ways. Indeed, the meaning of this canon can be treated of in the first question, as to the 4 things which are to be preached, but it would be to misunderstand its meaning to maintain that witches cannot be so transported, when they wish and God does not prevent it. For very often men who are not witches are unwillingly transported bodily over great distances of land. But that these transmutations can be effected in both ways will be shown by the aforesaid Summa. And in the chapter where St. Augustine relates that it is read in the books of the Gentiles that a certain sorceress named Circe changed the companions of Ulysses into beasts, but that this was due to some glamour or illusion rather than an actual accomplishment by altering the fancies of men. And this is clearly proved by several examples. For we read in the Lives of the Fathers that a certain girl who would not consent to a young man who was begging her to commit a shameful act with him, and the young man, being angry because of this, caused a certain Jew to work a charm against her, by which she was changed into a filly. But this metamorphosis was not an actual fact, but an illusion of the devil, who changed the fancy and senses of the girl herself, and of those who looked at her, so that she really seemed to be a filly, who was really a girl. For when she was led to the blessed Macarius, the devil would not so work as to deceive his senses, as he had those of other people, on account of his sanctity. For to him she seemed a true girl, not a filly. And at length, by his prayer, she was set free from that illusion. And it is said that This had happened to her because she did not give her mind to holy things, or attend the sacraments as she ought. Therefore the devil had power over her, although she was in other respects honest. Therefore the devil can, by moving the inner perceptions and humors, effect changes in the actions and faculties, physical, mental, and emotional, working by means of any physical organ soever. And this accords with St. Thomas, 191. And of this sort we may believe to have been the acts of Simon Magus, and the incantations which are narrated of him. But the devil can do none of these things without the permission of God, who with his good angels often restrains the wickedness of him who seeks to deceive and hurt us. Wherefore St. Augustine, speaking of witches, says, "These are they who with the permission of God stir up the elements, and confuse the minds of those who do not trust in God." 26:5. Also devils can by witchcraft cause a man to be unable to see his wife rightly, and the converse. And this comes from an affectation of the fancy, so that she is represented to him as an odious and horrible thing. The devil also suggests representations of loathsome things to the fancy of both the waking and the sleeping, to deceive them and lead them to sin. But because sin does not consist in the imagination but in the will, therefore man does not sin in these fancies suggested by the devil, and these various transformations, unless of his own will he consents to sin. The second opinion of the modern doctors is to the same effect, when they declare what is glamour and in how many ways the devil can cause such illusions. Here we refer to what has already been said concerning the arguments of St. Antoninus, which there is no need to repeat. The third opinion is that of St. Thomas, and is an answer to the argument where it is asked, wherein lies the existence of the shape of a beast that is seen? In the senses, or in reality, or in the surrounding air? And his opinion is that the apparent shape of a beast only exists in the inner perception, which, through the force of imagination, sees it in some way as an exterior object, and the devil has two ways of effecting such a result. In one way, we may seem that the forms of animals which are conserved in the treasury of the imagination pass by the operation of the devil into the organs of inner senses, and in this way it happens in dreams, as has been declared above. And so, when these forms are impressed on the organs of the outer senses, such as sight, they appear as if they were present as outer objects, and could actually be touched. The other way results from a change in the inner organs of perception, through which the judgment is deceived, as is shown in the case of him who has his taste corrupted, so that everything sweet seems bitter, and this is not very different from the first method. Moreover, even men can accomplish this by the virtue of certain natural things, as when in the vapor of a certain smoke the beams of a house appear to be serpents, and many other instances of this are found, as has been mentioned above. Solutions of the arguments. As to the first argument, that text is often quoted but is badly understood. For as to where it speaks of transformation into another shape or likeness, it has been made clear how this can be done by prestidigitatory art. And as to where it says that no creature can be made by the power of the devil, this is manifestly true if made is understood to mean created. But if the word made is taken to refer to natural production, it is certain that devils can make some imperfect creatures. And St. Thomas shows how this may be done, for he says that all transmutations of bodily matters can be effected by the forces of nature, in which the essential thing is the semen which is found in the elements of this world, on land or in the waters, as serpents and frogs and such things deposit their semen, can be effected by the work of devils who have acquired such semen. So also it is when anything is changed into serpents or frogs, which can be generated by putrefaction. But those transmutations of bodily matters which cannot be effected by the forces of nature can in no way be truly effected by the work of the devils. For when the body of a man is changed into the body of a beast, or a dead body is brought to life, such things only seem to happen, and are a glamour, or illusion, or else the devil appears before men in the assumed body. These arguments are substantiated, for Blessed Albertus, in his book on animals, where he examines whether devils, or let us even say witches, can really make animals, says that they can, with God's permission, make imperfect animals, But they cannot do so in an instant, as God does, but by means of some motion, however sudden, as is clear in the case of witches. And touching the passage in Exodus 7, where Pharaoh called his wise men, he says, "The devils run throughout the world and collect various germs, and by using them can evolve various species." And the gloss thereon says, "When witches attempt to effect anything by the invocation of devils, they run about the world and bring the semen of those things which are in question, and by its means, with the permission of God, they produce new species. But this has been spoken of above." Another difficulty may arise, whether such devils' works are to be deemed miraculous. The answer was made clear in the preceding arguments, that even the devils can perform certain miracles to which their natural powers are adapted. And although such things are true in fact, they are not done with a view to the knowledge of the truth. And in this sense, the works of Antichrist may be said to be deceptions, since they are done with a view to the seduction of men. The answer to the other argument, that concerning the shape, is also clear. The shape of a beast which is seen does not exist in the air, or in actual fact, as has been shown, but only in the perception of the senses, as has been demonstrated above from the opinion of St. Thomas. For the argument that every passive is set in motion by its corresponding active, this is granted. But when it is inferred that the shape which is seen cannot be the original object which sets in motion the act of sight, since it arises from none of the senses, it is answered that it does not arise, since it originates from some sensible image conserved in the imagination, which the devil can draw out and present to the imagination or powers of perception, as has been said above. For the last argument, it is to be said that the devil does not, as has been shown, change the perceptive and imaginative powers by projecting himself into them, but by transmuting them, not indeed by altering them, except in respect of local motion. For he cannot of himself induce new appearances, as has been said, but he changes them by transmutation, that is, local motion. And this again he does not by dividing the substance of the organ of perception, since that would result in a sense of pain, but by a movement of the perceptions and humours. But it may be further objected as follows, that according to this devil cannot present to a man the appearance of anything new in respect of things seen. It is to be said that a new thing can be understood in two ways. In one way it may be entirely new, both in itself and in its beginnings, and in this sense the devil cannot present anything new to a man's sense of vision, for he cannot cause one who is born blind to imagine colors, or a deaf man to imagine sounds. In another sense, a thing may be new as to the composition of its whole, as we may say that it is an imaginatively new thing if a man imagines that he sees mountains of gold, which he never saw. For he has seen gold, and he has seen a mountain, and can by some natural operation imagine a phantasm of a mountain of gold. And in this way the devil can present a new thing to the imagination. What is to be thought of wolves which sometimes seize and eat men and children out of their cradles? Whether this is also a glamour caused by witches? There is incidentally a question concerning wolves which sometimes snatch men and children out of their houses and eat them, and run around with such astuteness that by no skill or strength can they be hurt or captured. It is to be said that this sometimes has a natural cause, but is sometimes due to a glamour when it is affected by witches. And as to the first, blessed Albertus, in his book on animals, says that it can arise from 5 causes. Sometimes on account of great famine, when stags and other beasts have come near to men. Sometimes on account of the fierceness of their strength, as in the case of dogs in cold regions. But this is nothing to the point, and we say that such things are caused by an illusion of devils, when God punishes some nation for sin. See Leviticus 26. If ye do not my commandments, I will send the beasts of the field against you, who shall consume you and your flocks. And again Deuteronomy 32, I will also send the teeth of beasts upon them, etc. As to the question whether they are true wolves or devils appearing in that shape, we say that they are true wolves, but are possessed by devils. And they are so roused up in 2 ways. It may happen without the operation of witches, and so it was in the case of the 42 boys who were devoured by 2 bears coming out of the woods, because they mocked the prophet Eliseus, saying, "Go up, thou bald head," etc. Also in the case of the lion which slew the prophet, who would not perform the commandment of God. 3 Kings 13. And it is told that a bishop of Vienna ordered the minor litanies to be solemnly chanted on certain days before the Feast of the Ascension, because wolves were entering the city and publicly devouring men. But in another way, it may be an illusion caused by witches. For William of Paris tells of a certain man who thought he was turned into a wolf. Note: a wolf. There are 2 kinds of werewolves, voluntary and involuntary. The voluntary were, of course, wizards such as Gilles Garnier, who on 18 January 1573 was condemned by the court of Dole, Lyon, to be burned alive for the abominable crimes of lycanthropy and witchcraft. More than 50 witnesses deposed that he had attacked and killed children in the fields and vineyards, devouring their raw flesh. He was sometimes seen in human shape, sometimes as a loup-garou. During the 16th century in France, lycanthropy was very prevalent, and numerous trials clearly show that murder and cannibalism were rife in many country districts, and at certain times went hiding among the caves. For there he went at a certain time, and though he remained there all the time stationary, he believed that he was a wolf which went about devouring children. And though the devil, having possessed a wolf, was really doing this, he erroneously thought that he was prowling about in his sleep. And he was for so long thus out of his senses, that he was at last found lying in the wood raving. The devil delights in such things, and caused the illusion of the pagans, who believed that men and old women were changed into beasts. From this it is seen that such things only happen by the permission of God alone, and through the operation of devils, and not through any natural defect, since by no art or strength can such wolves be injured or captured. In this connection also Vincent of Beauvais, in Spec History 640, tells that in Gaul, before the incarnation of Christ and before the Punic War, a wolf snatched a sentry's sword out of its sheath. Question 11. That witches who are midwives in various ways kill the child conceived in the womb and procure an abortion, or if they do not this, offer newborn children to devils. Here is set forth the truth concerning 4 horrible crimes which devils commit against infants, both in the mother's womb and afterwards. And since the devils do these things through the medium of women, and not men, this form of homicide is associated rather with women than with men, and the following are the methods by which it is done. The canonists treat more fully than the theologians of the obstructions due to witchcraft, and they say that it is witchcraft not only when anyone is unable to perform the carnal act, of which we have spoken above, but also when a woman is prevented from conceiving or is made to miscarry after she has conceived. A third and fourth method of witchcraft is when they have failed to procure an abortion, and then either devour the child or offer it to a devil. There is no doubt concerning the first 2 methods, since without the help of devils, a man can by natural means, such as herbs, savin, for example, or other emmenagogues, procure that a woman cannot generate or conceive, as has been mentioned above. But with the other 2 methods it is different, for they are effected by witches. And there is no need to bring forward the arguments, since very evident instances and examples will more readily show the truth of this matter. The former of these 2 abominations is the fact that certain witches, against the instinct of human nature, and indeed against the nature of all beasts, with the possible exception of wolves, are in the habit of devouring and eating infant children. And concerning this, the Inquisitor of Como, who has been mentioned before, has told us the following: that he was summoned by the inhabitants of the county of Barbie to hold an inquisition, because a certain man had missed his child from its cradle, and finding a congress of women in the night time, swore that he saw them kill his child and drink its blood and devour it. Also, in one single year, which is the year that now has last passed, He says that 41 witches were burned, certain others taking flight to the Lord Archduke of Austria, Sigismund. For confirmation of this, there are certain writings of John Nieder in his Formicarius, of whom, as of those events which he recounts, the memory is still fresh in the men's minds. Wherefore it is apparent that such things are not incredible. John Nieder, O.P., was born 1380 in Swabia and died at Colmar 13 August 1438. He gained a wide reputation as a preacher and was active at the Council of Constance. An advocate of the strictest reforms, he became eminent in the annals of his order by his energy and example. The most important among his many works is the Formicarius, a treatise upon the theological, philosophical, and social questions of the day. A complete edition was published at Douai, 5 volumes, 1602. The tractate, De Maleficis, has often been printed separately. We must add that in all these matters, witch midwives cause yet greater injuries, as penitent witches have often told us and others, saying, "No one does more harm to the Catholic faith than midwives. For when they do not kill children, then, as if for some other purpose, they take them out of the room and, raising them up in the air, offer them to devils." But the method which they observe in crimes of this sort will be shown in the second part, which we must soon approach. But first, one more question must be inquired into, namely, that of the divine permission. For it was said at the beginning that 3 things are necessary for the effecting of witchcraft: the devil, a witch, and the divine permission. Question 12. Whether the permission of Almighty God is an accompaniment of witchcraft. Now we must consider the divine permission itself, touching which 4 things are asked. First, whether it is necessary that this permission should accompany a work of witchcraft. Secondly, that God in his justice permits a creature naturally sinful to perpetrate witchcraft and other horrid crimes. The other 2 necessary concomitants being presupposed. Thirdly, that the crime of witchcraft exceeds all other evils which God permits to be done. Fourthly, in what way this matter should be preached to the people. Concerning the third postulate of this first part, namely the divine permission, it is asked, whether it is as Catholic to affirm the divine permission in these works of witches, as it is quite heretical to contradict such an affirmation. And it is argued that it is not heretical to maintain that God does not permit so great power to the devil in this sort of witchcraft. For it is Catholic, and not heretical, to refute such things as appear to be the disparagement of the Creator. And it is submitted that it is Catholic to maintain that the devil is not allowed such power of injuring men, since to hold the opposite opinion seems to be a disparagement of the Creator. For it would then follow that not everything is subject to the divine providence, since the all-wise provider keeps away as far as possible all defect and evil from those whom he cares. And if the works of witchcraft are permitted by God, they are not kept away by him. And if he does not keep them away, then God himself is not a wise provider, and all things are not subject to his providence. But since this is false, therefore it is false that God permits witchcraft. And again, to permit a thing to happen presupposes in him who permits it that either he can prevent it from happening if he wishes, or he cannot prevent it even if he wishes. And neither of these suppositions can apply to God. For in the first case, such a man would be thought spiteful, and in the second case, impotent. Then it is incidentally asked, as to that bewitchment that happened to Peter, if God could have prevented it and did not do so, then God is either despiteful or he does not care for all. But if he could not have prevented it, even if he wished, then he is not omnipotent. But since it is not possible to maintain the opinion that God does not care for all, and the rest, therefore, it cannot be said that witchcraft is done with the permission of God. Besides, he who is responsible to himself and is the master of his own actions is not subject to the permission or providence of any governor. But men were made responsible to themselves by God, according to Ecclesiasticus 15. God made man from the beginning and left him in the hand of his counsel. In particular, the sins which men do are left to their own counsel, according to the text. He gave to them according to their heart's desire. Therefore not all evils are subject to divine permission. Yet again, St. Augustine says in the Enchiridion, as does also Aristotle in the 9th book of Metaphysics, it is better not to know certain vile things than to know them, but all that is good is to be ascribed to God. Therefore God does not prevent the very vile works of witchcraft, whether he permits or not. See also St. Paul in 1 Corinthians 9, "Doth God take care of oxen?" And the same holds good of other irrational beasts, wherefore God takes no care whether they are bewitched or not, since they are not subject to his permission, which proceeds from his providence. Again, that which happens of necessity has no need of provident permission or prudence. This is clearly shown in Aristotle's Ethics, Book 2. Prudence is a right reasoning concerning things which happen and are subject to counsel and choice. But several effects of witchcraft happen of necessity, and when for some reason, or owing to the influence of the stars, diseases come, or any other things which we judge to be witchcraft, therefore they are not always subject to divine permission. And again, if men are bewitched by divine permission, then it is asked, why does this happen to one more than to another? If it be said that it is because of sin, which abounds more in one than another, this does not seem valid. For then the greater sinners would be the more bewitched. But this is manifestly not so, since they are less punished in this world. As it is said, well, it is for the liars. But if this argument were good, they also would be bewitched. Finally, it is clear from the fact that innocent children and other just men suffer most from witchcraft. But against these arguments, it is submitted that God permits evil to be done, though he does not wish it, and this is for the perfecting of the universe. See Dionysius, evil will be for all time, even to the perfecting of the universe. And St. Augustine in the Enchiridion, in all things good and evil consists the admirable beauty of the universe. So that what is said to be evil is well ordained and kept in its due place commends more highly than which is good. For good things are more pleasing and laudable when compared with bad. St. Thomas also refutes the opinion of those who say that, although God has no wish for evil, since no creature seeks for evil, either in its natural or its animal, or in its intellectual appetite, which is the will, whose object is good, yet he is willing that evil should exist and be done. This he says to be false, since God neither wishes evil to be done nor wishes it not to be done, but is willing to allow evil to be done, and this is good for the perfecting of the universe. And why it is erroneous to say that God wishes evil to be and to be done for the good of the universe, he says is for the following reason. Nothing is to be judged good except what is good in itself, and not by accident. As the virtuous man is judged good in his intellectual nature, not in his animal nature. But evil is not of itself ordained for good, but by accident. For against the intention of those who do evil, good results. In this way, against the intention of witches, or against the intention of tyrants, was it that through their persecutions the patience of the martyrs shone out clearly? Answer. This question is as difficult to understand as it is profitable to elucidate. For there is among the arguments not so much of laymen as of certain wise men, this in common, that they do not believe that such horrible witchcraft as has been spoken of is permitted by God, being ignorant of the causes of this divine permission. And by reason of this ignorance, since witches are not put down with the vengeance that is due to them, they seem now to be depopulating the whole of Christianity. Therefore that both learned and unlearned may be satisfied in each way, according to the opinion of the theologians, we make our answer by the discussion of two difficulties. And first, that the world is so subject to the divine providence that he himself provides for all. Secondly, that in his justice he permits the prevalence of sin, which consists of guilt, punishment, and loss, by reason of his two first permissions, namely, the fall of the angels and that of our first parents. From which also it will be clear that obstinately to disbelieve this smacks of heresy, since such a man implicates himself in the errors of the infidels. And as for the first, it is to be noted that presupposing that which pertains to the providence of God, see Wisdom 14, Thy providence, O Father, governeth all things, we ought also to maintain that all things are subject to his providence, and that also he immediately provides for all things. And to make this clear, let us first refute a certain contrary error. For taking the text in Job 22, thick clouds are a covering to him that he seeth not us, and he walketh in the circuit of heaven. and some thought that the doctrine of St. Thomas 1:22 means that only incorruptible things are subject to divine providence, such as the separate essences and the stars, which also the species of lower things, which are also incorruptible. But they said that the individuals of the species, being corruptible, were not so subject. Wherefore they said that all lower things which are in the world are subject to divine providence in the universal, but not in the particular or individual sense. But to others this opinion did not seem tenable, since God cares for the other animals just as he does for men. Therefore the Rabbi Moses, wishing to hold a middle course, agreed with their opinion in saying that all corruptible things are not individually entirely subject to divine governance, but only in a universal sense, as has been said before. But he accepted men from the generality of corruptible things because of the splendid nature of their intellect, which is comparable with that of the separate essences. And so according to his opinion, whatever witchcraft happens to men comes from the divine permission, but not such as happens to the animals or to the other fruits of the earth. Now through this opinion is nearer to the truth than that which altogether denies the providence of God in worldly matters, maintaining that the world was made by chance, as did Democritus and the Epicureans. Yet it is not without great fallacy. For it must be said that everything is subject to divine providence, not only in the general but also in the particular sense, and that the bewitching not only of men but also of animals and the fruits of the earth comes from divine and provident permission. The providence and ordinance of things to some end extend just so far as the causality of them itself extends. To take an example from things that are subject to some master, they are so far subject to his providence as they are themselves under his control. But the causality which is of God is the original agent and extends itself to all beings, not only in a general but also in an individual sense, and not only to things incorruptible. Therefore, since all things must be of God, so all things are cared for by him, that is, are ordained to some end. This point is touched by St. Paul in Romans 13. All things which are from God were ordained by him, which is to say that just as all things come from God, so also are all things ordained by him, and are consequently subject to his providence. For the providence of God is to be understood as nothing else than the reason, that is, the cause of the ordering of things to a purpose. Therefore, insofar as all things are a part of one purpose, so also are they subject to the providence of God. And God knows all things, not only in the mass generally, but also in the individual particularly. Now the knowledge which God has of things created is to be compared with a craftsman's knowledge of his work. Therefore, just as all his work is subject to the order and providence of a craftsman, so are all things subject to the order and providence of God. But this does not provide a satisfactory explanation of the fact that God in justice permits evil and witchcraft to be in the world, although he is himself the provider and governor of all things. For it would seem that, if this is conceded, he ought to keep away all evil from those for whom he cares. For we see among men that a wise provider does all that he can to keep away all defect and harm from those who are in his care. Therefore, why does not God, in the same way, keep away all evil? It must be noted that a particular and a universal controller or provider are two very different matters. For the particular controller must of necessity keep away all the harm he can, since he is not able to extract good out of evil. But God is the universal controller of the whole world, and can extract much good from particular evils. As through the persecution of the tyrants came the patience of the martyrs, and through the works of witches comes the purgation or providing of the faith of the just, as will be shown. Therefore it is not God's purpose to prevent all evil, lest the universe should lack the cause of much good. Wherefore St. Augustine says in the Enchiridion, "So merciful is Almighty God, that he would not allow any evil to be his works unless he were so omnipotent, and good, that he can bring good even out of evil." And we have an example of this in the actions of natural things. For although the corruptions and defects which occur in natural things are contrary to the purpose of that particular thing, as when a thief is hanged, or when animals are killed for human food, they are yet in accordance with the universal purpose of nature, as that man's life and property should be kept intact. And thus the universal good is preserved. For it is necessary for the conservation of the species that the death of one should be the preservation of another. for lions are kept alive by the slaughter of other animals. It is explained with regard to the divine permission that God would not make a creature to be naturally without sin. Note, naturally without sin. The theology here is very intricate and must be followed with the utmost caution. All have free will and therefore might sin, but our Lord and Our Lady did not sin, and the thought that they might have sinned is blasphemy. And St. John says, "Whosoever is born of God committeth not sin, for his seed abideth in him, and he cannot sin because he is born of God." Secondly, God in his justice permits the prevalence of evil, both that of sin and that of pain, and especially now that the world is cooling and declining to its end. And this we shall prove from two propositions which must be postulated. First, that God would not, or let us rather say with the fear of God, that, humanly speaking, it is impossible that any creature, man or angel, can be of such a nature that it cannot sin. And secondly, that it is just in God to permit man to sin, or to be tempted. These two propositions being granted, and since it is a part of the divine providence that every creature shall be left to its own nature, it must be said that, according to the premises, it is impossible that God does not permit witchcraft to be committed with the help of devils, and that it was not possible to communicate to a creature a natural incapacity for sin, is shown by St. Thomas. For if this quality were communicable to any creature, God would have communicated it, for he has at least in kind communicated all other graces and perfections to his creatures that are communicable. Such is the personal union of two natures in Christ, the maternity and virginity of Immaculate Mary, the free fellowship of travelers, the blessed companionship of the elect, and many other things. But we read that this quality was not given to any creature, either man or angel, for it is said, "Even in his angels he found sin." Therefore it is certain that God will not communicate to man a natural incapacity for sin, although man may win to this through grace. Again, if this were communicable, and were not communicated, the universe would not be perfect, and its perfection consists in the fact that all communicable good qualities of creatures are communicated in kind. Neither is it valid to argue that God, being omnipotent and having made men and angels in his likeness, could also have caused his creatures to be by nature impeccable, or even that he would make the condition of grace, which is the cause of confirmation in goodness, an essential part of the nature of angels and men, so that through their natural origin and natural condition they would be so confirmed in goodness that they would not be able to sin. For the first argument will not hold, since although God is all-powerful and all-good, yet he will not bestow this quality of impeccability, not because of any imperfection in his power, but because of the imperfection of the creature, and this imperfection lies chiefly in the fact that no creature, man or angel, is capable of receiving this quality. And for this reason, that being a creature, its being depends upon its creator, just as an effect depends upon the cause of its being. And to create is to make something out of nothing, and this, if left to itself, perishes, but endures so long as it preserves the influence of its cause. You may take, if you wish, an example from a candle, which burns only so long as it has wax. This being so, it is to be noted that God created man and left him in the hand of his own counsel. Ecclesiasticus 17. And so also he created the angels in the beginning of creation. And this was done for the sake of free will, the property of which is to do or to omit doing, to recede or not to recede from its cause. And since to recede from God, from free will, is to sin, therefore it was impossible for man or angel to receive, and God did not will to give such a natural quality that he should at the same time be endowed with free will and also be incapable of sin. Another imperfection, by reason of which this quality cannot be communicated to man or angel, is that it implies a contradiction. And since a contradiction is by its nature impossible, we say that God will not do this thing, or rather we should say that his creatures cannot receive such a quality. For example, it is impossible that anything can be at one time and the same time alive and dead. And so it would imply this contradiction, that a man should have free will by which he would be able to depart from his Creator, and that he should also be unable to sin. But if he were unable to sin, he would be unable to depart from his Creator. For this is sin, to despise the incommutable good and to cleave to things that are variable. But to despise or not to despise is a matter of free will. The second argument also is not valid, for if the confirmation of grace were so essential a part of the original creation that it became a natural quality of the creature to be unable to sin, then his inability to sin would arise, not from any exterior cause or from grace, but from his own very nature, and then he would be God, which is absurd. St. Thomas treats of this in his above solution of the last argument, when he says that whenever there happens to any creature something that can only be caused by a superior influence, the lower nature cannot of itself cause that effect without the cooperation of the higher nature. For example, a gas becomes ignited by fire, but it could not of its own nature light itself without fire. I say, therefore, that since the confirmation of a rational creature comes only through grace, which is a sort of spiritual light or image of the light of creation, it is impossible for any creature to have of its own nature that confirmation or grace, unless it be made one with the divine nature. That is, unless it be of the same nature as God, which is altogether impossible. Let us conclude by saying that the inability to sin belongs by nature to God alone, for he does not depart from his nature, who gives to all things their being, neither can he depart from the righteousness of his goodness, for this belongs to him through the character of his nature. But for all others who have this quality that they cannot sin, it is conferred upon them through the confirmation in goodness by grace, by which the sons of God are made free from sin, and they who in any way consort with the divine nature. Question 13. Herein is set forth the question concerning the two divine permissions which God justly allows, namely, that the devil, the author of all evil, should sin, and that our first parents should fall, from which origins the works of witches are justly suffered to take place. The second question and proposition is that God justly permitted certain angels to sin indeed, which he could not have allowed unless they were capable of sin, and that in like manner he preserved certain creatures through grace, without their having previously suffered temptation, and that he justly allows man both to be tempted and to sin. And all this is clearly shown as follows. For it is a part of divine providence that each single thing should be left to its own nature, and not be altogether impeded in its natural works. For as Dionysius says, providence is not a destroyer, but a preserver of nature. This being so, it is manifest that just as the good of the race is better than the good of the individual, Aristotle, Ethics 1, so also the good of the universe takes precedence over the good of any particular creature. Therefore we must add that if men were prevented from sinning, many steps to perfection would be removed. For that nature would be removed which has in its power to sin or not to sin, but it has already been shown that this is a natural property of man's nature. And let it be answered that, if there had been no sin, but immediate confirmation, then there would never have appeared what debt of grace and good works is due to God, and what the power of sin has been able to effect, and many other things without which the universe would suffer great loss. For it behooved that Satan should sin, not through some outside suggestion, but that he should find in himself the occasion of sin. And this he did when he wished to be equal to God. Now this is to be understood neither simply and directly, nor indirectly, but only with a reservation. And this is declared according to the authority of Isaiah 14. I will ascend above the heights of the clouds. I will be like the Most High. For it must not be understood simply and directly, because in that case he would have had a limited and erring understanding in seeking something which was impossible for him. For he knew that he was a creature created by God, and therefore he knew that it was impossible for him to become equal to his Creator. Neither again must it be understood indirectly, for since the whole good of an angel and a creature lies in its subjection to God, just as the whole transparence of the air consists in its subjection to the sun's rays. Therefore nothing which would be contrary to the good of its nature could be sought for by an angel. But he sought for equality with God, not absolutely, but with a reservation, which was as follows. The nature of God has two qualities, that of blessedness and goodness, and the fact that all the blessedness and goodness of his creatures issues from him. Therefore the angel, seeing that the dignity of his own nature transcended that of the other creatures, wished and asked that the blessedness and goodness of all the inferior creatures should be derived from him. And he sought this in his own natural capacity, that just as he was the first to be endowed in nature with those qualities, so the other creatures should receive them from the nobility of his nature. And he sought this of God in perfect willingness to remain subject to God, so long as he had that power granted to him. Therefore he did not wish to be made equal with God absolutely, but only with a reservation. It is further to be noted that, wishing to bring his desire to the point of action, he suddenly made it known to others, and the understanding of their other angels of his desire, and their perverse consenting to it, was also sudden. Therefore the sin of the first angel exceeded and preceded the sins of others in respect of the magnitude of his guilt and causality, but not in respect of duration. See Apocalypse 12. The dragon falling from heaven drew with him the third part of the stars, and he lives in the form of Leviathan, and is king over all the children of pride. And according to Aristotle, Metaphysics 5, he is called King of Princes, inasmuch as he moves those who are subject to him according to his will and command. Therefore his sin was the occasion of sin in others, since he first, not having been tempted from outside, was the external temptation of others. And that all these things happened instantaneously may be exemplified by physical things. For the ignition of a gas, the sight of the flame, and the impression formed by that sight all happen at one and the same time. I have put this matter at some length, for in the consideration of that stupendous divine permission in the case of the most noble creatures with regard to the one sin of ambition, it will be easier to admit particular permissions in the case of the works of witches, which are in some circumstances even greater sins. For in certain circumstances the sins of witches are greater than that of the angel or of our first parents, as will be shown in the second part. Now the fact that the providence of God permitted the first man to be tempted and to sin is sufficiently clear from what has been said concerning the transgression of the angels. For both man and the angel were created at the same end, and left with free will, in order that they might receive the reward of blessedness not without merit. Therefore, just as the angel was not preserved from his fall, in order that the power of sin on the one side and the power of the confirmation of grace on the other side might work together for the glory of the universe, so also ought it to be considered in the case of man. Wherefore St. Thomas says, "That by which God is glorified ought not to be hindered from within, but God is glorified in sin, when he pardons in mercy and when he punishes in justice. Therefore it behooves him not to hinder sin." Let us then return to a brief recapitulation of our proposition, namely, that by the just providence of God, man is permitted to sin for many reasons. First, that the power of God may be shown, who alone is unchanging, while every creature is variable. Secondly, that the wisdom of God may be declared, who can bring good out of evil, which could not be, unless God had allowed the creature to sin. Thirdly, that the mercy of God may be made manifest, by which Christ through his death liberated man who was lost. Fourthly, that the justice of God may be shown, which not only rewards the good but also punishes the wicked. Fifthly, that the condition of man may not be worse than that of other creatures, all of whom God so governs that he allows them to act after their own nature. Wherefore it behooved him to leave man to his own judgment. Sixthly, for the glory of men, that is, the glory of the just man who could transgress but has not. And seventhly, for the adorning of the universe. For as there is a threefold evil in sin, namely guilt, pain, and loss, so is the universe adorned by the corresponding threefold good, namely righteousness, pleasure, and usefulness. For righteousness is adorned by guilt, pleasure by pain, and all usefulness by loss, and by this the answer to the arguments is made plain. Solution of the arguments. According to the first argument, it is heretical to maintain that the devil is allowed power to injure men, but the opposite appears rather to be true. For it is heretical to assert that God does not permit man of his own free will to sin when he wishes, and God permits much sin, by reason of his power to hurt men in the punishment of the wicked for the adorning of the universe. For it is said by St. Augustine in his book of Soliloquies, "Thou, Lord, hast commanded, and it is so, that the shame of guilt should never be without the glory of punishment." And that is not a valid proof of the argument which is taken from the wise ruler who keeps away all defect and evil as far as he can. For it is quite different with God, who has an universal care, from one who has only a particular care. For God, whose care is universal, can bring good out of evil, as is shown by what has been said. For the second argument, it is clear that God's power as well as his goodness and justice are manifest in his permission of sin. So when it is argued that God either can or cannot prevent evil, the answer is that he can prevent it, but that for the reasons already shown it does not behoove him to do so. Neither is it valid to object that he therefore wishes evil to be done, since he can prevent it but will not. For as has been shown in the arguments for the truth, God cannot wish evil to be. He neither wishes nor does not wish it, but he permits it for the perfecting of the universe. In the third argument, St. Augustine and Aristotle are quoted on the subject of human knowledge, saying that it is better for a man not to have knowledge of that which is evil and vile for two reasons. First, that then he will have less opportunity to think of evil, since we cannot understand many things at the same time. And secondly, because knowledge of evil sometimes perverts the will towards evil. But these arguments do not concern God, who without any detriment understands all deeds of men and of witches. For the fourth argument, St. Paul accepts the care of God from oxen to show that a rational creature has through free will command over its actions, as has been said. Therefore God has a special providence over him, that either blame or merit may be imputed to him, and he may receive either punishment or reward. But that God does not in this way care for the irrational beasts. But to argue from that authority that the individuals of irrational creation have no part in divine providence would be heretical. For it would be to maintain that all things are not subject to divine providence, and would be contrary to the praise which is spoken in Holy Scripture concerning the divine wisdom, which stretches mightily from end to end and disposes all things well. And it would be the error of the Rabbi Moses, as was shown in the arguments for the truth. For the fifth argument, man did not institute nature, but puts the works of nature to the greatest use known to his skill and strength. Therefore, human providence does not extend to the inevitable phenomena of nature, as that the sun will rise tomorrow. But God's providence does extend to these things, since he is himself the author of nature. Wherefore also defects in nature, even if they arise out of the natural course of things, are subject to divine providence. And therefore Democritus and the other natural philosophers were in error when they ascribed whatever happened to the inferior creation to the mere chance of matter. For the last argument, although every punishment is inflicted by God for sin, yet the greatest sinners are not always inflicted with witchcraft. And this may be because the devil does not wish to afflict and tempt those whom he sees to belong to him by just title, or because he does not wish them to be turned back to God. As it is said, their plagues were multiplied, and they turned them to God, etc. And that all punishment is inflicted by God for sin is shown by what follows. For according to St. Jerome, whatever we suffer we deserve for our sins. Now it is declared that the sins of witches are more grievous than those of the bad angels and our first parents. Wherefore, just as the innocent are punished for the sins of their fathers, so are many blameless people damned and bewitched for the sins of witches. Solutions of the arguments. Chapter 14. The enormity of witches is considered, and is shown that the whole matter should be rightly set forth and declared. Concerning the enormity of crimes, it is asked whether the crimes of witches exceed both in guilt and in pain and in loss all the evils which God allows and has permitted from the beginning of the world up till now. And it seems that they do not, especially as regards guilt. For the sin which a man commits when he could easily avoid it is greater than the sin which another man commits when he could not so easily avoid it. This is shown by St. Augustine. There is great wickedness in sinning when it is so easy not to sin. But Adam and others who have sinned when in a state of perfection or even of grace could more easily because of the help of grace have avoided their sins, especially Adam who was created in grace, than many witches who have not shared in such gifts. Therefore the sins of such are greater than all the crimes of witches. And again, in respect of punishment, the greater punishment is due to the greater blame. But Adam's sin was the most heavily punished, as is plainly proved by the fact that both his guilt and his punishment are shown in all his posterity by the inheritance of original sin. Therefore his sin is greater than all other sins. And again, the same is argued in respect of loss. For according to St. Augustine, a thing is evil in that it takes away from the good. Therefore, where there is the more good lost, there the greater evil has gone before. But the sin of our first parent brought the greatest loss both to nature and to grace, since it deprived us of innocence and immortality. And no subsequent sin has brought such loss, therefore, etc. But on the contrary side, that which includes the most causes of evil is the greater evil, and such are the sins of witches. For they can, with God's permission, bring every evil upon that which is good by nature and in form, as is declared in the papal bull. Besides, Adam sinned only in doing that which was wrong in one of two ways, for it was forbidden, but was not wrong in itself. But witches and other sinners sin in doing that which is wrong in both ways, wrong in itself and forbidden, such as murders and many other forbidden things. Therefore their sins are heavier than other sins. Besides, sin which comes from definite malice is heavier than sin which comes from ignorance. But witches, out of great malice, despise the faith, and the sacraments of the faith, as many of them have confessed. Answer. The evils which are perpetrated by modern witches exceed all other sin which God has ever permitted to be done, as was said in the title of this question. And this can be shown in three ways, insofar as they are sins involving perversity of character, though it is different with the sins that contravene the other theological virtues. First, in general, by comparing their works indifferently with any other worldly crimes. Secondly, in particular, by considering the species of the superstition, and into what pact they have entered with the devil. And thirdly, by comparing their sins with the sins of the bad angels, and even with that of our first parents. And first, sin is threefold, involving guilt, punishment, and loss. Good also is correspondingly threefold, involving righteousness, felicity, and use. And righteousness corresponds with guilt, felicity with punishment, and use with loss. That the guilt of witches exceeds all other sins is apparent in this way. For according to the teachings of St. Thomas, there is in the matter of sin much that may be considered whereby the gravity or lightness of the sin may be deduced. And the same sin may be found heavy in one and light in another. For example, we can say that in fornication a young man sins, but an old man is mad. Yet those sins are, simply speaking, the heavier, which are not only attended by the more extensive and more powerful circumstances, but are in their nature and quantity of a more essentially serious sort. And so we can say that, though the sin of Adam was in some respects heavier than all other sins, inasmuch as he fell to the instigation of a smaller temptation, since it came only from within, and also because he could more easily have resisted on account of the original justice in which he was created. Nevertheless, in the form and quantity of sin, and in other respects which aggravate the sin the more in that it is the cause of many yet heavier sins, the sins of witches exceed all other sins. And this will be made still clearer in two ways. For one sin is said to be greater than another in one or other of the following respects. In causality, as was the sin of Lucifer; in generality, as Adam's sin; in hideousness, as was the sin of Judas; in the difficulty of forgiving it, as is the sin against the Holy Ghost; in danger, as is the sin of ignorance; in inseparability, as is the sin of covetousness; in inclination, as is the sin of flesh; in the offending of the divine majesty, as is the sin of idolatry and infidelity; in the difficulty of combating it, as the sin of pride; in blindness of mind, as the sin of anger. Accordingly, after the sin of Lucifer, the works of witches exceed all other sins in hideousness, since they deny him crucified, in inclination, since they commit nastiness of the flesh with devils, in blindness of mind, since in a pure spirit of malignity they rage and bring every injury upon the souls and bodies of men and beasts, as has been shown from what has been said before. And this indeed is indicated according to St. Isidore by the word, for they are called witches, maleficae, on account of the enormity of their crimes, as has been said above. Our contention is also deduced from the following. There are two gradations in sin, a turning away and a change of heart. See our quotation from St. Augustine. Sin is to reject the incommunicable good and to cleave to things that are variable. And the turning away from God is as it were formal, just as the change of heart is as it were material. Therefore, the more a man is separated from God by it, the heavier is the sin. And since infidelity is the chief cause of man's separation from God, the infidelity of witches stands out as the greatest of sins. And this is given the name of heresy, which is apostasy from the faith. And in this witches sin throughout their whole lives. For the sin of infidelity consists in opposing the faith, and this may come about in two ways, by opposing a faith which has not yet been received, or by opposing it after it has been received. Of the first sort is the infidelity of the pagans or Gentiles. In the second way, the Christian faith may be denied in two ways, either by denying the prophecies concerning it, or by denying the actual manifestation of its truth. And the first of these is the infidelity of the Jews, and the second the infidelity of the heretics. It is clear from this that the heresy of witches is the most heinous of the 3 degrees of infidelity, and this fact is proved both by reason and authority. For it is said in 2 St. Peter 2, it had been better for them not to have known the way of righteousness, than after they have known it to turn from it. And it is reasonable to suppose that, just as he who does not perform what he has promised commits a greater sin than he who does not perform what he never promised. So the infidelity of heretics, who while professing the faith of the gospel, fight against it by corrupting it, is a greater sin than that of the Jews and pagans. And again, the Jews sin more greatly than the pagans, for they received the prophecy of the Christian faith in the old law, which they corrupt through badly interpreting it, which is not the case with the pagans. Therefore their infidelity is a greater sin than that of the Gentiles, who never received the faith of the gospel. But concerning apostasy, St. Thomas says in the 2nd of the 2nd, question 12, apostasy means a turning away from God and religion, and this may happen according to the different ways by which man is joined to God. That is, by faith or by the subjection of the will to obedience, or by religion and holy orders. St. Raymond of Hostiensis says that apostasy is a rash departure from the state of faith or obedience or religion. Now if that which precedes is removed, that which follows from it also removed. But the converse proposition is not true. Therefore, apostasy from the faith is a greater sin than the other two forms of infidelity, since in its case a precedent religion has been removed. But according to St. Raymond, a man is not to be judged an apostate or deserter, however far and long he may have strayed, unless he shows by his subsequent life that he has no thought of returning to the faith. And this would be shown in the case of a cleric if he were to marry a wife or commit some similar crime. In the same way, it is an apostasy of disobedience when a man willfully spurns the teaching of the church and the bishops. And such a man must be convicted of his infamy and be excommunicated. Now, when we speak of the apostasy of witches, we mean the apostasy of perfidy, and that this is so much the more heinous in that it springs from a pact made with the enemy of the faith and the way of salvation. For witches are bound to make this pact, which is exacted by that enemy either in part or wholly. For we inquisitors have found some witches who have denied all the articles of faith, and others who have denied only a certain number of them, but they are all bound to deny true and sacramental confession. And so even the apostasy of Julian does not seem to have been so great, although in other respects he did more harm against the church, but we cannot speak of that here. But it may be incidentally objected that it is possible that they may keep the faith in the thoughts of their hearts, which God alone and not even any angel can see into, but do reverence and obedience to the devil only in outward form. The answer to this seems to be that there are 2 degrees of the apostasy of perfidy. One consists in outward acts of infidelity, without the formation of any pact with the devil, as when one lives in the lands of the infidels and conforms his life to that of the Mohammedans. The other consists in a pact made with the devil by one who lives in Christian lands. In the first case, men who keep the faith in their hearts but deny it in their outward acts, though they are not apostates or heretics, are guilty of deadly sin. For in this way Solomon showed reverence to the gods of his wives, and no one can be excused on the ground that he does this through fear. For St. Augustine says, "It is better to die of hunger than to be fed by idolaters." But however much witches may retain the faith in their hearts while denying it with their lips, they are still to be judged apostates, since they have made a treaty with death and a compact with hell. Wherefore St. Thomas 2:4, speaking of such magic works, and of those who in any way seek help from devils, says, "They are all apostates from the faith, by reason of a pact made with the devil, either in word, when some invocation is used, or by some deed, even if there is no actual sacrifice. For no man can serve 2 masters." To the same effect writes blessed Albertus Magnus, where he asks whether the sin of magicians and astrologers is an apostasy from the faith. And he answers, "In such there is always apostasy, either of word or of deed. For if invocations are made, then there is an open pact made with the devil, and it is plainly apostasy in word. But if their magic is simply a matter of action, then it is apostasy in deed. And since in all these there is an abuse of the faith, seeing that they look for from the devil what they ought to look for from God, therefore they are always to be judged apostates." See how clearly they set forth 2 degrees of apostasy, understanding a third, namely that of thought. Even if this last is lacking, yet witches are judged to be apostates in word and deed. Therefore, as will be shown, they must be subject to the punishment of heretics and apostates. And there is in them a third enormity of crime, exceeding all other heresies. For St. Augustine 28:1-2 tells us that the whole life of infidels is a sin. And the gloss on Romans 14 says that everything which comes not of faith is sin. What then is to be thought of the whole life of witches, that is, of all their other actions which are not pleasing to the devil, such as fasting, attending church, communicating, and other things? For in all these things they commit deadly sin, as is shown as follows. So far they have fallen in sin that, although they have not lost all power of amendment, since sin does not corrupt the whole good of their nature, and a natural light yet remains in them, yet, because of their homage given to the devil, and unless they be absolved from it, all their works, even when they appear to be good, are rather of an evil nature. And this is not seen to be the case with other infidels. For according to St. Thomas in the 2nd of the 2nd, question 10, whether every action of an infidel is a sin, he says that the deeds of the unfaithful, which are, of themselves, good, such as fasting, almsgiving, and deeds of that sort, are no merit to them because of their infidelity, which is a most grievous sin. Yet sin does not corrupt the whole good of their nature, and there remains in them a natural light. Therefore not every deed of theirs is mortal sin, not only those which proceed from their very infidelity or are related to it. For example, a Saracen fasts to observe the law of Mohammed, as to fasting, and a Jew observes his feast days. But in such things he is guilty of mortal sin, and in this way is to be understood the above dictum of St. Augustine that the whole life of infidels is sin. That witches deserve the heaviest punishment above all the criminals of the world. The crimes of witches, then, exceed the sins of all others, and we now declare what punishment they deserve, whether as heretics or as apostates. Now heretics, according to St. Raymond, are punished in various ways, as by excommunication, deposition, confiscation of their goods, and death. The reader can be fully informed concerning all these by consulting the law relating to the sentence of excommunication. Indeed, even their followers, protectors, patrons, and defenders incur the heaviest penalties. For besides the punishment of excommunication inflicted on them, heretics, together with their patrons, protectors, and defenders, and with their children to the second generation on the father's side, and the first degree on the mother's side, are admitted to no benefit or office of the Church. And if a heretic have Catholic children, for the heinousness of this crime, they are deprived of their paternal inheritance. And if a man be convicted and refuse to be converted and abjure his heresy, he must at once be burned, if he is a layman. For if they who counterfeit money are similarly put to death, how much more must they who counterfeit the faith? But if he is a cleric, after solemn degradation, he is handed over to the secular court to be put to death. But if they return to the faith, they are to be imprisoned for life. But in practice, they are treated more leniently after recantation than they should be according to the judgment of the bishops and the Inquisition, as will be shown in the third part, where the various methods of sentencing such are treated of. That is to say, those who are arrested and convicted and have recanted their error. But to punish witches in these ways does not seem sufficient, since they are not simple heretics, but apostates. More than this, in their very apostasy, they do not deny the faith for any fear of men or for any delight of the flesh, as has been said before, but apart from their abnegation, even give homage to the very devils by offering them their bodies and souls. It is clear enough from this that, however much they are penitent and return to the faith, they must not be punished like other heretics with lifelong imprisonment, but must suffer the extreme penalty. And because of the temporal injury which they do to men and beasts in various ways, the laws demand this. It is even equally culpable to learn as it is to teach such iniquities. Say the laws concerning soothsayers. Then how much more emphatically do they speak concerning witches, where they say that the penalty for them is the confiscation of their goods and decapitation. The laws also say much concerning those who by witchcraft provoke a woman to lust, or conversely cohabit with beasts. But these matters were touched upon in the first question. Question 15. It is shown that, on account of the sins of witches, the innocent are often bewitched, yea, sometimes even for their own sins. It is a fact that, by divine permission, many innocent people suffer loss and are punished by the aforesaid plagues, not for their own sins, but for those of witches. And lest this should seem to any a paradox, St. Thomas shows in the second of the second, question 8, that this is just in God. For he divides the punishments of this life into 3 classes. First, one man belongs to another. Therefore, if a man be punished in his possessions, it may be that another man suffers for his punishment. For, bodily speaking, sons are a property of the father, and slaves and animals are the property of their masters, and so the sons are sometimes punished for their parents. Thus the son born to David from adultery quickly died, and the animals of the Amalekites were bidden to be killed. Yet the reason for these things remains a mystery. Secondly, the sin of one may be passed on to another, and this in 2 ways. By imitation, as children imitate their sins of the parents, and slaves and dependents the sins of their masters, that they may sin more boldly. In this way the son's inherent ill-gotten gain as slaves share in robberies and unjust feuds in which they are often killed. And they who are subject to governors sin the more boldly, when they see them sin, even if they do not commit the same sins, wherefore they are justly punished. And the sin of one is passed on to another in the way of desert, as when the sins of wicked subjects are passed on to a bad governor, because the sins of the subjects deserve a bad governor. See Job. He makes hypocrites to reign on account of the sins of the people. Sin, and consequently punishment, can also be passed on through some consent of dissimulation. For when those in authority neglect to reprove sin, then very often the good are punished with the wicked, as St. Augustine says in the first book of De Civitate Dei. An example was brought to our notice as inquisitors. A town once was rendered almost destitute by the death of its citizens, and there was a rumor that a certain buried woman was gradually eating the shroud in which she had been buried, and that the plague could not cease until she had eaten the whole shroud and absorbed it into her stomach. A council was held, and the podesta with the governor of the city dug up the grave, and found half the shroud absorbed through the mouth and throat into the stomach, and consumed. In horror at this sight, the podesta drew his sword and cut off her head and threw it out of the grave, and at once the plague ceased. Now the sins of that old woman were, by divine permission, visited upon the innocent on account of the dissimulation of what had happened before. For when an inquisition was held, it was found that during a long time of her life she had been a sorceress and enchantress. Another example is the punishment of a pestilence, because David numbered the people. Thirdly, sin is passed on by divine permission in commendation of the unity of human society, that one man should take care for another by refraining from sin, and also to make sin appear the more detestable, in that the sin of one rebounds upon all, as though all were one body. An example is the sin of Achan in Joshua 7. We can add to these two other methods, that the wicked are punished sometimes by the good and sometimes by other wicked men. For as Gratanius says, 23:5, sometimes God punishes the wicked through those who are exercising their legitimate power at his command, and this in two ways. Sometimes with merit on the part of the punishers, as when he punished the sins of the Canaanites through his people, sometimes with no merit on the part of the punishers, but even to their own punishment, as when he punished the tribe of Benjamin and destroyed it except for a few men. And sometimes he punishes by his nations being aroused, either by command or permission, but with no intention of obeying God, but rather greedy for their own gain and therefore to their own damnation, as he now punishes his people by the Turks, and did so more often by strange nations in the Old Law. But it must be noted that for whatever cause a man may be punished, if he does not bear his pains patiently, then he becomes a scourge, not of correction, but only of vengeance, that is, of punishment. See Deuteronomy 32. The fire is kindled in mine anger, that is my punishment, for there is no other anger in God, and shall burn unto the lowest hell. That is, vengeance shall begin here and burn unto the last damnation, as St. Augustine explains. And there is further authority concerning the punishment in his fourth distinction. But if men patiently bear their scourges, and are patient in the state of grace, they take the place of a correction, as St. Thomas says in his fourth book. And this is true even of one punished for committing witchcraft, or of a witch, to a greater or less degree according to the devotion of the sufferer and the quality of his crime. But the natural death of the body, being the last terror, is not a correction, since of its nature it partakes in the punishment for original sin. Nevertheless, according to Scotus, when it is awaited with resignation and devotion, and offered in its bitterness to God, it can in some way become a correction. But violent death, whether a man deserves it or not, is always a correction, if it is borne patiently and in grace. So much for punishments inflicted on account of the sins of others. But God also punishes men in this life for their own sins, especially in the matter of bewitchment. For see Tobias 7, the devil has power over those who follow their lusts. And this is clear from what we have already said concerning the member and the genital powers which God chiefly allows to be bewitched. However, for the purpose of preaching to the public, it is to be noted that notwithstanding the aforesaid punishments which God inflicts on men for their own and other sins, the preacher should keep as his basic principle and preach to the people this ruling of the law, which says, no one must be punished without guilt, unless there is some cause for doing so. And this ruling holds good in the court of heaven, that is, of God, just as it does in the human courts of justice, whether secular or ecclesiastic. The preacher may predicate this of the court of heaven, for the punishment of God is of two kinds, spiritual and temporal. In the former, punishment is never found without guilt. In the latter, it is sometimes found quite without guilt, but not without cause. The first, or spiritual punishment, is of three kinds, the first being forfeiture of grace and a consequent hardening in sin, which is never inflicted except for the sufferer's own guilt. The second is the punishment of loss, that is, deprivation of glory, which is never inflicted without personal guilt in adults or contracted guilt in children born from their parents' sin. The third is the punishment of pain, that is, the torture of hellfire, and is plainly due to guilt. Wherefore, when it is said in Exodus 20, I am a jealous God, visiting the sins of the fathers upon the children unto the third and fourth generation, it is understood as speaking of the imitators of their fathers' crimes, as Gratian has explained, Book 1, Question 4, where he also gives other expositions. Now, with regard to God's second or temporal punishment, first, it may be, as has been said before, for the sin of another, or even without personal sin, or that of another, but not without cause, or for personal guilt only, without any other's sin. But if you wish to know the cause for which God punishes, and even without any guilt of the sufferer or of another man, you may refer to the 5 methods which the Master expounds in Book 4, Dist. 15, Chapter 2. And you must take the 3 first causes, for the other 2 refer to personal guilt. For he says that for 5 causes God scourges man in his life, or inflicts punishment. First, that God may be glorified, and this is when some punishment or affliction is miraculously removed, as in the case of the man born blind, St. John 9, or of the raising of Lazarus, St. John 11. Secondly, if the first cause is absent, it is sent that merit may be acquired through the exercise of patience, and also that inner hidden virtue may be made manifest to others. Examples are Job 1 and Tobias 2. Thirdly, that virtue may be preserved through the humiliation of castigation. St. Paul is an example, who says of himself in 2 Corinthians 12, There was given unto me a thorn in the flesh, the messenger of Satan, and according to Remigius, this thorn was the infirmity of carnal desire. These are the causes that are without guilt in the sufferer. Fourthly, that eternal damnation should begin in this life, that it might be in some way shown what will be suffered in hell. Examples are Herod, Acts 12, and Antiochus, 2 Maccabees 9. Fifthly, that man may be purified by the expulsion and obliteration of his guilt through scourges. Examples may be taken from Miriam, Aaron's sister, who was stricken with leprosy, and from the Israelites wandering in the wilderness, according to St. Jerome, 23:4. Or it may be for the correction of sin, as is exemplified by the case of David, who after being pardoned for his adultery was driven from his kingdom, as is shown in 2 Kings, and is commented on by St. Gregory in his Discourse on Sin. It may in fact be said that every punishment that we suffer proceeds from our own sin, or at least from the original sin in which we were born, which is itself the cause of all causes. But as to the punishment of loss, meaning by that eternal damnation which they will suffer in the future, no one doubts that all the damned will be tortured with grievous pains. For just as grace is followed by the blessed vision of the kingdom of heaven, so is mortal sin followed by punishment in hell. And just as the degrees of blessedness in heaven are measured in accordance with the degrees of charity and grace in life, so the degrees of punishment in hell are measured according to the degree of crime in this life. See Deuteronomy 25. The measure of punishment will be according to the measure of sin, and this is so with all other sins, but applies especially to witches. See Hebrews 10. Of how much sorer punishment suppose ye shall be thought worthy, who hath trodden under foot the Son of God, and hath counted the blood of the covenant, wherewith he was sanctified, an unholy thing. And such are the sins of witches, who deny the faith and work many evil bewitchments through the most holy sacrament, as will be shown in the second part. Question 16. The foregoing truths are set out in particular by a comparison of the works of witches with other baleful superstitions. Now, the foregoing truth concerning the enormity of witches' crimes is proved by comparing them with the other practices of magicians and diviners. For there are 14 species of magic springing from the 3 kinds of divination. The first of these 3 is open invocation of devils. The second is no more than a silent consideration of the disposition and movement of some thing, as of the stars or the days or the hours, and such things. The third is the consideration of some human act for the purpose of finding out something that is hidden, and is called by the name of sortilege. And the species of the first form of divination, that is, an open invocation of devils, are the following: sorcery, oneromancy, necromancy, oracles, geomancy, hydromancy, aeromancy, pyromancy, and soothsaying. See St. Thomas, 2nd of the 2nd, question 95, 26, and 5. The species of the second kind are horoscopy, haruspicy, augury, observation of omens, chiromancy, and spatulomancy. The species of the third kind vary according to all these things which are classed as sortilege, for the finding out of something hidden, such as the consideration of pricks and straws and figures in molten lead. And St. Thomas speaks also of these in the above-quoted reference. Now the sins of witches exceed all these crimes, as will be proved in respect of the foregoing species. There can then be no question concerning smaller crimes. For let us consider the first species, in which those who are skilled in sorcery and glamour deceive the human senses with certain apparitions, so that corporeal matter seems to become different to the sight and the touch, as was treated of above in the matter of the methods of creating illusions. Witches are not content with such practices in respect of the genital member, causing some prestidigitatory illusion of its disappearance, although this disappearance is not an actual fact. But they even frequently take away the generative power itself, so that a woman cannot conceive, and a man cannot perform the act even when he still retains his member. And without any illusion they also cause abortion after conception, often accompanied with many other ills. And they even appear in various forms of beasts, as has been shown above. Necromancy is the summoning of and speech with the dead, as is shown by its etymology, for it is derived from the Greek word nekros, meaning a corpse, and mantia, meaning divination. And they accomplish this by working some spell over the blood of a man or some animal, knowing that the devil delights in such sin, and loves blood and the pouring out of blood. Wherefore, when they think that they call the dead from hell to answer their questions, it is the devils in the likeness of the dead who appear and give such answers. And of this sort was the art of that great Pythoness spoken of in 1 Kings 28, who raised up Samuel at the instance of Saul. But let no one think that such practices are lawful because the Scripture records that the soul of the just prophet, summoned from Hades to predict the event of Saul's coming war, appeared through the means of a woman who was a witch. For as St. Augustine says to Simplicianus, it is not absurd to believe that it was permitted by some dispensation, not by the potency of any magic art, but by some hidden dispensation unknown to the Pythoness or to Saul, that the spirit of that just man should appear before the sight of the king, to deliver the divine sentence against him. Or else it was not really the spirit of Samuel aroused from its rest, but some phantasm and imaginary illusion of devils caused by the machinations of the devil. And the Scripture calls that phantasm by the name of Samuel, just as the images of things are called by the names of the things they represent. Note, represent. For a full discussion of the appearance of Samuel at Endor, see my History of Witchcraft. The Witch in Holy Writ. This he says in his answer to the question whether divination by the invocation of devils is lawful. In the same Summa, the reader will find the answer to the question whether there are degrees of prophecy among the blessed, and he may refer to St. Augustine, 26:5. But this has little to do with the deeds of witches, which retain in themselves no vestige of piety, as is apparent from a consideration of their works. For they do not cease to shed innocent blood, to bring hidden things to light under the guidance of devils, and by destroying the soul with the body, spare neither the living nor the dead. Oneromancy may be practiced in two ways. The first is when a person uses dreams so that he may dip into the occult with the help of the revelation of devils invoked by him, with whom he has entered into an open pact. The second is when a man uses dreams for knowing the future, insofar as there is such virtue in dreams proceeding from divine revelation, from a natural intrinsic or extrinsic cause, and such divination would not be unlawful. So says St. Thomas. And that preachers may have at least the nucleus of an understanding about this matter, we must first speak about the angels. An angel is of limited power and can more effectively reveal the future when the mind is adapted to such revelations than when it is not. Now the mind is chiefly so adapted after the relaxation of exterior and interior movement, as when nights are silent and the fumes of motion are quieted. And these conditions are fulfilled round about the dawn when digestion is completed. And I say this of us who are sinners, to whom the angels in their divine piety and in the execution of their offices reveal certain things, so that when we study at the time of the dawn, we are given an understanding of certain occult matters in the Scriptures. For a good angel presides over our understanding, just as God does over our will, and the stars over our bodies. But to certain more perfect men, the angel can at any hour reveal things, whether they are awake or asleep. However, according to Aristotle, such men are more apt to receive revelations at one time than at another, and this is the case in all matters of magic. Secondly, it is to be noted that it happens through nature's care for and regulation of the body, that certain future events have their natural cause in a man's dreams. And then those dreams or visions are not causes, as was said in the case of angels, but only signs of that which is coming to a man in the future, such as health or sickness or danger. And this is the opinion of Aristotle. For in the dreams of the spirit, nature images the disposition of the heart, by which sickness or some other thing naturally comes to a man in the future. For if a man dreams of fires, it is a sign of a choleric disposition. If of flying or some such thing, it is a sign of a sanguine disposition. If he dreams of water or some other liquid, it is a sign of a phlegmatic. And if he dreams of terrene matters, it is a sign of a melancholy disposition. And therefore, doctors are very often helped by dreams in their diagnosis, as Aristotle says in the same book. But these are slight matters in comparison with the unholy dreams of witches. For when they do not wish, as has been mentioned above, to be bodily transferred to a place, but desire to see what their fellow witches are doing, it is their practice to lie down on their left side in the name of their own and of all devils. And these things are revealed to their vision in images. And if they seek to know some secret either for themselves or for others, they learn it in dreams from the devil, by reason of an open, not a tacit, pact entered into with him. And this pact again is not a symbolic one, accomplished by the sacrifice of some animal or some act of sacrilege, or by embracing the worship of some strange cult. But it is an actual offering of themselves, body and soul, to the devil by a sacrilegiously uttered and inwardly proposed abnegation of the faith. And not content with this, they even kill or offer to devils their own and others' children. Another species of divination is practiced by Pythons, so called from Pythian Apollo, who is said to have been the originator of this kind of divination according to St. Isidore. This is not effected by dreams or by converse with the dead, but by means of living men, as in the case of those who are lashed into a frenzy by the devil, either willingly or unwillingly, only for the purpose of foretelling the future, and not for the perpetration of any other monstrosities. Of this sort was the girl mentioned in Acts 16, who cried after the apostles that they were the servants of the true God. And St. Paul, being angered by this, commanded the spirit to come out of her. But it is clear that there is no comparison between such things and the deeds of witches, who, according to St. Isidore, are so called for the magnitude of their sins and the enormity of their crimes. Wherefore, for the sake of brevity, there is no need to continue this argument in respect of the minor forms of divination, since it has been proved in respect of the major forms. For the preacher may, if he wishes, apply these arguments to the other forms of divination. To geomancy, which is concerned with terrene matters, such as iron or polished stone; hydromancy, which deals with the water and crystals; aeromancy, which is concerned with the air; pyromancy, which is concerned with fire; soothsaying, which has to do with the entrails of animals sacrificed on the devil's altars. For although all these are done by means of open invocation of devils, they cannot be compared with the crimes of witches, since they are not directly purposed for the harming of men or animals or the fruits of the earth, but only for the foreknowledge of the future. The other species of divination, which are performed with a tacit but not an open invocation of devils, are horoscopy or astrology, so called from the consideration of the stars at birth; haruspicy, which observes the days and hours augury, which observes the behavior and cries of birds, omens, which observe the words of men, and chiromancy, which observes the lines of the hand or of the paws of animals. Anyone who wishes may refer to the teaching of Nieder, and he will find much as to when such things are lawful and when they are not. But the works of witches are never lawful. Chapter 17. A comparison of their crimes under 14 heads, with the sins of the devils of all and every kind. So heinous are the crimes of witches, that they even exceed the sins and fall of the bad angels. And if this is true as to their guilt, how should it not also be true of their punishments in hell? And it is not difficult to prove this by various arguments with regard to their guilt. And first, although the sin of Satan is unpardonable, this is not on account of the greatness of his crime, having regard to the nature of the angels, with particular attention to the opinion of those who say that the angels were created only in a state of nature, and never in a state of grace. And since the good of grace exceeds the good of nature, therefore the sins of those who fall from a state of grace, as do the witches by denying the faith which they received in baptism, exceed the sins of angels. And even if we say that the angels were created but not confirmed in grace, so also witches, though they are not created in grace, have yet of their own will fallen from grace, just as Satan sinned of his own will. Secondly, it is granted that Satan's sin is unpardonable for various other reasons. For St. Augustine says that he sinned at the instigation of none, therefore the sin is justly remediable by one. And St. John Damascene says that he sinned in his understanding against the character of God, and that his sin was the greater by reason of the nobility of his understanding. For the servant who knows the will of his master, etc. The same authority says that since Satan is incapable of repentance, therefore he is incapable of pardon, and this is due to his very nature, which, being spiritual, could only be changed once, when he changed it forever. But this is not so with men, in whom the flesh is always warring against the spirit, or because he sinned in the high places of heaven, whereas man sins in the earth. But notwithstanding all this, his sin is in many respects small in comparison with the crimes of witches. First, as St. Anselm showed in one of his sermons, he sinned in his pride while there was yet no punishment for sin. But witches continue to sin after great punishments have been often inflicted upon many other witches, and after the punishments which the Church teaches them have been inflicted by reason of the devil and his fall. And they make light of all these, and hasten to commit not the least deadly of sins, as do other sinners who sin through infirmity or wickedness, yet not from habitual malice, but rather the most horrible crimes from the deep malice of their hearts. Secondly, although the bad angel fell from innocence to guilt, and thence to misery and punishment, yet he fell from innocence once only, in such a way that he was never restored. But the sinner who is restored to innocence by baptism and again falls from it falls very deep, and this is especially true of witches, as is proved by their crimes. Thirdly, he sinned against the Creator, but we, and especially witches, sin against the Creator and the Redeemer. Note, St. Anselm, doctor of the Church, Archbishop of Canterbury, born at Aosta, at Burgundian town in the borders of Lombardy, 1033-34, died April 21st, 1109. High praise is given him in the breviary office for his feast, 21st April. Second Nocturne of Matins, Lection 6. There are several collections of the works of St. Anselm, but of these few, if any, can claim to be critical, and none are adapted for modern requirements. At the same time, there are very numerous separate editions, and even translations of the more important treatises, in particular the Cur Deus Homo. Fourthly, he forsook God, who permitted him to sin but accorded him no pity, whereas we, and witches above all, withdraw ourselves from God by our sins, while in spite of his permission of our sins, he continually pities us and prevents us with his countless benefits. Fifthly, when he sinned, God rejected him without showing him any grace, whereas we wretches run into sin although God is continually calling us back. Sixthly, he keeps his heart hardened against a punisher, but we against a merciful persuader. Both sin against God, but he against a commanding God, and we against one who dies for us, whom, as we have said, wicked witches offend above all. The solutions of the arguments again declare the truth by comparison. To the arguments, the answer to the first is clear from what was said in the beginning of this whole question. It was submitted that one sin ought to be thought heavier than another, and that the sins of witches are heavier than all others in respect of guilt, but not in respect of the penalties that they entail. To this it must be said that the punishment of Adam, just as his guilt, may be considered in two ways, either as touching him personally or as touching the whole of nature, that is, the posterity which came after him. As to the first, greater sins have been committed after Adam, for he sinned only in doing that which was evil, not in itself, but because it was forbidden. But fornication, adultery, and murder are in both senses sins in themselves, and because they are forbidden. Therefore such sins deserve the heavier punishment. As to the second, it is true that the greatest punishment resulted from the first sin. But this is only indirectly true, in that through Adam all posterity was infected with original sin, and he was the first father of all those for whom the only Son of God was able to atone by the power which was ordained. Moreover, Adam in his own person, with the mediation of divine grace, repented, and was afterwards saved through the sacrifice of Christ. But the sins of witches are incomparably greater, since they are not content with their own sins and perdition, but ever draw countless others after them. And thirdly, it follows from what has been said that it was by accident that Adam's sin involved a greater injury. For he found nature uncorrupted, and it was inevitable, and not of his own will, that he left it defiled. Therefore it does not follow that his sin was intrinsically greater than others. And again, posterity would have committed the same sin if it had found nature in the same state. Similarly, he who has not found grace does not commit so deadly a sin as he who has found it and lost it. This is the solution of St. Thomas, 221 Art 2, in his solution of the second argument. And if anyone wishes fully to understand this solution, he must consider that even if Adam had kept his original innocence, he would not have passed it down to all posterity. For as St. Anselm says, anyone coming after him could still have sinned. See also St. Thomas, Dist 20, where he considers whether newborn children would have been confirmed in grace, and in Dist 101, whether men who are now saved would have been saved if Adam had not sinned. Question 18. Here follows the method of preaching against and controverting 5 arguments of laymen and lewd folk, which seem to be variously approved, that God does not allow so great power to the devil and witches, as is involved in the performance of such mighty works of witchcraft. Finally, let the preacher be armed against certain arguments of laymen, and even of some learned men, who deny up to a certain point that there are witches. For although they concede the malice and power of the devil to inflict such evils at his will, they deny that the divine permission is granted to him, and will not admit that God allows such things to be done. And although they have no method in their argument, groping blindly now this way and now that, it is yet necessary to reduce their assertions to 5 arguments, from which all their cavillings proceed. And the first is, that God does not permit the devil to rage against men with such great power. The question put is whether the divine permission must always accompany an affliction caused by the devil through a witch. And 5 arguments are submitted to prove that God does not permit it, and that therefore there is no witchcraft in the world. And the first argument is taken from God, the second from the devil, the third from the witch, the fourth from the affliction ascribed to witchcraft, and the fifth from preachers and judges, on the assumption that they have so preached against and punished witches that they would have no security in life. And first, as follows. God can punish men for their sins, and he punishes with the sword, famine, and pestilence, as well as with various and countless other infirmities to which human nature is subject. Wherefore, there being no need for him to add further punishments, he does not permit witchcraft. Secondly, if that which is said of the devil were true, namely that he can obstruct the generative forces so that a woman cannot conceive, or that if she does conceive, he can cause an abortion, or if there is no abortion, he can cause the children to be killed after birth, in that case he would be able to destroy the whole world. And it could also be said that the devil's works were stronger than God's, since the sacrament of matrimony is a work of God. Thirdly, they argue from man himself that if there were any witchcraft in the world, then some men would be more bewitched than others, and that it is a false argument to say that men are bewitched for a punishment of their sins, and therefore false to maintain that there is witchcraft in the world. And they prove that it is false by arguing that if it were true, then the greater sinners would receive the greater punishment, and this is not the case. For sinners are less punished sometimes than the just, as is seen in the case of innocent children who are alleged to be bewitched. Their fourth argument can be added to that which they adduce concerning God, namely that a thing which a man can prevent and does not prevent, but allows it to be done, may be judged to proceed from his will. But since God is all good, he cannot wish evil, and therefore cannot permit evil to be done which he is able to prevent. Again, taking their argument from the infliction itself, which is alleged to be due to witchcraft, they submit that they are similar to natural infirmities and defects, and may therefore be caused by a natural defect. For it may happen through some natural defect that a man becomes lame or blind, or loses his reason, or even dies, wherefore such things cannot confidently be ascribed to witches. Lastly, they argue that preachers and judges have preached and practiced against witches in such a way that, if there were witches, their lives would never be safe from them on account of the great hatred that witches would have for them. But the contrary arguments may be taken from the first question, where it treats of the third postulate of the first part, and those points may be propounded to the people which are most fitting. How God permits evil to be, even though he does not wish it, but he permits it for the wonderful perfecting of the universe, which may be considered in the fact that good things are more highly commendable, are more pleasing and laudable when they are compared with bad things. And authority can be quoted in support of this. Also, that the depth of God's divine wisdom, justice, and goodness should be shown forth, whereas it would otherwise remain hidden. For a brief settlement of this question, there are various treatises available on this subject for the information of the people, to the effect, namely, that God justly permits two falls, that of the angels and that of our first parents. And since these were the greatest of all falls, it is no matter for wonder if other smaller ones are permitted. But it is in their consequences that those two falls were the greatest, not in their circumstances, in which last respect, as was shown in the last question, the sins of witches exceed those of the bad angels and our first parents. In the same place it is shown how God justly permitted those first falls, and anyone is at liberty to collect and enlarge upon what is said there, as much as he wishes. But we must answer their arguments. As to the first, that God punishes quite enough by means of natural diseases, and by sword and famine, we make a threefold answer. First, that God did not limit his power to the processes of nature, or even to the influences of the stars, in such a way that he cannot go beyond these limits, for he has often exceeded them in the punishment of sins, by sending plagues and other afflictions beyond all the influence of the stars. As when he punished the sin of pride in David, when he numbered the people by sending a pestilence upon the people. Secondly, it agrees with the divine wisdom that he should go govern all things, that he allows them to act at their own instigation. Consequently, it is not his purpose to prevent altogether the malice of the devil, but rather to permit it as far as he sees it to be for the ultimate good of the universe. Although it is true that the devil is continually held in check by the good angels, so that he may not do all the harm that he wishes. Similarly, he does not propose to restrain the human sins which are possible to man through his free will, such as the abnegation of the faith and the devotion of himself to the devil, which things are in the power of the human will. From these two premises it follows that when God is most offended, he justly permits those evils which are chiefly sought for by witches, and for which they deny the faith up to the extent of the devil's power, and such is the ability to injure men, animals, and the fruits of the earth. Thirdly, God justly permits those evils which indirectly cause the greatest uneasiness and torment to the devil, and of such a sort are those evils which are done by witches through the power of devils. For the devil is indirectly tormented very greatly when he sees that, against his will, God uses all evil for the glory of his name, for the commendation of the faith, for the purgation of the elect, and for the acquisition of merit. For it is certain that nothing can be more galling to the pride of the devil, which he always rears up against God, as it is said, the pride of them that hate thee increases ever, than that God should convert his evil machinations to his own glory. Therefore God justly permits all these things. Their second argument has been answered before, but there are 2 points in it which must be answered in detail. In the first place, far from its being true that the devil or his works are stronger than God, it is apparent that his power is small, since he can do nothing without the divine permission. Therefore it may be said that the devil's power is small in comparison with the divine permission, although it is very great in comparison with earthly powers, which it naturally excels, as is shown in the often quoted text in Job 11. There is no power on earth to be compared with him. In the second place, we must answer the question why God permits witchcraft to affect the generative powers more than any other human function. This has been dealt with above, under the title, How Witches Can Obstruct the Generative Powers in the Veneral Act. For it is on account of the shamefulness of that act, and because the original sin due to the guilt of our first parents is inherited by means of that act. It is symbolized also by the serpent, who was the first instrument of the devil. To their third argument, we answer that the devil has more intention and desire to tempt the good than the wicked, although he does in fact tempt the wicked more than the good, for the reason that the wicked have more aptitude than the good to respond to his temptation. In the same way, he is more eager to injure the good than the bad, but he finds it easier to injure the wicked. And the reason for this is, according to St. Gregory, that the more often a man gives way to the devil, the harder he makes it for himself to struggle against him. But since it is the wicked who most often give way to the devil, their temptations are the hardest and most frequent, as they have not the shield of faith with which to protect themselves. Concerning this shield, St. Paul speaks in Ephesians 6, Above all, taking the shield of faith, wherewith ye shall be able to quench all the fiery darts of the wicked. But on the other hand, he assails the good more bitterly than the wicked, and the reason for this is that he already possessed the wicked, but not the good. And therefore he tries the harder to draw into his power through tribulation the just, who are not his, than the wicked, who are already his. In the same way, an earthly prince more severely chastises those who disobey his laws or injure his kingdom, than those who do not set themselves against him. In answer to their fourth argument, in addition to what has already been written on this subject, the preacher can expound the truth that God permits evil to be done, but does not wish it to be done by the 5 signs of the divine will, which are precept, prohibition, advice, operation, and permission. See St. Thomas, especially in his first part, question 19, art 12, where this is very plainly set forth. For although there is only one will in God, which is God himself, just as his essence is one, yet in respect of its fulfillment, his will is shown and signified to us in many ways, as the Psalm says, The mighty works of the Lord are fulfilled in all his wishes. Wherefore there is a distinction between the actual essential will of God and its visible effects, even as the will, properly so called, is the will of a man's good pleasure. But in a metaphorical sense, it is the will expressed by outward signs. For it is by signs and metaphors that we are shown that God wishes this to be. We may take an example from a human father who, while he has only one will in himself, expresses that will in 5 ways, either by his own agency or through that of someone else. Through his own agency, he expresses it in 2 ways, either directly or indirectly. Directly, when he himself does a thing, and then it is operation. Indirectly, when he does not hinder someone else from acting. See Aristotle's Physics 4. Prohibition is indirect causation, and this is called the sign of permission. And the human father signifies his will through the agency of someone else in 3 ways, Either he orders someone to do something, or conversely forbids something. And these are the signs of precept and prohibition. Or he persuades and advises someone to do something, and this is the sign of advice. And just as the human will is manifested in these 5 ways, so is God's will. For that God's will is shown by precept, prohibition, and advice is seen in St. Matthew 6. Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. That is to say, may we on earth fulfill his precepts, avoid his prohibitions, and follow his advice. And in the same way, St. Augustine shows that permission and operation are signs of God's will, where he says in the Enchiridion, nothing is done unless Almighty God wishes it to be done, either by permitting it or by himself doing it. To return to the argument, it is perfectly true that when a man can prevent a thing and does not, that thing may be said to proceed from his will, and the inference that God, being all good, cannot wish evil to be done, is also true in respect of the actual good pleasure of God's will, and also in respect of 4 of the signs of his will. For it is needless to say that he cannot operate evil, or command evil to be done, or fail to be opposed to evil, or advise evil. But he can, however, permit evil to be done. And if it is asked how it is possible to distinguish whether an illness is caused by witchcraft or by some natural physical defect, we answer that there are various methods. And the first is by means of the judgment of doctors. See the words of St. Augustine on the Christian doctrine. To this class of superstition belong all charms and amulets suspended or bound about the person, which the school of medicine despises. For example, doctors may perceive from the circumstances, such as the patient's age, healthy complexion, and the reaction of his eyes, that his disease does not result from any defect of the blood or the stomach, or any other infirmity. And they therefore judge that it is not due to any natural defect, but to some extrinsic cause. And since that extrinsic cause cannot be by poisonous infection, which would be accompanied by ill humors in the blood and stomach, they have sufficient reason to judge that it is due to witchcraft. And secondly, when the disease is incurable, so that the patient can be relieved by no drugs, but rather seems to be aggravated by them. Thirdly, the evil may come so suddenly upon a man that it can only be ascribed to witchcraft. An example of how this happened to one man has been made known to us. A certain well-born citizen of Speyers had a wife who was of such an obstinate disposition that, though he tried to please her in every way, yet she refused in nearly every way to comply with his wishes, and was always plaguing him with abusive taunts. It happened that, on going into his house one day, and his wife railing against him as usual with opprobrious words, he wished to go out of the house to escape from quarreling, but she quickly ran before him and locked the door by which he wished to go out, and loudly swore that unless he beat her, there was no honesty or faithfulness in him. At these heavy words he stretched out his hand, not intending to hurt her, and struck her lightly with his open palm on the buttock, whereupon he suddenly fell to the ground and lost all his senses, and lay in bed for many weeks afflicted with a most grievous illness. Now it is obvious that this was not a natural illness, but was caused by some witchcraft of the woman, and very many similar cases have happened and been made known to many. There are some who can distinguish such illnesses by means of a certain practice, which is as follows. They hold molten lead over the sick man and pour it into a bowl of water. And if the lead condenses into some image, they judge that the sickness is due to witchcraft. And when such men are asked whether the image so formed is caused by the work of devils or is due to some natural cause, they answer that it is due to the power of Saturn over lead, the influence of that planet being in other respects evil, and that the sun has a similar power over gold. But what should be thought of this practice, and whether it is lawful or not, will be discussed in the second part of this treatise. For the canonists say that it is lawful that vanity may be confounded by vanity, but the theologians hold a directly opposite view, saying that it is not right to do evil that good may come. In their last argument, they advance several objections. First, why do not witches become rich? Secondly, why, having the favor of princes, do they not cooperate for the destruction of all their enemies? Thirdly, why are they unable to injure preachers and others who persecute them? For the first, it is said to be that witches are not generally rich for this reason, that the devils like to show their contempt for the Creator by buying witches for the lowest possible price, and also lest they should be conspicuous by their riches. Secondly, they do not injure princes because they wish to retain as far as possible their friendship. And if it is asked why they do not hurt their enemies, it is answered that a good angel working on the other side prevents such witchcraft. Compare the passage in Daniel. Note, Daniel 10:13. But the prince of the kingdom of the Persians resisted me 21 days, and behold, Michael, one of the chief princes, came to help me, and I remained there by the king of the Persians. The prince of the Persians is the angel guardian of Persia, who, according to his office, seeking the spiritual good of the Persians, was desirous that many of the Jews should remain among them. The prince of the Persians withstood me for 21 days. See St. Thomas in the second book of Sentences, where he debates whether there is any contest among the good angels, and of what sort. Thirdly, it is said that they cannot injure inquisitors and other officials because they dispense public justice. Many examples could be adduced to prove this, but time does not permit it. The second part, treating of the methods by which the works of witchcraft are wrought and directed, and how they may be successfully annulled and dissolved. Resolved in but 2 questions, yet these are divided into many chapters. The second part, treating of the methods by witchcraft is inflicted and how it may be auspiciously removed. Question 1. Of those against whom the power of witches availeth not at all. The second main part of this work deals with the method of procedure adopted by witches for the performance of their witchcraft, and these are distinguished under 18 heads, proceeding from 2 chief difficulties. The first of these 2, dealt with in the beginning, concerns protective remedies by which a man is rendered immune from witchcraft. The second, dealt with at the end, concerns curative remedies by which those who are bewitched can be cured. For, as Aristotle says, Physics 4, prevention and cure are related to one another and are accidentally matters of causation. In this way, the whole foundation of this horrible heresy may be made clear. In the above 2 divisions, the following points will be principally emphasized. First, the initiation of witches and their profession of sacrilege. Second, the progress of their method of working and of their horrible observances. Third, the preventive protection against their witchcrafts. And because we are now dealing with matters relating to morals and behavior, and there is no need for a variety of arguments and disquisitions, since those matters which now follow under their headings are sufficiently discussed in the foregoing questions. Therefore we pray God that the reader will not look for proofs in every case, since it is enough to adduce examples that have been personally seen or heard, or are accepted at the word of credible witnesses. In the first of the points mentioned, 2 matters will be chiefly examined. First, the various methods of enticement adopted by the devil himself. Second, the various ways in which witches profess their heresy. And in the second of the main points, 6 matters will be examined in order, relating to the procedure of witchcraft and its cure. First, the practices of witches with regard to themselves and their own bodies. Second, their practices with regard to other men. Third, those relating to beasts. Fourth, the mischief they do to the fruits of the earth. Fifth, those kinds of witchcraft which are practiced by men only and not by women. Sixth, the question of removing witchcraft, and how those who are bewitched may be cured. The first question, therefore, is divided into 18 heads, since in so many ways are their observances varied and multiplied. It is asked whether a man can be so blessed by the good angels that he cannot be bewitched by witches in any of the ways that follow. And it seems that he cannot, for it has already been proved that even the blameless are innocent, and the just are often afflicted by devils, as was Job. And many innocent children, as well as countless other just men, are seen to be bewitched, although not to the same extent as sinners. For they are not afflicted in their perdition of their souls, but only in their worldly goods and their bodies. But the contrary is indicated by the confessions of witches, namely, that they cannot injure everybody, but only those whom they learn, through the information of devils, to be destitute of divine help. Answer: there are three classes of men blessed by God, whom that detestable race cannot injure with their witchcraft. And the first are those who administer public justice against them, or prosecute them in any public official capacity. The second are those who, according to the tradition and holy rites of the Church, make lawful use of the power and virtue which the Church by her exorcisms furnishes in the aspersion of holy water, the taking of consecrated salt, the carrying of blessed candles on the day of purification of Our Lady, of palm leaves upon Palm Sunday, and men who thus fortify themselves are acting so that the powers of devils are diminished. And of these we shall speak later. The third class are those who, in various and infinite ways, are blessed by the holy angels. The reason for this is the first class will be given and proved by various examples. For since, as St. Paul says, all power is from God and a sword for the avenging of the wicked and the retribution of the good, it is no wonder that devils are kept at bay when justice is being done to avenge that horrible crime. To the same effect, the doctors note that there are 5 ways in which the devil's power is hindered, either wholly or in part. First, by a limit fixed by God to his power, as seen in Job 1 and 2. Another example is the case of the man we read of in Formicarius, of Nieder, who had confessed to a judge that he had invoked the devil in order that he might kill an enemy of his, or do him bodily harm, or strike him dead with lightning. And he said, "When I had invoked the devil that I might commit such a deed with his help, he answered me that he was unable to do any of those things, because the man had good faith and diligently defended himself with the sign of the cross, and that therefore he could not harm him in his body, but the most he could do was to destroy an 11th part of the fruits of his lands. Secondly, it is hindered by the application of some exterior force, as in the case of Balaam's ass, Numbers 22. Thirdly, by some externally performed miracle of power. And there are some who are blessed with a unique privilege, as will be shown later in the case of the third class of men, who cannot be bewitched. Fourthly, by the good providence of God, who disposes each thing severally, and causes a good angel to stand in the devil's way, as when Asmodeus killed the 7 husbands of the Virgin Sarah, but did not kill Tobias. Fifthly, it is sometimes due to the caution of the devil himself, for at times he does not wish to do hurt, in order that worse may follow from it, as for example when he could molest the excommunicated, but does not do so, as in the case of the excommunicated Corinthian, in order that he may weaken the faith of the Church in the power of such banishment. Therefore we may similarly say that, even if the administrators of public justice were not protected by divine power, yet the devils often of their own accord withdraw their power and guardianship from witches, either because they fear their conversion or because they desire and hasten their damnation. This fact is proved also by actual experience, for the aforesaid doctor affirms that witches have borne witness that it is a fact of their own experience that, merely because they have been taken by officials of public justice, they have immediately lost all their power of witchcraft. For example, a judge named Peter, whom we have mentioned before, wished his officials to arrest a certain witch called Stadlin. But their hands were seized with so great a trembling and such a nauseous stench came into their nostrils that they gave up hope of daring to touch the witch. Note, Stadlin, Stadeline, who is described as Grandis Maleficus, a most notorious warlock, lived at Boltingen, a town in the Duchy and Diocese of Lausanne. John Nieder sat as accessor at his trial. See the Formicarius, c. 3. And the judge commanded them, saying, "You may safely arrest the wretch, for when he is touched by the hand of public justice, he will lose all the power of his iniquity." And so the event proved, for he was taken and burned for many witchcrafts perpetrated by him, which are mentioned here and there in this work in their appropriate places. And many more such experiences have happened to us inquisitors in the exercise of our inquisitorial office, which would turn the mind of the reader to wonder if it were expedient to relate them. But since self-praise is sordid and mean, it is better to pass them over in silence than to incur the stigma of boastfulness and conceit. But we must expect those which have become so well known that they cannot be concealed. Not long ago in the town of Ratisbon, the magistrates had condemned a witch to be burned, and were asked why it was that we inquisitors were not afflicted like other men with witchcraft. They answered that witches had often tried to injure them, but could not. And being asked the reason for this, they answered that they did not know, unless it was because the devils had warned them against doing so. For they said, it would be impossible to tell how many times they have pestered us by day and by night, now in the form of apes, now of dogs or goats, disturbing us with their cries and insults, fetching us from our beds at their blasphemous prayers, so that we have stood outside the window of their prison, which was so high that no one could reach it without the longest of ladders. And then they have seemed to stick the pins with which their headcloth was fastened violently into their heads. And so they were found by us when we had risen, as if they had wished to stick them into our own heads. But praise be to Almighty God, who in his pity and for no merit of our own had preserved us as unworthy public servants of the justice of the faith. The reason in the case of the second class of men is self-evident. For the exorcism of the Church are for this very purpose, and are entirely efficacious remedies for preserving oneself from the injuries of witches. But if it is asked in what manner a man ought to use such protections, we must speak first of those that are used without the uttering of sacred words, and then of the actual sacred invocations. For in the first place it is lawful in any decent habitation of men or beasts to sprinkle holy water for the safety and securing of men and beasts, with the invocation of the most holy Trinity and Paternoster. For it is said in the office of exorcism that wherever it is sprinkled, all uncleanliness is purified, all harm is repelled, and no pestilent spirit can abide there, etc. For the Lord saves both man and beast, according to the prophet, each in his degree. Secondly, just as the first must necessarily be sprinkled, so in the case of a blessed candle, although it is more appropriate to light it, the wax of it may with advantage be sprinkled about dwelling houses. And thirdly, it is expedient to place or to burn consecrated herbs in those rooms where they can be best consumed in some convenient place. Now it happened in the city of Speyer, in the same year that this book was begun, that a certain devout woman held conversation with a suspected witch, and after the manner of women, they used abusive words to each other. But in the night she wished to put her little suckling child in its cradle, and remembered her encounter that day with the suspected witch. So fearing some danger to the child, she placed consecrated herbs under it, sprinkled it with holy water, put a little blessed salt to its lips, signed it with the sign of the cross, and diligently secured the cradle. About the middle of the night she heard the child crying, and as women do, wished to embrace the child and lift the cradle onto her bed. She lifted the cradle indeed, but could not embrace the child, because he was not there. The poor woman, in terror and bitterly weeping for the loss of her child, lit a light and found the child in a corner under a chair, crying but unhurt. In this it may be seen what virtue there is in the exorcisms of the Church against the snares of the devil. It is manifest that Almighty God, in his mercy and wisdom which extend from end to end, watches over the deeds of those wicked men, and that he gently directs the witchcraft of devils, so that when they try to diminish and weaken the faith, they on the contrary strengthen it and make it more firmly rooted in the hearts of many. For the faithful may derive much profit from these evils, when by reason of devils' works the faith is made strong, God's mercy is seen, and his power manifested, and men are led into his keeping and to the reverence of Christ's passion, and are enlightened by the ceremonies of the Church. There lived in a town of Wiesenthal a certain mayor who was bewitched with the most terrible pains and bodily contortions, and he discovered not by means of other witches, but from his own experience how that witchcraft had been practiced on him. For he said he was in the habit of fortifying himself every Sunday with blessed salt and holy water, but that he had neglected to do so on one occasion owing to this celebration of somebody's marriage, and on that same day he was bewitched. In Ratisbon, a man was being tempted by the devil in the form of a woman to copulate, and became greatly disturbed when the devil would not desist. But it came into the poor man's mind that he ought to defend himself by taking blessed salt, as he had heard in a sermon. So he took some blessed salt on entering the bathroom. And the woman looked fiercely at him, and cursing whatever devil had taught him to do this, suddenly disappeared. For the devil can, with God's permission, present himself either in the form of a witch or by possessing the body of an actual witch. There were also 3 companions walking along a road, and 2 of them were struck by lightning. The third was terrified when he heard voices speaking in the air, "Let us strike him too." But another voice answered, "We cannot, for today he has heard the words. The Word was made flesh." And he understood that he had been saved because he had that day heard Mass. And at the end of the Mass, the Gospel of St. John, "In the beginning was the Word," etc. Also, sacred words bound to the body are marvelously protective, if 7 conditions for their use are observed. But these will be mentioned in the last question of the second part, where we speak of curative, as here we speak of preventative measures. And those sacred words help not only to protect, but also to cure those who are bewitched. But the surest protection for places, men, or animals are the words of the triumphal title of our Savior, if they be written in 4 places in the form of a cross: Iesus, Nazarenus, Rex, Audeorum. There may also be added the name of the Virgin Mary and of the evangelists, or the words of St. John, "The Word was made flesh." But the third class of men which cannot be hurt by witches is most remarkable, for they are protected by a special angelic guardianship, both within and without. Within by the impouring of grace, without by the virtue of the stars, that is, by the protection of the powers which move the stars. And this class is divided into 2 sections of the elect. For some are protected against all sorts of witchcrafts, so that they can be hurt in no way. And others are particularly rendered chaste by the good angels with regard to the generative functions, just as evil spirits, by their witchcrafts, inflame the lusts of certain wicked men towards one woman, while they make them cold towards another. And their interior and exterior protection by grace and by the influence of the stars is explained as follows. For though it is God himself who pours grace into our souls, and no other creature has so great power as to do this, as it is said, "The Lord will give grace and glory." Yet, when God wishes to bestow some especial grace, he does so in a dispositive way through the agency of a good angel, as St. Thomas teaches us in a certain place in the 3rd book of Sentences. And this is the doctrine put forward by Dionysius in the 4th chapter, De Divinis Nominibus. This is the fixed and unalterable law of divinity, that the high proceeds to the low through a medium, so that whatever of good emanates to us from the fountain of all goodness comes through the ministry of the good angels. And this is proved both by examples and by argument. For although only the divine power was the cause of the conception of the Word of God in the most blessed Virgin, through whom God was made man, yet the mind of the Virgin was by the ministry of an angel much stimulated by the salutation, and by the strengthening and information of her understanding, and was thus predisposed to goodness. This truth can also be reasoned as follows. It is the opinion of the above-mentioned doctor that there are 3 properties in man: the will, the understanding, and the inner and outer powers belonging to the bodily members and organs. The first God alone can influence, for the heart of the king is in the hand of the Lord. A good angel can influence the understanding towards a clearer knowledge of the true and the good, so that in the second of his properties both God and a good angel can enlighten a man. Similarly, in the third, a good angel can endow a man with good qualities, and a bad angel can, with God's permission, afflict him with evil temptations. However, it is in the power of the human will either to accept such evil influences or to reject them, and this a man can always do by invoking the grace of God. As to the exterior protection which comes from God through the movers of the stars, the tradition is widespread and conforms equally with the sacred writings and with natural philosophy. For all the heavenly bodies are moved by angelic powers, which are called by Christ the movers of the stars, and by the church the powers of the heavens. And consequently all the corporeal substances of this world are governed by the celestial influences, as witness Aristotle, Metaphysics 1. Therefore we can say that the providence of God overlooks each one of his elect, but he subjects some of them to the ills of this life for their correction, while he so protects others that they can in no way be injured. And this gift they receive either from the good angels deputed by God for their protection, or from the influence of the heavenly bodies, or from the powers that move them. It is further to be noted that some are protected against all witchcrafts, and some against only a part of them. For some are particularly purified by the good angels in their genital functions, so that witches can in no way bewitch them in respect of those functions. But it is in one sense superfluous to write of these, although in another sense it is needful for this reason. For those who are bewitched in their generative function are so deprived of the guardianship of angels that they are either immortal sin always, or practice those impurities with too lustful a zest. In this connection, it has been shown in the first part of this work that God permits greater powers of witchcraft against that function, not so much because of its nastiness, as because it was this act that caused the corruption of our first parents, and by its contagion brought the inheritance of original sin upon the whole human race. But let us give a few examples of how a good angel sometimes blesses just and holy men, especially in the matter of the genital instincts. For the following was the experience of the abbot Saint Cyrenus, as it is told by Cassian in his Collations of the Fathers, in the first conference of the abbot Cyrenus. Note: Cassian, John Cassian, monk and ascetic writer of southern Gaul, and the first to introduce the rules of Eastern monasticism into the West, was born probably in Provence about 360, and died near Marseille about 435. The two principal works of Cassian are the Institutes and the Collations, or the Conferences. The author has himself remarked upon the relation between the two works. These books, the Institutes, are mainly taken up with what belongs to the outer man and the customs of the Cenobia. The others, the Conferences, deal rather with the training of the inner man and the perfection of the heart. The best edition of the works of Cassian is that by Peschinig, Vienna, 1885-88. Although never formally canonized, from very early days Cassian was regarded as a saint. At Marseille, his feast, with an octave, is celebrated 23rd July, and his name is found in the Greek calendar. This man, he says, labored to achieve an inward chastity of heart and soul, by prayers, both by night and day, by fasting and by vigils, till he at last perceived that, by divine grace, he had extinguished all the surgings of carnal concupiscence. Finally, stirred by an even greater zeal for chastity, he used all of the above holy practices to pray the Almighty and all-good God to grant him that, by God's gift, the chastity which he felt in his heart should be visibly conferred upon his body. Then an angel of the Lord came to him in a vision in the night, and seemed to open his belly and take from his entrails a burning tumor of flesh, and then to replace all his intestines as they had been, and said, Lo, the provocation of your flesh is cut out, and know that this day you have obtained perpetual purity of your body, according to the prayer which you prayed, so that you will never again be pricked with that natural desire which is aroused even in babes and sucklings. Similarly, St. Gregory, in the first book of his Dialogues, tells of the blessed abbot Aquitus. This man, he says, was in his youth greatly troubled by the provocation of the flesh, but the very distress of his temptation made him all the more zealous in his application to prayer. And when he continuously prayed Almighty God for a remedy against this affliction, an angel appeared to him one night and seemed to make him a eunuch. And it seemed to him in a vision that all feeling was taken away from his genital organs. And from that time he was such a stranger to temptation as if he had no sex in his body. Behold what benefit there was in that purification, for he was so filled with virtue that, with the help of Almighty God, just as he was before preeminent among men, so he afterwards became preeminent over women. Again, in the lives of the fathers collected by that very holy man, Saint Heraclides, in the book which he calls Paradise, he tells of a certain holy father, a monk named Helias. Note, Saint Heraclides, Episcopus Tomasi in Cipro and Electa Bolandiana, 26-238. This man was moved by pity to collect 30 women in a monastery and begin to rule over them. But after 2 years, when he was 30 years old, he fled from the temptation of the flesh into a hermitage, and fasting there for 2 days prayed to God, saying, O Lord God, either slay me or deliver me from this temptation. And in the evening a dream came to him, and he saw 3 angels approach him. And they asked him why he had fled from that monastery of virgins. But when he did not dare to answer for shame, the angel said, If you are set free from temptation, will you return to your cure of those women? And he answered that he would willingly. They then exacted an oath to that effect from him and made him an eunuch. For one seemed to hold his hands, another his feet, and the third to cut out his testicles with a knife, though this was not really so, but only seemed to be. And when they asked if he felt himself remedied, he answered that he was entirely delivered. So on the 5th day, he returned to the sorrowing woman and ruled over them for the 40 years that he continued to live, and never again felt a spark of that first temptation. No less a benefit do we read to have been conferred upon the blessed Thomas, a doctor of our order, whom his brothers imprisoned for entering that order. And wishing to tempt him, they sent to him a seductive and sumptuously adorned harlot. But when the doctor had looked at her, he ran to the material fire, and snatching up a lighted torch, drove the engine of the fire of lust out of his prison. And prostrating himself in a prayer for the gift of chastity, went to sleep. Note, Blessed Thomas, at the instance of his mother Theodora, Countess of Teano, St. Thomas, who had received the Dominican habit some time between 1240 and August 1243, was whilst on his way to Rome from Naples captured near Aqua Pendente by his 2 brothers, Landolfo and Rinaldo, officers in the army of the Emperor Frederick. They confined him for nearly 2 years in the fortress of San Giovanni at Rocca Secca. He revealed this vision of holy angels who endowed him with the white girdle of chastity to his faithful friend, Reginald of Piperno. One of the particular devotions of the Dominican order consists in wearing, as a devout memorial of this event, a white girdle, for which a special form of blessing is prescribed. 2 angels then appeared to him, saying, Behold, at the bidding of God we gird you with a girdle of chastity, which cannot be loosed by any other such temptation, neither can it be acquired by the merits of human virtue, but is given as a gift by God alone. And he felt himself girded, and was aware of the touch of the girdle, and cried out, and awaked. And therefore he felt himself endowed with so great a gift of chastity, that from that time he abhorred all the delights of the flesh, so that he could not even speak to a woman except under compulsion, but was strong in his perfect chastity. This we take from the Formicarius of Nieder. With the exception, therefore, of these 3 classes of men, no one is secure from witches. For all others are liable to be bewitched, or to be tempted and incited by some witchery, in the 18 ways that are now to be considered. For we must first describe these methods in their order, that we may afterwards discuss more clearly the remedies by which those who are bewitched can be relieved. And that the 18 methods may be more clearly shown, they are set forth under as many chapters as follows. First, we show the various methods of initiation of witches, and how they entice innocent girls to swell the numbers of their perfidious company. Second, how witches profess their sacrilege, and the oath of allegiance to the devil which they take. Thirdly, how they are transported from place to place, either bodily or in the spirit. Fourth, how they subject themselves to incubi, who are devils. Fifth, their general method of practicing witchcraft through the sacraments of the Church, and in particular how, with the permission of God, they can afflict all creatures except the celestial bodies. Sixth, their method of obstructing the generative function. Seventh, how they can take off the virile member by some art of illusion. 8th, how they change men into the shapes of beasts. 9th, how devils can enter the mind without hurting it, when they work some glamour or illusion. 10th, how devils, through the operation of witches, sometimes substantially inhabit men. 11th, how they cause every sort of infirmity, and this in general. 12th, of certain infirmities in particular. 13th, how witch midwives cause the greatest damage, either killing children or sacrilegiously offering them to devils. 14th, how they cause various plagues to afflict animals. 15th, how they raise hailstorms and tempests and thunder and lightning to fall upon men and animals. 16th, 17th, and 18th, the 3 ways in which men only, as not women, are addicted to witchcraft. After these will follow the question of the methods by which these sorts of witchcraft may be removed. But let no one think that, because we have enumerated the various methods by which various forms of witchcraft are inflicted, he will arrive at a complete knowledge of these practices, for such knowledge would be of little use and might even be harmful. Not even the forbidden books of necromancy contain such knowledge, for witchcraft is not taught in books, nor is it practiced by the learned, but by the altogether uneducated, having only one foundation, without the acknowledgement or practice of which it is impossible for anyone to work witchcraft as a witch. Moreover, the methods are enumerated here at the beginning, that their deeds may not seem incredible, as they have often been thought hitherto, to the great damage of the faith and the increase of witches themselves. But if anyone maintains that since, as has been proved above, some men are protected by the influence of the stars so that they can be hurt by no witchcraft, it should also be attributed to the stars when anyone is bewitched, as if it were a matter of predestination, whether a man be immune from or subject to witchcraft. Such a man does not rightly understand the meaning of the doctors, and this in various respects. And first, because there are 3 human qualities which may be said to be ruled by 3 celestial causes, namely the act of volition, the act of understanding, and bodily acts. And the first, as has been said, is governed directly and only by God. The second by an angel, and the third is governed but not compelled by a celestial body. Secondly, it is clear from what has been said that choice and volition are governed directly by God, as St. Paul says. It is God who causeth us to will and to perform according to his good pleasure, and the understanding of the human intellect is ordered by God through the mediation of the angels. Accordingly also all things corporeal, whether they be interior, as are the powers and knowledge acquired to the inner bodily faculties, or exterior, as are sickness and health, are dispensed by the celestial bodies through the mediation of angels. And when Dionysius, in the 4th chapter of De Divinis Nominibus, says that the celestial bodies are the cause of that which happens in this world, this is to be understood as to natural health and sickness. But the sicknesses we are considering are supernatural, since they are inflicted by the power of the devil, with God's permission. Therefore we cannot say that it is due to the influence of the stars that a man is bewitched, although it can truly be said that it is due to the influence of the stars that some man cannot be bewitched. But if it is objected that these 2 opposite effects must spring from the same cause, and that the pendulum must swing both ways, it is answered that when a man is preserved by the influence of the stars from these supernatural ills, this is not due directly to the influence of the stars, but to an angelic power, which can strengthen that influence so that the enemy with his malice cannot prevail against it. And that angelic power can be passed on through the virtue of the stars. For a man may be at the point of death, having reached the natural term of life, and God in his power, which in such matters always works indirectly, may alter this by sending some power of preservation instead of the natural defect in the man and in his dominating influence. Accordingly, we may say of a man who is subject to witchcraft, that he can in just the same way be preserved from witchcraft, or that this preservation comes of an angel deputed to guard him, and this is the chief of all means of protection. And when it is said in Jeremiah 22, "Write ye this man childless, a man that shall not prosper in his days," this is to be understood with regard to the choices of the will, in which one man prospers and another does not, and this also can be ascribed to the influence of the stars. For example, one man may be influenced by his stars to make a useful choice, such as to enter some religious order, and when his understanding is enlightened to consider such a step, and by divine operation his will is inclined to put it into execution, such a man is said to prosper well. Or similarly, when a man is inclined to some trade or anything that is useful. On the other hand, he will be called unfortunate when his choice is inclined by the higher powers to unprofitable things. St. Thomas, in his third book of the Summa Against the Gentiles, and in several other places, speaks of these and many other opinions, when he discusses in what lies the difference that one man should be well born and another unfortunately born, that a man should be unlucky or lucky, or well or badly governed and guarded. For according to the disposition of his stars, a man is said to be well or badly born, and so fortunate or unfortunate, and accordingly, as he is enlightened by an angel and follows such enlightenment, he is said to be well or badly guarded, and according as he is directed by God towards good and follows it, he is said to be well governed. But these choices have no place here, since we are not concerned with them, but with the preservation from witchcraft. And we have said enough for the present on this subject. We proceed to the rites practiced by witches, and first to consideration of how they lure the innocent into becoming partakers of their perfidies. Chapter 1. Of the several methods by which devils, through witches, entice and allure the innocent to the increase of that horrid craft and company. There are three methods above all by which devils, through the agency of witches, subvert the innocent, and by which that perfidy is continually being increased. And the first is through weariness, through inflicting grievous losses in their temporal possessions. For as St. Gregory says, the devil often tempts us to give way from very weariness, and it is to be understood that it is within the power of a man to resist such temptation, but that God permits it as a warning to us not to give way to sloth. And in this sense is Judges 2 to be understood, where it says that God did not destroy those nations, that through them he might prove the people of Israel. And it speaks of the neighboring nations of the Canaanites, Jebusites, and others. And in our time the Hussites and other heretics are permitted, so that they cannot be destroyed. Devils, therefore, by means of witches, so afflict their innocent neighbors with temporal losses, that they are, as it were, compelled, first to beg the suffrages of witches, and at length to submit themselves to their counsels, as many experiences have taught us. We know a stranger in the diocese of Augsburg, who before he was 44 years old lost all his horses in succession through witchcraft. His wife, being afflicted with weariness by reason of this, consulted with witches, and after following their counsels, unwholesome as they were, all the horses which he bought after that, for he was a carrier, were preserved from witchcraft. And how many women have complained to us in our capacity of inquisitors, that when their cows have been injured by being deprived of their milk, or in any other way, they have consulted with suspected witches, and even been given remedies by them, on condition that they would promise something to some spirit. And when they asked what they would have to promise, the witches answered that it was only a small thing, that they should agree to execute the instructions of that master with regard to certain observances during the holy offices of the church, or to observe some silent reservations in their confessions to priests. Here it is to be noted that, as has already been hinted, this iniquity has small and scant beginnings, as that at the time of the elevation of the body of Christ they spit on the ground, or shut their eyes, or mutter some vain words. We know a woman who yet lives, protected by the secular law, who when the priest at the celebration of the Mass blesses the people, saying, Dominus Iubuscum, always adds to herself these words in the vulgar tongue, Cer mir die Zung im ars Or they even say some such thing at confession after they have received absolution, or do not confess everything, especially mortal sins, and so by slow degrees are led to a total abnegation of the faith, and to the abominable profession of sacrilege. This, or something like it, is the method which witches use towards honest matrons who are little given to carnal vices, but concerned for worldly profit. But towards young girls more given to bodily lusts and pleasures, they observe a different method, working through their carnal desires and the pleasures of the flesh. Here it is to be noted that the devil is more eager and keen to tempt the good than the wicked, although in actual practice he tempts the wicked more than the good, because more aptitude for being tempted is found in the wicked than in the good. Therefore the devil tries all the harder to seduce all the more saintly virgins and girls. And there is reason in this, besides many examples of it. For since he already possesses the wicked, but not the good, he tries the harder to seduce into his power the good whom he does not, than the wicked whom he does possess. Similarly, any earthly prince takes up arms against those who do not acknowledge his rule rather than against those who do not oppose him. And here is an example. 2 witches were burned in Ratisbon, as we shall tell later, where we treat of their methods of raising tempests, and one of them, who was a bath woman, had confessed among other things the following, that she had suffered much injury from the devil for this reason. There was a certain devout virgin, the daughter of a very rich man, whom there is no need to name, since the girl is now dead in the disposition of divine mercy, and we would not that his thoughts should be perverted by evil. And the witch was ordered to seduce her by inviting her to her house on some feast day, in order that the devil himself in the form of a young man might speak with her. And although she had tried very often to accomplish this, yet whenever she had spoken to the young girl, she had protected herself with the sign of the Holy Cross. And no one can doubt that she did this at the instigation of a holy angel, to repel the works of the devil. Another virgin living in the Diocese of Strasbourg confessed to one of us that she was alone on a certain Sunday in her father's house, when an old woman of that town came to visit her, and among other scurrilous words made the following proposition, that if she liked, she would take her to a place where there were some young men unknown to all the townsmen. And when, said the virgin, I consented, and followed her to her house, the old woman said, See, we go upstairs to an upper room where the young men are, but take care not to make the sign of the cross. I gave my promise not to do so, and as she was going before me and I was going up the stairs, I secretly crossed myself. At the top of the stairs, when we were both standing outside the room, the hag turned angrily upon me with a horrible countenance, and looking at me said, Curse you! Why did you cross yourself? Go away from here, depart in the name of the devil. And so I returned unharmed to my home. It can be seen from this how craftily that old enemy labors in the seduction of souls. For it was in this way that the bath woman whom we have mentioned and who was burned confessed that she had been seduced by some old woman. A different method, however, was used in the case of her companion witch, who had met the devil in human form on the road while she was going to visit her lover for the purpose of fornication. And when the incubus devil had seen her, and had asked her whether she recognized him, and she had said that she did not, he answered, I am the devil, and if you wish, I will always be ready at your pleasure, and will not fail you in any necessity. And when she had consented, she continued for 18 years, up to the end of her life, to practice diabolical filthiness with him, together with a total abnegation of the faith as a necessary condition. There is also a third method of temptation through the way of sadness and poverty. For when girls have been corrupted and have been scorned by their lovers after they have immodestly copulated with them in the hope of promise of marriage with them, and have found themselves disappointed in all their hopes and everywhere despised, they turn to the help and protection of devils, either for the sake of vengeance by bewitching those lovers or the wives they have married, or for the sake of giving themselves up to every sort of lechery. Alas, experience tells us that there is no number to such girls, and consequently the witches that spring from this class are innumerable. Let us give a few out of many examples. There is a place in the Diocese of Brixen where a young man deposed the following facts concerning the bewitchment of his wife. In the time of my youth I loved a girl who importuned me to marry her, but I refused her and married another girl from another country. But wishing for friendship's sake to please her, I invited her to the wedding. She came, and while the other honest women were wishing us luck and offering gifts, she raised her hand and, in the hearing of the other women who were standing round, said, "You will have a few days of health after today." My bride was frightened, since she did not know her, for, as I have said, I had married her from another country, and asked the bystanders who she was who had threatened her in that way. And they said she was a loose and vagrom woman. Nonetheless, it happened just as she had said, for after a few days my wife was so bewitched that she lost the use of all her limbs, and even now, after 10 years, the effects of witchcraft can be seen on her body. If we were to collect all the similar instances which have occurred in one town of that diocese, it would take a whole book. But they are written and preserved in the house of the Bishop of Brixen, who still lives to testify of their truth, astounding and unheard of though they are. But we must not pass over in silence one unheard of and astonishing instance. A certain high-born count in the ward of Westerich, in the diocese of Strasbourg, married a noble girl of equal birth, but after he had celebrated the wedding, he was for 3 years unable to know her carnally, on account, as the event proved, of a certain charm which prevented him. In great anxiety and not knowing what to do, he called loudly on the saints of God. It happened that he went to the state of Metz to negotiate some business, and while he was walking about the streets and squares of the city, attended by his servants and domestics, he met a certain woman who had formerly been his mistress. Seeing her, and not at all thinking of the spell that was on him, he spontaneously addressed her kindly for the sake of their old friendship, asking her how she did and whether she was well. And she, seeing the Count's gentleness, in her turn asked very particularly after his health and affairs. And when he answered that he was well, and that everything prospered with him, she was astonished and went silent for a time. The Count, seeing her thus astonished, spoke again kindly to her, inviting her to converse with him. So she inquired after his wife, and received a similar reply, that she was in all respects well. Then she asked if he had any children, and the Count said he had 3 sons, one born in each year. At that she was more astonished, and was again silent for a while. And the Count asked her, "Why, my dear, do you make such careful inquiries? I am sure that you congratulate me on my happiness." Then she answered, "Certainly I congratulate you, but curse that old woman who said she would bewitch your body so that you cannot have connection with your wife. And in proof of this, there is a pot in the well in the middle of your yard containing certain objects evilly bewitched, and this was placed there in order that, as long as its contents were preserved intact, for so long you would be unable to cohabit. But see, it is all in vain, and I am glad," etc. On his return home, the Count did not delay to have the well drained, and finding the pot, burned its contents, and all whereupon he immediately recovered the virility which he had lost. Wherefore the Countess again invited all the nobility to a fresh wedding celebration, saying that she was now the lady of that castle and estate, after having for so long remained a virgin. For the sake of the Count's reputation, it is not expedient to name that castle and estate, but we have related this story in order that the truth of the matter may be known, to bring so great a crime into open detestation. From this it is clear that witches use various methods to increase their numbers. For the above-mentioned woman, because she had been supplanted by the Count's wife, cast that spell upon the Count with the help of another witch, and this is how one witchcraft brings innumerable others into its train. Chapter 2. Of the way whereby a formal pact with evil is made. The method by which they profess their sacrilege through an open pact of fidelity to devils varies according to the several practices to which different witches are addicted. And to understand this, it first must be noted that there are, as was shown in the first part of this treatise, 3 kinds of witches, namely those who injure but cannot cure, those who cure but through some strange pact with the devil cannot injure, and those who both injure and cure. And among those who injure, one class in particular stands out, which can perform every sort of witchcraft and spell, comprehending all that all the others individually can do. Wherefore, if we describe the method of profession in their case, it will suffice also for all the other kinds. And this class is made up of those who, against every instinct of human or animal nature, are in the habit of eating and devouring the children of their own species. And this is the most powerful class of witches, who practice innumerable other harms also. For they raise hailstorms and hurtful tempests and lightnings, cause sterility in men and animals, offer to devils or otherwise kill the children whom they do not devour. But these are only the children who have not been reborn by baptism at the font, for they cannot devour those who have been baptized, nor any without God's permission. They can also, before the eyes of their parents and when no one is in sight, throw into the water children walking by the waterside. They make horses go mad under their riders. They can transport themselves from place to place through the air, either in body or in imagination. They can affect judges and magistrates so that they cannot hurt them. They can cause themselves and others to keep silence under torture. They can bring about a great trembling in the hands and horror in the minds of those who would arrest them. They can show to others occult things and certain future events by the information of devils. Though this may sometimes have a natural cause, see the questions whether devils can foretell the future in the second book of Sentences. They can see absent things as if they were present. They can turn the minds of men to inordinate love or hatred. They can at times strike whom they will with lightning, and even kill some men and animals. They can make of no effect the generative desires and even the power of copulation, cause abortion, kill infants in the mother's womb by a mere exterior touch. They can at times bewitch men and animals with a mere look, without touching them, and cause death. They dedicate their own children to devils, and in short, as has been said, they can cause all the plagues which other witches can only cause in part. That is, when the justice of God permits such things to be. All these things this most powerful of all classes of witches can do, but they cannot undo them. But it is common to all of them to practice carnal copulation with devils. Therefore, if we show the method used by this chief class in their profession of their sacrilege, anyone may easily understand the method of the other classes. There were such witches lately, 30 years ago, in the district of Savoy, towards the state of Bern, as Nieder tells in his Formicarius. And there are now some in the country of Lombardy, in the domains of the Duke of Austria, where the Inquisitor of Como, as we told in the former part, caused 41 witches to be burned in 1 year. And he was 55 years old and still continues to labor in the Inquisition. Now the method of profession is twofold. One is a solemn ceremony, like a solemn vow. The other is a private, and can be made to the devil at any hour alone. The first method is when witches meet together in conclave on a sect day, and the devil appears to them in the assumed body of a man and urges them to keep faith with him, promising them worldly prosperity and length of life. And they recommend a novice to his acceptance. And the devil asks whether she will abjure the faith and forsake the holy Christian religion and the worship of the anomalous woman, for so they call the most blessed Virgin Mary, and never venerate the sacraments. And if he finds the novice or disciple willing, then the devil stretches out his hand, and so does the novice, and she swears with upraised hand to keep that covenant. And when this is done, the devil at once adds that this is not enough. And when the disciple asks what more must be done, the devil demands the following oath of homage to himself, that she give herself to him, body and soul, forever, and do her utmost to bring others of both sexes into his power. He adds, finally, that she is to make certain unguents from the bones and limbs of children, especially those who have been baptized, by all which means she will be able to fulfill all her wishes with his help. We inquisitors had credible experience of this method in the town of Brisach, in the diocese of Basel, receiving full information from a young girl witch who had been converted, whose aunt also had been burned in the diocese of Strasbourg. She had added that she had become a witch by the method in which her aunt had first tried to seduce her. For one day her aunt ordered her to go upstairs with her, and at her command to go into a room where she found 15 young men clothed in green garments after the manner of German knights. And her aunt said to her, "Choose whom you wish from these young men, and I will give him to you, and he will take you for his wife. And when she said she did not wish for any of them, she was sorely beaten and at last consented, and was initiated according to the aforesaid ceremony. She said also that she was often transported by night with her aunt over vast distances, even from Strasbourg to Cologne. This is she who occasioned our inquiry in the first part into the question whether witches are truly and bodily transported by devils from place to place. And this was on account of the words of the canon 6Q5 Episcopi, which seem to imply that they are only so carried in imagination, whereas they are at times actually and bodily transported. For when she was asked whether it was only in imagination and fantastically that they so rode through an illusion of devils, she answered that they did so in both ways, according to the truth which we shall declare later of the manner in which they are transferred from place to place. She said also that the greatest injuries were inflicted by midwives, because they were under an obligation to kill or offer to devils as many children as possible, and that she had been severely beaten by her aunt because she had opened a secret pot and found the heads of a great many children. And much more she told us, having first, as was proper, taken an oath to speak the truth. And her account of the method of professing the devil's faith undoubtedly agrees with what has been written by the most eminent Dr. John Nieder, who even in our times has written very illuminatingly. And it may be especially remarked that he tells us the following, which he had from an inquisitor of the diocese of Edoua, who held many inquisitions on witches in that diocese and caused many to be burned. For he says that this inquisitor told him that in the Duchy of Lausanne certain witches had cooked and eaten their own children, and that the following was the method in which they became initiated into such practices. The witches met together and by their art summoned a devil in the form of a man, to whom the novice was compelled to swear to deny the Christian religion, never to adore the Eucharist, and to tread the cross underfoot whenever she could do so secretly. Here is another example from the same source. There was lately a general report brought to the notice of Peter the Judge in Boltingen that 13 infants had been devoured in the state of Bern, and public justice exacted full vengeance on the murderers. And when Peter asked one of the captive witches in what manner they ate children, she replied, "This is the manner of it. We set our snares chiefly for unbaptized children, and even for those who have been baptized, especially when they have not been protected by the sign of the cross and prayers." Reader, notice that at the devil's command, they take the unbaptized chiefly in order that they may not be baptized. And with our spells we kill them in their cradles, or even when they are sleeping by their parents' side, in such a way that they afterwards are thought to have been overlain, or to have died in some other natural death. Then we secretly take them from their graves and cook them in a cauldron, until the whole flesh comes away from the bones, to make a soup, which may easily be drunk. Of the more solid matter we make an unguent, which of virtue to help us in our arts and pleasures and our transportations. And with the liquid we fill a flask or skin, whoever drinks from which, with the addition of a few other ceremonies, immediately acquires much knowledge and becomes a leader in our sect. Here is another very clear and distinct example. A young man and his wife, both witches, were imprisoned in Bern, and the man, shut up by himself apart from her in a separate tower, said, "If I could obtain pardon for my sins, I would willingly declare that all I know about witchcraft, for I see that I ought to die." And when he was told by the learned clerks who were there that he could obtain complete pardon if he truly repented, he joyfully resigned himself to death, and laid bare the method by which he had first been infected with his heresy. "The following," he said, "is the manner in which I was seduced. It was necessary first on a Sunday before the consecration of holy water, the novice should enter the church with the masters, and there in their presence deny Christ, his faith, baptism, and the whole church. And then he must pay homage to the little master, for so and not otherwise do they call the devil." Here it is to be noted that this method agrees with those that have been recounted, for it is immaterial whether the devil is himself present or not, when homage is offered to him. For this he does in his cunning perceiving the temperament of the novice, who might be frightened by his actual presence into retracting his vows, whereas he would be more easily persuaded to consent by those who are known to him. And therefore they call him the little master when he is absent, that through seeming disparagement of his master the novice may feel less fear. And then he drinks from the skin, which has been mentioned, and immediately feels within himself a knowledge of all our arts and an understanding of our rites and ceremonies. And in this manner was I seduced. But I believed my wife to be so obstinate that she would rather go straight to the fire than confess the smallest part of the truth. But alas, we are both guilty. And as the young man said, so it happened in every respect. For the young man confessed and was seen to die in the greatest contrition. But the wife, though convicted by witnesses, would not confess any of the truth, either under torture or in the death itself. But when the fire had been prepared by the gaoler, cursed him in the most terrible words, and was so burned. And from these examples their method of initiation in solemn conclave is made clear. The other private method is variously performed, for sometimes when men or women have been involved in some bodily or temporal affliction, the devil comes to them, at times in person, and at times speaking to them through the mouth of someone else. And he promises that, if they will agree to his counsels, he will do for them whatever they wish. But he starts from small things, as was said in the first chapter, and leads gradually to the bigger things. We could mention many examples which would come to our knowledge in the Inquisition, but since this matter presents no difficulty, it can be briefly included with the previous matter. A few points are to be noticed in the explanation of their oath of homage. Now there are certain points to be noted concerning the homage which the devil exacts, as namely, for what reason and in what different ways he does this. It is obvious that his principal motive is to offer the greater offense to the divine majesty by usurping to himself a creature dedicated to God, and thus more certainly to ensure his disciples' future damnation, which is his chief object. Nevertheless, it is often found by us that he has received such homage for a fixed term of years at the time of the profession of perfidy. And sometimes he exacts the profession only, postponing the homage to a later day. And let us declare that the profession consists in a total or partial abnegation of the faith. Total, as has been said before, when the faith is entirely abjured; partial, when the original pact makes it incumbent on the witch to observe certain ceremonies in opposition to the decrees of the Church, such as fasting on Sundays, eating meat on Fridays, concealing certain crimes at confession, or some such profane thing. But let us declare that homage consists in the surrender of body and soul, and we can assign 4 reasons why the devil requires the practice of such things. For we showed in the first part of this treatise, when we examined whether devils could turn the minds of men to love or hatred, that they cannot enter the inner thoughts of the heart, since this belongs to God alone, but the devil can arrive at a knowledge of men's thoughts by conjecture, as will be shown later. Therefore, if a cunning enemy sees that a novice will be hard to persuade, he approaches her gently, exacting only small things, that he may gradually lead her to greater things. Secondly, it must be believed that there is some diversity among those who deny the faith, since some do so with their lips but not in their heart, and some both with their lips and in their heart. Therefore the devil, wishing to know whether their profession comes from the heart as well as from the lips, sets them a certain period, so that he may understand their minds from their works and behavior. Thirdly, if after the lapse of a set time he find that she is less willing to perform certain practices, and is bound to him only by word but not in her heart, he presumes that the divine mercy has given her the guardianship of a good angel, which he knows to be of great power. Then he casts her off and tries to expose her to temporal afflictions, so that he gains some profit from her despair. The truth of this is clear. For if it is asked why some witches will not confess the truth even under the greatest tortures, while others readily confess their crimes when they are questioned, and some of them, after they have confessed, try to kill themselves by hanging, the reason is as follows. It may truly be said that, when it is not due to a divine impulse conveyed through a holy angel that a witch is made to confess the truth and abandon the spell of silence, then it is due to the devil whether she preserves silence or confesses her crimes. The former is the case with those whom he knows to have denied the faith both with their lips and in their hearts, and also to have given him their homage. for he is sure of their constancy. But in the latter case he withdraws his protection, since he knows that they are of no profit to him. We have often learned from the confessions of those whom we have caused to be burned that they have not been willing agents of witchcraft. And they have not said this in the hope of escaping damnation, for its truth is witnessed by the blows and stripes which they have received from devils when they have been unwilling to perform their orders, and we have often seen their swollen and livid faces. Similarly, after they have confessed their crimes under torture, they always try to hang themselves. And this we know for a fact, for after the confession of their crimes, guards are deputed to watch them all the time. And even then, when the guards have been negligent, they have been found hanged with their shoelaces or garments. For as we have said, the devil causes this, lest they should obtain pardon through contrition or sacramental confession. And those whose hearts he cannot seduce from finding grace with God, he tries to lead into despair through worldly loss and a horrible death. However, through the great grace of God, as it is pious to believe, they can obtain forgiveness by true contrition and pure confession, when they have not been willing participators in those foul and filthy practices. This is exemplified by certain events which took place hardly 3 years ago in the Diocese of Strasbourg and Constance, and in the towns of Hagenau and Ratisbonne. For in the first town one hanged herself with a trifling and flimsy garment. Another, named Walpurgis, was notorious for her power of preserving silence, and used to teach other women how to achieve a like quality of silence by cooking their firstborn sons in an oven. Many such examples are to our hand, and they are also in the case of others burned in the second town, some of which will be related. And there is a fourth reason why the devil exacts a varying degree of homage, making it relatively small in some cases, because he is more skillful than astronomers in knowing the length of human life, and so can easily fix a term which he knows will be preceded by death, or can, in the manner already told, forestall natural death with some accident. And this, in short, can be shown by the actions and behavior of witches. But first we can deduce the astuteness of the devil in such things, for according to St. Augustine in the De Natura Daemonis, 7 reasons are assigned why devils can conjecture probable future events, though they cannot know them certainly. Note, this was written in 406 to 411. The first is that they have a natural subtlety in their understanding, by which they arrive at their knowledge without the process of reasoning which is necessary for us. Secondly, by their long experience and by revelation of supernal spirits, they know more than we do. For St. Isidore says that the doctors have often affirmed that devils derive their marvelous cunning from 3 sources: their natural subtlety, their long experience, and the revelation of supernal spirits. The third reason is their rapidity of motion, by which they can with miraculous speed anticipate in the West things which are happening in the East. Fourthly, just as they are able with God's permission to cause disease and famines, so also they can predict them. Fifthly, they can more cunningly read the signs of death than a physician can by looking at the urine or feeling the pulse. For just as a physician sees signs in a sick man which a layman would not notice, so the devil sees what no man can naturally see. Sixthly, they can, by signs which proceed from a man's mind, conjecture more astutely than the wisest men what is or will be in that man's mind. For they know what impulses and therefore what actions will probably follow. Seventhly, they understand better than men the acts and writings of the prophets. And since on these much of the future depends, they can foretell from them much that will happen. Therefore it is not wonderful that they can know the natural term of a man's life, though it is different in the case of the accidental term when a witch is burned. For this the devil ultimately causes when, as has been said, he finds a witch reluctant and fears for her conversion, whereas he protects even up to their natural death others whom he knows to be his willing agents. Let us give examples of both these cases which are known to us. There was in the Diocese of Basel, in a town called Oberweiler, situated on the Rhine, an honest parish priest, who fondly held the opinion, or rather error, that there was no witchcraft in the world, but that it only existed in the imagination of men who attributed such things to witches. and God wished so to purge him of this error that he might even be made aware of the practice of devils in setting a term to the lives of witches. For as he was hastening to cross a bridge on some business that he had to do, he met a certain old woman in his hurry, and would not give way to her, but pressed on, so that he thrust the old woman into the mud. She indignantly broke into a flood of abuse, and said to him, "Father, you will not cross with impunity." And though he took small notice of those words, in the night when he wished to get out of his bed, he felt himself bewitched below the waist, so that he always had to be supported by the arms of other men when he wished to go to the church. And so he remained for 3 years under the care of his own mother. After that time the old woman fell sick, the hag whom he had always suspected as being the cause of his witchcraft, owing to the abusive words with which she had threatened him. And it happened that she sent to him to hear her confession. And though the priest angrily said, "Let her confess to the devil her master," yet, at the instance of his mother, he went to the house, supported by 2 servants, and sat at the head of the bed, where the witch lay. And the 2 servants listened outside the window, so eager were they to know whether she would confess that she had bewitched the priest. Now it happened that, though she made no mention in her confession of having been the cause of his malady, after the confession was finished, she said, "Father, do you know who bewitched you?" And when he gently answered that he did not, she added, "You suspect me, and with reason, for know that I brought it upon you for this reason," explaining as we have already told. And when he begged to be liberated, she said, "Lo, the set time has come, and I must die. But I will so cause it that in a few days after my death you will be healed." And so it happened. For she died at the time fixed by the devil, and within 30 days the priest found himself completely healed one night. The name of that priest is Father Haslin, and he lives yet in the Diocese of Strasbourg. Similarly, in the Diocese of Basel, in the village called Buchel, near the town of Giwel, this happened. A certain woman was taken and finally burned, who for 6 years had had an incubus devil even when she was lying in bed by the side of her husband. And this she did 3 times a week, on Sundays, Tuesdays, and Thursdays, and on some of the other more holy nights. Note, holy nights. Saturday, however, was always particularly avoided as being the day sacred to the Immaculate Mother of God. See my History of Witchcraft, c. 4, pages 115-16. But the homage she had given to the devil was of such a sort that she was bound to dedicate herself body and soul to him forever, after 7 years. But God provided mercifully, for she was taken in the 6th year and condemned to the fire, and having truly and completely confessed is believed to have obtained pardon from God. For she went most willingly to her death, saying that she would gladly suffer an even more terrible death if only she could be set free from and escape the power of the devil. Chapter 3. How they are transported from place to place. And now we must consider their ceremonies, and in what manner they proceed in their operations, first in respect to their actions towards themselves and in their own persons. And among their chief operations are being bodily transported from place to place, and to practice carnal connection with incubus devils, which we should treat of separately, beginning with their bodily vectation. But here it must be noted that this transfection offers a difficulty, which has often been mentioned, arising from one single authority, where it is said, "It cannot be admitted as true that certain wicked women, perverted by Satan and seduced by the illusions and phantasms of devils, do actually, as they believe and profess, ride in the night-time on certain beasts with Diana, a goddess of the pagans, or with Herodias, and an innumerable multitude of women, and in the untimely silence of night pass over immense tracts of land, and have to obey her in all things as their mistress, etc. Wherefore the priests of God ought to preach to the people that this is altogether false, and that such phantasms are sent not by God, but by an evil spirit to confuse the minds of the faithful. For Satan himself transforms himself into various shapes and forms, and by deluding in dreams the mind which he holds captive, leads it through devious ways, etc. And there are those who, taking their example from Saint Germain and a certain other man who kept watch over his daughter to determine this matter, sometimes preach that this is an altogether impossible thing, and that it is indiscreet to ascribe to witches and their operations such levitations, as well as the injuries which happen to men, animals, and the fruits of the earth, since just as they are the victims of fantasy in their transvections, so also are they deluded in the matter of the harm they wreak on living creatures. But this opinion was refuted as heretical in the first question, for it leaves out of account the divine permission with regard to the devil's power, which extends to even greater things than this, and it is contrary to the meaning of sacred scripture, and has caused intolerable damage to Holy Church, since now for many years, thanks to this pestiferous doctrine, witches have remained unpunished, because the secular courts have lost their power to punish them. Therefore, the diligent reader will consider what was there set down for the stamping out of that opinion, and will for the present note how they are transported, and in what ways this is possible, of which some examples will be adduced. It is shown in various ways that they can be bodily transported, and first from the operations of other magicians. For if they could not be transported, it would be either because God does not permit it, or because the devil cannot do this, since it is contrary to nature. It cannot be for the first reason, for both greater and less things can be done by the permission of God. And greater things are very often done both to children and men, even to just men confirmed in grace. For when it is asked whether substitutions of children can be effected by the work of devils, and whether the devil can carry a man from place to place even against his will, to the first question the answer is yes. For William of Paris says in the last part of his De Universo, substitutions of children are, with God's permission, possible, so that the devil can effect a change of the child or even a transformation. For such children are always miserable and crying, and although 4 or 5 mothers could hardly supply enough milk for them, they never grow fat, yet are heavy beyond the ordinary. But this should neither be affirmed nor denied to women, on account of the great fear which it may cause them. But they should be instructed to ask the opinion of learned men. For God permits this on account of the sins of the parents, and that sometimes men curse their pregnant wives, saying, "May you be carrying a devil," or some such thing. In the same way, impatient women often say something of the sort, and many examples have been given by other men, some of them pious men. For Vincent of Beauvais, Spec. History 2643, relates a story told by St. Peter Damian of a 5-year-old son of a nobleman who was for the time living in a monastery, and one night he was carried out of the monastery into a locked mill, where he was found in the morning. Note: St. Peter Damian, doctor of the Church, Cardinal Bishop of Ostia, born at Ravenna, 1007, died at Faenza, 21st February 1072. His works, which have been more than once collected, may be conveniently found in Migne, Patra Latini. And when he was questioned, he said that he had been carried by some men to a great feast and bidden to eat, and afterwards he was put into the mill through the roof. And what of those magicians whom we generally call necromancers, who are often carried through the air by devils for long distances? And sometimes when they even persuade others to go with them on a horse, which is not really a horse but a devil in that form, and as they say, thus warn their companions not to make the sign of the cross. And although we are 2 who write this book, one of us has very often seen and known such men. For there is a man who was once a scholar, and is now believed to be a priest in the diocese of Freising, who used to say that at one time he had been bodily carried through the air by a devil, and taken to the most remote parts. There lives another priest in Oberdorf, a town near Landshut, who was at that time a friend of that one of us, who saw with his own eyes such a transportation, and tells how the man was borne on high with arms stretched out, shouting, but not whimpering. And the cause, as he tells it, was as follows. A number of scholars had met together to drink beer, and they all agreed that one who fetched the beer should not have to pay anything. And so one of them was going to fetch the beer, and on opening the door saw a thick cloud before the Grunzel, and returning in terror told his companions why he would not go for the drink. Then that one of them was carried away, said angrily, Even if the devil were there, I shall fetch the drink. And going out, he was carried through the air in the sight of all the others. And indeed it must be confessed that such things can happen not only to those who are awake, but also to men who are asleep. Namely, they can be bodily transported through the air while they are fast asleep. This is clear in the case of certain men who walk in their sleep on the roofs of houses and over the highest buildings, and no one can oppose their progress either on high or below. And if they are called by their own names by the other bystanders, they immediately fall crashing to the ground. Many think, and not without reason, that this is devil's work. For devils are of many different kinds, and some who fell from the lower choir of angels are tortured, as if for smaller sins, with lighter punishments as well as the punishment of damnation, which they must suffer eternally. And these cannot hurt anybody, at least not seriously, but for the most part carry out only practical jokes. And others are incubi or succubi who punish men in the night, defiling them in the sin of lechery. It is not wonderful if they are given also to horseplay such as this. The truth can be deduced from the words of Cassian, Calations 1, where he says that there is no doubt that there are as many different unclean spirits as there are different desires in men. For it is manifest that some of them, which the common people call fauns, and we call trolls, which abound in Norway, are such buffoons and jokers that they haunt certain places and roads, and without being able to do any hurt to those who pass by, are content with mocking and deluding them and try to weary them rather than hurt them. And some of them only visit men with harmless nightmares. But others are so furious and truculent that they are not content to afflict with an atrocious dilation the bodies of those whom they inflate, but even come rushing from on high and hasten to strike them with the most savage blows. Our author means that they do not only possess men, but torture them horribly, as did those which are described in St. Matthew 8. From this we can conclude first that it must not be said that witches cannot be locally transported because God does not permit it. For if he permits it in the case of the just and innocent, and of other magicians, how should he not in the case of those who are totally dedicated to the devil? And we say with all reverence, did not the devil take up our Savior and carry him up to a high place, as the gospel testifies? Neither can the second argument of our opponents be conceded, that the devil cannot do this thing, for it has already been shown that he has so great natural power, exceeding all corporeal power, that there is no earthly power that can be compared with him. As it is said, there is no power on earth that can be compared with him, etc. Indeed, the natural power or virtue which is in Lucifer is so great that there is none greater among the good angels in heaven. For just as he excelled all the angels in his nature, and not his nature, but only his grace, was diminished by his fall, so that nature still remains in him, although it is darkened and bound. Wherefore the gloss on that, there is no power on earth, says, although he excels all things, yet he is subject to the merits of the saints. Two objections which someone may bring forward are not valid. First, that man's soul could resist him, and that the text seems to speak of one devil in particular, namely, it speaks in the singular, namely Lucifer. And because it was he who tempted Christ in the wilderness and seduced the first man, he is now bound in chains. And the other angels are not so powerful, since he excels them all. Therefore the other spirits cannot transport wicked men through the air from place to place. These arguments have no force, for to consider the angels first, even the least angel is incomparably superior to all human power, as can be proved in many ways. First, a spiritual is stronger than a corporeal power, and so is the power of an angel, or even of the soul, greater than that of the body. Secondly, as to the soul, every bodily shape owes its individuality to matter, and in the case of human beings, to the fact that a soul informs it, but immaterial forms are absolute intelligences, and therefore have an absolute and more universal power. For this reason, the soul, when joined to the body, cannot in this way suddenly transfer its body locally or raise it up in the air, although it could easily do so with God's permission, if it were separate from its body. Much more than this is this possible to an entirely immaterial spirit, such as a good or bad angel. For a good angel transported Habakkuk in a moment from Judea to Chaldea. Note, Habakkuk, Daniel 14:32-38, 32. Now there was in Judea a prophet called Habakkuk, and he had boiled pottage, and had broken bread in a bowl, and was getting into the field to carry it to the reapers. 33. And the angel of the Lord said to Habakkuk, Carry the dinner which thou hast into Babylon to Daniel, who is in the lion's den. 34. And Habakkuk said, Lord, I never saw Babylon, nor do I know the den. 35. And the angel of the Lord took him by the top of his head, and carried him by the hair on his head, and set him in Babylon over the den in the force of his spirit. 36. And Habakkuk cried, saying, O Daniel, thou servant of God, take the dinner that God hath sent thee. 37. And Daniel said, Thou hast remembered me, O God, and thou hast not forsaken them that love thee. 38. And Daniel arose and ate, and the angel of the Lord presently set Habakkuk again in his own place. And for this reason it is concluded that those who by night are carried in their sleep over high buildings are not carried by their own souls, nor by the influence of the stars, but by some mightier power, as was shown above. Thirdly, it is the nature of the body to be moved as to place directly by a spiritual nature. And as Aristotle says, Physics 8, local motion is the first of motions, being the most perfect of all bodily motions. And he proves this by saying that local motion is not intrinsically in the power of any body as such, but is due to some exterior force. Wherefore it is concluded, not so much from the holy doctors as from the philosophers, that the highest bodies, that is, the stars, are moved by spiritual essences, and by separate intelligences, which are both good by nature and in intention. For we see that the soul is the prime and chief cause of local motion in the body. It must be said, therefore, that neither in its physical capacity nor in that of its soul can the human body resist being suddenly transported from place to place, with God's permission, by a spiritual essence, good both in intention and by nature, when the good, who are confirmed in grace, are transported, or by an essence, good by nature, but not good in intention, when the wicked are transported. Any who wish may refer to St. Thomas in 3 articles in Part 1, Question 90, and again in his question concerning sin, and also in the second book of Sentences, Dist 7, on the power of devils over bodily effects. Now the following is their method of being transported. They take the unguent, which, as we have said, they make at the devil's instruction from the limbs of children, particularly of those whom they have killed before baptism, and anoint it with a chair or a broomstick, whereupon they are immediately carried up into the air, either by day or by night, and either visibly or, if they wish, invisibly. For the devil can conceal a body by the interposition of some other substance, as was shown in the first part of the treatise, where we spoke of the glamours and illusions caused by the devil. Note, Henry Boguet, Discours des Sorciers, Lyon 1590, 1604, points out that this flying ointment is of itself useless. The actual formula for its confection have been preserved, and the employment thereof is to be considered, say most demonologists, as a piece of vain and empty ceremony of Satan, yet more to delude his votaries. And although the devil for the most part performs this by means of this unguent, to the end that children should be deprived of the grace of baptism and of salvation, yet he often seems to effect the same transfection without its use. For at times he transports the witches on animals, which are not true animals but devils in that form. And sometimes, even without any exterior help, they are visibly carried solely by the operation of the devil's power. Here is an instance of a visible transfection in the daytime. In the town of Waldstadt on the Rhine, in the Diocese of Constance, there was a certain witch who was so detested by the townsfolk that she was not invited to the celebration of a wedding, at which, however, nearly all the other townsfolk were present. Being indignant because of this and wishing to be revenged, she summoned a devil, and telling him the cause of her vexation, asked him to raise a hailstorm and drive all the wedding guests from their dancing. And the devil agreed, and raising her up, carried her through the air to a hill near the town, in the sight of some shepherds. And since, as she afterwards confessed, she had no water to pour into the trench, for this, as we shall show, is the method they use to raise hailstorms, she made a small trench and filled it with her urine instead of water, and stirred it with her finger, after their custom, with the devil standing by. Then the devil suddenly raised that liquid up and sent a violent storm of hailstones, which fell only on the dancers and townsfolk. And when they had dispersed and were discussing among themselves the cause of that storm, the witch shortly afterwards entered the town, and this greatly aroused their suspicions. But when the shepherds had told what they had seen, their suspicions became almost a certainty. So she was arrested and confessed that she had done this thing because she had not been invited to the wedding. And for this and for many other witchcrafts which she had perpetrated, she was burned. And since the public report of this sort of transfaction is continually being spread even among the common people, it is unnecessary to add further proof of it here. But we hope that this will suffice to refute those who either deny altogether that there are such transfections or try to maintain that they are only imaginary or fantastical. And indeed it would be a matter of small importance if such men were left in their error, were it not that this error tends to the damage of the faith. For notice that, not content with that error, they do not fear to maintain and publish others also, to the increase of witches and the detriment of the faith. For they assert that all the witchcraft which is truly and actually ascribed to witches as instruments of the devil is only so ascribed in imagination and illusion, as if they were really harmless, just as their transfection is only fantastic. And for this reason many witches remain unpunished, to the great dispraise of the Creator and to their own most heavy increase. The arguments on which they base their fallacy cannot be conceded. For first, they advance the chapter of the canon, Episcopi 26, question 5, where it is said that witches are only transported in imagination. But who is so foolish as to conclude from this that they cannot also be bodily transported? Similarly, at the end of that chapter it is set down that whoever believes that a man can be changed for the better or the worse, or can be transformed into another shape, is to be thought worse than an infidel or a pagan. But who could conclude from this that men cannot be transformed into beasts by a glamour, or that they cannot be changed from health to sickness and from better to worse? They who so scratch at the surface of the words of the canon hold an opinion which is contrary to that of all the holy doctors, and indeed against the teaching of Holy Scripture. For the contrary opinion is abundantly proved by what has been written in various places in the first part of this treatise. And it is necessary to study the inner meaning of the words of the canon. And this was examined in the first question of the first part of the treatise, in refuting the second of 3 errors which are there condemned, and where it is said that 4 things are to be preached to the people. For they are transported both bodily and fantastically, as is proved by their own confessions, not only of those who have been burned, but also of others who have returned to penitence and the faith. Among such there was a woman in the town of Bresac, whom we asked whether they could be transported only in imagination, or actually in the body. And she answered that it was possible in both ways. For if they do not wish to be bodily transferred, but want to know all that is being done in a meeting of their companions, then they observe the following procedure. In the name of all the devils they lie down to sleep on their left side. And then a sort of bluish vapor comes from their mouth, through which they can clearly see what is happening. But if they wish to be bodily transported, they must observe this method which has been told. Besides, even if that canon be understood in its bare meaning without any explanation, who is so dense as to maintain on that account that all their witchcraft and injuries are fantastic and imaginary, when the contrary is evident to the senses of everybody? Especially since there are many species of superstition, namely 14, among which the species of witches holds the highest degree in spells and injuries, and the species of pythonesses, to which they can be reduced, which is only able to be transported in imagination, holds the lowest degree. And we do not concede that their error can be substantiated by the legends of Saint Germain and certain others. Note, Saint Germain, Bishop of Auxerre, born circa 380, died at Ravenna, 31st July 448. His body was brought back to Auxerre, and later there arose the celebrated Benedictine abbey known as Saint Germain's. For it was possible for the devils to lie down themselves by the side of the sleeping husbands during the time when a watch was being kept on the wives, just as if they were sleeping with their husbands. And we do not say that this was done for any reverence felt for the saint, but the case is put that the opposite of what is set down in the legend may not be believed to be impossible. In the same way, all other objections can be answered, that it is found that some witches are transported only in imagination, but that it is also found in many of the writings of the doctors that many have been bodily transported. Whoever wishes may refer to Thomas of Brabant in his book about bees, and he will find many wonderful things concerning both the imaginary and the bodily transvection of men. Chapter 4. Here follows the way whereby witches copulate with those devils known as incubi. As to the method in which witches copulate with incubus devils, 6 points are to be noted. First, as to the devil and the body which he assumes, of what element it is formed. Second, as to the act, whether it is always accompanied with the injection of semen received from some other man. Third, as to the time and place, whether one time is more favorable than another for this practice. Fourth, whether the act is visible to the women, and whether only those who are begotten in this way are so visited by devils. Fifth, whether it applies only to those who are offered to the devil at birth by midwives. Sixth, whether the actual veneral pleasure is greater or less in this act. And we will speak first of the matter and quality of the body which the devil assumes. It must be said that he assumes an aerial body, and that it is in some respects terrestrial, insofar as it has an earthly property through condensation. And this is explained as follows. The air cannot of itself take definite shape, except the shape of some other body in which it is included. And in that case it is not bound by its own limits, but by those of something else. And one part of the air continues into the next part. Therefore he cannot simply assume an aerial body as such. Know, moreover, that the air is in every way a most changeable and fluid matter, and a sign of this is the fact that when any have tried to cut or pierce with a sword the body assumed by a devil, they have not been able to, for the divided parts of the air at once join together again. From this it follows that air is in itself a very competent matter, but because it cannot take shape unless some other terrestrial matter is joined with it, therefore it is necessary that the air which forms the devil's assumed body should be in some way insipated and approach the property of the earth, while still retaining its true property as air. And devils and disembodied spirits can effect this condensation by means of gross vapors raising from the earth, and by collecting them together into shapes in which they abide, not as defilers of them, but only as their motive power, which gives to that body the formal appearance of life, in very much the same way as the soul informs the body to which it is joined. They are moreover in these assumed and shaped bodies like a sailor in a ship which the wind moves. So when it is asked of what sort is the body assumed by the devil, it is to be said that with regard to its material, it is one thing to speak of the beginning of its assumption, and another thing to speak of its end. For in the beginning it is just air, but in the end it is insipated air, partaking of some of the properties of earth, and all this the devils, with God's permission, can do of their own nature, for the spiritual nature is superior to the bodily. Therefore the bodily nature must obey the devils in respect of local motion, though not in respect of the assumption of natural shapes, either accidental or substantial, except in the case of some small creatures, and then only with the help of some other agent, as has been hinted before. But as to local motion, no shape is beyond their power. Thus they can move them as they wish, in such circumstances as they will. From this there may arise an incidental question as to what should be thought when a good or bad angel performs some of the functions of life by means of true natural bodies, and not in aerial bodies, as in the case of Balaam's ass, through which the angels spoke, and when devils take possession of bodies. It is to be said that those bodies are not called assumed, but occupied. See St. Thomas 2:8, whether angels assume bodies, but let us keep strictly to our argument. In what way is it to be understood that devils talk with witches, see them, hear them, eat with them, and copulate with them? And this is the second part of the first difficulty. For the first, it is to be said that three things are required for true conversation, namely lungs to draw in the air, and this is not only for the sake of producing sound, but also to cool the heart, and even mutes have this necessary quality. Secondly, it is necessary that some percussion be made of a body in the air, as a greater or less sound is made when one beats wood in the air or rings a bell. For when a substance that is susceptible to sound is struck by a sound-producing instrument, it gives out a sound according to its size, which is received in the air and multiplied to the ears of the hearer, to whom, if he is far off, it seems to come through space. Thirdly, a voice is required, and it may be said that what is called sound in inanimate bodies is called voice in living bodies. And here the tongue strikes the respirations of the air against an instrument or living natural organ provided by God. And this is not a bell, which is called a sound, whereas this is a voice. And this third requisite may be clearly exemplified by the second. And I have set this down that preachers may have a method of teaching the people. And fourthly, it is necessary that he who forms the voice should mean to express by means of that voice some concept of the mind to someone else, and that he should himself understand what he is saying, and so manage his voice by successive striking his teeth with his tongue in his mouth, by opening and shutting his lips, and by sending the air struck in his mouth into the outer air, that in this way the sound is reproduced in order in the ears of the hearer, who then understands his meaning. To return to the point, devils have no lungs or tongue, though they can show the latter, as well as teeth and lips, artificially made according to the condition of their body. Therefore they cannot truly and properly speak. But since they have understanding, and when they wish to express their meaning, then by some disturbance of the air included in their assumed body, not of air breathed in and out, as in the case of men, they produce not voices, but sounds which have some likeness to voices, and send them articulately through the outside air to the ears of the hearer. And that the likeness of a voice can be made without the respiration of air is clear from the case of other animals, which do not breathe, but are said to make a sound, as do also certain other instruments, as Aristotle says in the De Anima. For certain fishes, when they are caught, suddenly utter a cry outside the water and die. All this is applicable to what follows, so far as the point where we treat of the generative function, but not as regards good angels. If anyone wishes to inquire further into the matter of devils speaking in possessed bodies, he may refer to St. Thomas in the second book of Sentences, Dist 8, Art 5. For in that case they use the bodily organs of the possessed body, since they occupy those bodies in respect of the limits of their corporeal quantity, but not in respect of the limits of their essence, either of the body or of the soul. Observe a distinction between substance and quantity, or accident. But this is impertinent. For now we must say in what manner they see and hear. Now sight is of two kinds, spiritual and corporeal, and the former infinitely excels the latter, for it can penetrate and is not hindered by distance, owing to the faculty of light of which it makes use. Therefore it must be said that in no way does an angel, either good or bad, see with the eyes of its assumed body, nor does it use any bodily property, as it does in speaking, when it uses the air and the vibration of the air to produce sound which becomes reproduced in the ears of the hearer. Wherefore their eyes are painted eyes, and they freely appear to men in these likenesses, that they manifest to them their natural properties and converse with them spiritual by these means. For with this purpose the holy angels have appeared to the fathers at the command of God and with his permission, and the bad angels manifest themselves to wicked men in order that men, recognizing their qualities, may associate themselves with them, here in sin and elsewhere in punishment. St. Dionysius, at the end of his celestial hierarchy, says, "In all parts of the human body, the angel teaches us to consider their properties, concluding that since corporeal vision is an operation of the living body through a bodily organ, which devils lack, therefore in their assumed bodies, just as they have the likeness of limbs, so they have the likeness of their functions. And we can speak in the same way of their hearing, which is far finer than that of the body, for it can know the concept of the mind and the conversation of the soul more subtly than can a man by hearing the mental concept through the medium of spoken words." See St. Thomas, the second book of Sentences, Dist 8. "For if the secret wishes of a man are read in his face, and physicians can tell the thoughts of the heart from the heartbeats and the state of the pulse, all the more can such things be known by devils." And we may say as to eating that in the complete act of eating there are 4 processes: mastication in the mouth, swallowing into the stomach, digestion in the stomach, and fourthly, metabolism of the necessary nutriment and dejection of what is superfluous. All angels can perform the first 2 processes of eating in their assumed bodies, but not the third and fourth. But instead of digesting and ejecting, they have another power by which the food is suddenly dissolved in the surrounding matter. In Christ, the process of eating was in all respects complete, since he had the nutritive and metabolic powers. Not, be it said, for the purpose of converting the food into his own body, for those powers were, like his body, glorified, so that the food was suddenly dissolved in his body, as when one throws water onto fire. How in modern times witches perform the carnal act with incubus devils, and how they are multiplied by this means. But no difficulty arises out of what has been said with regard to our principal subject, which is the carnal act which incubi in an assumed body perform with witches, unless perhaps anyone doubts whether modern witches practice such abominable coitus, and whether witches had their origin in this abomination. In answering these 2 doubts, we shall say, as to the former of them, something of the activities of the witches who lived in olden times, about 1400 years before the incarnation of our Lord. It is, for example, unknown whether they were addicted to these filthy practices as modern witches have been since that time, for so far as we know, history tells us nothing on the subject. But no one who reads the histories can doubt that there have always been witches, and that by their evil works much harm has been done to men, animals, and the fruits of the earth, and that incubus and succubus devils have always existed. For the traditions of the canons and the holy doctors have left and handed down to them posterity many things concerning them through many hundreds of years. Yet there is this difference, that in times long past the incubus devils used to infest women against their wills, as is often shown by Nieder in his Formicarius, and by Thomas of Brabant in his book on the universal good, or on bees. But the theory that modern witches are tainted with this sort of diabolic filthiness is not substantiated only in our opinion, since the expert testimony of the witches themselves has made all these things credible, and that they do not now, as in times past, subject themselves unwillingly, but willingly embrace this most foul and miserable servitude. For how many women have we left to be punished by secular law in various dioceses, especially in Constance and the town of Ratisbon, who has been for many years addicted to these abominations, some from their 20th and some from their 12th or 13th year, and always with a total or partial abnegation of the faith? All the inhabitants of those places are witnesses of it. For without reckoning those who secretly repented and those who returned to the faith, no less than 48 have been burned in 5 years. And there was no question of credulity in accepting their stories because they turned to free repentance. For they all agreed in this, namely, that they were bound to indulge in these lewd practices in order that the ranks of their perfidy might be increased. But we shall treat of these individually in the second part of this work, where their particular deeds are described, omitting those which come under the notice of our colleague, the Inquisitor of Como in the county of Burbia, who in the space of 1 year, which was the year of grace 1485, caused 41 witches to be burned, who all publicly affirmed, as it is said, that they had practiced these abominations with devils. Therefore this matter is fully substantiated by eyewitnesses, by hearsay, and the testimony of credible witnesses. As for the second doubt, whether witches had their origin from these abominations, we may say with St. Augustine that it is true that all the superstitious arts had their origin in a pestilent association of men with devils. For he says so in his work on the Christian doctrine. All this sort of practices, whether of trifling or of noxious superstition, arose from some pestilent association of men with devils, as though some pact of infidel and guileful friendship had been formed, and they are all utterly to be repudiated. Notice here that it is manifest that as there are various kinds of superstition or magic arts, and various societies of those who practice them, and as among the 14 kinds of that art are the species of witches is the worst, since they have not a tacit but an overt and expressed pact with the devil, and more than this, have to acknowledge a form of devil worship through abjuring the faith. Therefore it follows that witches hold the worst kind of association with devils, with a special reference to the behavior of women who always delight in vain things. Notice also St. Thomas, the second book of Sentences, Dist 4 Art 4, in the solution of an argument, where he asks whether those begotten in this way by devils are more powerful than other men. He answers that this is the truth, basing his belief not only on the text of the Scripture in Genesis 6, and the same became the mighty men which were of old, but also on the following reason: devils know how to ascertain the virtue in semen. First, by the temperament of him from whom the semen is obtained. Secondly, by knowing what woman is most fitted for the reception of that semen. Thirdly, by knowing what constellation is favorable to that corporeal effect. And we may add, fourthly, from their own words we learn that those whom they beget have the best sort of disposition for devil's work. When all these cases so concur, it is concluded that men born in this way are powerful and big in body. Therefore, to return to the question whether witches had their origin in these abominations, we shall say that they originated from some pestilent mutual association with devils, as is clear from our first knowledge of them. But no one can affirm with certainty that they did not increase and multiply by means of these foul practices, although devils commit this deed for the sake not of pleasure but of corruption. And this appears to be the order of the process. A succubus devil draws the semen from a wicked man, and if he is that man's own particular devil, and does not wish to make himself an incubus to a witch, he passes that semen on to the devil deputed to a woman or a witch. And this last, under some constellation that favors his purpose, that the man or woman so born should be strong in the practice of witchcraft, becomes the incubus to the witch. And it is no objection that those of whom the text speaks were not witches, but only giants and famous and powerful men. For as was said before, witchcraft was not perpetrated in the time of the law of nature, because of the recent memory of the creation of the world, which left no room for idolatry. But when the wickedness of man began to increase, the devil found more opportunity to disseminate this kind of perfidy. Nevertheless, it is not to be understood that those who were said to be famous men were necessarily so called by reason of their good virtues. Whether the relations of an incubus devil with a witch are always accompanied by the infection of semen. To this question it is answered that the devil has 1,000 ways and means of inflicting injury, and from the time of his first fall has tried to destroy the unity of the Church, and in every way to subvert the human race. Therefore, no infallible rule can be stated as to this matter, but there is this probable distinction, that a witch is either old and sterile, or she is not, and if she is, then he naturally associates with the witch without the injection of semen, since it would be of no use, and the devil avoids superfluity in this operations as far as he can. But if she is not sterile, he approaches her in the way of carnal delectation, which is procured for the witch. And should she be disposed to pregnancy, Then if he can conveniently possess the semen extracted from some man, he does not delay to approach her with it for the sake of infecting her progeny. But if it is asked whether he is able to collect the semen emitted in some nocturnal pollution in sleep, just as he collects that which is spent in the carnal act, the answer is that it is probable that he cannot, though others hold a contrary opinion. For it must be noted that, as has been said, the devils pay attention to the generative virtue of the semen, and such virtue is more abundant and better preserved in semen obtained by the carnal act, being wasted in the semen that is due to nocturnal pollutions in sleep, which arises only from the superfluity of the humours, and is not emitted with so great generative virtue. Therefore it is believed that he does not make use of such semen for the generation of progeny, unless perhaps he knows that the necessary virtue is present in that semen. But this also cannot altogether be denied, that even in the case of married witch who has been impregnated by her husband, the devil can, by the commixture of another semen, infect that which has been conceived. Whether the incubus operates more at one time than another, and similarly of the place. To the question whether the devil observes times and places, it is to be said that, apart from his observation of certain times and constellations when his purpose is to effect the pollution of the progeny, he also observes certain times when his object is not pollution, but the causing of venereal pleasure on the part of the witch. And these are the most sacred times of the whole year, such as Christmas, Easter, Pentecost, and other feast days. And the devils do this for 3 reasons. First, that in this way witches may become imbued not only with the vice of perfidy through apostasy from the faith, but also with that of sacrilege, and that the greater offense may be done to the Creator, and the heavier damnation rest upon the souls of the witches. The second reason is that when God is so heavily offended, he allows them greater power of injuring even innocent men by punishing them either in their affairs or their bodies. For when it is said, "The Son shall not bear the iniquity of the Father," etc., this refers only to eternal punishment, for very often the innocent are punished with temporal afflictions on account of the sins of others. Wherefore, in another place God says, "I am a mighty and jealous God, visiting the sins of the fathers unto the 3rd and 4th generation." Such punishment was exemplified in the children of the men of Sodom, who were destroyed for their fathers' sins. The third reason is that they have greater opportunity to observe many people, especially young girls, who on feast days are more intent on idleness and curiosity, and are therefore more easily seduced by old witches. And the following happened in the native country of one of us inquisitors, for there are 2 of us collaborating in this work. A certain young girl, a devout virgin, was solicited one feast day by an old woman to go with her upstairs to a room, where there were some very beautiful young men. And when she consented, and as they were going upstairs with the old woman leading the way, she warned the girl not to make the sign of the cross. And though she agreed to this, yet she secretly crossed herself. Consequently, it happened that when they had gone up, the virgin saw no one, because the devils who were there were unable to show themselves in assumed bodies to that virgin. And the old woman cursed her, saying, "Depart in the name of all the devils. Why did thou cross yourself?" This I had from the frank relation of that good and honest maiden. A fourth reason can be added, namely, that they can in this way more easily seduce men, by causing them to think that if God permits such things to be done at the most holy times, it cannot be such a heavy sin as if he did not permit them at such times. With regard to the question whether they favor in one place more than another, it is to be said that it is proved by the words and actions of witches that they are quite unable to commit these abominations in sacred places. And in this can be seen the efficacy of the guardian angels, that such places are reverenced. And further, witches assert that they never have any peace except at the time of divine service, when they are present in the church, and therefore they are the first to enter and the last to leave the church. Nevertheless, they are bound to observe certain other abominable ceremonies at the command of the devils, such as to spit on the ground at the elevation of the host, or to utter either verbally or otherwise the filthiest thoughts, as, I wish you were in such or such a place. This matter is touched upon in the second part. Whether incubi and succubi commit this act visibly on the part of the witch or on the part of the bystanders. As to whether they commit these abominations together visibly or invisibly, it is to be said that in all the cases of which we have had knowledge, the devil has always operated in a form visible to the witch. For there is no need for him to approach her invisibly because of the pact of federation with him that has been expressed. But with regard to any bystanders, the witches themselves have often been seen lying on their backs in the fields or the woods, naked up to the very navel, and it has been apparent from the disposition of those limbs and members which pertain to the veneral act and orgasm, as also from the agitation of their legs and thighs, that all invisibly to the bystanders they have been copulating with incubus devils, yet sometimes, howbeit this is rare, at the end of the act a very black vapour, of about the stature of a man, rises up into the air from the witch. And the reason is that schemer knows that he can in this way seduce or pervert the minds of girls or other men who are standing by. But of these matters, and how they may have been performed in many places, in the town of Ratisbon, and on the estate of the nobles of Rapolstein, and in certain other countries, we will treat in the second part. It is certain also that the following has happened. Husbands have actually seen incubus devils swiving their wives, although they have thought that they were not the devils, but men. And when they have taken up a weapon and tried to run them through, the devil had suddenly disappeared and make himself invisible. And then their wives have thrown their arms about them, although they have sometimes been hurt, and railed at their husbands, mocking them and asking them if they had eyes, or whether they were possessed of devils. That incubus devils do not infest only those women who have been begotten by their filthy deeds, or those who have been offered to them by midwives, but all indifferently with greater or less veneral delectation. In conclusion, finally, it can be said that these incubus devils will not only infest those women who have been generated by means of such abominations, or those who have been offered to them by midwives, but that they try with all their might by means of witches who are bawds or hot whores to seduce all the devout and chaste maidens in that whole district or town. For this is well known by the constant experience of magistrates, and in the town of Ratisbon. When certain witches were burned, these wretches affirmed before their final sentence that they had been commanded by their masters to use every endeavour to effect the subversion of pious maids and widows. If it be asked whether the veneral delectation is greater or less with incubus devils in assumed bodies than it is in like circumstances with men in a true physical body, we may say this. It seems that although the pleasure should naturally be greater when like disports with like, yet that cunning enemy can so bring together the active and passive elements, not indeed naturally, but in such qualities of warmth and temperament, that he seems to excite no less degree of concupiscence. But this matter will be discussed more fully later with reference to the qualities of the feminine sex. Chapter 5. Witches commonly perform their spells through the sacraments of the Church, and how they impair the powers of generation, and how they may cause other ills to happen to God's creatures of all kinds. But herein we accept the question of the influence of the stars. But now there are several things to be noted concerning their methods of bringing injury upon other creatures of both sexes, and upon the fruits of the earth. First, with regard to men, then with regard to beasts, and thirdly with regard to the fruits of the earth. And as to men first, how they can cast an obstructive spell on the procreant forces, and even on the veneral act, so that a woman cannot conceive or a man cannot perform the act. Secondly, how that act is obstructed sometimes with regard to one woman but not another. Thirdly, how they take away the virile member as though it were altogether torn away from the body. Fourthly, if it is possible to distinguish whether any of the above injuries have been caused by a devil on his own account, or if it has been through the agency of a witch. Fifthly, how witches change men and women into beasts by some prestige or glamour. Sixthly, how witch midwives in various ways kill that which has been conceived in the mother's womb, and when they do not do this, offer the children to devils. And lest these things should seem incredible, they have been proved in the first part of this work by questions and answers to arguments, to which, if necessary, the doubtful reader may turn back for the purpose of investigating the truth. For the present, our object is only to adduce actual facts and examples which have been found by us or have been written by others in detestation of so great a crime, to substantiate those former arguments in case they should be difficult for anyone to understand, and by those things that are related in this second part, to bring back to the faith and away from their error those who think there are no witches, and that no witchcraft can be done in the world. And with regard to the first class of injuries which they afflict the human race, it is to be noted that apart from the methods by which they injure other creatures, they have 6 ways of injuring humanity. And one is to induce an evil love in a man for a woman, or in a woman for a man. The second is to plant hatred or jealousy in anyone. The third is to bewitch them so that a man cannot perform the genital act with a woman, or conversely a woman with a man, or by various means to procure an abortion, as has been said before. The fourth is to cause some disease in any of the human organs. The fifth, to take away life. The sixth, to deprive them of reason. In this connection, it should be said that, saving the influence of the stars, the devils can by their natural power in every way cause real defects and infirmities, and this by their natural spiritual power, which is superior to any bodily power. For no one infirmity is quite like another, and this is equally true of natural defects in which there is no physical infirmity. Therefore they proceed by different methods to cause each different infirmity or defect, and of these we shall give instances in the body of this work, as the necessity arises. But first, lest the reader's mind should be kept in any doubt as to why they have no power to alter the influence of the stars, we shall say that there is a threefold reason. First, the stars are above them even in the region of punishment, which is the region of the lower mists, and this by reason of the duty which is assigned to them. See the first part, question 2, where we dealt with the incubus and succubus devils. The second reason is that the stars are governed by the good angels. See many places concerning the powers which move the stars, and especially St. Thomas part 1, question 90. And in this matter the philosophers agree with the theologians. Thirdly, it is on account of the general order and common good of the universe, which would suffer general detriment if evil spirits were allowed to cause any alteration in the influence of the stars. Wherefore those changes which were miraculously caused in the Old or New Testament were done by God through the good angels. As for example, when the sun stood still for Joshua, or when it went backward for Hezekiah, or when it was supernaturally darkened at the Passion of Christ. But in all other matters, with God's permission, they can work their spells, either the devils by themselves or devils through the agency of witches. And in fact, it is evident that they do so. Secondly, it is to be noted that in all their methods of working injury, they nearly always instruct witches to make their instruments of witchcraft by means of the sacraments or sacramental things of the church, or some holy thing consecrated to God. As when sometimes they place a waxen image under the altar cloth, or draw a thread through the holy chrism, or use some other consecrated thing in such a way. And there are 3 reasons for this. For a similar reason, they are wont to practice their witchcraft at the more sacred times of the year, especially at the advent of our Lord and at Christmas. First, that by such means they may make men guilty of not only perfidy, but also sacrilege, by contaminating whatever is divine in them, and that so they may the more deeply offend God their Creator, damn their own souls, and cause many more to rush into sin. Secondly, that God, being so heavily offended by men, may grant the devil greater power of tormenting men. For so says St. Gregory, that in his anger he sometimes grants the wicked their prayers and petitions, which he mercifully denies to others. And the third reason is that by the seeming appearance of good he may more easily deceive certain simple men, who think that they have performed some pious act and obtained grace from God, whereas they have only sinned the more heavily. A fourth reason also can be added, touching the more sacred seasons and the new year. For according to St. Augustine, There are other mortal sins besides adultery by which the observance of the festivals may be infringed. Superstition, moreover, and witchcraft arising from the most servile operations of the devil are contrary to the reverence that is due to God. Therefore, as has been said, he causes a man to fall more deeply, and the Creator is the more offended. And of the new year we may say, according to St. Isidore, Edom 8:2, that Janus, from whom the month of January is named, which also begins on the day of circumcision, was an idol with two faces, as if one were the end of the old year and the other the beginning of the new, and as it were the protector and auspicious author of the coming year. And in honor of him, or rather of the devil in the form of that idol, the pagans made much boisterous revelry, and were very merry among themselves, holding various dances and feasts. And concerning these blessed Augustine makes mention in many places, and gives a very ample description of them in his 26th book. And now bad Christians imitate these corruptions, turning them to lasciviousness when they run about at the time of carnival with masks and jests and other superstitions. Note, carnival. These pagan practices are sternly reprobated in the Liber Ponentientalis of St. Theodore, 7th Archbishop of Canterbury. In Book 37 it is written, "If anyone at the calends of January goeth about as a stag or a bull calf, that is, making himself into a wild animal, and dressing in the skins of a herd animal, and putting on the heads of beasts, those who in such wise transform themselves into the appearance of a wild animal, let them do penance for 3 years, because this is devilish." See my Geography of Witchcraft, Chapter 2, pages 65 to 73. The Council of Auxerre, in 578 or 585, forbade anyone to masquerade as a bull calf or a stag on the 1st of January, or to distribute devilish charms. Similarly, witches use these revelries of the devil for their own advantage, and work their spells about the time of New Year in respect to the divine offices and worship, as on St. Andrew's Day and at Christmas. And now, as to how they work their witchcraft, first by means of the sacraments and then by means of sacramental objects, we will refer to a few known facts discovered by us in the Inquisition. In a town which is better not to name for the sake of charity and expediency, when a certain witch received the body of our Lord, she suddenly lowered her head, as it is the detestable habit of women, placed her garment near her mouth, and taking the body of the Lord out of her mouth, wrapped it in a handkerchief, and afterwards, at the suggestion of the devil, placed it in a pot in which there was a toad, and hid it in the ground near her house by the storehouse, together with several other things, by means of which she had to work her witchcraft. Note, witchcraft. It is not unusual for Satanists to go to the Holy Communion in various churches of a town, and instead of consuming the host, they spit God's body from their mouths into a handkerchief or cloth and take it away to abuse it in their horrid worship. In the notorious case of the Lancashire witches, at the first trial, 1612, James Device confessed that upon Sheer Thursday was 2 years, his grandmother, Elizabeth Southerns, alias Demdike, did bid him in his examinate go to the church to receive the communion the next day after being Good Friday, and then not to eat the bread the minister gave him, but to bring it and deliver it to such a thing as should meet him in his way homewards. Notwithstanding her persuasions, this examinate did eat the bread, and so in his coming homeward some 40 roads off the said church, there met him a thing in the shape of a hare, who spoke unto this examinate, and asks him whether he had brought the bread. The toad constantly appears as a familiar. In 1579 at Windsor, one Mother Dutton, dwelling in Clareworth parish, keepeth a spirit, or fiend, in the likeness of a toad, and feedeth the same fiend lying in a border of green herbs within her garden, with blood which she causeth to issue from her own flanky. Ursly Kemp, S. Ossith, which, 1582, had a familiar, Pigine, black like a toad. Alice Hunt of the same coven nourishes 2 familiars, the which she kept in a little lower earthen pot. Marjorie Salmon, another S. Ossith's witch, hath also two spirits like toads, the one called Tom and the other Robin. When Ursula Kemp peeped through Mother Hunt's window, she espied a sprite to look out of a porshot from under a cloth, the nose thereof being brown, like unto a ferret. But with the help of God's mercy, this great crime was detected and brought to light. For on the following day a workman was going on his business near that house, and heard a sound like a child crying. And when he had come near to the stone under which the pot had been hidden, he heard it much more clearly, and thinking that some child had been buried there by the woman, went to the mayor or chief magistrate, and told him what had been done, as he thought, by the infanticide. And the mayor quickly sent his servants, and found it to be as he had said. But they were unwilling to exhume the child, thinking it wiser to place a watch and wait to see if any woman came near the place, for they did not know that it was the Lord's body that was hidden there. And so it happened that the same witch came to the place, and secretly hid the pot under her garment before their eyes. And when she was taken and questioned, she discovered her crime, saying that the Lord's body had been hidden in the pot with a toad, so that by means of their dust she might be able to cause injuries at her will to men and other creatures. It is also to be noted that when witches communicate, they observe this custom, that when they can do so without being noticed, they receive the Lord's body under their tongue instead of on the top. And as far as can be seen, the reason is that they never wish to receive any remedy that might counteract their abjuration of the faith, either by confession or by receiving the sacrament of the Eucharist. And secondly, because in this way it is easier for them to take the Lord's body out of their mouths, so that they can apply it, as has been said, to their own uses, to the greater offense of the Creator. For this reason, all rectors of the Church and those who communicate the people are enjoined to take the utmost care when they communicate women, that the mouth shall be well open and the tongue thrust well out, and their garments be kept quite clear. And the more care is taken in this respect, the more witches become known by this means. Numberless other superstitions they practice by means of sacramental objects. Sometimes they place a waxen image or some aromatic substance under the altar cloth, as we said before, and then hide it under the threshold of a house, so that the person for whom it is placed there may be witched on crossing over it. Note, altar cloth. These practices still survive. Countless instances could be brought forward, but these minor sorts of spells are approved by the greater. Chapter 6. How witches impede and prevent the power of procreation. Concerning the method by which they obstruct the procreant function both in men and animals, and in both sexes, the reader may consult that which has been written already on the question, whether devils can through witches turn the minds of men to love or hatred. There, after the solutions of the arguments, a specific declaration is made relating to the method by which, with God's permission, they can obstruct the procreant function. But it must be noted that such obstruction is caused both intrinsically and extrinsically. Intrinsically, they cause it in two ways. First, when they directly prevent the erection of the member which is accommodated to fructification. And this need not seem impossible when it is considered that they are able to vitiate the natural use of any member. Secondly, when they prevent the flow of the vital essences to the members in which resides the motive force, closing up the seminal ducts so that it does not reach the generative vessels, or so that it cannot be ejaculated, or is fruitlessly spilled. Extrinsically, they cause it at times by means of images or by the eating of herbs, sometimes by other external means, such as cock's testicles. But it must not be thought that it is by the virtue of these things that a man is made impotent, but by the occult power of devils, illusions, witches by this means procure such impotence, namely that they cause a man to be unable to copulate or a woman to conceive. And the reason for this is that God allows them more power over this act, by which the first sin was disseminated, than over other human actions. Similarly, they have more power over serpents, which are the most subject to the influence of incantations, than over other animals. Wherefore it has often been found by us and other inquisitors that they have caused this obstruction by means of serpents or some such things. For a certain wizard who had been arrested confessed that for many years he had by witchcraft brought sterility upon all the men and animals which inhabited a certain house. Moreover, Nieder tells of a wizard named Stadlin, who was taken in the diocese of Lausanne, and confessed that in a certain house where a man and his wife were living, he had by his witchcraft successively killed in the woman's womb 7 children, so that for many years the woman always miscarried. Note, Stadlin, Formicarius, c. 3. And that, in the same way, he had caused all the pregnant cattle and animals of the house were during those years unable to give birth to any living issue. And when he was questioned as to how he had done this and what manner of charge should be preferred against him, he discovered his crime, saying, "I put a serpent under the threshold of the outer door of the house, and if this is removed, fecundity will be restored to the inhabitants." And it was as he said. For though the serpent was not found, having been reduced to dust, the whole piece of ground was removed, and in the same year fecundity was restored to the wife and to all the animals. Another instance occurred hardly 4 years ago in Reichshofen. There was a most notorious witch who could at all times and by a mere touch bewitch women and cause an abortion. Now the wife of a certain nobleman in that place had become pregnant and engaged a midwife to take care of her, and had been warned by the midwife not to go out of the castle, and above all to be careful not to hold any speech or conversation with that witch. After some weeks, unmindful of that warning, she went out of the castle to visit some women who were met together on some festive occasion. And when she sat down for a little, the witch came, and, as if for the purpose of saluting her, placed both her hands on her stomach, and suddenly she felt the child moving in pain. Frightened by this, she returned home and told the midwife what had happened. Then the midwife exclaimed, "Alas, you have already lost your child." And so it proved when her time came, for she gave birth not to an entire abortion, but little by little to separate fragments of its head and feet and hands. And this great affliction was permitted by God to punish her husband, whose duty it was to bring witches to justice and avenge their injuries to the Creator. And there was in the town of Merseburg, in the diocese of Constance, a certain young man who was bewitched in such a way that he could never perform the carnal act with any woman except one. And many have heard him tell that he had often wished to refuse that woman and take flight to other lands, but that hitherto he had been compelled to rise up in the night and to come very quickly back, sometimes over land and sometimes through the air as if he were flying. Chapter 7. How, as it were, they deprive man of his virile member. We have already shown that they can take away the male organ, not indeed by actually despoiling the human body of it, but by concealing it with some glamour in the manner which we have already declared. And of this we shall instance a few examples. In the town of Ratisbon, a certain young man who had an intrigue with a girl, wishing to leave her, lost his member. That is to say, some glamour was cast over it so he could not see or touch nothing but his smooth body. In his worry over this, he went to a tavern to drink wine, and after he had sat there for a while, he got into conversation with another woman who was there, and told her the cause of his sadness, explaining everything, and demonstrating in his body that it was so. The woman was astute and asked whether he suspected anyone, and when he named such a one, unfolding the whole matter, she said, "If persuasion is not enough, you must use some violence to induce her to restore to you your health." So in the evening the young man watched the way by which the witch was in the habit of going, and finding her, prayed her to restore to him the health of his body. And when she maintained that she was innocent and knew nothing about it, he fell upon her, and winding a towel tightly around her neck, choked her, saying, "Unless you give me back my health, you shall die at my hands." Then she, being unable to cry out, and with her face already swelling and glowing black, said, "Let me go, and I will heal you." The young man then relaxed the pressure of the towel, and the witch touched him with her hand between the thighs, saying, "Now you have what you desire." And the young man, as he afterwards said, plainly felt, before he had verified it by looking or touching, that his member had been restored to him by the mere touch of the witch. A similar experience is narrated by a certain venerable father from the Dominican house of Speyer, well known in the order for the honesty of his life and for his learning. One day, he says, while I was hearing confessions, a young man came to me and in the course of his confession woefully said that he had lost his member. Being astonished at this and not being willing to give it easy credence, since in the opinion of the wise it is a mark of light-heartedness to believe too easily, I obtained proof of it when I saw nothing on the young man's removing his clothes and showing the place. Then, using the wisest counsel I could, I asked whether he suspected anyone of having so bewitched him. And the young man said that he did suspect someone, but that she was absent and living in worms. Then I said, I advise you to go to her as soon as possible and try your utmost to soften her with gentle words and promises. And he did so, for he came back after a few days and thanked me, saying that he was whole and had recovered everything. And I believed his words, but again proved them by the evidence of my eyes. But there are some points to be noted for the clearer understanding of what has already been written concerning this matter. First, it must in no way be believed that such members are really torn right away from the body, but that they are hidden by the devil through some prestidigitatory art, so that they can neither be seen nor felt. And this is proved by the authorities and by argument, although it has been treated of before, where Alexander of Hales says that a prestige, properly understood, is an illusion of the devil, which is not caused by any material change, but exists only in the perceptions of him who is deluded, either in his interior or exterior senses. With reference to these words, it is to be noted that in the case we are considering, two of the exterior senses, namely those of sight and touch, are deluded, and not the interior senses, namely common sense, fancy, imagination, thought, and memory. But St. Thomas says there are only four, as has been told before, reckoning fancy and imagination as one, and with some reason, for there is little difference between imagining and fancying. See St. Thomas 1:79. And these senses, and not only the exterior senses, are affected when it is not a case of hiding something, but of causing something to appear to a man either when he is awake or asleep. As when a man who is awake sees things otherwise than they are, such as seeing someone devour a horse with its rider, or thinking he sees a man transformed into a beast, or thinking that he is himself a beast and must associate with beasts. For then the exterior senses are deluded and are employed by the interior senses. For by the power of devils, with God's permission, mental images long retained in the treasury of such images, which is the memory, are drawn out, not from the intellectual understanding in which such images are stored, but from the memory, which is the repository of mental images, and is situated at the back of the head, and are presented to the imaginative faculty. And so strongly are they impressed on the faculty that a man has inevitable impulse to imagine a horse or a beast, when the devil draws from the memory an image of a horse or a beast. And so he is compelled to think that he sees with his external eyes such a beast when there is actually no such beast to see. But it seems to be so by reason of the impulsive force of the devil working by means of those images. And it need not seem wonderful that devils can do this, when even a natural defect is able to effect the same result, as is shown in the case of frantic and melancholy men, and in the maniacs and some drunkards, who are unable to discern truly. For frantic men think they see marvelous things, such as beasts and other horrors, when in actual fact they see nothing. See above in the question, whether witches can turn the minds of men to love and hatred, where many things are noted. And finally, the reason is self-evident. For since the devil has power over inferior things, except only the soul, therefore he is able to effect certain changes in those things, when God allows, so that things appear to be otherwise than they are. And this he does, as I have said, either by confusing and diluting the organ of sight so that a clear thing appears cloudy, just as after weeping, owing to the collected humors, the light appears different from what it was before, or by operating on the imaginative faculty by a transmutation of mental images, as has been said, or by some agitation of various humors, so that matters which are earthy and dry seem to be fire or water, as some people make everyone in the house strip themselves naked under the impression that they are swimming in water. It may be asked further with reference to the above method of devils, whether this sort of illusions can happen indifferently to the good and to the wicked, just as other bodily infirmities can, as will be shown later, be brought by witches even upon those who are in a state of grace. To this question, following the words of Cassian in his second collation of the abbot Serenus, we must answer that they cannot. And from this it follows that all who are deluded in this way are presumed to be in deadly sin. For he says, as is clear from the words of St. Anthony, "The devil can in no way enter the mind or body of any man, nor has the power to penetrate into the thoughts of anybody, unless such a person has first become destitute of all holy thoughts, and is quite bereft and denuded of spiritual contemplation." This agrees with Boethius, where he says in the Consolation of Philosophy, "We had given you such arms that if you had not thrown them away, you would have been preserved from infirmity." Also Cassian tells in the same place of two pagan witches, each in his own way malicious, who by their witchcraft sent a succession of devils into the cell of St. Anthony for the purpose of driving him from there by their temptations, being infected with hatred for the holy man because a great number of people visited him every day. And though these devils assailed him with the keenest of spurs to his thoughts, yet he drove them away by crossing himself on the forehead and breast, and by prostrating himself in earnest prayer. Therefore we may say that all who are so deluded by devils, not reckoning any other bodily infirmities, are lacking in the gift of divine grace. And so it is said in Tobias 6, "The devil has power against those who are subject to their lusts." This is also substantiated by what we told in the first part of the question, whether witches can change men into the shape of beasts. For we told of a girl who was turned into a filly, as she herself, and, except St. Macarius, all who looked at her were persuaded. But the devil could not deceive the senses of the holy man, and when she was brought to him to be healed, he saw a true woman and not a horse, while on the other hand everyone else exclaimed that she seemed to be a horse. And the saint by his prayers freed her and the others from that illusion, saying that this had happened to her because she had not attended sufficiently to holy things, nor used as she should holy confession and the Eucharist. And for this reason, because in her honesty she would not consent to the shameful proposal of a young man, he had caused a Jew who was a witch to bewitch the girl, so that, by the power of the devil, he turned her into a filly. We may summarize our conclusions as follows. Devils can, for their profit and probation, injure the good in their fortunes. That is, in such exterior things as riches, fame, and bodily health. This is clear from the case of the blessed Job, who was afflicted by the devil in such matters. But such injuries are not of their own causing, so they cannot be led or driven into any sin, although they can be tempted both inwardly and outwardly in the flesh. But the devils cannot afflict the good with this sort of illusion, either actively or passively. Not actively, by deluding their senses as they do those of others who are not in a state of grace, and not passively, by taking away their male organs by some glamour. For in these two respects they could never injure Job, especially the passive injury with regard to the veneral act. For he was of such continence that he was able to say, "I have vowed a vow with my eyes that I shall never think about a virgin, and still less about another man's wife." Nevertheless, the devil knows that he has great power over sinners. See St. Luke 11, "When a strong man armed keepeth his palace, his goods are in peace." But it may be asked, as to illusions in respect of the male organ, whether granted that the devil cannot impose this illusion on those in a state of grace in a passive way, he cannot still do so in an active sense. The argument being that the man in a state of grace is deluded because he ought to see the member in its right place, when he who thinks it has been taken away from him, as well as other bystanders, does not see it in its place. But if this is conceded, it seems to be contrary to what has been said. It can be said that there is not so much force in the active as in the passive loss, meaning by active loss not his who bears the loss, but his who sees the loss from without, as is self-evident. Therefore, although a man in a state of grace can see the loss of another, and to that extent the devil can delude his senses, yet he cannot passively suffer such a loss in his own body, as for example to be deprived of his member, since he is not subject to lust. In the same way the converse is true. As the angel said to Tobias, "Those who are given to lust, the devil has power over them." And what, then, is to be thought of those witches who in this way sometimes collect male organs in great numbers, as many as 20 or 30 members together, and put them in a bird's nest or shut them up in a box, where they move themselves like living members and eat oats and corn, as has been seen by many and is a matter of common report? It is to be said that it is all done by devil's work and illusion, for the senses of those who see them are deluded in the way we have said. For a certain man tells that when he had lost his member he approached a known witch to ask her to restore it to him. She told the afflicted man to climb a certain tree, and that he might take which he liked out of a nest in which there were several members. And when he tried to take a big one, the witch said, "You must not take that one," adding, because it belonged to a parish priest. All these things are caused by devils through an illusion or glamour, in the manner we have said, by confusing the organ of vision, by transmuting the mental images in the imaginative faculty. And it must not be said that these members which are shown are devils in assumed members, just as they sometimes appear to witches and men in assumed aerial bodies and converse with them. And the reason is that they effect this thing by an easier method, namely by drawing out an inner mental image from the repository of the memory and impressing it on the imagination. And if anyone wishes to say that they could go to work in a similar way, when they are said to converse with witches and other men in assumed bodies, that is, that they could cause such apparitions by changing the mental images in the imaginative faculty, so that when men thought the devils were present in assumed bodies, they were really nothing but an illusion caused by such a change of the mental images in the inner perceptions. It is to be said that if the devil had no other purpose than merely to show himself in human form, then there would be no need for him to appear in an assumed body, since he could effect his purpose well enough by the aforesaid illusion. But this is not so, for he has another purpose, namely to speak and eat with them and to commit other abominations. Therefore, it is necessary that he should himself be present, placing himself actually in sight in an assumed body, for as St. Thomas says, where the angel's power is, there he operates. And it may be asked, if the devil by himself and without any witch takes away anyone's virile member, whether there is any difference between one sort of deprivation and the other. In addition to what has been said in the first part of this work on the question, whether witches can take away the male organ, it can be said that when the devil by himself takes away a member, he does actually take it away, and it is actually restored when it has to be restored. Secondly, as it is not taken away without injury, so it is not without pain. Thirdly, that he never does this unless compelled by a good angel, for by doing so he cuts off a great source of profit to him. For he knows that he can work more witchcraft on that act than on other human acts. For God permits him to do more injury to that than to other human acts, as has been said. But none of the above points apply when he works through the agency of a witch with God's permission. And if it is asked whether the devil is more apt to injure men and creatures by himself than through a witch, it can be said that there is no comparison between the two cases. For he is infinitely more apt to do harm through the agency of witches. First, because he thus gives greater offense to God by usurping to himself a creature dedicated to him. Secondly, because when God is the more offended, he allows him the more power of injuring men. And thirdly, for his own gain, which he places in the perdition of souls. Chapter 8. Of the manner whereby they change men into the shapes of beasts. But that witches, by the power of devils, change men into the shapes of beasts, for this is their chief manner of transmutation, although it has been sufficiently proved in the first part of the work, question 10, whether witches can do such things. Nevertheless, since that question with its arguments and solutions may be rather obscure to some, especially since no actual examples are adduced to prove them, and even the method by which they so transform themselves is not explained. Therefore we add the present exposition by the resolution of several doubts. And first, that canon 26Q5 Aposcopy is not to be understood in this matter in the way in which even many learned men, but would that their learning were good, are deceived, who do not fear to affirm publicly in their sermons that such prestidigitatory transmutations are in no way possible even by the power of devils. And we have often said that this doctrine is greatly to the detriment of the faith, and strengthens the witches who rejoice very much in such sermons. But such preachers, as has been noted, touch only the outer surface, and fail to reach the inner meaning of the words of the canon. For when it says, "Whoever believes that any creature can be made or can be changed for the better or the worse, or be transformed into any other shape or likeness except by the Creator himself who made all, is without doubt an infidel," the reader must here remark two chief things. First, concerning the words "be made," and secondly, concerning the words "be transformed into another likeness." And as to the first, it is answered that "be made" can be understood in two ways, namely as meaning, be created, or as in the sense of the natural production of anything. Now, in the first sense, it belongs only to God, as is well known, who in his infinite might can make something out of nothing. But in the second sense, there is a distinction to be drawn between creatures, for some are perfect creatures, like a man and an ass, etc., and others are imperfect, such as serpents, frogs, mice, etc., for they can also be generated from putrefaction. Now the canon obviously speaks only of the former sort, not of the second. For in the case of the second, it can be proved from what Blessed Albert says in his book on animals, where he asks whether devils can make true animals, and he answers that they can, but only imperfect animals, and still with this difference, that they cannot do so in an instant, as God does, but by some motion, however sudden, as is shown in the case of the magicians in Exodus 7. The reader may, if he likes, refer to some of the remarks in the question we have quoted in the first part of the work, and in the solution of the first argument. Secondly, it is said that they cannot transmute any creature. You may say that transmutation is of two sorts, substantial and accidental, and this accidental is again of two kinds, consisting either in the natural form belonging to the thing which is seen, or in a form which does not belong to the thing which is seen, but exists only in the organs and perceptions of him who sees. The canon speaks of the former, and especially of formal and actual transmutation, in which one substance is transmuted into another, and this sort only God can effect, who is the creator of such actual substances. And it speaks also of the second, although the devil can effect that in so far as, with God's permission, he causes certain diseases and induces some appearance on the accidental body, as when a face appears to be leprous or some such thing. But properly speaking, it is not such matters that are in question, but apparitions and glamours by which things seem to be transmuted into other likenesses. And we can say that the words of the canon cannot exclude such transmutations. For their existence is proved by authority, by reason, and by experience, namely by certain experiences related by St. Augustine in Book 18, Chapter 17 of the De Civitate Dei, and by the arguments and explanation of them. For among other prestidigitatory transformations, he mentions that the very famous sorceress, Circe, changed the companions of Ulysses into beasts, and that certain innkeepers' wives had turned their guests into beasts of burden. He mentions also that the companions of Diomedes were changed into birds, and for a long time flew about the temple of Diomedes, and that Prestantius tells it for a fact that his father said that he had been a pack horse and had carried corn with other animals. Now, when the companions of Ulysses were changed into beasts, it was only an appearance or deception of the eyes, for the animal shapes were drawn out of the repository or memory of images and impressed upon the imaginative faculty. And so imaginary vision was caused, and through the strong impression on the other senses and organs, the beholder thought that he saw animals in the manner of which we have already treated. But how these things can be done by the devil's power, without any injury, will be shown later. But when the guests were changed into beasts of burden by the innkeepers' wives, and when the father of Prestantius thought he was a pack-horse and carried corn, it is to be noted that in these cases there were 3 deceptions. First, that those men were caused by a glamour to seem to be changed into beasts of burden, and this change was caused in the way we have said. Second, that devils invisibly bore those burdens up when they were too heavy to be carried. Third, that those who seemed to others to be changed into shape seemed also to themselves to be changed into beasts, as it happened to Nebuchadnezzar, who lived for 7 years eating straw like an ox. Note, an ox, Daniel 4:30, the same hour the word was fulfilled upon Nebuchadnezzar, that he was driven away from among men, and did eat grass like an ox, and his body was wet with the dew of heaven, till his hairs grew like the feathers of eagles, and his nails like birds' claws. And as to the comrades of Diomedes, being changed into birds and flying round his temple, it is said to be that this Diomedes was one of the Greeks who went to the siege of Troy, and when he wished to return home he was drowned with his comrades in the sea. And then, at the suggestion of some idol, a temple was built to him that he might be numbered among the gods. And for a long time, to keep that error alive, devils in the shape of birds flew about in place of his companions. Therefore, that superstition was one of the glamours we have spoken of. For it was not caused by the impression of mental images on the imaginative faculty, but by their flying in the sight of men in the assumed bodies of birds. But if it is asked whether the devils could have deluded the onlookers by the above-mentioned method of working upon their mental images, and not by assuming aerial bodies like flying birds, the answer is that they could have done so. For it was the opinion of some, as St. Thomas tells in the 2nd book of Sentences, Dist 8 Art 2, that no angel, good or bad, ever assumed a body, but that all we read in the Scriptures about their appearances was caused by a glamour or by imaginary vision. And here the learned saint notes a difference between a glamour and an imaginary vision. For in a glamour there may be an exterior object which is seen, but it seems other than it is. But imaginary vision does not necessarily require an exterior object, but can be caused without that and only by those inner mental images impressed on the imagination. So, following their opinion, the comrades of Diomedes were not represented by devils in the assumed bodies and likenesses of birds, but only by a fantastic and imaginary vision caused by working upon those mental images, etc. But the learned saint condemns this as an erroneous and not a simple opinion. Though it is piously believed, it is not actually heretical. Although such appearances of good and bad angels may at times have been imaginary, with no assumed body. But as he says, the saints are agreed that the angels also appeared to the actual sight, and such appearance was in an assumed body. And the scriptural text reads more as if it speaks of bodily appearance than imaginary or prestidigitatory ones. Therefore, we can say for the present concerning any visions like that of the comrades of Diomedes, that although those comrades could by the devil's work have appeared in the imaginary vision of the beholders in the manner we have said, yet it is rather presumed that they were caused to be seen by devils in assumed aerial bodies like flying birds, or else that other natural birds were caused by devils to represent them. Chapter 9. How devils may enter the human body and the head without doing any hurt, when they cause such metamorphosis by means of prestidigitation. Concerning the methods of causing these illusory transmutations, it may further be asked whether the devils are then inside the bodies and heads of those who are deceived, and whether the latter are to be considered as possessed by devils, how it can happen without injury to the inner perceptions and faculties that a mental image is transferred from one inner faculty to another, and whether or not such work ought to be considered miraculous. First, we must again refer to a distinction between such illusory glamours, for sometimes the outer perceptions only are affected, and sometimes the inner perceptions are deluded and so affect the outer perceptions. In the former case, the glamour can be caused without the devils entering into the outer perceptions, and merely by an exterior illusion, as when the devil wishes to hide somebody by the interposition of some other body, or in some other way, or when he himself assumes a body and imposes himself on the vision. But in the latter case, it is necessary that he must first occupy the head and the faculties, and this is proved by authority and by reason. And it is not a valid objection to say that two created spirits cannot be in one and the same place, and that the soul pervades the whole of the body. For on this question there is the authority of St. John Damascene, when he says, "Where the angel is, there he operates." And St. Thomas, in the second book of Sentences, Dist 7, Art 5, says, "All angels, good and bad, by their natural power, which is superior to all bodily power, are able to transmute our bodies." And this is clearly true not only by reason of the superior nobility of their nature, but because the whole mechanism of the world and all corporeal creatures are administered by angels. As St. Gregory says in the Fourth Dialogue, "In this visible world nothing can be disposed except by an invisible creature. Therefore all corporeal matters are governed by the angels, who are also called not only by holy doctors but also by all the philosophers, the powers which move the stars. It is clear also from the fact that all human bodies are moved by their souls, just as all other matter is moved by the stars and the powers which move them." Any who wish may refer to St. Thomas in the first part, question 90, Art 1. From this it is concluded that since devils operate there where they are, therefore when they confuse the fancy and the inner perceptions they are existing in them. Again, although to enter the soul is possible only to God who created it, yet devils can, with God's permission, enter our bodies, and they can then make impressions on the inner faculties corresponding to the bodily organs. And by those impressions the organs are affected in proportion as the inner perceptions are affected in the way which has been shown. That the devil can draw out some image retained in a faculty corresponding to one of the senses, as he draws from the memory which is in the back part of the head, an image of a horse, and locally moves that phantasm to the middle part of the head, where are the cells of imaginative power, and finally to the sense of reason, which is in the front of the head. And he causes such a sudden change and confusion that such objects are necessarily thought to be actual things seen with the eyes. This can be clearly exemplified by the natural defect in frantic men and other maniacs. But if it is asked how he can do this without causing pain in the head, the answer is easy. For in the first place, he does not cause any actual physical change in the organs, but only moves the mental images. And secondly, he does not affect these changes by injecting any active quality which would necessarily cause pain, since the devil is himself without any corporeal quality, and can therefore operate without the use of any such quality. Thirdly, as has been said, he effects the transmutations only by a local movement from one organ to another, and not by other movements through which painful transformations are sometimes caused. As for the objection that two spirits cannot separately exist in the same place, and that since the soul exists in the head, how can a devil be there also? It is to be said that the soul is thought to reside in the center of the heart, in which it communicates with all the members by an outpouring of life. An example can be taken from a spider which feels in the middle of its web when any part of the web is touched. However, St. Augustine says in his book on the spirit and the soul that it is all in all, and all in every part of the body. Note, on the spirit, the treatise De Natura et Origine Animae was written towards the end of the year 419. Granting that the soul is in the head, since the devil can work there, for his work is different from the work of the soul. The work of the soul is in the body, to inform it and fill it with life, so that it exists not merely locally but in the whole matter. But the devil works in such a part and such a place of the body, affecting his changes in respect to the mental images. Therefore, since there is no confusion between their respective operations, they can both exist together in the same part of the body. There is also the question whether such men are to be considered obsessed or frenzied, that is, possessed of devils. But this is considered separately, namely whether it is possible through the work of witches for a man to be obsessed with a devil, that is, that the devil should actually and bodily possess him. And this question is specially discussed in the following chapter. since it has this special difficulty, namely, whether this can be caused through the operations of witches. But as to the question whether the temporal works of witches and devils are to be considered as miracles or of a miraculous nature, it is to be said that they are so insofar as they are beyond the order of created nature, as known to us, and are done by creatures unknown to us. But they are not, properly speaking, miracles as those which are outside the whole of created nature, as are the miracles of God and the saints. See what was written in the first part of this work, in the fifth question, in the refutation of the third error. But there are those who object that this sort of works must not be considered miracles, but simply works of the devil, since the purpose of miracles is the strengthening of the faith, and they must not be conceded to the adversary of the faith. And also because the signs of the Antichrist are called lying signs by the apostle. Note, Apostle St. Paul, 2 Thessalonians 2:8-9. First, it is to be said that to work miracles is the gift of freely given grace, and they can be done by bad men and bad spirits up to the limits of the power which is in them. Wherefore the miracles wrought by the good can be distinguished from those wrought by the wicked in at least three ways. First, the signs which are given by the good are done by the divine power in such matters as are beyond the capacity of their own natural power, such as raising the dead, and things of that sort, which the devils are not able to accomplish in truth, but only by an illusion. So Simon Magus moved the head of a dead man, but such manifestations cannot last long. Secondly, they can be distinguished by their utility, for the miracles of the good are of a useful nature, as the healing of sickness and such things. But the miracles done by witches are concerned with harmful and idle things, as when they fly in the air or benumb the limbs of men or such things. And St. Peter assigns this difference in the itinerarium of Clement. Note, itinerarium, pseudo-Clementines. The third difference relates to the faith, for the miracles of the good are ordained for the edification of the faith and of good living, whereas the miracles of the wicked are manifestly detrimental to the faith and to righteousness. They are distinguished also by the way in which they are done. For the good do miracles by a pious and reverent invocation of the divine name, but witches and wicked men work them by certain ravings and invocations of devils. And there is no difficulty in the fact that the apostle called the works of the devil and Antichrist lying wonders. For the marvels so done by divine permission are true in some respects and false in others. Note, lying wonders, 2 Thessalonians 2:8-9. That wicked one, whose coming is according to the working of Satan in all power and signs and lying wonders. They are true insofar as they are within the limits of the devil's power, but they are false when he appears to do things which are beyond his power, such as raising the dead or making the blind to see. For when he appears to do the former, he either enters into the dead body or else removes it, and himself takes its place in an assumed aerial body. And in the latter case he takes away the sight by a glamour, and then suddenly restores it by the taking away the disability he has caused, not by bringing light to the inner perceptions, as is told in the legend of Bartholomew. Indeed, all the marvelous works of Antichrist and of witches can be said to be lying signs, inasmuch as their only purpose is to deceive. See St. Thomas, Dist 8, De Uterit Demonium. We may also quote here the distinction which is drawn in the compendium of theological truth between a wonder and a miracle. For in a miracle 4 conditions are required: that it should be done by God, that it should be beyond the existing order of nature, thirdly, that it should be manifest, and fourthly, that it should be for the corroboration of the faith. But since the works of witches fail to fulfill at least the first and last conditions, therefore they may be called wonderful works, but not miracles. It can also be argued in this way. Although witches' works can, in a sense, be said to be miraculous, yet some miracles are supernatural, some unnatural, and some preternatural. And they are supernatural when they can be compared with nothing in nature or in natural power, as when a virgin gives birth. They are unnatural when they are against the normal course of nature, but do not overstep the limits of nature, such as causing the blind to see. and they are preternatural when they are done in a manner parallel to that of nature, as when rods are changed into serpents, for this can be done naturally also, through long putrefaction on account of seminal reasons, and thus the works of magicians may be said to be marvelous. It is expedient to recount an actual example and then to explain it step by step. There is a town in the Diocese of Strasbourg, the name of which it is charitable and honorable to withhold, in which a workman was one day chopping some wood to burn in his house. A large cat suddenly appeared and began to attack him, and when he was driving it off, another, even larger one came and attacked him, with the first more fiercely. And when he tried again to drive them away, behold, 3 of them together attacked him, jumping up at his face and biting and scratching his legs. In great fright, and as he said, more panic-stricken than he had ever been, he crossed himself and, leaving his work, fell upon the cats, which were swarming over the wood and again leaping at his face and throat, and with difficulty drove them away by beating one on the head, another on the legs, and another on the back. After the space of an hour, while he was again engaging upon his task, 2 servants of the town magistrates came and took him as a malefactor and led him into the presence of the bailiff or judge. And the judge, looking at him from a distance and refusing to hear him, ordered him to be thrown into the deepest dungeon of a certain tower or prison, where those who were under the sentence of death were placed. The man cried out, and for 3 days bitterly complained to the prison guards that he should suffer in that way, when he was conscious of no crime. But the more the guides tried to procure him a hearing, the more furious the judge became, expressing in the strongest terms his indignation that so great a malefactor had not yet acknowledged his crime, but dared to proclaim his innocence when the evidence of the facts proved his horrible crime. But although these could not prevail upon him, yet the judge was induced by the advice of the other magistrates to grant the man a hearing. So when he was brought out of prison into the presence of the judge, and the judge refused to look at him, the poor man threw himself before the knees of the other magistrates, pleading that he might know the reason for his misfortune. And the judge broke into these words, "You most wicked of men, how can you not acknowledge your crime? At such a time of such a day you beat 3 respected matrons of this town, so that they lie in their beds unable to rise or to move." The poor man cast his mind back to the events of that day and that hour and said, "Never in all my life have I struck or beaten a woman, and I can prove by credible witnesses this. At that time on that day I was busy chopping wood, and an hour afterwards your servants found me still engaged on that task." Then the judge again exclaimed in a fury, "See how he tries to conceal his crime. The women are bewailing their blows. They exhibit the marks and publicly testify that he struck them." Then the poor man considered more closely on that event and said, "I remember that I struck some creatures at that time, but they were not women." The magistrates in astonishment asked him to relate what sort of creatures he had struck. And he told, to their great amazement, all that had happened as we have related it. So understanding that it was the work of the devil, they released the poor man and let him go away unharmed, telling him not to speak of this matter to anyone. But it could not be hidden from those devout persons present who were zealous for the faith. Now concerning this, it may be asked whether the devils appeared thus in assumed shapes without the presence of the witches, or whether the witches were actually present, converted by some glamour into the shapes of those beasts. And in answering this, it should be said that, although it was equally possible for the devils to act in either way, it is rather presumed that it was done in the second manner. For when the devils attacked the workmen in the shape of cats, they could suddenly, by local motion through the air, transfer the women to their houses with the blows which they received as cats from the workmen. And no one doubts that this was because of a mutual pact formerly made between them. For in the same way they can cause an injury or wound in a person whom they wish to bewitch, by means of puncturing a painted or molten image, which represents the person whom they wish to injure. Many examples of this could be adduced. And it cannot be validly objected that perhaps those women who were so injured were innocent, because according to previously quoted examples, it is shown that injuries may happen even to the innocent, when someone is unknowingly hurt by a witch by means of an artificial image. The example is not opposite, for it is one thing to be hurt by a devil through a witch and another thing to be hurt by the devil himself without any witch. For the devil receives blows in the form of an animal and transfers them to one who is bound to him by a pact, when it is with such a one's consent that he acts in this manner in such a shape. Therefore he can in this way hurt only the guilty who are bound to him by a pact, and never the innocent. But when devils seek to do injury by means of witches, then, with the permission of God for the avenging of so great a crime, they often afflict even the innocent. Nevertheless, devils at times, with God's permission, in their own persons hurt even the innocent. And formerly they injured the blessed Job, although they were not personally present, nor did the devils make use of any such illusory apparition as in the example we have quoted. When they used the phantasm of a cat, an animal which is, in the Scriptures, an appropriate symbol of the perfidious, just as a dog is the symbol of the preachers, for cats are always setting snares for each other. And the order of preaching friars was represented in its first founder by a dog barking against heresy. Therefore, it is presumed that those three witches attacked the workmen in the second manner, either because the first manner did not please them so much, or because the second suited more with their curiosity. And this was the order which they observed. First, they were urged to do this at the instance of the devils, and not the devils at the instance of the witches. For so we have often found in their confessions, that at the instance of devils who constantly spur them on to commit evil, they have to do more than they would. And it is likely that the witches would not, on their own account, have thought of attacking the poor man. And there is no doubt that the reason why the devils urged them to do this is that they knew well that when a manifest crime remains unpunished, God is the more offended, the Catholic faith is brought into disrepute, and the number of witches is the more increased. Secondly, having gained their consent, the devils transported their bodies with that ease which belongs to a spiritual power over a bodily power. Thirdly, having in the way which has been told been turned into the forms of beasts by some glamour, they had to attack the workmen. And the devils did not defend them from the blows, although they could have done so just as easily as they had transported them. But they permitted them to be beaten, and the one who beat them to be known, in the knowledge that those crimes would, for the reasons we have mentioned, remained unpunished by faint-hearted men who had no zeal for the faith. We read also of a certain holy man who once found the devil in the form of a devout priest preaching in a church, and knowing in his spirit that it was the devil, observed his words, whether he was teaching the people well or ill. And finding him irreproachable and inveighing against sin, he went up to him at the end of the sermon and asked him the reason for this. And the devil answered, I preach the truth, knowing that because they are hearers of the word only and not doers, God is the more offended, and my gain is increased. Chapter 10. Of the method by which devils, through the operations of witches, sometimes actually possess men. It has been shown in the previous chapter how devils can enter the heads and other parts of the body of men, and can move the inner mental images from place to place. But someone may doubt whether they are able at the instance of witches to obsess men entirely, or feel some uncertainty about their various methods of causing such obsession without the instance of witches. And to clear up these doubts, we must undertake three explanations. First, as to the various methods of possession. Second, how at the instance of witches and with God's permission, devil at times possess men in all those ways. Thirdly, we must substantiate our arguments with facts and examples. With reference to the first, we must make an exception of that general method by which the devil inhabits a man in any mortal sin. St. Thomas in Book 3, Question 3 speaks of this method, where he considers the doubt whether the devil always substantially possesses a man when he commits mortal sin. And the reason for the doubt is that the indwelling Holy Ghost always forms a man with grace. According to 1 Corinthians 3, Ye are the temple of God, and the Spirit of God dwelleth in you. And since guilt is opposed to grace, it would seem that there were opposing forces in the same place. And there he proves that to possess a man can be understood in two ways, either with regard to the soul or with regard to the body. And in the first way, it is not possible for the devil to possess the soul, since God alone can enter that. Therefore the devil is not in this way the cause of sin, which the Holy Spirit permits the soul itself to commit. So there is no similitude between the two. But as to the body, we may say that the devil can possess a man in two ways, just as there are two classes of men, those who are in sin and those who are in grace. In the first way, we may say that since a man is by any mortal sin brought into the devil's service, insofar as the devil provides the outer suggestion of sin, either to the senses or to the imagination, to that extent he is said to inhabit the character of a man when he is moved by every stirring of temptation, like a ship in the sea without a rudder. The devil can also essentially possess a man, as is clear in the case of frantic men. But this rather belongs to the question of punishment than that of a sin, as will be shown. And bodily punishments are not always the consequence of sin, but are inflicted now upon sinners and now upon the innocent. Therefore, both those who are and those who are not in a state of grace can, in the depth of the incomprehensible judgment of God, be essentially possessed by devils. And though this method of possession is not quite pertinent to our inquiry, we have set it down lest it should seem impossible to anyone that, with God's permission, men should at times be substantially inhabited by devils at the instance of witches. We may say, therefore, that just as there are 5 ways in which devils by themselves, without witches, can injure and possess men, so they can also do so in all those ways at the instance of witches. Since then God is the more offended, and greater power of molesting men is allowed to the devil through witches. And the methods are briefly the following, accepting the fact that they sometimes plague a man through his external possessions. Sometimes they injure men only in their own bodies. Sometimes in their bodies and in their inner faculties. Sometimes they only tempt them inwardly and outwardly. Others they at times deprive of the use of their reason. Others they change into the appearance of irrational beasts. We shall speak of these methods singly. But first we shall rehearse 5 reasons why God allows men to be possessed, for the sake of preserving a due order in our matter. For sometimes a man is possessed for his own greater advantage, sometimes for a slight sin of another, sometimes for his own venial sin, sometimes for another's heavy sin, and sometimes for his own heavy sin. For all these reasons let no one doubt that God allows such things to be done by devils at the instance of witches. And it is better to prove each of them by the Scriptures rather than by recent examples, since new things are always strengthened by old examples. For an example of the first is clearly shown in the dialogue of Savours, a very dear disciple of St. Martin, where he tells that a certain father of very holy life was so gifted by grace with the power of expelling devils that they were put to flight not only by his words, but even by his letters or his hair shirt. Note, Severus, Sulpicius Severus, who has been styled the Christian Sallust, was born in Aquitaine about 360 and died circa 420 to 25. He became a personal friend and enthusiastic disciple of St. Martin and lived near Eaux at Toulouse and Luz in southern France. His Life of St. Martin was very popular during the Middle Ages, as also were his 2 dialogues, formerly divided into 3. His works are to be found in Migne, Patras Latini, 2095 to 248. And since the father became very famous in the world and felt himself tempted with vain glory, although he manfully resisted that vice, yet, that he might be the more humiliated, he prayed with his whole heart to God that he might be for 5 months possessed by a devil. And this was done. For he was at once possessed and had to be put in chains, and everything had to be applied to him which is customary in the case of demoniacs. But at the end of the 5th month, he was immediately delivered both from all vainglory and from the devil. But we do not read, nor is it for the present maintained that for this reason a man can be possessed by a devil through the witchcraft of another man, although, as we have said, the judgments of God are incomprehensible. For the second reason, when someone is possessed because of the light sin of another, St. Gregory gives an example. The blessed abbot Eutherius, a most devout man, was spending the night near a convent of virgins, who unknown to him ordered to be put by his cell a young boy who used to be tormented all night by the devil. But on that same night the boy was delivered from the devil by the presence of the Father. When the abbot learned of this, and the boy now being placed in the holy man's monastery, after many days he began to exult rather immoderately over the boy's liberation, and said to his brother monks, "The devil was playing his pranks with those sisters, but he has not presumed to approach this boy since he came to the servants of God." And behold, the devil at once began to torment the boy. And by the tears and fasting of the holy man and his brethren he was with difficulty delivered, but on the same day. And indeed, that an innocent person should be possessed for the slight fault of another is not surprising when men are possessed by devils for their own light fault, or for another man's heavy sin, or for their own heavy sin, and some also at the instance of witches. Casia, in his first collation of the Abbot Serenus, gives an example of how one Moses was possessed for his own venial sin. This Moses, he says, was a hermit of upright and pious life, but because on one occasion he engaged in a dispute with the abbot Macarius, and went a little too far in the expression of certain opinion, he was immediately delivered up to a terrible devil, who caused him to void his natural excrements through his mouth, and that this scourge was inflicted by God for the sake of purgation, lest any strain of his momentary fault should remain in him, is clear from his miraculous cure. For by continual prayers and submission to the abbot Macarius, the vile spirit was quickly driven away and departed from him. A similar case is that related by St. Gregory in his first dialogue of the nun who ate a lettuce without having first made the sign of the cross, and was set free by the blessed Father Equitius. Note: Equitius. In 487, Equitius was bishop of Matalica, a diocese now joined to Fabriano. Only one other bishop, Florentius of the ancient see, is known. In the same dialogue, St. Gregory tells an example of the fourth case, where someone is possessed because of the heavy sin of another. The blessed Bishop Fortunatus had driven the devil from a possessed man, and the devil began to walk about the streets of the city in the guise of a pilgrim, crying out, "Oh, the holy man Bishop Fortunatus! See, he has cast me, a pilgrim, out of my lodging, and I can find no rest anywhere." Then a certain man sitting with his wife and son invited the pilgrim to lodge with him, and asking why he had been turned out, was delighted with the derogatory story of the holy man which the pilgrim had invented. And thereupon the devil entered his son, and cast him upon the fire, and killed him. And then for the first time did the unhappy father understand whom he had received as a guest. And fifthly, we read many examples of men being possessed for their own heavy sin, both in the Holy Scripture and in the passions of the saints. For in 1 Kings 15, Saul was possessed for disobedience to God. And as we have said, we have mentioned all these so that it need not seem to anyone impossible that men should also be possessed because of their crimes of, and at the instance of, witches. And we shall be able to understand the various methods of such possession by quoting actual examples. In the time of Pope Pius II, the following was the experience of one of us two inquisitors before he entered upon his office in the Inquisition. Note: Pius II, born at Corsinano, near Siena, 18th October 1405, and elected to the chair of St. Peter, 19th August 1458. He died at Ansona, 14 August 1464. A certain Bohemian from the town of Dachov brought his only son, a secular priest, to Rome to be delivered, because he was possessed. It happened that I, one of us inquisitors, went into a refectory, and that priest and his father came and sat down at the same table with me. We saluted each other and talked together, as is customary, and the father kept sighing and praying Almighty God that his journey might prove to have been successful. I felt great pity for him, and began to ask what was the reason of his journey and of his sorrow. Then he, in the hearing of his son, who was sitting next to me at the table, answered, "Alas, I have a son possessed by a devil, and with great trouble and expense I have brought him here to be delivered." And when I asked where the son was, he showed me him sitting by my side. I was a little frightened and looked at him closely, and because he took his food with such modesty and answered piously to all questions, I began to doubt that he was not possessed, but that some infirmity had happened to him. Then the son himself told what had happened, showing how and for how long he had been possessed, and saying, "A certain witch brought this evil upon me, for I was rebuking her on some matter concerned with the discipline of the church, upbraiding her rather strongly, since she was of an obstinate disposition, when she said that after a few days that would happen to me, which has happened. And the devil which possesses me has told me that a charm was placed by the witch under a certain tree, and that until it was removed I could not be delivered. But he would not tell me which was the tree. But I would not in the least have believed his words if he had not at once informed me of the facts of the case. For when I asked him about the length of the intervals during which he had the use of his reason more than is usual in the case of persons possessed, he answered, "I am only deprived of the use of my reason when I wish to contemplate holy things or to visit sacred places. For the devil specifically told me in his own words, uttered through my mouth, that because he had up to that time been much offended by my sermons to the people, he would in no way allow me to preach. For according to his father, he was a preacher full of grace and loved by all. But I, the inquisitor, wishing for proofs, had him taken for a fortnight and more to various holy places, and especially to the church of St. Praxedes, the Virgin, where there is a part of the marble pillar to which our Saviour was bound when he was scourged, and to the place where St. Peter the Apostle was crucified. And in all these places he uttered horrible cries while he was being exorcised, now saying that he wished to come forth, and after a little maintaining the contrary." Note: St. Praxedes and Pudentiana were the daughters of the senator Pudens, a pupil of St. Peter. There was an old title church of Rome, Titulus Pudentis, called also the Ecclesia Pudentiana. The two female figures in the mosaic of the apse of St. Pudenziana via Urbana are Pudentiana and Praxedes. In the 4th century, a new church, Titulus Praxedes, was built near Santa Maria Maggiore. And when Paschal I, in 822, rebuilt the church in its present form, the basilica and title church St. Prasadal Esculano, he translated to it the bodies of St. Praxedes, St. Pudentiana, and of many other martyrs. Under the high altar are the chief relics of the saints. In the chapel of St. Zeno, which dates from the 9th century, is a holy pillar of the scourging brought in 1223 from Jerusalem by Cardinal Giovanni Colonna. Another portion of the holy pillar is preserved in the Church of the Holy Sepulchre at Jerusalem, where it is publicly venerated each year on Easter Eve. St. Prassed is one of the richest churches in Rome in relics. It contains the bodies of St. Zoe, St. Feldian, St. Candid, St. Basile, St. Celestine I, St. Nicodemus, important relics of St. Matthew, St. Luke, St. Bartholomew, St. Philip, St. Andrew, St. Peter, St. Paul, and St. John Baptist, some of the garments of Our Lady, a piece of the seamless robe of our Lord, 3 thorns from the crown of thorns, and 4 fragments of wood from the true cross. And as we have said before, in all his behavior he remained a sober priest, without any eccentricity, except during the process of any exorcisms. And when these were finished, and the stole was taken from his neck, he showed no sign of madness or any immoderate action. But when he passed any church and genuflected in honor of the glorious Virgin, the devil made him thrust his tongue far out of his mouth. And when he was asked whether he could not restrain himself from doing this, he answered, "I cannot help myself at all, for so he uses all my limbs and organs, my neck, my tongue, and my lungs, whenever he pleases, causes me to speak or to cry out, and I hear the words as if they were spoken by myself, but I am altogether unable to restrain them. And when I try to engage in prayer, he attacks me more violently, thrusting out my tongue." And there was in the church of St. Peter a column brought by Solomon's temple, by virtue of which many who are obsessed with devils are liberated, because Christ had stood near it when he preached in the temple. But even here he could not be delivered, owing to the hidden purpose of God which reserved another method for his liberation. For though he remained shut in by the column for a whole day and night, yet on the following day, after various exorcisms had been performed upon him, with a great concourse of people standing round, he was asked by which part of the column Christ had stood. And he bit the column with his teeth, and crying out showed the place, saying, Here he stood, here he stood. And at last he said, I will not go forth. And when he was asked why, he answered, Because of the Lombards. And being asked why he would not go forth because of the Lombards, he answered in the Italian tongue. Although the poor priest did not understand that language, they all practiced such and such things, naming the worst vice of lustfulness. And afterwards the priest asked me, saying, Father, what did those Italian words mean which came from my mouth? And when I told him, he answered, I hear the words, but I could not understand them. Eventually it proved that this demoniac was of that sort of which the Saviour spoke in the Gospel, saying, This sort goeth not out save by prayer and fasting. For a venerable bishop who had been driven from his see by the Turks piously took compassion on him, and by fasting on bread and water for 40 days, and by prayers and exorcisms, at last through the grace of God delivered him and sent him back to his home rejoicing. Now it would be a miracle if anyone in this life could thoroughly explain in what and in how many ways the devil possesses or injures men. Yet we can say that, leaving out on account of his method of injuring men in their temporal fortunes, there are 5 ways. For some are affected only in their own bodies, some both in their bodies and in their inner perceptions, some only in their inner perceptions. Some are so punished as to be at times only deprived of their reason, and others are turned into the semblance of irrational beasts. Now the priest we have just mentioned was possessed in the 4th manner, for he was not touched in his worldly fortunes or in his own body, as is happened to the blessed Job, over whom the Scripture clearly tells us that God gave the devil power, saying to Satan, Behold, all that he hath is in thy power, only upon myself put not forth thine hand. And this refers to the exterior things, but afterwards he gave him power over his body, saying, Behold, he is in thy hand, but save his life. And it can also be said that Job was tormented in the 3rd manner, that is, in the inner perceptions of his soul as well as his body. For it is said in Job 12, If it is said to the Lord, My bed will console me, and I will take comfort to myself on my couch, then thou wilt terrify me with dreams, and shake me with the horror of visions. Though these dreams were caused by the devil according to Nicholas of Lyra and St. Thomas, Thou wilt terrify me with dreams, which appear to me in sleep, and with visions, which come to me waking by distortion of my inner perceptions. Note, Nicholas of Lyra. Dr. Planus at Utilis, the famous exegete, was born at Lyra in Normandy, 1270, and died at Paris, 1340. He is the author of numerous theological works, by far the most famous of which is his monumental Postulae Perpetuae in Universam Saint Scripturam, which was so popular that it gained the distinction of being the first biblical commentary to be printed. For the phantasms which occur to the thoughts in the daytime can become the terror of sleepers, and such were visited upon Job through the infirmity of his body. Therefore he was so shut off from all comfort that he saw no remedy, or way of escaping from his misery except in death, and said that he was shaken with horror. And no one doubts that witches can injure men in these ways through devils, as will be shown in what follows, how they bring injuries upon the fortunes of men and upon the bodies of men and animals by means of hailstorms. And there is a 3rd way of injuring the body and the inner perceptions without taking away the reason, which is shown when witches, as has been said, so inflame the minds of men with unlawful lust that they are compelled to travel long distances in the night to go to their mistresses, being too fast bound in the net of carnal desire. We may mention an example which is said to have happened in Hesse, in the diocese of Marburg. A certain priest was possessed, and during an exorcism the devil was asked for how long he had inhabited that priest. He answered for 7 years. And when the exorcist objected, But you have tormented him for hardly 3 years, where were you for the rest of the time? He answered, I was hiding in his body. And when he asked in what part of the body, he answered, generally, in his head. And when he was again asked where he was when the priest was celebrating the sacrament, he said, I hid myself under his tongue. And the other said, Wretch, how were you so bold as not to flee from the presence of your Creator? Then the devil said, "Anyone may hide under a bridge while a holy man is crossing, as long as he does not pause in his walk." But with the help of divine grace, the priest was delivered, whether he told the truth or not, for both he and his father are liars. The fourth method applies to the case of the priest who was liberated in Rome under the proposition that the devil can enter the body but not the soul, which only God can enter. But when I say that the devil can enter the body, I do not mean that he can occupy the essential limits of the body. I will explain this further, and in doing so it will be shown how devils sometimes substantially occupy a man and at times deprive him of his reason. For we may say that the limits of the body can be considered in two ways. They may be physical or essential limits. When any angel, good or bad, works within the physical limits of the body, he enters the body in such a way as to influence its physical capacities. And in this way the good angels cause imaginary visions in the good. But they are never said to enter into the essence of the body, since they cannot do so either as a part of it or as a quality of it. Not as a man, for the angelic and the human essence are entirely different from each other, and not as a quality, as if giving in its character, for it has its character by creation from God. Wherefore he alone is able to influence its inner essence and to preserve it, when he is pleased in his mercy to preserve it. So we conclude that speaking of all other perfections in the good or defects in the wicked, when these are caused by a spirit operating in the head and its attributes, such a spirit enters into the head within the physical limits of the physical capacities of the body. But if the spirit is working upon the soul, then again it works from the outside, but in various ways. And they are said to work on the soul when they represent phantasms or shapes to the intellect, and not only to the common understanding and the outer perceptions. And when bad angels so operate, there follow temptations and evil thoughts and affections, caused by an indirect influence upon the intellect. But good angels cause phantasms of revelation which enlighten the understanding, and there is the difference between them, that good angels can even directly impress enlightening fancies upon the intellect, but bad angels are said not to enlighten but rather to darken by means of their phantasms, and they cannot influence the intellect directly, but only indirectly, insofar as the intellect is bound to take such phantasms into consideration. But even a good angel is not said to enter into the soul, although he enlightens it. Similarly, a superior angel is not said to enter into an inferior, although he enlightens it. But he works only from the outside and cooperates in the way we have said. Therefore, far less can a bad angel enter the soul. And so the devil occupied the body of the priest in three ways. First, as he could enter his body within its physical limits, so he occupied his head by substantially inhabiting it. Secondly, he could extrinsically work upon his soul so as to darken his understanding and deprive him of the use of his reason. And he could have so tormented him without any intermission or respite. But we may say that the priest had this gift from God, that he should not be tormented by the devil without intermission. Thirdly, that although he was deprived of the power of the same use of words, yet he was always conscious of his words, though not of their meaning. And this differs from the other methods of obsession, for we generally read that those who are possessed are afflicted by devils without intermission, as is clear in the case of the lunatic in the Gospel, whose father said to Jesus, "Lord, have mercy on my son, for he is lunatic and sore vexed." St. Matthew 17. And of the woman whom Satan had crippled for 18 years, who was bowed together and could in no wise lift herself up. St. Luke 13. And in these ways devils can without doubt, at the instance of witches and with God's permission, inflict torments. Chapter 11. Of the method by which they can inflict every sort of infirmity, generally ills of the graver kind. But there is no bodily infirmity, nor even leprosy or epilepsy, which cannot be caused by witches, with God's permission. And this is proved by the fact that no sort of infirmity is accepted by the doctors. For careful consideration of what has already been written concerning the power of devils and the wickedness of witches will show that this statement offers no difficulty. Nieder also deals with this subject, both in his Book of Precepts and in his Formicarius, where he asks, whether witches can actually injure men by their witchcraft. And the question makes no exception of any infirmity, however incurable. Note, Book of Precepts, of which there were 17 editions before 1500. I have used that of Douai, 1612. And he there answers that they can do so and proceeds to ask in what way and by what means. And as to the first, he answers, as has been shown in the first question of the first part of this treatise, and it is proved also by St. Isidore, where he describes the operations of witches, Edom 8 cap 9, and says that they are called witches on account of the magnitude of their crimes. For they disturb the elements by raising up storms with the help of devils. They confuse the minds of men in the ways already mentioned, by either entirely obstructing or gravely impeding the use of their reason. He adds also that without the use of any poison, but by the mere virulence of their incantations, they can deprive men of their lives. It is proved also by St. Thomas in the second book of Sentences, dist 7 and 8, and in book 4, dist 34, and in general, all the theologians write that witches can, with the help of the devil, bring harm upon men and their affairs in all the ways in which the devil alone can injure or deceive, namely, in their affairs, their reputation, their body, their reason, and their life. Which means that those injuries which are caused by the devil without any witch can also be caused by a witch, and even more readily so on account of the greater offense which is given to the divine majesty, as has been shown above. In Job 1 and 2 is found a clear case of the injury in temporal affairs. The injury to reputation is shown in the history of the blessed Jerome, that the devil transformed himself into the appearance of Saint Sylvanus, Bishop of Nazareth, a friend of Saint Jerome. And this devil approached a noble woman by night in her bed and began first to provoke and entice her with lewd words, and then invited her to perform the sinful act. And when she called out, the devil in the form of the saintly bishop hid under the woman's bed, and being sought for and found there, he in licorice language declared lyingly that he was the Bishop Sylvanus. On the morrow, therefore, when the devil had disappeared, the holy man was scandalously defamed. But his good name was cleared when the devil confessed at the tomb of St. Jerome that he had done this in an assumed body. The injury to the body is shown in the case of the blessed Job, who was stricken by the devil with terrible sores, which are explained as a form of leprosy. And Sigisbert and Vincent of Beauvais, Spec History 2537, both tell that in the time of the Emperor Louis II, in the Diocese of Mainz, a certain devil began to throw stones and to beat at the houses, as if with a hammer. Note, Sigisbert of Gembloux, the celebrated Benedictine historian, was born at Gembloux about 1035 and died at the same place, 5th November 1112. He was a prolific author, and his most famous work, Chronicon, sui Chronographia, is the basis of many other histories. It has frequently been reprinted. The works of Sigebert may be conveniently found in Migne, Patris Latini. There is a study by Hirsch, Berlin, 1841. Another note, Louis II, son of Lothair I, was born about 1822. He became associated with his father in the empire in 849 and succeeded to the imperial crown in 855. He died in 875. And then, by public statements and secret insinuations, he spread discord and troubled the minds of many. Then he excited the anger of all against one man, whose lodging, wherever he was resting, he set on fire, and said that they were all suffering for his sins. So at last that man had to find his lodging in the fields. And when the priests were saying a litany on his account, the devil stoned many of the people with stones till he hurt them to bleeding. And sometimes he would desist, and sometimes rage. And this continued for 3 years, until all the houses were burned down there. Examples of the injury to the use of the reason and of the tormenting of the inner perceptions are seen in those possessed and frenzied men of whom the Gospels tell. And as for death, and that they deprive some of their lives, it is proved in Tobias 6, in the case of the 7 husbands of the Virgin Sarah, who were killed because of their lecherous lust and unbridled desire for the Virgin Sarah. of whom they were not worthy to be the husbands. Therefore it is concluded that both by themselves, and all the more with the help of witches, devils can injure men in every way without exception. But if it is asked whether injuries of this sort are to be ascribed rather to devils than to witches, it is answered that when the devils cause injuries by their own direct action, then they are principally to be ascribed to them. But when they work through the agency of witches for the disparagement and offending of God and the perdition of souls, knowing that by this means God is made more angry and allows them greater power of doing evil, and because they do indeed perpetrate countless witchcrafts which the devil would not be allowed to bring upon men if he wished to injure men alone by himself, but are permitted in the just and hidden purpose of God through the agency of witches, on account of their perfidy and abjuration of the Catholic faith. Therefore such injuries are justly ascribed to witches secondarily, however much the devil may be the principal actor. Therefore, when a woman dips a twig in water and sprinkles the water in the air to make it rain, although she does not herself cause the rain and could not be blamed on that account, yet because she has entered into a pact with the devil by which she can do this as a witch, although it is the devil who causes the rain, she herself nevertheless deservedly bears the blame, because she is an infidel and does the devil's work, surrendering herself to his service. So also when a witch makes a waxen image or some such thing in order to bewitch somebody, or when an image of someone appears by pouring molten lead into water, and some injury is done upon the image, such as piercing it or hurting it in any other way, when it is the bewitched man who is in imagination being so hurt. Although the injury is actually done to the image by the witch or some other man, and the devil in the same manner invisibly injures the bewitched man, yet it is deservedly ascribed to the witch. For without her, God would never allow the devil to inflict injury, nor would the devil on his own account try to injure the man. But because it has been said that in the matter of their good name the devils can injure men on their own account, and without the cooperation of witches, there may arise a doubt whether the devils cannot also defame honest women, so that they are reputed to be witches, when they appear in their likeness to bewitch someone, from which it would happen that such a woman would be defamed without cause. In answering this, we must premise a few remarks. First, it has been said that the devil can do nothing without the divine permission, as is shown in the first part of this work in the last question. It has also been shown that God does not allow so great a power of evil against the just and those who live in grace as against sinners. And as the devils have more power against sinners, see the text, when a strong man, armed, etc., so they are permitted by God to afflict them more than the just. Note, strong man, St. Luke, 11:21. Finally, although they can, with God's permission, injure the just in their affairs, their reputation, and their bodily health, yet, because they know that this power is granted them chiefly for the increase of the merits of the just, they are the less eager to injure them. Therefore, it can be said that in this difficulty there are several points to be considered. First, the divine permission. Secondly, the man who is thought to be righteous, for they who are reputed are not always actually in a state of grace. Thirdly, the crime of which an innocent man would be suspected, for that crime in its very origin exceeds all the crimes of the world. Therefore, it is to be said that it is granted that, with God's permission, an innocent person, whether or not he is in a state of grace, may be injured in his affairs or reputation. But having respect to this particular crime and the gravity of the accusation, for we have often quoted St. Isidore saying that they are called witches from the magnitude of their crimes, it can be said that for an innocent person to be defamed by the devil in the way that has been suggested does not seem at all possible, for many reasons. In the first place, it is one thing to be defamed in respect of vices which are committed without any expressed or tacit contract with the devil, such as theft, robbery, or fornication, but quite another matter to be defamed in respect of vices which it is impossible to accuse a man of having perpetrated unless he has entered upon an expressed contract with the devil. And such are the works of witches, which cannot be laid at their door unless it is by the power of devils that they bewitch men, animals, and the fruits of the earth. Therefore, although the devil can blacken men's reputations in respect of other vices, yet it does not seem possible for him to do so in respect of this vice, which cannot be perpetrated without his cooperation. Besides, it has never hitherto been known to have happened that an innocent person has been defamed by the devil to such an extent that he was condemned to death for this particular crime. Furthermore, when a person is only under suspicion, he suffers no punishment except that which the canon prescribes for his purgation, as will be shown in the third part of this work in the second method of sentencing witches. And it is set down there that if such a man fails in his purgation, he is to be considered guilty, but that he should be solemnly abjured before the punishment due to his sin is proceeded with and enforced. But here we are dealing with actual events, and it has never yet been known that an innocent person has been punished on suspicion of witchcraft, and there is no doubt that God will never permit such a thing to happen. Besides, he does not suffer the innocent who are under angelic protection to be suspected of smaller crimes, such as robbery and such things. Then all the more he will preserve those who are under the protection from suspicion of the crime of witchcraft. And it is no valid objection to quote the legend of St. Germanus, when devils assumed the bodies of other women and sat down at table and slept with the husbands, deluding the latter into the belief that those women were in their own bodies eating and drinking with them, as we have mentioned before. For the women in this case are not to be held guiltless. For in the canon, Episcopi 26, question 2, such women are condemned for thinking that they are really and actually transported, when they are so only in imagination, although, as we have shown above, they are at times bodily transported by devils. But our present proposition is that they can, with God's permission, cause all other infirmities, with no exception, and it is to be concluded from what we have said that this is so. For no exception is made by the doctors, and there is no reason why there should be any, since, as we have often said, the natural power of devils is superior to all corporeal power. And we have found in our experience that this is true. For although greater difficulty may be felt in believing that witches are able to cause leprosy or epilepsy, since these diseases generally arise from some long-standing physical predisposition or defect, nonetheless it has sometimes been found that even these have been caused by witchcraft. For in the diocese of Basel, in the district of Alsace, and Lorraine, a certain honest laborer spoke roughly to a certain quarrelsome woman, and she angrily threatened him that she would soon avenge herself on him. He took little notice of her, but on the same night he felt a pustule grow upon his neck, and he rubbed it a little and found his whole face and neck puffed up and swollen, and a horrible form of leprosy appeared all over his body. He immediately went to his friends for advice and told them of the woman's threat, and said that he should stake his life on the suspicion that this had been done to him by the magic art of that same witch. In short, the woman was taken, questioned, and confessed her crime, but when the judge asked her particularly about the reason for it and how she had done it, she answered, "When that man used abusive words to me, I was angry, and I went home, and my familiar began to ask the reason for my ill humor. I told him and begged him to avenge me on the man. And he asked what I wanted him to do to him, and I answered that I wished he would always have a swollen face. And the devil went away and afflicted the man even beyond my asking, for I had not hoped that he would infect him with such sore leprosy." And so the woman was burned. And in the diocese of Constance, between Bresec and Freiburg, there is a leprous woman, unless she has paid the debt of all the flesh within these 2 years, who used to tell to many people how the same thing had happened to her by reason of a similar quarrel which took place between her and another woman. For one night she went out of the house to do something in front of the door. A warm wind came from the house on the other woman, which was opposite, and suddenly struck her face, and from that time she had been afflicted with leprosy, which she now suffered. And lastly, in the same diocese, in the territory of the Black Forest, a witch was being lifted by a gaoler on the pile of wood prepared for her burning, and said, "I will pay you," and blew into his face. And he was at once afflicted with a horrible leprosy all over his body, and did not survive many days. For the sake of brevity, the fearful crimes of this witch and many more instances which could be recounted are omitted. For we have often found that certain people have been visited with epilepsy or the falling sickness by means of eggs which have been buried with dead bodies, especially the dead bodies of witches, together with other ceremonies of which we cannot speak, particularly when these eggs have been given to a person either in food or drink. Chapter 12. Of the way how in particular they afflict men with other like infirmities. But who can reckon the number of the other infirmities which they have inflicted upon men, such as blindness, the sharpest pains, and contortions of the body? Yet we shall set down a few examples which we have seen with our eyes, or have been related to one of us inquisitors. When an inquisition was held back on some witches in the town of Innsbruck, the following case, among others, was brought to light. A certain honest woman, who had been legally married to one of the household of the Archduke, formally deposed the following. In the time of her maidenhood, she had been in the service of one of the citizens, whose wife became afflicted with a grievous pain in the head, and a woman came who said she could cure her, and so began certain incantations and rites, which she said would assuage the pains. And I carefully watched, said this woman, what she did, and saw that, against the nature of water poured into a vase, she caused water to rise in its vessel, together with other ceremonies which there is no need to mention. And considering that the pains in my mistress's head were not assuaged by these means, I addressed the witch in some indignation with these words: I do not know what you are doing, but whatever it is witchcraft, and you are doing it for your own profit. Then the witch at once replied, You will know in 3 days whether I am a witch or not. And so it proved. For on the third day, when I sat down and took up a spindle, I suddenly felt a terrible pain in my body. First it was inside me, so that it seemed that there was no part of my body in which I did not feel horrible shooting pains. Then it seemed to me just as if burning coals were being continually heaped upon my head. Thirdly, from the crown of my head to the soles of my feet there was no place large enough for a pinprick that was not covered with a rash of white pustules. And so I remained in these pains, crying out and wishing only for death, until the 4th day. At last my mistress's husband told me to go to a certain tavern, and with great difficulty I went, whilst he walked before until we were in front of the tavern. See, he said to me, there is a loaf of white bread over the tavern door. I see, said I. Then he said, Take it down if you possibly can, for it may do you good. And I, holding on to the door with one hand as much as I could, got hold of the loaf with the other. Open it, said my master, and look carefully at what is inside. Then when I had broken open the loaf, I found many things inside it, especially some white grains, very like the pustules on my body. And I saw also some seeds and herbs, such as I could not eat or even look at, with the bones of serpents and other animals. In my astonishment I asked my master what was to be done, and he told me to throw it all into the fire. I did so, and behold, suddenly, not in an hour or even a few minutes, but at the moment when that matter was thrown into the fire, I regained all my former health. And much more was deposed against the wife of the citizen in whose service this woman had been, by reason of which she was not lightly but very strongly suspected, and especially because she had used great familiarity with known witches. It is presumed that, having knowledge of the spell of witchcraft hidden in the loaf, she had told it to her husband, and then, in the way described, the maidservant recovered her health. To bring so great a crime into detestation, it is well that we should tell how another person, also a woman, was bewitched in the same town. An honest married woman deposed the following on oath. Behind my house, she said, I have a greenhouse, and my neighbor's garden borders on it. One day I noticed that a passage had been made from my neighbor's garden to my greenhouse, not without some damage being caused. And as I was standing in the door of my greenhouse reckoning to myself and bemoaning both the passage and the damage, my neighbor suddenly came up and asked if I suspected her. But I was frightened because of her bad reputation, and only answered, The footprints on the grass are a proof of the damage. Then she was indignant, because I had not, as she hoped, accused her with actionable words, and went away murmuring, and though I could hear her words, I could not understand them. After a few days, I became very ill with pains in the stomach, and the sharpest twinges shooting from my left side to my right, and conversely, as if two swords or knives were thrust through my breast. Whence day and night I disturbed all the neighbors with my cries. And when they came from all sides to console me, it happened that a certain clay worker, who was engaged in an adulterous intrigue with that witch, my neighbor, coming to visit me, took pity on my illness, and after a few words of comfort went away. But the next day he returned in a hurry, and after consoling me added, "I'm going to test whether your illness is due to witchcraft, and if I find that it is, I shall restore your health." So he took some molten lead, and while I was lying on the bed, poured it into a bowl of water, which he placed on my body. And when the lead solidified into a certain image and various shapes, he said, "See, your illness has been caused by witchcraft, and one of the instruments of that witchcraft is hidden under the threshold of your house door. Let us go then and remove it, and you will feel better." So my husband and he went to remove the charm. And the clay worker, taking up the threshold, told my husband to put his hand into the hole, which then appeared, and take out whatever he found. And he did so. And first he brought out a waxen image about a palm long, perforated all over, and pierced through the sides with 2 needles. Just in the same way I felt the stabbing pains from side to side. And then little bags containing all sorts of things, such as grains and seeds and bones. And when all these things were burned, I became better, but not entirely well. For although the shootings and twinges stopped, and I quite regained my appetite for food, yet even now I am by no means fully restored to health. And when we asked her why it was that she had not been completely restored, she answered, "There are some other instruments of witchcraft hidden away which I cannot find." And when I asked the man how he knew where the first instruments were hidden, he answered, "I knew this through the love which prompts a friend to tell things to a friend, for your neighbor revealed this to me when she was coaxing me to commit adultery with her." This is the story of the sick woman. But if I were to tell all the instances that were found in that one town, I should need to make a book of them. For countless men and women who were blind or lame or withered or plagued with various infirmities severally took their oath that they had strong suspicions that their illnesses, both in general and in particular, were caused by witches, and that they were bound to endure those ills either for a period or right up to their deaths. And all that they said and testified was true, either as regards a specified illness or as regards the death of others. For that country abounds in henchmen and knights who have leisure for vice and seduce women, and then wish to cast them off when they desire to marry an honest woman. But they can rarely do this without incurring the vengeance of some witchcraft upon themselves or their wives. For when those women see themselves despised, they persist in tormenting not so much the husband as the wife, in the fond hope that if the wife should die, the husband would return to his former mistress. For when a cook of the Archduke had married an honest girl from a foreign country, a witch, who had been his mistress, met them in the public road, and, in the hearing of other honest people, foretold that bewitching and death of the girl, stretching out her hand and saying, "Not for long you will rejoice in your husband." And at once on the following day she took to her bed, and after a few days paid the debt of all flesh, exclaiming just as she expired, "Lo, thus I die, because that woman, with God's permission, has killed me by her witchcraft. Yet verily I go to another and better marriage with God." In the same way, according to the evidence of public report, a certain soldier was slain by witchcraft, and many others whom I omit to mention. But among them there was a well-known gentleman whom his mistress wished to come to her on one occasion to pass the night. But he sent his servant to tell her that he could not visit her that night because he was busy. She promptly flew into a rage and said to the servant, "Go and tell your master that he will not trouble me for long." On the very next day he was taken ill and was buried within a week. And there are witches who can bewitch their judges by a mere look or glance from the eyes, and publicly boast that they cannot be punished. And when malefactors have been imprisoned for their crimes and exposed to the severest torture to make them tell the truth, these witches can endow them with such an obstinacy of preserving silence that they are unable to lay bare their crimes. And there are some who, in order to accomplish their evil charms and spells, beat and stab the crucifix and utter the filthiest words against the purity of the most glorious Virgin Mary, casting the foulest aspersions on the nativity of our Saviour from her inviolate womb. It is not expedient to repeat those vile words, nor yet to describe their detestable crimes, as the narrative would give too great offence to the ears of the pious. But they are all kept and preserved in writing, detailing the manner in which a certain baptized Jewess had instructed other young girls. And one of them, named Walpurgis, being in the same year at the point of death, and being urged by those who stood around her to confess her sins, exclaimed, "I have given myself body and soul to the devil. There is no hope of forgiveness for me," and so died. These particulars have not been written to the shame, but rather to the praise and glory of the most illustrious Archduke, for he was truly a Catholic prince and labored very zealously with the church at Brixen to exterminate witches. But they are written rather in hate and loathing of so great a crime, and that men may not cease to avenge their wrongs, and the insults and offences these wretches offer to the Creator and our holy faith, to say nothing of the temporal losses which they cause. For this is their greatest and gravest crime, namely, that they abjure the faith. Chapter 13. How witch midwives commit most horrid crimes when they either kill children or offer them to devils in most accursed wise. We must not omit to mention the injuries done to children by witch midwives, first by killing them, and secondly by blasphemously offering them to devils. In the Diocese of Strasbourg and in the town of Zabern, there is an honest woman very devoted to the Blessed Virgin Mary, who tells the following experience of hers to all the guests that come to the tavern which she keeps, known by the sign of the Black Eagle. "I was," she says, "pregnant by my lawful husband, now dead, and as my time approached, a certain midwife importuned me to engage her to assist at the birth of my child. But I knew her bad reputation, and although I had decided to engage another woman, pretended with conciliatory words to agree to her request. But when the pains came upon me, and I had brought in another midwife, the first one was very angry, and hardly a week later came into my room one night with 2 other women, and approached the bed where I was lying. And when I tried to call my husband, who was sleeping in another room, all the use was taken away from my limbs and tongue, so that except for seeing and hearing, I could not move a muscle. And the witch, standing between the other 2, said, 'See, this vile woman who would not take me for her midwife shall not win through unpunished.' The other 2, standing by her, pleaded for me, saying, 'She has never harmed any of us.' But the witch added, 'Because she has offended me, I am going to put something into her entrails. But to please you, she shall not feel any pain for half a year. But after that time she shall be tortured enough.' So she came up and touched my belly with her hands, and it seemed to me that she took out my entrails and put in something which, however, I could not see. And when they had gone away, and I had recovered my power of speech, I called my husband as soon as possible and told him what had happened. But he put it down to pregnancy and said, 'You pregnant women are always suffering from fancies and delusions.' And when he would by no means believe me, I replied, 'I have been given 6 months' grace, and if after that time no torment comes to me, I shall believe you.' She related this to her son, a cleric, who was then archdeacon of the district, and who came to visit her on the same day. And what happened? When exactly 6 months had passed, such a terrible pain came into her belly that she could not help disturbing everybody with her cries day and night. And because, as has been said, she was most devout to the Virgin, the Queen of Mercy, she fasted with bread and water every Saturday, so that she believed that she was being delivered by her intercession. For one day, when she wanted to perform an action of nature, all those unclean things fell from her body, and she called her husband and her son and said, 'Are those fancies? Did I not say that after half a year the truth would be known? Or whoever saw me eat thorns, bones, and even bits of wood? For there were brambles as long as a palm, as well as a quantity of other things.' Moreover, as was said in the first part of the work, it was shown by the confession of the servant, who was brought to judgment at Brissac, that the greatest injuries to the faith as regards the heresy of witches are done by midwives, and this is made clearer than daylight itself by the confessions of some who were afterwards burned. For in the diocese of Basel, at the town of Dan, a witch who was burned confessed that she had killed more than 40 children by sticking a needle through the crowns of their heads into their brains as they came out from the womb. Finally, another woman in the diocese of Strasbourg confessed that she had killed more children than she could count, and she was caught in this way. She had been called from one town to another to act as midwife to a certain woman, and having performed her office was going back home. But as she went out of the town gate, the arm of a newly born child fell out of the cloak she had wrapped around her, in whose folds the arm had been concealed. This was seen by those who were sitting in the gateway, and when she had gone they picked up from the ground what they thought to be a piece of meat. But when they looked more closely and saw that it was not a piece of meat, but recognized it by its fingers as a child's arm, they reported it to the magistrates, and it was found that a child had died before baptism, lacking an arm. So the witch was taken and questioned and confessed the crime, and that she had, as has been said, killed more children than she can count. Now the reason for such practices is as follows. It is presumed that witches are compelled to do such things at the command of evil spirits, and sometimes against their own wills. For the devil knows that because of the pain of loss, or original sin, such children are debarred from entering the kingdom of heaven. And by this means the last judgment is delayed, when the devils will be condemned to eternal torture, since the number of the elect is more slowly completed, on the fulfillment of which the world will be consumed. And also, as has already been shown, witches are taught by the devil to confect from the limbs of such children an unguent, which is very useful for their spells. But in order to bring so great a sin into utter detestation, we must not pass over in silence the following horrible crime. For when they do not kill the child, they blasphemously offer it to the devil in this manner. As soon as the child is born, the midwife, if the mother herself is not a witch, carries it out of the room on the pretext of warming it, raising it up, and offers it to the prince of devils, that is Lucifer, and to all the devils, and this is done by the kitchen fire. A certain man relates that he noticed that his wife, when her time came to give birth, against the usual custom of women in childbirth, did not allow any woman to approach the bed except her own daughter, who acted as midwife. Wishing to know the reason for this, he hid himself in the house and saw the whole order of the sacrilege and dedication to the devil, as it has been described. He saw also, as it seemed to him, that without any human support, but by the power of the devil, the child was climbing up the chain by which the cooking pots were suspended. In great consternation both at the terrible words of the invocation of the devils and at the other iniquitous ceremonies, he strongly insisted that the child should be baptized immediately. While it was being carried to the next village, where there was a church, and when they had to cross a bridge over a certain river, he drew his sword and ran at his daughter, who was carrying the child, saying in the hearing of 2 others who were with them, "You shall not carry the child over the bridge, for either it must cross the bridge by itself, or you shall be drowned in the river." The daughter was terrified, and together with the other woman in company asked him if he were in his right mind, for he had hidden what had happened from all the others except the 2 men who were with him. Then he answered, "You vile drab, by your magic arts you made the child climb the chain in the kitchen. Now make it cross the bridge with no one carrying it, or I shall drown you in the river." And so being compelled, she put the child down on the bridge, and invoked the devil by her art. And suddenly the child was seen on the other side of the bridge. And when the child had been baptized, and he had returned home, since he now had witnesses to convict his daughter of witchcraft, for he could not prove the former crime of the oblation to the devil, inasmuch as he had been the only witness of that sacrilegious ritual, he accused both daughter and mother before the judge after their period of purgation, and they were both burned, and the crime of midwives of making that sacrilegious offering was discovered. But here the doubt arises, to what end or purpose is this sacrilegious offering of children, and how does it benefit the devils? To this it can be said that the devils do this for 3 reasons, which serve 3 most wicked purposes. The first reason arises from their pride, which always increases, as it is said, They that hate thee have lifted up the head. Note, head, Psalm 82:2. For they try as far as possible to conform with divine rites and ceremonies. Secondly, they can more easily deceive men under the mask of an outwardly seeming pious action. For in the same way they entice young virgins and boys into their power. For though they might solicit such by means of evil and corrupt men, yet they rather deceive them by magic mirrors and the reflection seen in witches' fingernails, and lure them on in the belief that they love chastity, whereas they hate it. For the devil hates above all the Blessed Virgin, because she bruised his head. Genesis 3:15. Just so in this oblation of children they deceive the minds of witches into the vice of infidelity under the appearance of a virtuous act. And the third reason is that the perfidy of witches may grow to the devil's own gain, when they have witches dedicated to them from their very cradles. And this sacrilege affects the child in three ways. In the first place, visible offerings to God are made of visible things, such as wine or bread or the fruits of the earth, as a sign of honor and subjection to him, as it is said in Ecclesiasticus 25, "Thou shalt not appear empty before the Lord." And such offerings cannot and must not afterwards be put to profane uses. Therefore the Holy Father, St. John Damascene, says, "The oblations which are offered in church belong only to the priests, but not that they should divert them to their own uses, but that they should faithfully distribute them, partly in the observance of divine worship and partly for the use of the poor." From this it follows that a child who has been offered to the devil in sign of subjection and homage to him cannot possibly be dedicated by Catholics to a holy life, in worthy and fruitful service to God for the benefit of himself and others. For who can say that the sins of the mothers and of others do not redound in punishment upon the children? Perhaps someone will quote that saying of the prophet, "The son shall not bear the iniquity of the father." But there is that other passage in Exodus 20, "I am a jealous God, visiting the sins of the fathers upon the children unto the third and fourth generation." Now the meaning of these two sayings is as follows. The first speaks of spiritual punishment in the judgment of heaven or God, and not in the judgment of men. And this is the punishment of the soul, such as loss or the forfeiture of glory or the punishment of pain, that is, of the torment of eternal fire. And with such punishments no one is punished except for his own sin, either inherited as original sin or committed as actual sin. The second text speaks of those who imitate the sins of their fathers, as Gratian has explained. 1:4, etc. And there he gives other explanations as to how the judgment of God inflicts other punishments on a man, not only for his own sins which he has committed or which he might commit, but is prevented by punishment from committing, but also for the sins of others. Note, Gratian, the little that is known concerning the author of the Concordantia Discordantium Cananorum, more generally called the Decretum Gratiani, must be gathered from the work itself. Gratian was born in Italy, perhaps at Chiusi. He became a Camaldolese monk and taught at Bologna. It is uncertain at what time he compiled the Decretum, but it was commonly held to have been completed in 1151. More recent authorities, however, are inclined to suggest 1140. Gratian died before 1179, some think as early as 1160. He is regarded as the true founder of the science of canon law. And it cannot be argued that then a man is punished without cause and without sin, which should be the cause of punishment. For according to the rule of law, no one must be punished without sin, unless there is some cause for it. And we can say that there is always a most just cause, though it may not be known to us. See St. Augustine, 24:4. And if we cannot in the result penetrate the depth of God's judgment, yet we know that what he has said is true, and what he has done is just. But there is this distinction to be observed in innocent children who are offered to devils not by their mothers, when they are witches, but by midwives who, as we have said, secretly take from the embrace and the womb of an honest mother. Such children are not so cut off from grace that they must necessarily become prone to such crimes, but it is piously to be believed that they may rather cultivate their mother's virtues. The second result to the children of this sacrilege is as follows. When a man offers himself as a sacrifice to God, he recognizes God as his beginning and his end. And this sacrifice is more worthy than all the external sacrifices which he makes, having its beginning in his creation and its end in his glorification. As it is said, a sacrifice to God is an afflicted spirit, etc. Note, Spirit, Psalm 119. In the same way, when a witch offers a child to the devil, she commends it body and soul to him as its beginning and its end in eternal damnation. Wherefore not without some miracle can the child be set free from the payment of so great a debt. And we read often in history of children whom their mothers, in some passion or mental disturbance, have unthinkingly offered to the devil from the very womb, and how it is only with the very greatest difficulty that they can, when they have grown to adult age, be delivered from that bondage which the devil has, with God's permission, usurped to himself. And of this the Book of Examples, Most Blessed Virgin Mary, affords many illustrations, a notable instance being that of the man whom the Supreme Pontiff was unable to deliver from the torments of the devil. But at last he was sent to a holy man living in the East, and finally with great difficulty was delivered from his bondage through the intercession of the most glorious Virgin herself. And if God so severely punishes even such a thoughtless, I will not say sacrifice, but commendation used angrily by a mother when her husband, after copulating with her, says, "I hope a child will come of it," and she answers, "May the child go to the devil," how much greater must be the punishment when the Divine Majesty is offended in the way we have described. The third effect of this sacrilegious oblation is to inculcate an habitual inclination to cast spells upon men, animals, and the fruits of the earth. This is shown by St. Thomas in the second book, question 108, where he speaks of temporal punishment, how some are punished for the sins of others. For he says that, bodily speaking, sons are part of their father's possessions, and their servants and animals belong to their masters. Therefore, when a man is punished in all his possessions, it follows that often the sons suffer for the fathers. And this is quite a different matter from what has been said about God visiting the sins of the fathers upon the children unto the third and fourth generation. For there it is a question of those who imitate their fathers' sins. But here we speak of those who suffer instead of their fathers, when they do not imitate their sins by committing them in fact, but only inherit the results of their sins. For in this way the son born to David in adultery died very soon, and the animals of the Amalekites were ordered to be killed. Nevertheless, there is much mystery in all this. Taking into consideration all that we have said, we may conclude that such children are always, up to the end of their lives, predisposed to the perpetration of witchcraft. For just as God sanctifies that which is dedicated to him, as is proved by the deeds of the saints, when parents offer to God the fruit which they have generated, so also the devil does not cease to infect with evil that which is offered to him. Many examples can be found in the Old and New Testaments. For so were many of the patriarchs and prophets, such as Isaac, Samuel, and Samson. And so were Alexis and Nicholas, and many more guided by much grace to a holy life. Note, Alexis, Saint Alexis, Confessor, Feast 17th of July, the Basilica and Title Church of SS Bonificio Edilicio all Avientio, Rome, contains the bodies of Saint Boniface and Saint Alexis under the high altar. Saint Aglaé is buried in the confessional. Saint Nicholas of Tolentino, OSA circa 1246 to 1306, was born of gentle folk, pious and devout, living in great seclusion on very moderate means. He was the child of prayer, his mother being advanced in years and vowing her son, should she bear one, to God from the womb. His parents joyfully consented to his joining the order of Augustinian hermits, of which he was one of the greatest glories. St. Nicholas was distinguished by angelic meekness and celestial purity. He died 10th September, and his feast is celebrated on that day. Finally, we know from experience that the daughters of witches are always suspected of similar practices, as imitators of their mother's crimes, and that indeed the whole of a witch progeny is affected. And the reason for this and for all that has been said before is that according to their pact with the devil, they always have to leave behind them and carefully instruct the survivor, so that they may fulfill their vow to do all they can to increase the number of witches. For how else could it happen, as it has very often been found, that tender girls of 8 or 10 years have raised up tempests and hailstorms, unless they had been dedicated to the devil under such a pact by their mothers? For the children could not do such things of themselves by abjuring the faith, which is how all adult witches have to begin, since they have no knowledge of any single article of faith. We will recount an example of such a child. In the Duchy of Swabia, a certain farmer went to his fields with his little daughter, hardly 8 years old, to look at his crops, and began complaining about the drought, saying, "Alas, when will it rain?" The girl heard him, and in the simplicity of her heart said, "Father, if you want it to rain, I can soon make it come." And her father said to her, "What? Do you know how to make it rain?" And the girl answered, "I can make it rain, and I can make hailstorms and tempests too." And the father asked, "Who taught you?" And she answered, "My mother did. But she told me not to tell anybody." Then the father asked, "How did she teach you?" And she answered, "She sent me to a master who will do anything I ask at any time." But her father said, "Have you ever seen him?" Note: Number of Witches, Francesco Maria Guazzo. Compendium Maleficarum, Milan 1608, tells us that the witches promised the devil to strive with all their power and to use every inducement and endeavor to draw other men and women to their detestable practices and the worship of Satan. So in the case of Janet Breedheed of Aldern, it was her husband who enticed her into that craft. Edinburgh, 1833, Pitcairn Criminal Trials. At Salem, George Burroughs, a minister, was accused by a large number of women as the person who had seduced and compelled them into the snares of witchcraft. See my History of Witchcraft, Chapter 3, page 83-84. And she said, "I have sometimes seen men coming in and out to my mother, and when I asked her who they were, she told me that they were our masters to whom she had given me, and that they were powerful and rich patrons." The father was terrified and asked her if she could raise a hailstorm then, and the girl said, "Yes, if I had a little water." Then he led the girl by the hand to the stream and said, "Do it, but only on our land." Then the girl put her hand in the water and stirred it in the name of her master, and her mother had taught her. And behold, the rain fell only on that land. Seeing this, the father said, "Make it hail now, but only on one of our fields." And when the girl had done this, the father was convinced by the evidence and accused his wife before the judge. And the wife was taken and convicted and burned. But the daughter was reconciled and solemnly dedicated to God, since which hour she could no more work these spells and charms.